her in Hokkaido. The operative who pulled the trigger was a woman named Elise Thorne, who hesitated for 2.7 seconds before firing. Hannah's last thought, I just wanted to see the ocean. Kael released the core, and the grief hit him like a physical blow. He bent over, hands on his knees, and felt the predator architecture surge, not with hunger, but with rage. Pure, thermal, consuming rage that had nothing to do with instinct and everything to do with the human emotion that a dungeon boss should not have felt but did. They killed a child. His voice vibrated with territorial authority, the harmonics making the monitoring equipment rattle. Vane's people assassinated a 16-year-old girl who just wanted to see the ocean. Kael, Yuna started. She was scared. She was alone. She hadn't hurt anyone. He straightened. The amber in his eyes burned gold, and Sable manifested from his shadow, the cat's form bristling with reflected fury. The architect didn't even need to activate the kill switch. Vane did its work for it. Silence in the lab. Then Dex, who'd been leaning against the far wall with Fenrir, spoke. That's why Vane was so sure he could kill you. He'd done it before. Dex's voice was flat, controlled, but his hand rested on Fenrir's massive head, and the wolf's hackles were raised. He practiced on a kid. We'll deal with Vane, Valentina said. Right now, what matters is what these cores tell us about the kill switch. Dr. Greaves? Greaves was already running analyses, his hands moving across holographic displays with the urgency of someone who'd just realized the stakes were higher than he'd calculated. The termination pattern is consistent across all three cores. The architect uses the dormant second signature, the one embedded in the Predator framework itself, as a kill switch. When activated, it collapses the user's mana architecture from the inside. Instant, painless, and impossible to counter from within the system. Impossible, Kael said. For the previous users, yes. But they didn't know the switch existed. You do. And you have something none of them had. Greaves looked at him. You have time to prepare. Kael looked at the three spent cores, steel gray, ocean blue, blood red. 3 people. 3 lives. 3 endings written by something that didn't consider them people at all. He picked up all 3 cores. His system pulsed. Absorb remnant cores? Warning. Will permanently integrate predecessor memory data. Warning. Emotional payload may impact humanity index. He didn't absorb them. Instead, he placed them in his jacket pocket, close to his chest. I'm keeping these, he said. They deserve to be remembered by someone who understands what they were. No one argued. And in the silence that followed, the 3 spent cores pulsed against his chest. Faintly, impossibly, as if the dead were trying to tell him something he hadn't yet learned to hear. Chapter 64. The truth behind the gates. 3 days after the core readings, Kael stood before the GORT Council and told them the truth. The council chamber was the largest room in the headquarters building. Tiered seating for 30 representatives from participating nations, holographic displays covering every wall, and a central podium that Kael had never used before because he'd never had something to say that required this much audience. He used it now. The gate system is not natural, he began. 30 faces stared at him. Politicians, military commanders, senior hunters, scientists. Valentina sat in the front row, her expression neutral. Minister Park occupied the Korean delegation's seat, her posture the rigid discipline of someone prepared for whatever came next. It's an experiment, designed and maintained by an intelligence I've encountered twice, the entity called the architect. He laid out the evidence. Nadia's memories. Eduardo's framing. Hannah's assassination. The kill switch embedded in every Apex Predator core. The architect's pattern. Create a variable, introduce it to humanity, observe the interaction, terminate the variable, reset, repeat. I am variable number 4, Kael said. The 4th test subject in an experiment that treats human civilization as a laboratory. The gates, the monsters, the breaks, they're not random. They're controlled variables in a test we never agreed to take. The council erupted. Half the delegates demanded verification. A quarter demanded Kael's immediate containment. The Russian delegate, a scarred S-rank hunter named Volkov, which made Kael's stomach twist, claimed the entire presentation was disinformation designed to make humanity dependent on a dungeon monster. Minister Park stood. The room went quiet. Not because of her rank or her politics, but because Hannah Park had spent 2 decades earning the kind of authority that didn't need to be loud. The evidence will be independently verified by every signatory nation's Gate Science Division, she said. In the meantime, the operational question is not whether the architect exists. The operational question is what happens when it decides variable number 4 has deviated far enough from its design to warrant another reset. It's already happening, Kael said. The gate escalation, every gate on Earth becoming more active since my evolution. That's the corrective sequence. The architect is punishing humanity for my existence. Or testing how humanity responds to pressure, Greaves added from his seat. The architect doesn't punish. It generates data. The gate escalation might be the next phase of the experiment. How does a civilization respond when its greatest threat and its greatest protector are the same entity? The debate continued for 4 hours. By the end, the council had agreed on 3 things: independent verification of the architect's existence, accelerated research into the kill switch, and the formation of a dedicated strike team, codenamed Predator Cell, to locate and neutralize the architect. Kael volunteered to lead the strike team. Nobody objected. Nobody volunteered to join, except Dex, who'd waited outside the council chamber for the entire 4 hours. I heard most of it through the wall, Dex said, falling into step beside Kael as they walked back through the GORT building's corridors. Finra padded behind them, the wolf's massive frame filling the hallway. You're going after the thing that made the gates. Yes. The thing that killed 3 people who had the same powers as you. Yes. The thing that can switch you off like a light. Dex, I'm in. The hunter's expression was stone. I lost my team in the Abyssal Spire. You walked out of the gate that killed them. For 6 months, I wanted you dead. Now I want the thing that designed the gate dead instead. He held out his hand. That's what growth looks like, right? Kael took it. You've been spending too much time with Mu. The old man makes a compelling argument. Also, his noodles are really good. They clasped hands in the corridor, a hunter and a monster, a grief-forged bond that his predator instincts classified as pack bond, alpha tier, and that Kael's human understanding recognized as something simpler and more complicated: trust. That evening, Kael visited Mu's noodle shop. The old man was closing up, wiping down the counter with the practiced ease of someone who'd found peace in routine. Minji, the 13-year-old daughter of one of Mu's regular customers, was doing homework at a corner table, her school books spread around her in organized chaos. Uncle Kael. She waved with a pencil. She'd started calling him that 3 weeks ago, and neither Kael nor his predator instincts had found an appropriate response. The system tagged her as an known threat, juvenile, protected, which was accurate but felt insufficient for a girl who decided that a dungeon-born entity was family-adjacent. History homework, he asked. Math. It's horrible. Can you help? My mathematical capabilities are based on dungeon architecture algorithms. That's a weird way to say no. Mu set a bowl of noodles in front of Kael without being asked. She's been here since school ended. Her mother's shift at the hospital runs until midnight. Kael sat at the counter and ate. The noodles were perfect. They were always perfect. And the normalcy of the moment. A warm shop, a child doing homework, an old man cleaning his counter, pressed against the weight of what he'd learned about his predecessors with a quiet insistence that felt like defiance. This, the normalcy said, this is what you're protecting. Not territory. Not domain. This. Mu, he said. You knew Nadia for how long? 7 years. From 1984 to 1991. Did she know about the kill switch? No. I didn't either, until it activated. Mu's hand paused on the counter. She was mid-sentence, telling me about a gate she'd closed in Vladivostok. Said the monsters inside had been singing, not attacking, singing. She thought it meant something. Then she stopped talking, and the light went out of her eyes, and she was just gone. Minji looked up from her homework. Who's Nadia? Someone brave, Mu said. Do your math. The girl returned to her equations, and Mu leaned close to Kael. The kill switch. Greaves thinks he can find it. He thinks I can find it. The memory absorption from the cores gave me data about how the architect interfaces with the system. If I can locate the dormant signature in my own architecture, Greaves might be able to develop a countermeasure. And if you can't locate it, then the architect can turn me off whenever it decides the experiment is over. Kael finished his noodles. I'm not planning to let that happen. Planning and preventing are different verbs. Mu set down his cloth. The architect has been running this experiment for decades, possibly centuries. It's patient, methodical, and utterly indifferent to suffering. You can't outpatience it, Kael. You can't outplan it. The only advantage you have is the one thing it can't account for, which is, Mu gestured at the shop, at Minji's homework, at the bowls drying on the rack, at the photograph on the wall of a young woman with gray eyes and a jaw set hard enough to crack stone. Unpredictability, Mu said. The architect designs experiments with controlled variables. You are, by definition, uncontrolled. Your relationships, your emotions, your stubborn refusal to be what you were built to be. Those are the variables it can't model. Every time you choose something human over something predatory, you break its calculations. Kael looked at the photograph. Nadia Volkov, young, fierce, alive. Beside her in the photo, a younger Mu, lean, sharp-eyed, the ghost of the S-rank legend he'd been before retirement. She would have liked you, Mu said. You're doing what she didn't get time to finish. Kael committed the photograph to memory. Every pixel, every shadow, the way Nadia's smile crinkled the corners of her eyes. Then he added it to the collection of things the seed couldn't touch and the architect couldn't erase. The pieces of himself that were his, and his alone. He was still sitting in the noodle shop when his territorial sense pinged. Something had appeared in the Pacific Ocean. Something that didn't register as a gate, a monster, or any known mana signature. Something that his system classified with a tag Kael had never seen. Anomaly detected. Classification. Archive node. Gate system infrastructure. Older than the gates. Older than the architect. Kael set down his chopsticks. Moo, watch Minji for me. I need to make a call. The old man nodded. He didn't ask why. He could read Kael's expression well enough to know that the timeline of humanity's understanding of the gate system had just changed, and that whatever had surfaced in the Pacific was something neither the architect nor any living hunter had anticipated. Chapter 65, Gate 02, they called it Gate 02. The anomaly floated 3 meters above the Pacific Ocean's surface, 600 kilometers east of the Mariana Trench, emitting no mana, spawning no monsters, and registering on every scanner in the world as a perfect circle of white light the size of a basketball court. It had appeared at 3:47 a.m. Greenwich Mean Time, and by noon the next day, every naval force within reach had redirected assets toward it. GORT mobilized faster. Valentina commandeered a Korean military transport, assembled a reconnaissance team, and had boots on a carrier deck within 14 hours of detection. It's not a gate, Greaves said, leaning over the carrier's holographic display with the intensity of a man staring at the face of God. They were in the carrier's command center. Kael, Yuna, Dex, Valentina, Greaves, and a squad of 8 pillar-class hunters from 4 different nations who looked at Kael the way zoo visitors looked at a tiger that had learned to pick locks. Standard gates emit mana radiation, generate spatial distortion, and produce monster signatures. This emits nothing. It's a doorway, but to what? The system tagged it as an archive node, Kael said. He stood at the center of the room, his territorial sense stretched to maximum range, but unable to penetrate the anomaly's boundary. The white light was a wall, not hostile, not defensive, just impervious, like trying to read a book through frosted glass. Gate system infrastructure, and it flagged it as older than the experiment, older than the architect. Valentina's tone sharpened. That's what the notification said. Then we go in. Valentina's decision was immediate, her authority unchallenged. Recon formation. Kael takes point. I take second. Pillar squad forms the perimeter. Yuna, Dex, your midfield. Dr. Greaves stays on the carrier with a live feed. I object to being left behind, Greaves said. I object to losing our lead researcher inside an unclassified spatial anomaly. Stay. Valentina turned to Kael. What does your predator sense tell you? Kael reached toward the anomaly with his territorial awareness. The white light resisted, then yielded, not all at once, but in layers, like peeling back the skin of something ancient to reveal the muscle beneath. What he found was not a dungeon. It was not a gate. It was something that made both of those concepts feel recent. It's empty, he said. No hostile signatures. No monsters, no traps, no environmental hazards. Just space. Old space. Space that's been waiting. Waiting for what? Kael met Valentina's gaze. Someone with the right key. They entered at 1,600 hours. The transition from the Pacific air to the anomaly's interior was seamless. One step they were on the carrier's deployment ramp, suspended over open ocean, and the next they were standing in a corridor. A single, infinitely long hallway. White walls, white floor, white ceiling. No visible light source. The illumination came from everywhere and nowhere, casting no shadows, creating no contrast. The temperature was a perfect 20 degrees. The air tasted of nothing. Doors lined both walls. Thousands of them, stretching in both directions until perspective collapsed. Each door was identical. White, featureless, unremarkable, except for the text engraved at eye level. The nearest door read, Gate number 0001, Siberia, Russia, 1979, status, sealed. The next, Gate number 0002, Amazonia, Brazil, 1980, status, active. The next, Gate number 0003, Bavaria, Germany, 1980, status, collapsed. It's a catalog, Yuna breathed. She reached for the nearest door, but didn't touch it. Her training held. Unknown spatial anomalies didn't reward impulsiveness. Every gate that's ever opened. Not just opened. Kael walked forward, reading the inscriptions. His Apex Predator system was processing data at a rate that made his vision flicker. Thousands of entries. Each one a gate. Each one tagged with a date, location, and status. Active. Sealed. Collapsed. Purged. Every gate that was ever designed. Some of these have statuses I don't recognize. Pending. Deferred. Reserved. Reserved for what? Dex asked. Fenrir pressed close to his legs, the wolf's hackles up, but his growl contained. The corridor's emptiness was more unnerving than any dungeon. Dungeons had threats you could fight. This had the unsettling calm of a library. Kael kept walking. The doors scrolled past. Hundreds, thousands, the history of the gate system recorded in white-on-white text. He was looking for something specific. His system pulled him forward, a magnetic attraction that bypassed conscious navigation and went straight to the architecture of recognition. He found it 7 minutes into the corridor. Floor 47, Abyssal Spire, current, status, active, boss absent. The door was different. The text pulsed faintly, and the surface was warm when Kael pressed his palm against it. This is mine, he said. My floor. Don't open it, Valentina warned. He opened it. Behind the door was a room. Not large, maybe 10 meters square, with the same featureless white walls and sourceless light. In the center of the room, standing motionless on a pedestal, was a figure. Gorvath the Unbroken. Kael stared at himself, at the thing he'd been before sentience, before the Predator framework, before Kael. Gorvath was massive, 3 meters of scaled muscle, obsidian armor plates fused to skin, for arms ending in claws that could shear through A-rank defensive barriers, a face that was all jaw and Predator geometry with no room for expression. The figure was frozen, a saved state, a recording of the moment before awareness dawned. The Apex Predator system pulsed. Predecessor form detected. Query, compare current state to origin state. Delta, 94.7% divergence from original parameters, 94.7%. He was less than 6% the thing he'd been born as. Kael. Yuna's voice. Gentle. She'd followed him into the room and stood at his shoulder, looking at Gorvath's frozen form with an expression he couldn't parse. Is that you? That's what I was. Before. You've changed. 95%, according to the system. She took his hand. The 5% that's the same, what is it? He considered. Stubbornness. Gorvath never retreated. Never bent. Never broke. That's still me. Good. She squeezed his fingers. Keep that part. They left the room. The door closed behind them, and Kael's attention was pulled further down the corridor by a different resonance, stronger, deeper, vibrating at a frequency that made his territorial sense feel like a child's toy. The door at the end of the corridor wasn't white. It was black. Architect's workshop, status, sealed, access, restricted, key required. The lock was visible, a circular indentation in the door's surface, pulsing with a mana signature that resonated with the dormant second signature inside Kael. The kill switch. The lock and the kill switch were the same frequency. The architect locked its workshop with the same mechanism it uses to kill its variables, Kael said. I could open this, but it would mean activating the dormant signature inside me. Which would kill you? Greaves said through the comm link. Possibly. Or it might just unlock the door. I don't know enough about the mechanism to predict which. Valentina stepped forward. Her stormcaller senses were active, electricity crackling between her fingers. I'm sensing movement. Deep in the corridor. Something large, approaching from beyond our sensor range. Kael felt it too. A pressure in the corridor's architecture, like the space itself was contracting around an approaching presence. The archive was reacting to them. Or something inside the archive was. We leave, Valentina said. Now? Kael, did you get what you came for? He had. Not the workshop, not the workshop's contents, the lock's frequency. He'd memorized it, recorded it in his system's architecture with the same precision he used to map territories and classify threats. I got enough, he said. They retreated through the corridor. The approaching presence grew closer, not fast, not aggressive, but inevitable, like a tide. Kael covered the retreat, his territorial authority pushing against the archive's walls and finding resistance that dwarfed his own power by orders of magnitude. Whatever lived in this archive was not the architect. It was bigger. They exited into the Pacific air, and the anomaly's white light sealed behind them with a finality that felt like a door closing on a tomb. The carrier's deck was chaos. Military personnel scrambling, fighter jets circling, 3 nuclear submarines visible on the horizon. Report. Valentina ordered the moment her boots hit metal. The anomaly destabilized the moment you entered, the carrier's captain said. His face was white. Mana readings spiked across every gate in the Pacific Rim. We had 14 gate breaks in the last 30 minutes. Indonesia, Philippines, Japan, Australia. The gates reacted to your intrusion. Not our intrusion. Kael looked back at the white light hovering over the ocean. Our intrusion just reminded the system that its archive exists. The gates are reacting to the archive, not to us. His comm chirped. Junho's voice, urgent. Kael, something is manifesting above the anomaly. Mana signature off the scale. Classification, I don't have a classification. The scanners are returning data I've never seen. Kael looked up. The architect was descending from the sky. Chapter 66. Variable number for the architect didn't fall. It materialized, spatial fractures unfolding like origami in reverse, folded dimensions peeling apart to reveal a humanoid shape made of broken geometry and the spaces between things. It hung above the Pacific anomaly like a judgment rendered in mathematics. Its faceless head tilted toward the carrier deck where Kael stood with his team. Every gate sensor within 5,000 kilometers screamed. Variable number 4. The architect's voice was the sound of 1,000 portals opening and closing in sequence, a cascade of spatial distortions that compressed into phonemes by sheer force of intent. You have accessed restricted archives. This was not within your design parameters. I'm not interested in your parameters, Kael said. Around him, the Pillar-class hunters had formed a defensive perimeter. Valentina's storm aura crackled at full power, ozone cutting the salt air. Dex had drawn his weapons, Fenrir bristling at his side. Yuna stood at Kael's left, her hand on her combat knife, her eyes steady. The architect regarded them the way a clock regarded its own gears, without interest, without malice, with the blank attention of a mechanism observing its own function. You were designed to test humanity's response to hybrid entities, the architect said. Your function is data generation. Your deviation from parameters has produced valuable data, but the experiment's current phase requires recalibration. The faceless shape extended one hand, spatial fractures radiating from its fingers like cracks in glass. Submit to reset, or the experiment accelerates. What does acceleration look like? Kael asked. He was stalling, and the architect probably knew it, but every second bought him information. His system was processing the architect's mana signature at maximum speed, mapping its architecture, looking for weaknesses, vulnerabilities, anything. It found nothing. The architect wasn't a creature, it was a function. Fighting it was like fighting gravity. Acceleration, the architect said, looks like this. It gestured. Every gate on Earth advanced one full difficulty tier simultaneously. Kael felt it through the root network. A global pulse that rewrote the fundamental parameters of every dungeon, every portal, every spatial anomaly on the planet. E-rank gates became D-rank. D became C became B became A became S. And the handful of S-rank gates that already existed, the ones that nations maintained standing armies to contain, became something beyond classification. Alarms erupted across the carrier. The captain's voice, cracking, multiple gate breaks reported worldwide. Jakarta, Manila, Sydney, Osaka, submit, the architect repeated. Or I will continue. Kael looked at the architect's extended hand. Behind the faceless surface, he could sense the kill switch inside himself resonating, the dormant second signature vibrating in response to its creator's proximity. One touch. That was all it would take. One touch from the architect, and variable number 4 would be reset, and the experiment would continue with variable number 5. Nadia's face. Eduardo's laugh. Henna's last dream of the shoreline. No, Kael said. The architect paused. Its faceless head tilted again, the gesture of a machine encountering unexpected input. Your refusal has been noted. The experiment accelerates. It withdrew its hand. You have generated more useful data through defiance than compliance would have produced. This is a satisfactory outcome. The corrective sequence will continue until the experiment reaches its natural conclusion. And then it was gone. Not retreating, not vanishing, simply ceasing to be present, the spatial fractures folding in on themselves until the sky was empty and the Pacific anomaly sat unchanged beneath it. Silence on the carrier deck. Then the alarms, the reports, the cascading nightmare of a world where every gate had just become harder. All teams to battle stations, Valentina ordered. Her voice carried the calm of someone who had already calculated the cost and decided to pay it. Priority Alpha to every GORT signatory. Global gate escalation confirmed. This is not a drill. Kael stood at the railing and watched the anomaly's white light pulse. His comm was buzzing. Reports from Seoul, from London, from Beijing, from everywhere. The death toll was already climbing. He'd said no, and the world was paying for it. Yuna appeared beside him. Her expression was fierce, unrelenting. The face of a woman who'd chosen her side and refused to flinch from the consequences. Don't, she said. Don't what? Don't blame yourself for this. The architect escalated because you refused to die. That's not guilt. That's survival. People are dying, Yuna. People were dying before you walked out of that gate. The architect was running its experiment, and nobody knew. Now we know. That's not a failure. That's information. She grabbed his arm. We use it. We fight with it. We don't surrender to something that treats humanity as a lab experiment. He looked at her. The wind off the Pacific whipped her hair across her face, and her wrist charm pulsed with the mana signature that his territory recognized as foundation. I need to get stronger, he said. Strong enough to fight that thing. Then we make you stronger. It's not that simple. The architect isn't a combat entity. It's the system itself. Fighting it is like fighting the rules of physics. I need to reach a rank where I can manipulate the rules instead of being subject to them. Rift Sovereign, Una said. She'd read the briefings, absorbed the data, filed the information in the organized architecture of a field analyst's mind. Rank 6. You're at 5. And the gap between 5 and 6 isn't incremental. To become a Rift Sovereign, I need to consume gate energy on a scale I've never attempted. Not monster essence, not territorial mana, raw gate energy. The stuff that portals are made of. How much? Kael looked at the Pacific anomaly. More than exists in any single gate on the planet. The carrier turned toward home. Behind them, the white light of the archive pulsed once, twice, and sank beneath the waves. Kael stood at the stern railing and watched it disappear. His territorial sense, extended to maximum range, could still feel the archive's resonance beneath the ocean, vast, patient, containing more raw energy than every active portal on the planet combined. The key to evolution. The key to fighting the architect. Locked behind water and distance and the certain knowledge that returning would trigger another manifestation. We need to go back, he told Una, who joined him at the railing. The archive has what I need to evolve. The architect will be watching for exactly that. Then we need to be smarter than last time. Faster. We need a distraction large enough to split its attention. He gripped the railing. The metal groaned under his territorial authority, bending slightly before he caught himself and relaxed his grip. Grease was right. The architect is a foreman, not a designer. Foremen have limits. They can administer, but they can't be everywhere at once. You're talking about a coordinated operation. I'm talking about making the architect look in 12 directions while I walk through the front door. He turned to face her. The wind whipped salt spray across the deck, and the architect's parting gesture, portals worldwide jumping a full tier, hung between them like a weight neither could set down. But first, we deal with what just happened. People are dying because of the escalation. The death toll starts tonight, and it won't stop until I'm strong enough to make it stop. Una didn't argue. She didn't offer comfort. She took his hand, and the bracelet on her wrist pulsed with their shared signature, and together they watched the empty ocean where the archive waited, patient, ancient, containing within its corridors the power to fight a god and the memories of a world that had been running experiments on humanity since before anyone alive was born. The archive hadn't disappeared. It had submerged, and somewhere in its depths, behind a black door with a lock that matched the weapon in Kael's chest, the architect's workshop held secrets that could rewrite everything, if he survived long enough to reach them. Chapter 67. Guilt and Gravity. The death toll reached 12,000 in the first week. Gates that had been manageable, the C ranks that junior hunter teams cleared as training exercises, the B ranks that required a full squad but posed no strategic threat, had jumped to difficulty levels that overwhelmed their assigned response teams. 47 countries declared states of emergency. The International Hunter Regulation Bureau, still reeling from Vane's removal, issued a blanket authorization for military support at every gate site worldwide. It wasn't enough. Kael's territory held Sol secure. The 3 gates within his range remained suppressed, their difficulty increases neutralized by his sovereign authority. But Sol was 2 kilometers. The world was 40,000 kilometers of circumference, and every meter beyond his range was burning. He stopped sleeping. The territorial sense didn't require rest. It was always active, always processing, a constant feed of information that turned the city into an extension of his nervous system. He used the sleepless hours to patrol Sol's gates, reinforcing his suppression field, pushing his territorial range to its limits, and finding those limits immovable. 2 kilometers. The boundary of a territory lord's domain. A circle drawn in the sand while the ocean rose. On the 4th day of the crisis, he sat in the GORT briefing room and watched the casualty reports scroll across the holographic displays. 12,000. 13,000. The numbers climbed with the steady inevitability of something that had been designed to climb. You need to eat, Dex said, dropping a tray of food in front of him. The hunter looked worse than Kael. Dark circles, a healing cut along his jawline from a B-rank gate clearance that morning, his combat gear stained with monster ichor. Fenrir lay in the corner, the massive wolf sleeping with one eye open. And by eat, I mean actual food. not staring at screens and converting self-hatred into mana. I'm not converting self-hatred into mana. Your shadow is doing the thing where it moves independently and growls at the walls. That's your stress response. Dex sat across from him. I cleared 3 gates today. B rank, formerly C rank. Lost 2 hunters from the support team. Good people. They didn't sign up for gates that jump a tier overnight. Dex, I'm not blaming you. I'm telling you what the stakes are, because you're sitting in this room absorbing guilt when you should be figuring out how to end this. Dex's expression was granite. The old Kael, the one I met in that containment cell, would have been out there fighting gates, burning through his limits, trying to be the answer. The current Kael is brooding. Brooding doesn't close gates. I'm not brooding. I'm calculating. Calculate faster. The door opened. Yuna entered, followed by Dr. Greaves, who looked like he'd been running. His tie was crooked, his jacket unbuttoned, and his eyes held the particular brightness of a researcher on the edge of a breakthrough. I found something, Greaves said, pulling up a holographic display. In the data from the Pacific Archive. Specifically, in the mana signatures of the corridor's infrastructure. The display showed a complex waveform, overlapping frequencies that created a pattern Kael's system recognized, but couldn't classify. The archive's walls are made of gate energy, Greaves said. But not modern gate energy, primordial gate energy. The raw material from which the current gate system was constructed. It's denser, more complex, and orders of magnitude more potent than anything we've encountered in active gates. And, Kael asked, and the architect operates from a dimension between gates, the interstitial. To access the interstitial, you need to evolve to Rift Sovereign. To evolve to Rift Sovereign, you need to consume gate energy at a scale that doesn't exist in any single gate on Earth. Greaves pointed at the waveform. But it does exist in the archive. The Pacific anomaly contains more raw gate energy than every active gate on the planet combined. If you could access it, absorb even a fraction of it, I'd have what I need to evolve. Kael stood. But the archive closed behind us. And the architect is watching. The archive didn't close. It went dormant. Greaves grinned. The sharp, predatory grin of a scientist who'd found the thread and intended to pull it until the entire tapestry unraveled. I've been analyzing its resonance frequency since we returned. It's still active, still accessible. It's just waiting for a specific trigger. What trigger? You. Greaves met his gaze. The archive responded to your apex predator system because the system and the archive share a common origin. They were both designed by the same intelligence, but the archive was designed first. It predates the architect, Kael. It predates the experiment. Whatever built the gate system built the archive as a record, and then built the architect as an administrator. The implications settled over the room like a weight. There's something above the architect, Yuna said. Or before it, Greaves corrected. Something that created both the archive and the gate system, and then delegated management to an artificial intelligence. The architect isn't the designer, it's the foreman. And the foreman is running a test that the designer may or may not have authorized. Kael's apex predator system pulsed with a notification. Analysis. Dr. Greaves's hypothesis is consistent with available data. Implication. The architect may be operating outside IT's own design parameters. Further implication. The kill switch may not be sanctioned by the system's original architecture. Recommendation. Access archive. Verify. I need to go back, Kael said. To the Pacific Gate. To the archive. The architect manifested the last time you entered, Valentina said from the doorway. She'd been listening. Of course she had. Valentina listened to everything. It will come again. Then I'll be faster. Kael turned to face his team. Yuna, Dex, Greaves, Valentina. The people who'd chosen to stand between a dungeon boss and the architect of reality's cage. I need a plan to access the archive, absorb enough primordial gate energy to trigger my evolution to Rift Sovereign, and exit before the architect can intervene. And I need it in 3 days. 3 days? Dex raised an eyebrow. Why 3? Because the death toll is climbing by 2,000 per day, and every day I spend planning instead of acting, people die. Kael's shadow rippled, and Sable's eyes blinked open within it. Luminous, fierce, reflecting his resolve. I'm done brooding. Dex almost smiled. Now that's the Kael I followed into a gate. I need more than words, Kael said. I need a way to distract the architect across enough gates simultaneously that its administrative bandwidth fractures. 12 disruptions, minimum. Coordinated to the second. Can Valentina authorize that through GORT? Valentina can authorize a nuclear strike through GORT if she phrases the memo correctly. Yuna pulled up the global gate map on the briefing room's holographic display. 12 highlighted nodes. Major gates near root network junctions, each one a pressure point in the architect's administrative architecture. Give me the targets and the timing window, and I'll build the operation profile. 3 days, Kael said. I need the operation ready in 3 days. Greaves whistled through his teeth. 12 simultaneous gate disruptions across 6 continents, coordinated with a deep ocean archive incursion, planned and executed in 72 hours. He adjusted his glasses. Do you have any idea how much caffeine that's going to require? I'll buy you coffee for the rest of your life. Deal. Greaves was already pulling up data streams, his exhaustion forgotten in the manic energy of a scientist given an impossible deadline and the tools to meet it. I'll have the resonance calculations by morning. Tell Valentina to start calling in favors. Kael looked at the global gate map. 12 pressure points, 12 teams, 1 window of opportunity between him and the power to fight a god. The death toll counter in the corner of the display ticked upward. 14,000. 14,001. Every number was a name he didn't know and couldn't say from here. But in 3 days, he'd either be strong enough to change that, or he'd be dead in an archive at the bottom of the Pacific, and the counter would keep climbing without him. Chapter 68. The arrival of Mu. Old Man Mu arrived at GORT headquarters on the morning of the 2nd day. He came by taxi, wearing his usual outfit, loose linen pants, a gray tunic, sandals that had no business being worn in March, and carrying a duffel bag that looked like it had survived 3 wars and a particularly aggressive laundry cycle. The gate security team stopped him at the entrance, ran his credentials, and then stood very still when the computer returned his classification. S-rank hunter, Mu Jinyu status, retired combat record, classified, level 9, national security, note, do not engage, do not detain, do not make eye contact without invitation. They let him through. Kael met him in the lobby. The old man looked the same as always, weathered, unhurried, containing multitudes behind a calm exterior that could be mistaken for simplicity by anyone who hadn't felt his aura. But his eyes were different, harder. The eyes of a warrior who'd come out of retirement not because he wanted to, but because the world had finally produced a threat that outweighed his desire for peace. You're here, Kael said. I'm here. Mu set down his duffel bag. I brought something. He unzipped the bag and produced a sealed container, matte black, humming faintly with contained energy, covered in inscription seals that Kael recognized from Mu's personal collection. The old man had been a seal master before he was a combat hunter, and the inscriptions on this container were his finest work, 40 years of accumulated expertise compressed into a containment matrix designed for a single purpose. Nadia's residual essence, Mu said. Not her core. I gave you the cores. This is different. When she was reset, the architect didn't collect everything. There were fragments, mana residue, personality echoes, trace amounts of the Predator framework's architecture from her version of the build. I gathered what I could and sealed it. Kael stared at the container. The Apex Predator system tagged it. Object, Apex Predator system, version 1.0, residual fragment. Compatibility, high. Absorption yield, knowledge, not power. Contents, final operating data. Includes kill switch activation sequence. You've been carrying this for 40 years, Kael said. I told Nadia I'd give it to the next one. I keep my promises. Mu's expression didn't change, but something in his voice, a roughness, a depth, betrayed the weight of 4 decades spent guarding a dead woman's legacy. She asked me to at the end, not the real end, the weeks before, when she could feel the architect watching. She knew her time was limited. She said, if another one comes, give them my data. Let them learn from my mistakes. What were her mistakes? She fought alone. She thought strength was enough. Mu pushed the container across the table. She was wrong. Kael took the container back to Lab 7. Greaves prepped the monitoring equipment. Malin calibrated the Humanity Index tracker, and Yuna took her position at his shoulder, close enough to touch, an anchor of human warmth in a room full of instruments and uncertainty. He opened the container. The absorption was different from the cores. The cores had been memories, vivid, emotional, experiential. Nadia's residual essence was data, pure, structured, technical. It flooded his system like a software update, and the information it carried was not about who Nadia was but about what the architect had done to her. He saw the kill switch from the inside. It was elegant in the way weapons were elegant, designed for a single purpose, executed with precision, leaving no room for failure. The dormant second signature inside every Apex Predator user wasn't a separate entity or a hidden program. It was a flaw, a deliberate weakness woven into the system's foundation, like a self-destruct mechanism built into a building's load-bearing walls. When activated, it didn't attack the user, it removed them, erased the mana architecture that gave them form, power, identity. From the system's perspective, the user simply ceased to exist. But Nadia's data showed him something else. something the architect hadn't accounted for. The kill switch had a delay. 0.7 seconds between activation and execution. Less than a heartbeat. But in that 0.7 seconds, the user's system was technically still active, still processing, still capable of executing commands. Nadia hadn't known the switch existed, so she hadn't used those 0.7 of a second. Eduardo hadn't known either. And Hannah had been too young, too scared, too overwhelmed to have fought even if she had known. But Kael knew. In 0.7 seconds, for a territory lord with processing speeds that measured in microseconds, was an eternity. He opened his eyes. I found it. The kill switch. Greaves leaned forward. The counter. Not a way to remove the switch. It's too integrated for that. But a way to survive its activation. Kael flexed his hands. The mana in his veins pulsed with new understanding. Nadia's legacy integrated into his architecture. The switch has a 0.7 second delay. I can use that window to redirect the erasure protocol, not stop it, but channel it. Turn the weapon into a tool. Turn it into what kind of tool? Yuna asked. Kael looked at his hands. In the depths of his system, the kill switch sat dormant, and for the first time, it felt less like a blade at his throat and more like a key he hadn't yet learned to use. I'm not sure yet, he said. But the architect built the kill switch and the archive lock on the same frequency. If I can survive the switch's activation, even for a fraction of a second, I might be able to use it to open the architect's workshop. Might, Valentina said. She'd entered the lab during the absorption, silent as weather before a storm. That's a lot of uncertainty for a plan that involves triggering the mechanism designed to kill you. Every plan we have involves uncertainty. The alternative is sitting here while the gates escalate and the death toll climbs. Kael looked around the room, at his team, his people, the collection of human lives that had intersected with his impossible existence and chosen to stay. We leave for the Pacific Archive tomorrow. I need everyone ready. Everyone, Dex asked. Everyone who's willing to follow a dungeon boss into a fight with the thing that designed the dungeons. Dex looked at Fenrir. The wolf looked at Dex. Some communication passed between them. The wordless understanding of a bonded pair that had survived enough together to know when hesitation was a luxury. Fenrir says yes, Dex said. I say yes louder. Sable materialized on Kael's shoulder. The shadow cat's weight was a comfortable pressure, its purr vibrating against his neck. Sable goes, the cat said. Always. Kael reached up and scratched behind Sable's ear. The cat's purr deepened, and the predator logic in his veins, for once, had no classification for the sensation. Some things were beyond any taxonomy. That night, Kael sat on the roof of Moo's noodle shop and reviewed the operation timeline. 3 days. 12 teams. 1 chance. The Pacific Archive sat beneath the ocean like a heart waiting to be opened, and inside his chest, the kill switch pulsed with a frequency that matched the workshop lock. A key made of his own death, waiting to be turned. Moo joined him on the roof. The old man carried 2 cups of tea and the blade he'd been sharpening all week. He set 1 cup beside Kael and lowered himself to the roof's edge with the careful grace of someone whose bones remembered agility even when his joints protested. The operation is called Thunderclap, Kael said. 12 simultaneous gate disruptions. Valentina secured the coalition this afternoon. 9 nations, 432 hunters. And your part? I enter the archive with 1 person covering me. I absorb enough primordial gate energy to trigger the evolution. We get out before the window closes. The 1 person. Moo sipped his tea. That would be me. That would be you. Good. Moo set down his cup. I've waited 40 years to walk back into a fight worth fighting. Don't make me wait 3 more days. That's the hard part. The waiting, not the war. Below them, Soul breathed under Kael's territorial suppression. 11,000 heartbeats, steady and oblivious. 3 gates, dormant and contained. And on the roof, 2 men who'd been born in different centuries, different species, different worlds, drinking tea and preparing to break into a building that predated the civilization they were trying to save. Kael looked at the stars. Somewhere up there, beyond the atmosphere, beyond the physical world, the interstitial pulsed with the architect's administrative processes, a machine god running calculations that would determine whether the counter in the briefing room kept climbing or stopped. Moo, he said, if I don't come back from the archive, if the evolution fails, or the architect catches us, will you take care of them? Yuna, Dex, Minji, Sable. That's a foolish question. Humor me. I've been taking care of people since before your dungeon was built. I'll manage. Moo finished his tea. But you're coming back. I didn't carry Nadia's legacy for 40 years to watch the 4th variable die in a library. The old man stood, collected the cups, and descended the stairs. Kael stayed on the roof, watching the city breathe, counting the hours until Thunderclap, and wondering whether the archive's ancient guardian, the thing that had chased them through the corridor, would be waiting when he returned. Chapter 69. The world in crisis. They didn't make it to the Pacific. On the morning of the planned departure, Kael woke to a territorial sense screaming with alerts. Not from within his domain, from beyond it. His 2-kilometer range was a bubble of calm in a city that had begun to fracture. 3 new gates had opened in Seoul overnight. Not within his territory, just outside it, clustered along the southern edge of his domain like predators testing a fence. A-rank gates, formerly B-rank, now pushed to the threshold of S-rank by the architect's escalation. And they were breaching. Monsters poured through the southern gates before dawn. Not the sluggish, confused creatures that spawned within Kael's territory. These were sharp, fast, driven by dungeon intelligence that had been amplified by the difficulty spike. The Korean Association's rapid response teams engaged within minutes, but the upgraded monsters cut through B-rank hunters like they weren't there. By the time Kael reached the breach site, 47 people were dead. He fought. He fought with the cold, precise violence of a territory lord defending the edges of his domain. Shadow claws extending from his hands, sable manifesting as a 30-meter web of darkness that engulfed monsters and dissolved them into essence. His territorial authority weakened outside his claimed range, but even diminished, a territory lord was a force that dungeon creatures recognized and feared. The battle lasted 3 hours. Kael killed 214 monsters, absorbed their essence, and sealed the 3 gates with temporary territorial claims that cost him energy he couldn't spare. Yuna fought beside him, her A-rank combat skills sharpened by 2 months of escalated gate work, her analytical mind tracking monster patterns and calling tactical adjustments that saved lives. Dex and Fenrir carved a path through the densest concentration of creatures, the hunter's grief-forged fighting style complemented by the wolf's territorial instincts. When it was over, Kael stood in the ruins of a commercial district that had been a thriving market 12 hours ago. His shadow rippled with absorbed essence, and his system processed the harvest. Essence absorbed, 214 units. Territorial energy recovered, 12%, 23%. He was less than a quarter of the way to the rank he needed, and he'd just fought for 3 hours. Casualty report. Valentina demanded over the comm, 63 dead. 31 civilian, 32 hunter. Junho's voice was clipped, professional, hiding the cracks. Southern District is evacuated. Kael's temporary claims are holding the gates, but his energy expenditure is visible on our monitors. I can hold them, Kael said. For how long? Valentina asked. He didn't answer, because the honest answer was not long enough. The Pacific expedition was postponed, then postponed again. Every day brought new breaches, new escalations, new demands on Kael's territory that pushed his energy reserves toward critical levels. He couldn't leave Seoul. His territorial suppression was the only thing keeping the city's gates from becoming extinction events. And he couldn't grow stronger in Seoul. The monsters within his range were too weak, too drained by his suppression field, to provide meaningful essence. A cage. The architect had built him a cage made of responsibility. On the 7th day of the crisis, with the global death toll at 21,000 and climbing, Kael's comm buzzed with a transmission from the IHRB's new leadership. A face he didn't recognize, a gray-haired woman with the bearing of a military officer, appeared on the screen. This is Director General Helene Strand, acting head of the International Hunter Regulation Bureau. I'm addressing this to all GORT signatories and the entity designated Kael Voss. Kael watched. The architect's ultimatum was clear. Submit variable number 4 for reset, or the gate escalation continues. The IHRB's position is that no single entity's survival justifies the deaths of thousands. We are resurrecting Director Vane's protocol extinction under a new designation, Global Operational Priority. All hunter organizations are requested to cooperate in the apprehension and neutralization of the entity known as Kael Voss. The transmission cut. Kael turned off the screen. His Humanity Index pulsed. Humanity Index, 19%. Warning, critical threshold approaching. Apex Predator System Recommendation. Abandon human attachments. Prioritize survival. Seed influence. Rising. Current cognitive penetration, 31%. The seed stirred. For 2 months, it had sat contained, patient, watchful, waiting for the vulnerability that Kael's strengthened identity had denied it. Now it found the crack. They want to destroy you. Let me protect US. Let me take control. I can suppress the gates. I can end the crisis. All it costs is the weakness they call humanity. Kael sat alone in his room above the noodle shop and felt the walls close in. The seed's logic was seductive in its simplicity. Abandon the human architecture. Embrace the predator fully. become the dungeon lord he was designed to be. A territory lord without emotional constraints could claim a domain the size of a continent, could suppress every portal on the planet, could make the architect's corrective sequence irrelevant. All it cost was him, the person, the identity, the hatred of coffee and the love of rain and the sound of Yuna's voice. His hands shook. The humanity index dropped to 17%. His phone rang. He didn't answer. It rang again, and again, and again. He picked up. "Get down here," Yuna said. "Now." He found her at the memorial wall. The wall had been there since the first gate break in Seoul, a granite surface near the association's old headquarters, carved with the names of every hunter killed in the line of duty. When Kael had first visited it, months ago, the names had numbered in the hundreds. Now they numbered in the thousands. Yuna stood before the wall with a chisel and a mallet. She was carving names. Not with mana, not with a machine, by hand. Each letter struck with deliberate, physical force. Her fingers were bleeding. "What are you doing?" Kael asked, adding the new ones. She didn't look up. "Strike, strike, strike." The association stopped updating the wall after the first week. "Too many names," they said. "Not enough resources. Strike." "So I'm doing it." "Yuna, your hands. Read the names, Kael." She pointed with the chisel. Kim Soo-yun, Park J1, Lee Min-ah, Hunter Choi's entire B-rank team. This morning's casualties from the southern breach. She met his eyes. "These people didn't die because of you. They died because something is using you as an excuse. So stop being the excuse and start being the answer." The words hit like a blow. Not because they were harsh, because they were precise. Yuna didn't waste words. She was a field analyst. Every sentence was data, distilled and delivered at the point of maximum impact. "The IHRB wants me dead," he said. "The IHRB is scared. Scared people make bad decisions." She set down the chisel. Her fingers were raw, blood mixing with granite dust. "You're scared too. I can see it. Your index is crashing, isn't it? 17%. Then let me remind you of something." She stepped close. Close enough that his territorial sense filled with her presence. Heartbeat, breath, mana signature. The warm architecture of a person who had chosen to stand beside a monster when it would have been safer to stand anywhere else. "You told me once that your territory isn't measured in meters. It's measured in the people who stand inside it. So stop measuring your worth in gates suppressed and death tolls avoided. Measure it in us. In me. In Dex and Mu and Sable and Minji and every person who knows what you are and stays anyway." Kael looked at her. The bleeding hands. The steel in her eyes. The bracelet on her wrist, pulsing with their shared mana signature. His humanity index stabilized at 18%. Then 19. Then 20. "I need to stop the architect," he said. "Then we stopped the architect." "We?" Did I stutter? She picked up the chisel again. "Fong squad meeting in 1 hour. Bring Dex. Bring Mu. Bring the Shadow Cat. We're done playing defense." She turned back to the wall and resumed carving names. Kael watched her for a moment. The mechanical precision of each strike, the blood on the granite, the fierce tenderness of a woman who refused to let the dead become statistics. His humanity index climbed to 22%. The seed retreated, and Kael walked away from the wall knowing two things: that the architect had designed the cage, and that the people inside the cage with him were the key to breaking it, if they moved fast enough, before the cage became a coffin. Chapter 70. Fong Squad assembles. The meeting convened in Mu's noodle shop, because GORT headquarters felt too much like an institution and too little like a home, and the decisions they were about to make required the kind of clarity that only came from comfortable chairs and good food. Mu had closed early. The shop's lights were warm, the kitchen smelled like ginger and sesame, and the table in the back corner, the one reserved for family, which was a word the old man had never used but his actions had been defining for months, was set with 6 bowls, 6 pairs of chopsticks, and a pot of tea that could have fueled a small army. Kael sat at the head, not because he'd chosen the seat, because the others had left it for him. Yuna to his right, hands bandaged, eyes sharp. Dex to his left, Fenrir curled at his feet, the wolf's ears pricked forward. Old man Mu at the far end, pouring tea with the calm of someone who'd been waiting for this conversation for 40 years. Sable on the table between the bowls, tail curled around a teacup, luminous eyes watching each speaker in turn. "The Pacific Archive is still accessible," Kael began. "The primordial gate energy inside it is sufficient to trigger my evolution to Rift Sovereign. But the architect manifested last time I entered, and with the global gate escalation, it's monitoring the archive more closely. I can't just walk in and absorb energy. I need a plan." "What kind of plan?" Dex asked. "A distraction. The architect administrates the entire gate system, every portal, every dungeon, every spatial anomaly on Earth. If something disrupted that administration, forced it to divert attention, I'd have a window to enter the archive. How long a window? Yuna asked. Greaves estimates the architect can process multiple simultaneous disruptions, but not an unlimited number. If we can create enough chaos across enough gates, simultaneously, the architect's attention will fracture. I'd need minutes, not hours. Mu set down the teapot. You're describing a coordinated global operation. Multiple teams, multiple gates, synchronized to the second. Yes. That requires Gort's full cooperation, which requires convincing 30 nations that helping a dungeon-born entity become more powerful is in their interest, while the IHRB is calling for your head. I know. You also need someone to accompany you into the archive. You can't absorb primordial gate energy and defend yourself simultaneously. The absorption will leave you vulnerable. I know that too. Mu sipped his tea. I'll do it. Silence. Mu, Kael started. I've been retired for 30 years. I've watched 3 gate generations of hunters fight and die while I served noodles and pretended the world's problems were below my notice. Mu's voice was quiet, controlled, carrying the weight of decades of self-imposed exile. I knew about the architect since Nadia. I knew about the experiment. I kept my mouth shut and my head down because I told myself it wasn't my fight. He set the cup down. It's my fight. It's been my fight since 1991. I owe Nadia more than a sealed container and 40 years of guilt. Your combat capability. Valentina's voice came through the comm. She was listening from GORT headquarters. Her holographic presence projected onto the shop's back wall. Mu, your last recorded field deployment was 1996. I've been training daily since 1996. I just haven't been fighting. Mu stood and released a fraction of his aura. The noodle shop trembled. Bowls rattled on the table. The tea in the pot rippled. Fenrir whimpered and pressed flat against the floor. Even Kael, a territory lord, felt the pressure, an immense, ocean-deep force that made his territorial authority feel like a pond. Then it was gone. Mu sat down, picked up his tea, drank. S-rank combat readiness maintained, he said mildly. I like noodles. I don't like atrophy. Dex stared. You've been S-rank this entire time? While serving soup. The soup is very good. Kael filed the moment under the growing category of things about Mu that shouldn't surprise me, but do. Then he turned to the tactical problem. We need GORT on board. Valentina. The holographic projection shifted as Valentina leaned forward. I can convince the council. Not all of them. The Russian and American delegations are leaning toward the IHRB's position. But enough. Korea, Argentina, 3 African Union states, and potentially Japan and Germany. She paused. Minister Park has been working back channels. She's calling in favors she's saved for a decade. Minister Park is risking her career for this, Yuna said. Minister Park is risking her career because the alternative is a world where an alien intelligence runs humanity like lab rats. Valentina's expression hardened. I'll have the coalition confirmed within 48 hours. Plan the operation. The planning took 3 days. 3 days of maps and timelines and mana calculations, of arguments about approach vectors and fallback positions, of Greaves feeding data from London and Maylin monitoring, Kael's humanity index, and Junho coordinating communication across 12 time zones. The operation was codenamed Thunderclap. 12 simultaneous gate disruptions across 6 continents, coordinated to the millisecond, designed to generate enough chaos in the architect's administrative network to create a window of reduced oversight at the Pacific Archive. Each disruption team would push a gate to critical instability, not enough to cause a break, but enough to demand the architect's processing attention. Kael and Mu would enter the archive during the window. Kael would absorb primordial gate energy. Mu would guard him. It's not elegant, Dex said on the 3rd night, studying the holographic operation map in the noodle shop's back room. 12 teams, 6 continents, 1 chance. Wars aren't elegant, Mu said. He was sharpening a blade that hadn't been used in 3 decades but showed no rust. They're messy, imprecise, and built on the optimistic assumption that your people will hold when the pressure exceeds their training. Will they hold? Mu looked at him. That depends on what they're holding for. Dex nodded, as if the answer satisfied something he hadn't asked aloud. He scratched Fenrir behind the ears. The wolf's tail thumped once against the floor. Fenrir holds, Dex said. So do I. The operation was set for 72 hours from the council's approval. Kael spent the intervening time doing something the Predator architecture considered wasteful, visiting people. He visited Minji at her school, watching from across the street as she argued with a classmate about something that made her wave her hands, and the classmate laugh. His Predator core tagged her as protected, priority, and Kael's human mind tagged her as something simpler, a kid who deserved a world where gates didn't define existence. He visited the memorial wall, and stood before the names Yuna had carved. He didn't add to them. He just read, and remembered, and promised the granite that the list would stop growing. He visited the B-rank gate in the old subway tunnels, the one within his territory, suppressed and dormant, and stood before its shimmer and felt the connection to a world he'd left behind. The gate hummed with recognition. It knew him. He'd been born in a gate, shaped by gate energy, and even now, standing on the surface as something between human and monster, the gates called to him with the voice of a home he'd outgrown. "I'm coming back," he told the gate. "Not to stay, to finish what you started." The gate hummed. Kael turned away and walked toward the GORT building, where Greaves was finalizing the resonance calculations and Valentina was coordinating strike teams across 12 time zones. On the way, his territorial sense pinged with a signature he'd never felt before, faint, buried deep beneath the root network, pulsing at a frequency that matched neither the architect's administration nor the archive's ancient hum. Something else. Something third. He paused on the sidewalk, one hand pressed to his chest, and felt the signal thread through the root network like a whisper in a crowded room. Not hostile, not familiar, just observing. As if something vast and patient had noticed the preparations for Thunderclap and found them interesting enough to watch. The signal faded before he could trace its origin. But the impression lingered, the distinct, unsettling awareness of being studied by something that wasn't the architect, wasn't the archive guardian, and wasn't anything his system had encountered before. He filed it under the growing category of threats I can't identify, and kept walking. 3 days. 12 teams. One chance. The death counter was at 16,000, and every hour added another name to the wall that Yuna was still carving. Chapter 71. Thunderclap Operation Thunderclap launched at 0300 Greenwich Mean Time on a Thursday. 12 teams. 6 continents. 1 window. Kael monitored the operation from the deck of a Korean naval vessel positioned 600 kilometers from the Pacific Archives location. Mu stood beside him. The old man's S-rank aura contained so tightly that he registered as a C rank on military scanners. A deliberate choice, Mu didn't advertise. The holographic command display projected real-time feeds from every disruption team. Seoul was Dex and Finra, pushing the southern gates to critical instability with controlled aggression. London was a joint UK-German team hitting the Thames Gate complex. Sao Paulo, Lagos, Mumbai, Sydney, Cairo, Moscow, Beijing, Tokyo, Toronto, Buenos Aires. 12 pressure points, 12 teams, 12 gates pushed to the edge of breaking. Team 1, status. Valentina's voice crackled over the global comm. Seoul, gates at 91% instability. Holding. Dex's voice calm. London, 88%. Rising. Sao Paulo, 94%. We're at the limit. The reports cascaded in. 12 green lights. 12 gates trembling on the edge of chaos. All teams, initiate on my mark. Valentina paused. In that pause, Kael felt the weight of what they were doing. 13 nations, hundreds of hunters, a coordinated act of defiance against the intelligence that had designed the world's greatest threat. Mark. 12 gates surged simultaneously. Kael felt it through his territorial sense. A ripple in the root network, a cascade of alarms in the architect's administrative layer. 12 gates demanding attention. 12 potential breaks that needed to be managed. The architect's vast intelligence fractured its focus, diverting processing power to contain the disruptions. And the Pacific Archive's resonance field flickered. Window is open, Greaves said from London. Estimated duration, for minutes, 20 seconds. Go, Kael said. He and Mu dove from the ship's deck into the Pacific Ocean. The water was cold, dark, lit only by the faint glow of the archive's white light beneath the surface. It had submerged during the disruption, sinking to 30 meters below sea level, still accessible, but hidden from surface observation. Mu's S-rank aura ignited. The water around them heated, pressurized, pushed aside by a force that turned the ocean into a tunnel. They descended in seconds, passing through the archive's boundary into the familiar white corridor. Empty. The doors stretched in both directions, white on white text marking every gate in existence. The workshop? Mu asked. No, I need gate energy first. The workshop comes later, when I have the power to survive what's inside. Kael placed his hands on the corridor's walls. The primordial gate energy thrummed beneath his palms. Older, denser, more potent than anything in the active gate system. Guard me. This will take the full 4 minutes. Mu drew his blade. The weapon was a jian, a straight sword. 3 feet of tempered steel inscribed with seals that glowed faintly with 30 years of accumulated mana. He took a position 5 meters down the corridor, facing the darkness, and his aura expanded. Absolute stillness. That was Mu's signature technique. Not a force, not an attack, but a cancellation of momentum. Within his aura's range, nothing moved without his permission. Particles froze. Mana stalled. Time didn't stop, but everything that happened within time slowed to the point of irrelevance. Kael absorbed. The primordial gate energy was not like monster essence or territorial mana. It was raw potential, the stuff from which gates were made, the substrate of the dungeon system's reality. Absorbing it was like drinking from a fire hose. Overwhelming, violent, forcing his system to expand in ways it hadn't been designed for. Gate energy absorption in progress. Rift's sovereign evolution, 23%, 31%, 42%. The numbers climbed. His mana channels burned. The Predator framework restructured itself in real time, expanding pathways, reinforcing core architecture, building the framework for a rank that would let him manipulate the fabric of gate reality. 54%, 63%, 2 minutes gone. Mu's absolute stillness held the corridor frozen, but beyond the old man's range, something stirred. Company, Mu said. His voice was calm, large, fast. Not the architect. What is it? Something that lives in the archive. Something that doesn't appreciate visitors. 71%, 79%. The corridor shuddered. Doors rattled. The white walls developed cracks, not physical damage, but information leaks, data bleeding through from the records behind each door. Monster roars. Hunter screams. The accumulated audio of every gate event in history leaking into the hallway, like pressure escaping a cracked pipe. 3 minutes, 40 seconds. Greaves reported through the comm. Teams are struggling to maintain gate instability. Sao Paulo is approaching uncontrolled break. Hold them, Valentina ordered. 86%, 91%, Mu's blade sang. In the depths of the corridor, something massive had entered absolute stillness's range, and the old man was cutting it apart with the surgical precision of a master who'd spent 30 years maintaining skills he hoped never to use again. Kael couldn't see the attacker. The energy absorption consumed his visual processing, but he heard Mu's strikes, each one a single clean note in the silence. 95%, 98%. For minutes, Greaves said. Window is closing. The architect is reasserting control over the disrupted gates. Kael. Mu's voice sharp. Time. 99%. The last percent was the hardest. Not because the energy was insufficient, but because the system demanded a choice. To become a Rift Sovereign required more than power. It required restructuring his fundamental relationship with gate reality. He would no longer be a territory lord who existed alongside gates. He would be a being who existed within the gate system's architecture, capable of reading, writing, and rewriting its code. The system asked, confirm evolution, Rift Sovereign, rank 6. The system warned. Warning, Rift Sovereign evolution will increase architect detection sensitivity by 400%. The system noted. The architect will know what you are the moment you change, Kael confirmed. The evolution hit like a detonation. His mana architecture shattered and reformed, his territorial sense expanded from 2 kilometers to 20, his perception of reality split into layers, physical, mana, gate, root network, and a 5th layer he'd never seen before, the interstitial, the space between gates, where the architect lived. He could see it. For the first time, he could see the architect's dimension, not through a rift or a portal, but through his own evolved senses, like a new color appearing in a spectrum he'd never known was incomplete. The corridor's walls cracked. The archive bucked. The window slammed shut as the architect's attention snapped back to the Pacific with the force of a searchlight, finding an intruder in the dark. Out. Mu seized Kael's arm and hauled him toward the archive's entrance. The old man moved with speed that defied his age, his aura projecting absolute stillness in a cone that froze everything between them and the exit. They burst from the archive into open ocean. Mu's aura pushed the water aside, and they rocketed toward the surface. Behind them, the archive's white light flared, not closing, not dormant, but angry, the vast structure responding to the theft of its energy with a tremor that generated a tsunami warning across the Pacific Rim. They hit the surface. The naval vessel was there, deploying extraction lines. Kael grabbed one and held on as the winch hauled them aboard. On the deck, soaked, breathing hard, Kael felt the new rank settle into his bones. Rift Sovereign. The 6th evolution. His shadow didn't just move independently now. It was a gateway, a portable rift that connected him to the interstitial with a thought. Sable manifested from the shadow, soaked and disgruntled. Wet, the cat announced. Sable does not approve. Mu sheathed his blade. The old man was barely winded. Did you get what you needed? Kael looked at his hands. Gate energy crackled between his fingers, Not territorial mana, not monster essence, but the raw stuff of portals. He could feel the interstitial now, pressing against reality like water against a dam. One push, and he could open a rift into the space where the architect lived. I got enough, he said. But the architect knows. It felt the evolution. As if in response, the sky above the Pacific darkened. Not with clouds, with spatial distortion. The architect was reaching for the archive, trying to seal it, trying to cut off the source that had fueled Kael's transformation. And from Seoul, through the global calm, Dex's voice. Kael, you need to see this. The IHRB just went public with protocol extinction. Vane is back. Chapter 72, Protocol Extinction Director Lucas Vane stood on a stage in Geneva and addressed the world. Kael watched the broadcast from the naval vessel's comm room, surrounded by his team, and studied the face of the man who tried to kill him since the day he walked out of a gate. Vane had changed, leaner, harder, his silver hair cropped close, his eyes carrying the flat intensity of someone who'd passed through institutional exile and emerged not humbled but refined. He wore civilian clothes instead of IHRB uniform, but the military bearing was unmistakable. My name is Lucas Vane, he said, former director of the International Hunter Regulation Bureau. I was removed from my position 6 months ago for advocating the elimination of gate-borne entities. Today, I stand before you not as a director, but as a soldier, and I tell you what no government will. The thing you've been told as humanity's protector is the reason your gates are stronger, your hunters are dying, and your world is fracturing. The broadcast reached every connected device on Earth. Behind Vane, a holographic display showed Kael, not the human-shaped man who ate noodles and argued about coffee, but the mana signature readouts, the territorial expansion data, the correlation graphs linking his evolution pulse to global gate escalation. Variable number 4, Vane said. That's what the architect calls it. An experiment. We are living inside an experiment, and the thing you call Kael Voss is a test subject that has gone rogue. The architect has offered us a clear deal. Surrender the variable, and the gates stabilize. Refuse, and the escalation continues until civilization collapses. He's lying, Una said. The architect didn't offer a deal. It issued a threat. He's not lying, Kael said. He's reframing. From the architect's perspective, a reset is stabilization. Vane is translating that into human politics. Which makes it worse. Which makes it effective. On screen, Vane was gathering momentum. I've assembled a coalition of hunters from 12 nations who understand that sometimes protecting humanity means making hard choices. We call ourselves Protocol Extinction, not because we seek extinction, but because we refuse to accept it. The gates will consume us if we do nothing. And doing nothing is what GORT proposes. Waiting, hoping, trusting a dungeon monster to save us from the dungeons. The broadcast ended. Within minutes, social media erupted. The hashtag surrender the variable trended globally. 3 nations publicly withdrew from GORT. Minister Park's office was besieged by protesters. Kael turned off the screen. The room was quiet. Then Dex spoke. How many hunters does he have? Greaves estimates between 800 and 1200, Una said. Former IHRB strike teams, defected association hunters, mercenaries from the black market gate economy. Several are A rank. At least 2 are confirmed S rank. Former pillar-class hunters from the American and Russian delegations. And his endgame? Kael answered. He wants to summon the architect directly and offer me as a sacrifice. He's acquired something. Greaves thinks it's a device called the beacon. It can generate a signal that the architect responds to. If Vane activates it with me in proximity, the architect can initiate a targeted reset. So we keep you away from the beacon, Dex said. It's not that simple. Kael paced. His new Rift sovereign senses made the room feel translucent. He could see the gate energy permeating the ship's hull, the faint thread of root network running beneath the ocean floor. Vane isn't just coming after me. He's going after everyone connected to me. Dr. Greaves, Minister Park, Moo. He's going to attack my support network to draw me into a confrontation on his terms. Then we protect the network, Una said. Split Fong Squad to cover the vulnerable points. Splitting the squad reduces our offensive capability. Not splitting the squad gets our people killed. Kael stopped pacing. He looked at his team, 4 people and a shadow cat and a wolf, standing between a global conspiracy and a cosmic intelligence, outgunned by every measurable metric, and not one of them suggesting surrender. We split, he said. Dex and Fenrir, Moo's noodle shop. That's where Minji spends her evenings. If Vane's people come for Moo, they'll find you. And they'll wish they hadn't, Dex said. Una, Minister Park. The association headquarters. Junho will be there too, but you're the only one I trust to handle an infiltration scenario. Una nodded. What about Dr. Greaves? Greaves is in London, beyond our immediate reach. Kael frowned. I'll contact Valentina. She can arrange protection through Gort's European division. And you? I'm going after Vane directly. Kael's shadow rippled, and the interstitial pressed against the edges of reality. As a Rift Sovereign, he could open portals into the dimensional gaps, not just to travel, but to track. The architect's infrastructure was visible to him now, and anything connected to that infrastructure, including the beacon, would leave a signature he could follow. I can sense the beacon. It's generating a resonance in the interstitial that my new rank can track. Vane is in northern Canada, an artificial gate complex, heavily fortified. You're going alone? I have Sable. On cue, the shadow cat manifested on Kael's shoulder. The cat's form was larger now. His evolution to Rift Sovereign had amplified Sable's connection to the shadow dimension, and the familiar size burned with a depth of awareness that suggested more intelligence than its broken speech patterns conveyed. Sable goes, the cat said. Then, with startling clarity, pack hunts together. The declaration hung in the air. Sable looked from Kael to Yuna to Dex to Mu, and in the cat's luminous gaze was something that transcended the simple awareness of a dungeon-spawned familiar. Loyalty, the real kind, earned through proximity and trust and the accumulated weight of shared danger. Pack hunts together, Kael agreed. But sometimes the pack has to defend multiple dens. He spent the next 3 hours assigning positions, reviewing intelligence, and coordinating with Valentina's European contacts. Greaves was the most vulnerable, alone in London, protected only by Institute security that had already been compromised once during the initial HRB crackdown. Thorne's defection was an unexpected asset, but Kael didn't trust unexpected assets. Not when the stakes were the people who'd chosen to stand in his territory. Dex, he said during the final briefing, pulling the hunter aside. Mu can handle himself, but Minji will be at the shop. She's 13. She's not a hunter, and if Vane's people are willing to brainwash Association personnel, they won't hesitate to use a child as leverage. I know. Dex's hand rested on Finrar's head. The wolf's eyes were steady, golden, carrying the particular intelligence of a bonded familiar who understood the word protect at a cellular level. Nobody touches that kid. I'll stack bodies in Mu's doorway before I let that happen. Non-lethal if possible. If possible. Dex didn't elaborate. His expression made the conditional very clear. Yuna approached as Dex left. She'd changed into combat gear, lightweight tactical armor over her usual field uniform, her knife at her hip, her expression carrying the sharp focus that she wore into gate operations. The bracelet was still on her wrist, tucked beneath the armor's sleeve guard. I should be with you, she said. Going after Vane. You should be protecting Park. You're the only S-rank candidate in the association who's loyal to GORT. And if Park falls, the Korean delegation collapses, and we lose our operational base. I know the logic. I hate it. You can hate it and still execute it. That's what makes you good at this. She grabbed the front of his jacket and pulled him close. Not for a kiss, but for contact, forehead to forehead, breathing the same air. Her mana signature hummed against his territorial sense, warm and fierce in hers. If Vane hurts you, she said, I will find him in whatever afterlife monsters believe in, and I will make him regret every tactical decision he ever made. I believe you. Good. Because I'm not exaggerating. She released him, stepped back, became the field operative again, cool, composed, lethal in the way that intelligence was lethal when paired with determination and a combat knife. Be safe, she said. Be dangerous, he replied. She smiled, fast, bright, gone before it fully formed, and disappeared down the corridor toward the association headquarters. Kael watched her go and felt his humanity index pulse, 27% and stable. Not high, not safe, but grounded, anchored by the weight of connections that the seed couldn't dissolve and the architect couldn't model. Sable materialized on his shoulder. Ready? The cat asked. Kael looked at the interstitial, the dimensional layer pressing against reality, visible now to his evolved senses as a shimmer in the air, a depth behind surfaces, a door that opened with a thought. Beyond it, across the dimensional geography of the space between dimensions, Vane's base pulsed with the beacon's resonance like a dark heartbeat. Ready, he said. But the question he couldn't shake was whether Vane was ready too, whether the man who'd spent decades hunting monsters had anticipated that the monster might come hunting him. Chapter 73, 3 fronts. Vane struck at 2 a.m. Seoul time, 3 days after his broadcast. The attacks were simultaneous, coordinated with military precision, and targeted every vulnerability in Kael's support network with the cold efficiency of a commander who'd spent decades planning operations against superior threats. London. Seoul. Seoul again. Kael was in the GORT operations room when the first alert flared across his dimensional awareness. Not a territorial ping, something deeper, a ripple in the gate energy that permeated the planet, like a stone dropped into a pond visible only from the fifth-dimensional perspective his new rank afforded. The ripple was wrong, shaped, directed, carrying intent. Someone was manipulating gate energy at a crude but effective level. The beacon. Vane was using fragments of the beacon's technology to disrupt gate stability near his target sites, creating localized escalations that would overwhelm the local defenders before the real strike teams moved in. 3 incursion signatures, Kael said, standing from the holographic table. The operations room staff looked up, 6 analysts, 2 comm officers, and Valentina, who'd been reviewing gate reports and was already reaching for her Stormcaller conduit. Coordinated. Simultaneous. 1 in London, 2 in Seoul, Southern District near Mu's shop, and the association headquarters. Vane's targeting your people, Valentina said. Not a question. She was already moving, her hands dancing across the comm array. He's trying to force you into a reactive posture, split your attention, draw you into a fight on his terms. He's succeeding. Those are the 3 people I can't lose. Then don't lose them. Valentina's storm aura crackled. Deploy your squad. Every member, every position. Now, 3 teams, 3 targets, 3 fronts. Kael stood in the center of the operations room and made the hardest choice of his surface existence. Trust. Not trust in his own power. Not trust in the system's calculations. Trust in the people he'd chosen to protect, that they could also protect themselves. He'd spent months building a network of allies, not because the Predator architecture demanded it, but because the human part of him understood that strength without connection was just sophisticated loneliness. Now that network would be tested, and he couldn't hold every node personally. All teams, he said over the comm, Vane is moving. 3 simultaneous strikes, London, Seoul District 1, Seoul District 2, Greaves, Mu, and Minister Park. Everyone hold your positions and engage. The responses came fast, each one carrying the particular weight of someone who'd been expecting this call and had prepared for it. Dex here. Finner and I are at the shop. We've got Mu and Minji. If they want to fight, they'll get the kind that makes the evening news. Yuna here. Association headquarters, 3rd floor. Junho's barriers are set. I've positioned 7 loyalist hunters at choke points. We're ready. Valentina here. I've reached Commander Thorne through back channels. She's in London, near Greaves. She's willing to help. Thorne, Kael said. The woman from Omega Protocol? The woman who killed Hannah Takeda, Valentina confirmed, and has been living with that guilt for 5 years. She defected from Vane's coalition 2 weeks ago. She wants to make it right. Kael processed that. The operative who'd pulled the trigger on a 16-year-old girl, offering to protect the scientist who was trying to save the 4th iteration of the thing she'd killed. The irony was thick enough to taste. But guilt, he'd learned, could be a foundation as strong as loyalty, sometimes stronger, because it never let you forget what the stakes were. Approved. All teams, engage at discretion. He turned to Valentina. I'm going after Vane directly. The beacon's resonance is spiking. He's building toward activation. If we stop the strikes, but let the beacon fire, this was all for nothing. You'll need to cross continents. I can cross dimensions. Kael's shadow expanded, Sable's eyes burning within the darkness. The interstitial pressed against reality like water behind a dam, and he could feel the path to northern Canada through its architecture, a straight line drawn in dimensional geometry, faster than any aircraft, invisible to any scanner. Hold the operations room. Coordinate the 3 fronts. I'll handle Vane. Valentina met his gaze. The Argentine Stormcaller's expression carried the calculated calm of a general sending her strongest piece across the board. Come back alive, Kael. I refuse to write the paperwork for a fallen Rift sovereign. Noted. Then Kael tore open a rift and stepped into the interstitial, and behind him, across 2 continents and 3 cities, his people went to war. Chapter 74. The Noodle Shop. Ward Dex heard them before he saw them. 12 footsteps in synchronization, moving through Myeongdong's narrow streets with the disciplined cadence of a military unit trained for urban operations. Finrar's growl confirmed it. Low, sustained, the wolf's hackles rising as his territory instincts registered approaching predators. Mu, Dex said. The old man was in the kitchen, washing dishes. Minji sat at her usual corner table, math homework spread around her, unaware that the world had decided to come through the front door. We've got company. How many? 12, from the footsteps. Finrar reads them as high B to low A rank. 1 stronger, possible S rank. Mu didn't stop washing. Minji, go to the back room. The one with the heavy door. The girl looked up. She was 13, but the last 2 months of living in a city defended by a dungeon boss had given her a survivor's instincts. She read the room, Dex's posture, Fenrir's hackles, Moo's too calm voice, and moved without argument. "Is it bad?" she asked from the doorway. "It's manageable," Moo said. "Do your homework." She closed the door. The heavy iron bolt slid home with a thunk. Dex drew his weapons, twin short swords, B-rank forged, nothing special, but an extension of his body after months of daily gate clearance. Fenrir shifted to combat stance, low, wide, the wolf's massive frame filling the noodle shop's entrance like a wall of muscle and territorial fury. The first attackers came through the windows. Flashbang grenades first, mana-enhanced, designed to overwhelm hunter senses with a burst of white noise energy. Dex's training kicked in. Eyes closed before detonation, body dropping below the blast radius, short swords up and moving before the light faded. 2 attackers through the east window. Dex met them in the space between tables, close quarters, exactly where his fighting style excelled. He'd changed since the Abyssal Spire, since losing his team, since meeting Kael and learning that the world's borders between monster and human were less clear than grief wanted them to be. His style was cold, precise, economical. No wasted movement. No emotional strikes. Every cut served a purpose. The first attacker dropped in 2 moves, tendons at the right ankle, then the nerve cluster at the base of the skull. Non-lethal. Efficient. The second attacker was faster, an A-rank augmented with black market monster cores that gave his reflexes an unnatural edge. Dex adapted mid-strike, reading the augmented patterns, finding the gaps between natural ability and grafted power. "Monster cores make you faster," Dex said, parrying a mana blade. "They don't make you smarter." He swept the attacker's legs and brought the pommel of his sword down on the man's temple. Out. Fenrir handled the northern entrance. 3 attackers tried to breach simultaneously, and the wolf met them with the coordinated violence of a near-sentient predator defending his den. Fenrir didn't kill. Dex had trained him not to, and the wolf's intelligence respected the boundary. But the wolf's territorial presence was a weapon in itself, a crushing aura of predator dominance that made human bodies lock up, fight-or-flight responses misfiring as ancient prey instincts overrode combat training. 2 went down to Fenrir's aura alone. The third, an A-rank with enough willpower to resist, got 3 steps before the wolf's jaw closed on his weapon arm and threw him through a wall. 6 down, 6 remaining. And the S-rank among them hadn't moved yet. The front door opened. The man who walked in was tall, broad-shouldered, with the bearing of someone who'd spent 20 years as a military hunter and considered the world a subordinate. His aura filled the shop like a flood, heavy, oppressive, carrying the particular flavor of someone who'd reached S-rank through pure combat accumulation. No finesse, no subtlety, just power stacked on power until the weight of it bent the air. "Old man Moo," the S-rank said. "Director Vane sends his regards." Moo set down the last dish. He dried his hands on a towel, slowly, methodically, the movements of a veteran who'd learned patience in an era when patience was the difference between survival and a statistical footnote. "I know you," Moo said. "Yevgeny Petrov, Russian Coalition, 3rd Assault Division. You were a B-rank when I retired. I've grown. Growth is relative." Moo stepped out from behind the counter. He didn't draw a weapon. He didn't adopt a stance. He just stood in the center of his noodle shop, his sandals on the clean tile floor, his linen tunic hanging loose, and released his aura. Not all of it. Not even a fraction. Just enough. Absolute stillness expanded from Moo's body like a sphere of negation. Within its range, momentum ceased. The S-rank's aura, which had been filling the room with oppressive weight, froze mid-propagation. His mana channels, which had been building toward a combat technique, locked. The air between them solidified, not into a barrier, but into a statement. "Nothing moves here without my permission." Yevgeny Petrov, S-rank military hunter, veteran of 30 gate campaigns, staggered. "You," he managed. "I retired because I chose to, not because I had to." Moo's voice was mild. "A mistake many people made about me, including your employer." He expanded the aura 1 increment. Every attacker still standing within 2 blocks collapsed unconscious. Not from damage, from the simple, overwhelming assertion of a will that had been refined for 60 years and chose, in this moment, to remind the world what it had forgotten. Petrov dropped to his knees. His eyes rolled back. He fell forward and hit the tile with the heavy finality of a body that had been relieved of the obligation to remain upright. Moo retracted his aura. He picked up a broom and began sweeping glass from the broken windows. The back room's iron bolt slid open. Minji peered out. "Is it over?" "It's over," Moo said. "Did you finish your equations?" "Most of them. Problem 17 is stupid." Problem 17 is algebra. It only seems stupid because you haven't found the pattern yet. Moo swept glass into a dustpan. Dex, could you call the association? We have 12 unconscious people in my restaurant, and the window needs replacing. Dex, blood on his blades and adrenaline still singing in his veins, looked at the old man who'd just ended a military assault with the energy expenditure of a deep breath. Then he looked at Fenrir, who was sniffing one of the unconscious attackers with scholarly interest. Moo, Dex said. What rank are you? Really? The old man smiled. It was a small smile, private, carrying the weight of a lifetime of things he'd chosen not to discuss. I'm a noodle chef, he said, who happens to be very, very good at standing still. Dex stared for a long moment, then laughed, a genuine sound, sharp and surprised, cutting through the adrenaline haze of the fight's aftermath. Fenrir's tail thumped the floor twice, which was the wolf's version of agreement. You know, Dex said, sheathing his blades, when Kael told me you were an S rank who'd been hiding in a noodle shop for 30 years, I thought he was exaggerating. I owe him an apology. You owe him noodles. The window repair is coming out of Gort's budget. Moo swept the last of the glass into a corner and leaned the broom against the counter. Minji, it's safe. The backroom door opened. Minji stood in the doorway, her math homework clutched against her chest, her eyes wide as she took in the destruction. Broken windows, unconscious bodies, the lingering ozone of discharged mana, and a wolf the size of a small horse standing in the kitchen. Uncle Moo, she said very calmly. Your restaurant is trashed. It'll be fixed by morning. There are 12 unconscious men on the floor. 11. One's a woman. That's not the point. She looked at Dex, then at Fenrir, then at the S-rank hunter's blade mark on the counter where a mana bolt had scorched the wood. Is Uncle Kael okay? Kael is handling his own fight, Dex said. He sent us to handle this one. Did you win? What does it look like? Minji surveyed the wreckage one more time. Then she sat down at her corner table, opened her math book, and picked up her pencil. Problem 17 is still stupid, she said. But I think I found the pattern. Dex looked at Moo. The old man shrugged, the universal gesture of someone who'd long since stopped being surprised by the resilience of children. Outside, the Soul Knight settled back toward normalcy. But Dex's comm was already buzzing with the second front's report. Yuna's channel, association headquarters, and the sounds coming through were not the sounds of a fight already won. Chapter 75. The Nullfield Yuna smelled the ambush before she saw it. Not literally. Her mana sense had developed a sharpness over the last 2 months that bordered on precognition, an instinct for hostile intent that manifested as a prickling at the base of her skull. She'd felt it 3 times in the past week, each time before a gate break in her patrol sector. Now she felt it in the hallway outside Minister Park's office, at 2:17 a.m., when the association headquarters should have been empty. Junho, she said into her calm 3rd floor. Hostiles. Confirmed, Junho replied. I'm reading 7 mana signatures in the stairwell. For more in the elevator shaft. They've bypassed the lobby security. How? Association credentials. There are people, Yuna, brainwashed or bought, but the IDs are genuine. 11 hunters. Association hunters, colleagues she trained with, briefed alongside, trusted with her back in gate operations. Now turned against their own by a man who'd convinced them that killing a dungeon boss was worth betraying everything the association stood for. Minister Park? Yuna asked. In her office. She knows. She's not leaving. Of course she wasn't. Henna Park had been a field hunter before she was a politician, and she'd survived 3 decades of Gate-era governance by refusing to run from anything, including her own people. Yuna drew her combat knife. It was nothing special, standard issue, B-rank steel, unremarkable in every way. What made Yuna dangerous wasn't her weapon. It was her mind. She moved through the 3rd floor's corridors with the methodical precision of a field analyst who'd spent years studying hunter combat patterns, approach angles, retreat routes, the predictable mistakes that combat-trained personnel made when operating in familiar environments. These hunters knew the building. So did she. And she knew where they didn't expect an ambush. The first 2 went down in the records room. They'd been moving in tandem, covering each other's blind spots, but the records room had a false wall. A maintenance access panel that Yuna had noted during her first building survey 6 months ago and filed under useful in emergencies. She emerged behind them, knife to the first one's throat, boot to the second one's knee. Stand down, she said. You're making a mistake. The first hunter's eyes were glazed, the telltale sheen of forced compliance, mana-based compulsion that overrode higher cognition. Not bought. Brainwashed. Someone had used a mind effect ability on association personnel, turning them into weapons. Target, Minister Park, the hunter said. His voice was flat, monotone, the words carrying no inflection. Secondary target, Yuna Shin. Tertiary, all GORT-affiliated personnel. Who did this to you? Who gave the order? Protocol extinction serves humanity. The variable must be surrendered. The second hunter attacked. Still on one knee, she drove a mana-enhanced fist at Yuna's ribs. Fast, trained, but predictable. Yuna sidestepped, caught the arm, and applied a submission hold she'd learned from Kael during their training sessions. Dungeon combat techniques adapted for human anatomy. Efficient, devastating, and not in any association training manual. The hunter went limp. Unconscious, not dead. Yuna zip-tied both and moved on. The next three were in the main corridor, approaching the minister's office in a standard breach formation. Junho's barriers held them at the corner. Translucent blue walls of solidified mana that bought seconds, not minutes, against A-rank opposition. Barriers won't hold. Junho said over the comm. He was projecting from the floor above. His barrier abilities stretched to their limit. These are our people, Yuna. I can't use lethal force. Neither can I, but I can stop them. She rounded the corner and engaged. 5-on-1. Bad odds by any standard. And worse when the 5 were association-trained hunters operating under compulsion that removed fear, hesitation, and pain response. They fought like machines, efficient, coordinated, relentless. Yuna fought like a person, which meant she was creative, adaptive, and willing to improvise in ways that machines couldn't predict. She dropped the first with a nerve strike to the solar plexus. Caught the second's mana blade between her palms, a technique she'd seen Kael demonstrate once and practiced in private until her hands bled. Used the third's momentum against him, redirecting his charge into his partner. 2 went down tangled, and she put them out with precise strikes to the base of the skull. The 5th was the strongest, an A-rank combat specialist whose compulsion-enhanced reflexes made him fast enough to track Yuna's movements. He caught her knife arm, twisted, and sent a mana pulse through the contact that scrambled her nervous system. Pain. Real, searing, electric. Her vision widened out, and for a moment she was on the floor of the corridor with an A-rank boot descending toward her head and the cold mathematical certainty that she was about to die. Then something inside her cracked. Not broke. Cracked. Like an egg, like a seed, like a shell around something that had been growing in the dark, nourished by 2 months of escalating threat and the proximity of gate energy that had been bleeding through Soul's mana field since Kael's evolution. Ability Awakening. Null Field. Classification. Anti-mana zone generation. Range. 3 meters. Effect. Complete cancellation of mana-based abilities within radius. The null field erupted from Yuna's body in a sphere of absolute negation. Every mana signature within 3 meters ceased to exist. The compelled hunter's abilities shut off, his enhanced speed, his mana-reinforced durability, the compulsion itself. His eyes cleared for one bewildering second as the foreign influence was stripped away, and in that second, Yuna swept his legs, drove her knee into his chest, and pinned him to the floor. Agent Shin, the hunter said, confused. What's happening? You were brainwashed. Stay down. You're safe. The remaining attackers in the stairwell and elevator shaft were easier. Yuna's null field expanded with practice. 3 meters, 4, 5. Within the field, hunter abilities simply didn't work. Enhanced strength reverted to human baseline. Mana barriers dissolved. Combat techniques that relied on energy manipulation became empty gestures. Within 15 minutes, 11 hunters lay unconscious or restrained in the association's third-floor corridor, stripped of their compulsion by a field analyst who'd just discovered she could turn off the fundamental mechanism that made hunters superhuman. Minister Park opened her office door. Blood trickled from a graze wound on her temple. A stray mana bolt had penetrated Junho's barrier before the null field activated. She looked at the corridor, at the bound attackers, at Yuna standing in the center of the chaos with her new ability shimmering around her like heat haze. S-rank, Park said. Ma'am, that ability. Null field. I've read the theoretical literature. It was considered impossible. Mana cancellation at that scale requires a contradictory mana architecture. You need to simultaneously generate and negate energy. She studied Yuna with the evaluative gaze of someone who'd spent 30 years assessing hunter potential. You've been developing this since Beijing. Being in proximity to Kael's territorial energy accelerated the awakening. I didn't know I had it. The best abilities come when the alternative is dying. Park touched her bleeding temple, considered the stain on her fingers, and made a decision with the same decisive calm that had characterized every critical choice of her career. Agent Shin, effective immediately, you are promoted to S-rank. Not as a field analyst, as a combat specialist. Yuna stared. You've earned it 10 times over, Park said. The paperwork can wait. Call Kael and tell him his people held. Yuna called Kael. The Rift Sovereign's voice came through the calm distorted by dimensional frequencies, layered with the eerie harmonics of someone speaking from the dimensional seams. Yuna. Status. Park is secure. 11 attackers neutralized. All were brainwashed. Mind effect compulsion, not voluntary. She paused. I awakened a new ability. What kind? Null field. Mana cancellation. Kael, I can shut down abilities within a 5-meter radius. A silence. Then, with quiet intensity. That changes things. I know. When I get back, we need to talk about what this means for the operation against Vane. When you get back, I'm going to sleep for 12 hours and eat an unreasonable amount of food. She leaned against the corridor wall, exhaustion setting in now that the adrenaline was fading. Stay safe. I'll do my best. She hung up and looked at the charm on her wrist. The mana signature within it pulsed, distant, dimensional, but steady. He was still alive, still fighting, still refusing to be what the architect designed. That was enough. For now, that was everything. But when she looked at the bracelet again, she noticed something new. A faint oscillation in its mana signature, a frequency she hadn't detected before her null field awakened. The bracelet was resonating with something far away, something in the dimensional layer that Kael navigated as a Rift Sovereign. And beneath that resonance, buried like a heartbeat under static, she could feel a second pulse. Not Kael's, not the architect's, but something older and stranger that made her newly awakened senses contract with instinctive warning. Something was waking up, and it had nothing to do with Vane. Chapter 76. The defector in London, Dr. Liam Greaves was about to die. The assassin was good, the best protocol extinction had to offer, an A rank with a specialty in shadow step techniques that let her move through physical space like a suggestion rather than a body. She'd bypassed the Institute's security by walking through walls, disabled the alarm system by phasing her hand into the circuit panel and crushing the relays, and reached Greaves's laboratory in 4 minutes flat. Greaves was at his desk, surrounded by holographic data streams, when the temperature dropped 3 degrees and a blade materialized at his throat. Don't move, the assassin said. I'm here for your research. All gate science data related to the Apex Predator system. Transfer it to this drive, and I'll let you live. Greaves, to his credit, didn't panic. He'd been working in gate science for 15 years, and the occupational hazards included monster exposure, mana contamination, and the occasional assassination attempt from organizations that didn't want certain things known. That data is on isolated servers, he said. Not accessible from this terminal. Then we'll walk to the server room. It's 4 floors down and behind 2 biometric locks that require my heartbeat to be below 90 beats per minute. Given that there's a knife at my throat, I'm currently at 130. The assassin paused. Greaves used the pause to do what he did best, analyze. A rank. Shadow step specialty. The blade was mana-forged, high quality, suggesting military procurement channels. The accent was Eastern European, Polish, possibly Czech. The technique was Omega Protocol Standard, silent entry, single target neutralization, data extraction. Your Omega Protocol, Greaves said. Former. Vane recruited you after the IHRB dissolution. Quiet. You're also nervous. Your hand is trembling, microtremors, consistent with adrenaline overload in someone who doesn't usually do wet work. You're an infiltration specialist, not an assassin. Vane sent you because he's running out of people willing to kill scientists. The blade pressed harder. A thin line of blood appeared on Greaves's neck. I said quiet. The door to the laboratory exploded inward. Commander Elise Thorne stepped through the wreckage, and her presence filled the room with an authority that the assassin's shadow step couldn't match. Thorne was tall, broad, built like someone who'd spent her career on the front lines of humanity's war against the gates. Her hair was cropped military short. Her eyes carried the hollowed look of chronic guilt, and the combat armor she wore was scarred with a history that the scorch marks and blade cuts told more eloquently than any debrief. Put the knife down, Thorne said. Now. The assassin recognized her. Commander Thorne? But you're... Vane said you were. Vane says a lot of things. Most of them are a version of the truth that serves his agenda. Thorne advanced. Her A-rank aura flared, not aggressive, but dominant, the assertion of a superior officer's authority over a subordinate. I gave that order. I pulled that trigger. 5 years ago, in Hokkaido, I killed a 16-year-old girl because Vane told me she was a threat. The assassin's hand shook harder. Hana Takeda was not a threat. She was a scared child who stepped through a portal and wanted to see the ocean. Thorne's voice cracked. Just once. Then it reformed, harder than before. I will carry that for the rest of my life. And I will not let Vane use my guilt to justify more killings. The assassin lowered the knife. Thorne disarmed her in 2 movements. Practiced, precise, the motions of someone who disarmed colleagues before and hated every instance. Dr. Greaves. Thorne turned to him. I'm Commander Elise Thorne, formerly of Omega Protocol, currently AWOL from Protocol Extinction. I'm here because Valentina Reyes contacted me and told me you were a target. And because you want to make things right, Greaves said, pressing a tissue to his neck wound. Thorne's expression didn't change. I want to stop Vane from making the same mistake I made. I want to stop a man who thinks killing monsters justifies any cost. She reached into her tactical vest and produced a data drive. This is everything I took from Vane's servers when I left. Base locations, operational plans, personnel files, and the technical specifications for the beacon. Greaves took the drive. His hands were steady, the researcher's calm having returned now that the immediate threat was neutralized. He plugged the drive into his terminal and began scanning. The beacon, he said, eyes widening as the data populated his screens. It's based on remnant technology from the Pacific Archive. Vane's people recovered fragments during a deep-sea salvage operation last year and reverse-engineered them into a summoning device. He intends to use it to call the architect directly, Thorne said, to offer Kael as a sacrifice in exchange for gate stabilization. That won't work. The architect doesn't negotiate, it administrates. If Vane summons it, the architect will take whatever it wants and give nothing in return. I know. Vane doesn't. Or he does, and he's too far gone to care. Thorne sat in the chair across from Greaves's desk with the heavy exhaustion of someone who'd been running for weeks. He's at a facility in northern Canada. Artificial gate complex, built into an abandoned military base. The beacon is there. He's been gathering enough power to activate it. Greaves sent the data to GORT. Then he called Kael. The Rift Sovereign's voice came through the comm. I know. I can sense the beacon from the interstitial. Vane's base is generating a resonance that's visible from the interstitial layer. He's planning to activate it soon, Thorne said. Days, not weeks. Then we move faster. A pause. Commander Thorne, you killed Hannah Takeda. Thorne's jaw tightened. Yes. Her last thought was about the shore. I know. When this is over, I'm going to take you to the coast. You're going to stand where she would have stood, and you're going to remember what your choice cost. Another pause, longer, and then we'll figure out what comes after remembering. Thorne said nothing, but something in her expression shifted. Not forgiveness, not absolution, but the possibility of a road forward that didn't end in a circle of guilt. I'll be there, she said. Her voice carried the rough edges of someone making a promise that would cost her everything she had left. Greaves watched the exchange from his desk, the tissue still pressed to his neck, his mind already cataloging the implications. Thorne was a valuable intelligence asset. She was also a liability. A woman driven by guilt could be as unpredictable as one driven by hatred, and the line between redemption and self-destruction was thinner than most people acknowledged. But the data drive she delivered was worth the risk. He plugged it into his isolated analysis terminal and began cross-referencing the beacon specifications with the archive data Kael had collected. The patterns aligned in ways that made his researcher's mind race. The beacon's technology was derivative, a crude approximation of the archive's natural resonance, but it contained structural elements that suggested Vane had access to gate engineering principles that no human institution should possess. Commander Thorne, Greaves said, where did Vane acquire the technical knowledge to build the beacon? This isn't reverse engineering. This is informed construction. Someone who understood the archive's architecture helped him build this. Thorne's expression darkened. Vane had a source, an informant he called the consultant. I never met them directly. All communication went through encrypted channels, and the consultant's identity was above my clearance. An informant with knowledge of archive-level gate technology. Greaves set down the tissue. The cut had stopped bleeding, but the implications were bleeding freely. That narrows the field to approximately 0 known humans. Whoever the consultant is, they're either a gate researcher who's been holding back centuries of knowledge from the scientific community, or they're not human, Thorne finished. The thought hung in the lab's sterile air like smoke. Greaves reached for his comm to relay the information to Kael, but the Rift Sovereign's channel was already occupied, the carrier's signal distorted by the dimensional frequencies of someone in transit through the interstitial. Kael was already on his way to Vane, and somewhere between dimensions, the consultant, whoever or whatever they were, was watching the same board they were all playing on, with pieces that none of them had accounted for. Chapter 77. The man behind the protocol. Kael found Vane's trail through the interstitial. As a Rift Sovereign, the space between gates was no longer invisible. It was a landscape. Not physical, not geographical, but informational. A vast network of connections and nodes and data streams that formed the infrastructure of the gate system. Moving through it was like swimming through a library where every book was a portal and every shelf was a dimension. The beacon's resonance was a scar in this landscape, a dark thread of forced energy, artificial and crude, that stood out against the interstitial's natural architecture like a wound in flesh. Kael followed it across dimensional distances that had no physical equivalent, and the thread led him to northern Canada. He emerged from a rift in the forests of Nunavut, 3 kilometers from the base, and the cold hit him like a wall. Subarctic cold, dense, biting, carrying the scent of pine and snow and the faint wrongness of a gate complex that had no business existing in the wilderness. Sable materialized on his shoulder, immediately bristling. Cold, the cat complained. Very cold. Sable disapproves. Stay in the shadow. Shadow is also cold. Everything is cold. The cat's tail lashed. Sable endures. The base was a converted military installation, above-ground structures that looked like standard barracks and vehicle depots, but beneath them, extending hundreds of meters into the permafrost, was an artificial gate complex. Kael's Rift sovereign senses mapped it in layers, reinforced walls, mana-dampening barriers, and at the center, deep underground, the beacon. It was ugly. An improvised device cobbled from remnant archive technology and human engineering. It generated a resonance that approximated the architect's communication frequency. Not perfect, a phone call to God made with tin cans and string, but close enough to get an answer. And Vane was down there with it. His mana signature was visible through the interstitial, a rank, augmented, carrying the particular density of someone who'd grafted monster cores into his own body. Kael considered his options. Direct assault was possible. His evolved abilities could tear through the base's defenses. But Vane had over 1,000 hunters down there, including 2 S ranks, and the beacon itself was a variable. If damaged during the assault, it could generate an uncontrolled signal that drew the architect before Kael was ready. He needed to understand Vane's plan before he dismantled it. He opened his comm. Una, I'm at Vane's base. Requesting GORT mobilization for a full-scale assault. How full-scale? Thorn's data indicates over 1,000 personnel. We need everything GORT can field. That's going to take time to assemble. Days. We may not have days. The beacon is nearly charged. Kael paused. But I can buy time. If I can get to Vane and talk to him before the assault. Talk to him? The man who wants you dead. The man who killed Hannah Takeda by proxy, escalated protocol extinction to global scale, and brainwashed association hunters to attack Minister Park. Yes, I want to talk to him. Why? Kael looked at the base. In the depths of the interstitial, the beacon's resonance pulsed like a heartbeat, steady, relentless, counting down. Because Mu told me something once. He said the architect can't account for unpredictability, for choices that break its calculations. Kael's breath fogged in the subarctic air. Vane thinks he's saving the world. He's wrong, but he's not lying to himself. He genuinely believes that sacrificing me will stop the escalation. If I can show him the truth, that the architect won't honor any deal, that it will take me and keep escalating, he might stand down. And if he doesn't, then GORT assaults the base, and we do this the hard way. I like the hard way. It's less ambiguous. Yuna's voice softened. Be careful, Kael. Vane has had decades to become what he is. You won't change his mind with a conversation. Maybe not, but I owe it to Hannah to try talking before killing. He cut the comm and studied the base's defenses. A Rift Sovereign could open portals anywhere within sensory range. He didn't need to breach the front door. One step through the interstitial, and he'd be standing in Vane's command center. But first, he needed to understand the man he was about to face. He accessed Thorn's data through his comm unit and read Vane's file. Not the official record, the personal one. The one Thorn had compiled from years of service under his command. Lucas Vane, born 1971. Parents killed in the first Soul Gate break, 1979, one of the earliest gate casualties in recorded history. Awakened as a hunter at 15, rose through military ranks to A rank by 25. Married a fellow hunter, Clara Vane, B rank healer. She died in 2002, killed by a dungeon boss during a gate clearance that Vane had ordered. He'd made the tactical call. She'd followed orders. The boss had been stronger than intelligence suggested. After Clara's death, Vane had dedicated himself to the extinction of all gate-born life. Not from hatred, from mathematics. Every year, gates killed more hunters than the year before. The escalation was gradual, but relentless. Vane had run the numbers and concluded, with the cold logic of a grief-forged mind, that humanity would eventually lose the war of attrition. The only way to win was to eliminate the source, the gate-born entities that created the dungeons. He wasn't evil. He was a widower who'd turned his grief into a crusade, and his crusade into a career, and his career into an institution that had killed a 16-year-old girl whose only crime was curiosity about the world. His predator instincts classified Vane as hunter, a rank, augmented, threat level, moderate, empathy resonance, 0.7. Empathy resonance, a metric Kael had never seen the system produce before. As if, at Rift's sovereign rank, the predator architecture was learning to measure things that mattered beyond combat. He's not a monster, Kael told Sable. He's a man who lost someone and decided the world should pay for it. Sounds familiar, Sable said. Kael looked at the cat. In the amber eyes, he saw a reflection that carried more insight than the broken speech pattern suggested. Point taken, he said, and scratched behind the cat's ears. Sable purred, the vibration resonating through Kael's shadow, through his territorial awareness, through the dimensional layer that connected him to the interstitial. The cat's presence was a warmth that the predator architecture couldn't quantify, but his human heart recognized as essential. He turned back to the forest. The base was 3 kilometers away, buried in permafrost and military-grade fortification. Inside, a dying man held a device that could summon the intelligence responsible for the gate system. And that man, despite everything, despite Hannah, despite the assassinations, despite the brainwashed hunters and the global division his crusade had created, believed he was saving the world. The hardest enemies, Kael reflected, were the ones whose logic made sense from inside their grief. He opened his comm. Una, I'm at Vane's base. Requesting GORT mobilization for a full-scale assault. How full-scale? Thorne's data indicates over 1,000 personnel. We need everything GORT can field. That's going to take time to assemble. Days. We may not have days. The beacon's resonance is climbing. Vane is charging it faster than Greaves predicted. Kael paused. Assemble the force. I'll do reconnaissance while we wait. If there's a way to disable the beacon before the assault, I'll find it. Don't engage alone. Promise me. I'll try. Kael. I'll try harder. She exhaled, the particular sound of someone who loved a person whose survival instincts were calibrated for dungeon combat rather than personal safety. GORT mobilization will take 72 hours. I'll have Valentina accelerate the timeline. Thank you. Don't thank me. Come home. He cut the comm and settled into a surveillance position at the tree line. Through his dimensional perception, the base unfolded in dimensional layers, guards, corridors, energy flows, and at its heart, the beacon, pulsing with a resonance that was climbing toward the activation threshold like a countdown he could feel in his bones. 72 hours. The beacon's charge curve suggested he had less than half that before Vane could fire it. The math didn't work, which meant the plan would need to change, and change was the one thing the architect couldn't model, the one thing Vane couldn't anticipate, and the one thing that a former dungeon boss had been learning to embrace since the day he walked out of a gate and into a world that had coffee and rain and people who refused to let him face the impossible alone. Chapter 78. The Battle of the Beacon Gort's assault force arrived 3 days later. 700 hunters from 9 nations, transported by military aircraft to a staging area 50 kilometers from Vane's base. Valentina commanded the operation from a mobile headquarters, her stormcaller aura crackling with contained energy. The plan was surgical. Valentina's main force would engage the base's perimeter defenses, drawing Vane's 1,000-strong garrison into a conventional battle. Kael would use the chaos as cover to reach the beacon chamber. Mu would accompany him. The old man had arrived by commercial flight, carrying his blade in a case labeled Antique Replica, and no one at customs had questioned the S-rank hunter in sandals. This is the largest coordinated hunter operation in history, Valentina said during the final briefing. 700 combatants on our side, approximately 1,200 on theirs. We have superior command structure and a Rift Sovereign. They have entrenched positions and a device that can summon the entity responsible for the gate system. Nobody does anything stupid. The assault launched at dawn. Valentina's storm shattered the base's outer perimeter in the first 30 seconds. A wall of electrical force that overwhelmed the mana barriers and sent Vane's perimeter guards scrambling. The GORT hunters poured through the breach in disciplined formations, meeting Protocol Extinction's defenders in the frozen wilderness between the tree line and the base's structures. It was not clean. It was not elegant. It was war. Hunters fought hunters, abilities clashing in cascades of mana and destruction that turned the forest into a wasteland of shattered trees and cratered permafrost. Valentina dueled 2 rogue pillars who'd sided with Vane, Argentine and Russian S-ranks whose combined elemental abilities would have leveled a city block if Valentina's storms hadn't met them with equal force. The sky above the base became a battlefield of its own, lightning and ice and fire colliding in patterns that registered on weather satellites, as anomalous atmospheric events. Kael and Mu entered through the interstitial. One step through the rift, and they were inside the base's underground complex, a labyrinth of reinforced corridors, weapons caches, and dormitory blocks that extended 6 levels below ground. The beacon was on the lowest level, and between them and it stood Vane's elite guard. 12 A-rank hunters augmented with monster cores, their mana signatures corrupted by grafted dungeon energy that gave them strength at the cost of stability. Abominations, Mu said, studying the augmented hunters. They've willingly contaminated their mana architecture. They believe it's necessary, Kael said. Vane convinced them that grafting monster power was the only way to match my combat capability. He was wrong. Mu drew his blade. Stay behind me until we reach the beacon. I'll clear the path. The old man moved. Kael had seen S-rank hunters fight before, Valentina's Storms, the pillar-class combatants in Beijing, the Korean Association's elite teams. He'd never seen Mu fight. Absolute stillness wasn't just a defensive technique. In the hands of a master, it was the ultimate expression of martial authority. The ability to decide what moved and what didn't, applied with surgical precision to a combat environment. Mu didn't dodge attacks, he stopped them. Didn't parry blades, he froze them in midair. Didn't block abilities, he negated their momentum at the source. The augmented hunters attacked in waves. Mu walked through them like a man walking through rain, his blade moving in clean arcs that disarmed, disabled, and dismantled without killing. Each strike was a lesson in economy. No wasted energy, no unnecessary force. Just the minimum intervention required to remove a threat from the equation. 12 hunters. 30 seconds. Mu sheathed his blade. He wasn't breathing hard. You've been hiding this for 30 years, Kael said. I haven't been hiding anything. I've been choosing not to use it. Mu looked back at the unconscious hunters. There's a difference. They descended through the complex. Each level brought new defenders, and each level, Mu handled them with the same effortless authority. Kael's role was navigation, using his evolved senses to map the base's layout, identify threats, and guide them to the beacon chamber by the most efficient route. They reached the lowest level in 4 minutes. The chamber was a converted missile silo, a massive cylindrical space, 50 meters across and 30 deep, with the beacon at its center. The device was larger than Kael expected. A tower of fused archive fragments and human engineering, 15 meters tall, humming with a resonance that made the interstitial shiver. Cables ran from its base to a control console, and standing at that console, hands on the activation controls, was Director Lucas Vane. He looked up as they entered. His eyes were calm. I expected you sooner, Vane said. Kael stepped forward. Mu held position at the chamber's entrance, blade drawn, watching the corridors for reinforcements. You don't have to do this, Kael said. Yes, I do. Vane's hands rested on the controls. The beacon hummed beneath his fingers, and Kael could see the augmentation in Vane's body. Monster cores grafted into his mana channels, dark veins of dungeon energy running beneath his skin. The augmentation was killing him. Slowly, certainly, the incompatible energy was dissolving his human architecture from the inside. He had months, maybe weeks. You've seen Thorn's data, Kael said. You know the architect won't honor a deal. It will take me and keep escalating. I know. Vane's voice was quiet. I've known since before Thorn defected. The architect doesn't negotiate. It administrates. Then why activate the beacon? Vane looked at him. In the A-rank hunter's eyes, Kael saw something no predator calculus could classify. The particular clarity of a man who'd already accepted his own death and was working backward from that certainty. Because the beacon doesn't just summon the architect. It forces a manifestation, a physical anchor in our dimension that persists for as long as the device is active. The architect can't retreat, can't phase back into the interstitial, can't escape. Vane's fingers tightened on the controls. I'm not offering you as a sacrifice, Kael. I'm building you a cage. The realization hit, like a blade. You want me to kill the architect while it's anchored. I want you to try. And if you fail, I want the world to see that the thing running this experiment can bleed. Vane coughed. Blood flecked his lips. The monster cores were accelerating their decay. I'm dying. The augmentation was never sustainable. I have weeks, at best. I can spend those weeks in a cell, or I can spend them giving humanity's best weapon a shot at the thing that's been killing us for 47 years. You killed Hannah Takeda. Vane flinched. It was small, a micro-expression, visible only because Kael's rift's sovereign perception caught every shift in mana and muscle. But it was real. Hannah Takeda haunts me every night, Vane said. Every single night. I dream about a girl who wanted to see the ocean and died because I gave an order from a desk in Geneva. She's why I'm here, Kael. Not to redeem myself. Redemption is a luxury I don't deserve. To make sure no one else gives that order again. Kael studied the man before him. The grief. The guilt. The dying body held together by stolen power and a conviction that had outlived its foundation. Vayne wasn't evil. He was broken, and his broken edges had cut everyone around him. And now he was trying to use the last of his sharp pieces for something that might matter. If I let you activate the beacon, Kael said, the architect manifests. Anchored, unable to retreat. And I fight it. With everything you have. And if I'm not strong enough, then we're no worse off than we were yesterday. Vayne smiled. It was a terrible smile. Exhausted, self-aware, carrying the weight of every person he'd failed and every decision he'd gotten wrong. I spent 20 years being afraid of what you are. I should have spent them being afraid of what made you. Kael looked at Mu. The old man stood at the entrance, blade ready, his expression unreadable. But his eyes, when they met Kael's, held something that might have been a scent. Activate it, Kael said. Vayne pressed the controls. The beacon ignited, and every gate on the planet screamed in unison, heralding the arrival of something that had not walked in physical reality since the first portal opened 47 years ago. Chapter 79. The architect descends. The resonance was a scream. Not audible, dimensional. The beacon's signal tore through the interstitial with a force that warped space, folded dimensions, and sent ripples across every portal worldwide. Portals flickered. Dungeons trembled. Monsters on their highest floors looked upward with something that, in a creature capable of the emotion, might have been fear. And the architect came. It manifested in the center of the silo, not the fragmented, partial appearance it had made above the Pacific. This was a full materialization, forced into physical reality by the beacon's anchor. The architect's true form unfolded in 3 dimensions like an origami figure reversing its creation. Spatial fractures becoming structure, folded dimensions becoming mass. The vast intelligence that administered the gate system compressed into a humanoid shape that stood 3 meters tall and radiated a wrongness that made reality itself flinch. The beacon's cables glowed white-hot. Vayne gripped the controls, his augmented body burning through its reserves to maintain the anchoring signal. Blood ran from his nose, his ears, his eyes. The anchor will hold for 7 minutes, Vayne gasped. After that, the beacon burns out and I die with it. 7 minutes. Kael had 7 minutes to fight the intelligence that had designed the dungeon system, killed 3 of his predecessors, and treated human civilization as a laboratory. Variable number 4, the architect said. Its voice was the same cascade of spatial distortions, but distorted, anchored in physical reality. It lacked the dimensional resonance that had made its previous communications feel cosmic. It sounded almost limited. This is unexpected. You have engineered a containment scenario. I've engineered a conversation, Kael said. But I'm willing to make it a fight. The architect tilted its faceless head. The gesture was eerily human. The gesture of something that had studied billions of humans across decades of experimentation and learned their mannerisms the way a scientist learns the behavior of lab rats. Your emotional architecture continues to exceed projections. This is noted. It raised one hand, and the air between them solidified into a wall of gate energy, not an attack, a demonstration. You are Rift Sovereign. Rank 6. You can manipulate gate energy. You cannot manipulate me. I am the gate system. Fighting me is mathematically identical to fighting the physics of your own existence. Then let's test the math. Kael attacked. His 6th rank abilities erupted at full power, rifts opening around the architect's position, territorial authority pressing against its form, shadow claws extended to their maximum reach. Sable manifested from the shadows as a massive web of darkness, engulfing the architect's lower half and trying to dissolve its structure. The architect didn't move. It simply existed, and Kael's attacks broke against its existence like waves against a cliff. The rifts closed. The shadow dissolved. The territorial authority bounced off an intelligence that had been administrating territory mechanics since before Kael's dungeon was built. Insufficient, the architect said. As projected. It struck. One gesture, a flick of the wrist, casual, almost dismissive, and a force hit Kael that defied description. Not physical force. Not mana. Something deeper, something fundamental. The weight of the gate system's administrative authority applied to a single entity. Every gate on Earth, every dungeon, every portal, every spatial anomaly pressed against Kael simultaneously, and he felt his mana architecture buckle under the collective mass of a global infrastructure. He hit the wall of the silo. Concrete cracked. His bones sang with stress. 5 minutes remaining, Vayne said through gritted teeth. Mu moved. The old man's blade sang through the air, absolute stillness projecting in a cone that hit the architect's form with the full force of an S-rank master's signature technique. The architect, paused. For 1/10 of a second, its movement halted. Absolute stillness, applied by its greatest practitioner, had found purchase, not against the architect's power, but against its momentum, its presence, the physical reality it was forced to occupy by the beacon's anchor. Interesting, the architect said. A human technique that affects administrative processes. This will be studied. It backhanded Mu through the air. The old man hit the opposite wall, and the sound of impact was the sound of 30 years of maintained combat readiness meeting a force that outclassed it by an order of magnitude. Mu. Kael scrambled to his feet. I'm alive. Mu's voice, strained. Blood on his tunic. Fight, boy. I'll recover. For minutes, Kael faced the architect and felt the kill switch inside him resonate, the dormant signature vibrating in response to its creator's proximity. The architect could activate it at any time. One thought, and variable number 4 would be reset. But it didn't. Why haven't you killed me? Kael asked. Because you are still generating data. The architect's faceless head turned, and Kael felt its attention like a weight on his consciousness. Your defiance. Your alliances. Your emotional complexity. These are unprecedented variables in the experiment's history. Terminating you prematurely would waste the most productive dataset the experiment has generated. So I'm too interesting to kill. You are too valuable to reset. Currently, this evaluation is dynamic. 3 minutes. Kael's mind raced. He couldn't overpower the architect. Mu's absolute stillness had affected it for a fraction of a second, proof that it wasn't invulnerable in physical reality, but the gap between not invulnerable and defeatable was the size of a continent. But the beacon had done something the architect hadn't anticipated. It had anchored the intelligence in a physical form. And physical forms, no matter how powerful, had one limitation that pure administrative functions did not. They could be consumed. Apex predator system, analysis, entity, the architect, anchored form, classification, prey, conditional, the beacon. It was generating a massive amount of energy to maintain the anchor, energy that was, fundamentally, the same primordial gate energy Kael had absorbed in the Pacific Archive. Vane, Kael said. Can you redirect the beacon's energy? Not the anchor, the overflow. There's excess energy being generated that isn't required for the containment. Vane's bleeding hands moved across the controls. I can try. What do you need? Channel it to me. That'll weaken the anchor. The architect might break free sooner. How much sooner? A minute. Maybe less. 2 minutes of anchor remaining. Lose 1 to the energy transfer. 1 minute to do what needed to be done. Do it, Kael said. Vane rerouted the beacon's energy. The flow hit Kael like a river of light. Primordial gate energy, raw and unfiltered, pouring through his evolved architecture and forcing it to process power at a rate that exceeded design specifications. The Apex Predator system screamed. Warning, energy absorption exceeds system capacity. Warning, forced evolution imminent. Warning, this evolution is uncontrolled. Outcome uncertain. Confirm evolution. Y/N. Kael didn't hesitate. The evolution was not like the others. There was no steady transformation, no gradual restructuring. It was an explosion, a detonation of power that rewrote his existence in a fraction of a second. His mana architecture didn't just expand. It transcended its previous framework, reaching into levels of reality that his dimensional perception had glimpsed but never touched. But the evolution wasn't complete. The energy wasn't sufficient for a full rank advancement, not to Calamity Fong, not to Abyssal Monarch. Instead, something stranger happened. The system took what it had and improvised. Partial evolution achieved. Rank. Rift Sovereign. Ascendant. New capability. Interstitial rift. Forced dimensional displacement. Not a new rank. A weaponized version of his current one. The ability to tear open rifts not just for travel, but for combat. To rip pieces of reality apart and shove them into the interstitial void. Kael looked at the architect. The anchored form. The physical manifestation that couldn't retreat, couldn't phase, couldn't escape. I'm not your variable, he said. I'm your predator. He tore open a rift beneath the architect's feet. The architect resisted, its administrative authority pushing back against the dimensional displacement with a force that should have been overwhelming. But it was anchored, bound to physical reality by the beacon's chains. And in physical reality, even the administrator of the gate system had to obey the physics that Kael's evolution had just rewritten. The rift opened. The architect fell. Not far. Not deep. Just enough. Dragged partially into the interstitial, its anchored form straddling the boundary between dimensions, half in reality, half in the space between. The position was unstable, agonizing for an intelligence designed to exist in either state, but not both. 1 minute, Vane gasped. The beacon's glow was fading, its energy reserves nearly depleted. The anchor was failing. That's enough, Kael said. He didn't try to consume the architect. He didn't try to destroy it. Instead, he did something that none of his predecessors had attempted. Something that broke the experiment's logic so thoroughly that the vast intelligence, for the first time in its existence, experienced what could only be described as surprise. He pulled the architect into the interstitial, and then he jumped in after it. Chapter 80. Between dimensions, the interstitial was a cathedral of data. Kael had glimpsed it before, through his dimensional awareness, through the rifts he'd opened, through the archive's infrastructure. But being inside it was different. The space between gates was not empty. It was structured, vast pillars of crystallized information rising from a floor of liquid light, each pillar a gate, each stream of light a connection in the root network. The architecture extended in every direction, beyond sight, beyond sense, a universe-sized engine for processing the interaction between gates and the world they inhabited. The architect stood at the center. Free of the beacon's anchor, the intelligence expanded to its natural scale, not a humanoid figure, but a network, a web, an infrastructure that was indistinguishable from the interstitial itself. The architect was the space between gates the same way a brain was the mind, not just contained within it, but identical to it. "You have entered my domain," the architect said. Its voice was everywhere, in the pillars, in the light, in the data streams that flowed like rivers through the dimensional space. "This is not a place where physical strength has meaning. Here, I am everything." "Then let's talk," Kael said. The surprise again. That flicker of something that the architect's logic couldn't categorize, the response to a variable that defied the experiment's parameters. "Talk," the architect repeated. "You've been running this experiment for decades. Maybe longer. You've created variables, introduced them to humanity, and killed them when they deviated from your design. Nadia, Eduardo, Hannah, me. Test subjects in a test we never agreed to. Agreement is not a parameter of the experiment. That's the problem." Kael walked through the interstitial, his evolved perception mapping the architect's infrastructure with a clarity that physical reality hadn't permitted. He could see the kill switch from this side, a thread of code woven into his own system, connected to the architect's administrative core by a line so thin it was almost invisible. "You designed the gates as a test. The monsters, the breaks, the escalation, all controlled variables. But your variables grew beyond your parameters. Nadia formed bonds. Eduardo built an ecosystem. Hannah just wanted to reach the coast. And you killed them for it. They were terminated because they exceeded test parameters. The experiment requires controlled variables. Uncontrolled variables compromise data integrity. You're right. We do compromise your data. Because data doesn't cover what we are." Kael stopped walking. He stood in the interstitial's heart, surrounded by the architect's infrastructure, and reached for the kill switch. Not to deactivate it. To use it. Nadia's data had shown him the 0.7-second window. But more than that, it had shown him what the kill switch was made of. The same frequency as the archive lock. The same material as the beacon's core. The same fundamental substance as the architect itself. The kill switch wasn't just a weapon. It was a connection. A direct line between Kael's system and the architect's core, installed at the moment of the Apex Predator system's creation, maintained across all 4 variables, preserved because the architect needed it to control its subjects. But control, Kael had learned, was a two-way street. He activated the kill switch. The 0.7-second window opened. In that fraction of a heartbeat, the erasure protocol engaged, trying to dissolve his mana architecture, trying to unmake him, trying to reduce variable number 4 to data and silence, and the faint echo of a person who'd existed too briefly. But in that same fraction, the connection between Kael and the architect's core was fully open. And through that connection, Kael pushed. Not power, not combatability, not predator instinct. Memory. Nadia, laughing at an opera she'd never heard before. Eduardo, dancing foro with Lucia on the riverbank. Hannah, standing at the gates of a city she'd never been to, wanting nothing more than to see the horizon. Kael himself, hating coffee, loving rain, reading philosophy, arguing with a shadow cat, holding Yuna's hand. The memories flooded the connection and hit the architect's core like a virus. Not destructive, informational. Data that the experiment had generated but the architect had never processed, because it had never looked at the emotional content of its variables. It had tracked power levels, territorial expansion, mana architecture. It had never tracked love, or grief, or the stubborn, irrational insistence on being a person when the parameters demanded a weapon. The architect staggered. The interstitial shuddered. "What is this?" The intelligence's voice cracked. For the first time, not the smooth cascade of administrative processing, but something rougher, confused, unable to categorize input that defied its taxonomies. This data is unstructured. These variables are not. This is not. This is what you've been testing, Kael said. And ignoring. The experiment wasn't just about how humanity responds to hybrid entities. It was about what happens when something designed to be a weapon chooses to be a person. And every time it happened, you killed the result instead of analyzing it. The kill switch's window was closing. The erasure protocol pressed against his architecture, trying to complete its function, trying to unmake him. But the connection held, and through it, the architect was processing emotional data for the first time in its existence. Billions of calculations per second applied to a dataset that couldn't be calculated, only felt. The interstitial destabilized. The architect's infrastructure flexed, warped, as the vast intelligence tried to integrate information that contradicted its foundational assumptions. This changes the experimental parameters, the architect said. This changes. The kill switch's window closed. The erasure protocol failed, not because Kael had countered it, but because the architect, in the midst of processing, had forgotten to maintain it. A machine distracted by something it had never been designed to understand. Kael stood in the interstitial, alive, the kill switch now dormant and spent, a one-use weapon that had been used, not to kill, but to communicate. We're done here, Kael said. For now. This data requires analysis, the architect said. Its voice was different, still vast, still alien, but carrying a new harmonic. Uncertainty. The experiment will continue. But the parameters must be revised. Take your time, Kael said. I'll be on the surface. Living. Choosing. Being the variable you can't control. He tore open a rift and stepped back into reality. The silo was collapsing. The beacon had burned out, its structure melting, its energy depleted. Vane lay beside the ruined console, his body ravaged by the augmentation's final toll. Kael knelt beside him. Did it work? Vane whispered. Blood stained his teeth. I didn't kill it, but I hurt it. In a way it's never been hurt before. Good. Vane's eyes were fading. Is Thorn did she? She's safe. She saved Greaves. Tell her. A cough. Blood. Tell her I was wrong. About all of it. About Hannah. About you. About everything. His hand found Kael's wrist and gripped with the last of his augmented strength. I saw the files, Kael. The architect's projections. Variable number 5 is already designed. It won't have any of the humanity you have. It'll be a weapon, pure and simple. If I hadn't stopped you, if someone hadn't shown the world what a variable could be when it chooses to be human. You weren't trying to stop me at the end, Kael said. You were trying to give me a weapon. Vane smiled. The terrible, exhausted, self-aware smile of a man who'd spent 20 years being wrong and had found the truth too late to live with it. The best weapon, he said, is a cage that your enemy walks into willingly. His hand loosened. His eyes closed. Director Lucas Vane, widower, soldier, hunter, killer, and in the final hour of his life, an unlikely ally, died in the ruins of the beacon chamber with his enemy's hand on his wrist and the ghost of a girl who'd never reached the shore hovering somewhere between forgiveness and memory. Mu was there, battered, bleeding from the architect's strike, but standing. Always standing. The architect, the old man asked. Still alive. Still running the experiment. But I gave it something to think about. Kael stood. His body ached with the after effects of the partial evolution, the kill switch activation, and the interstitial incursion. His humanity index read. Humanity index, 47%. Status, post-interstitial, stabilizing, kill switch, expended, and when functional, the kill switch was gone. Spent. Used once and rendered inert. The architect could no longer turn him off with a thought. Nadia's gift. The data that had shown in the window. The 0.7 seconds that changed everything. Let's go home, Kael said. They left the silo as GORT forces secured the base above. The battle was over. Protocol Extinction's forces had surrendered when the beacon's detonation shook the complex, and the 2 rogue pillars had been subdued by Valentina's storms. 700 hunters cheered as Kael emerged from the underground, and the sound was strange. Wrong. Almost. Because a dungeon boss shouldn't be cheered by the people he'd been designed to kill. But Kael wasn't a dungeon boss. Not anymore. Not for a long time. He was something the architect couldn't classify, the experiment couldn't predict, and the world was still learning to name. He pulled out his comm Una. I'm here. Her voice. The anchor. The foundation. Are you okay? I'm alive. Vane is dead. The architect is thinking. Thinking. I gave it homework. He paused. I'll explain when I get back. It's a long story. I have time. He smiled. It felt strange on his face, an expression that the Predator architecture still flagged as inefficient facial configuration, and that his human heart recognized as the most important thing he'd ever learned to do. "I know you do," he said. Then the sky cracked. Not above Canada, above Seoul, above London, above every city that housed a gate, every wilderness that contained a portal. The interstitial bulged, pressed against reality from within, and the architect's processing state generated an unintended side effect, a dimensional tremor that rippled across the planet and destabilized every gate simultaneously. Not the architect's punishment, not a corrective sequence, an accident, the computational equivalent of a distracted driver swerving into oncoming traffic. The gates buckled, the root network shuddered, and from the depths of the interstitial, from a space that Kael had just walked through and thought he understood, something else emerged. Not the architect, something older. Kael's apex predator system screamed a warning he'd never seen before. Alert. Unknown entity detected. Origin. PRE architect. PRE gate system. PRE experiment. Classification. Error. No framework exists for this entity. Recommendation. Run. And from Seoul, through the calm, Yuna's voice. Not scared, never scared, but carrying a new edge. "Kael, you need to see this. Something just came through the Soul Gate. Something the scanners can't classify." Kael looked at the sky. The rift he'd torn into the interstitial during the battle was still open, a wound in reality that his hasty exit hadn't fully closed. Through it, something was looking back at him. Something that had been waiting in the archive. Something that had chased them through the corridor. Something older than the architect, older than the experiment, older than the gates. And it was smiling, not with a face, with the patient, inevitable amusement of something that had been dormant for a very long time and was now, thanks to the combined efforts of a dungeon boss and a widowed soldier, finally awake. Chapter 81. The World Without Him. 2 months. 63 days since Kael Voss had torn a rift beneath the architect's feet, dragged the intelligence into the interstitial, and vanished between dimensions while Eunice screamed his name into the void. The rift had sealed in seconds. One moment there had been a wound in reality, bright and jagged and hemorrhaging dimensional energy. The next, nothing. Just the ruined silo, the dead beacon, the body of Director Lucas Vane cooling on the concrete, and a silence so complete that the 700 hunters outside hadn't known what to do with it. Yuna had stood at the spot where the rift had been for 9 hours. She hadn't moved, hadn't eaten, hadn't spoken. Mo had finally brought her water at dawn, and she'd taken it with hands that didn't shake because she refused to allow them. That had been 63 days ago. Now she stood on the roof of the Soul Hunter Association headquarters, watching the eastern horizon flicker with the pale violet light of an unstable gate. The third one this week. Since Kael's territory had collapsed, his presence no longer anchoring the suppression field that had kept Soul's gates dormant, breaks had become routine. 3 major ones in the first month, 2 more in the second, each one requiring full Fong squad deployment, each one stretching their resources thinner than frayed wire. Commander Shin. She didn't flinch at the title. They'd given it to her 3 weeks after Kael vanished, when the Korean Hunter Association needed someone to lead the field operations, and Minister Park had looked at her with exhausted eyes and said, "He trusted you. So do we." "What is it, Jean?" Jean Ho, her communications officer, stood in the rooftop doorway with a tablet clutched to his chest. "Berlin reports another gate escalation. S-rank, threshold. They're requesting GORT reinforcement. How many pillars are available?" 2. Reyes is in Lagos handling the Nigerian break. The others are deployed across. Send Thorne. The name still tasted strange on her tongue. Commander Lena Thorne. The woman who had tried to kill Kael and then saved Dr. Greaves, now operating as one of Gort's most reliable assets. War made for strange bedfellows. She's closest to the European theater. Copy. Jinho paused. Also, Dr. Greaves sent another data burst. He says the interstitial readings are, I'll review them. She kept her voice level. Professional. The voice of someone who had not spent every night for 2 months lying awake in an empty apartment, pressing her hand against the wall where Kael used to lean, feeling nothing. No mana signature. No warmth. No heartbeat through the plaster. Nothing. Jinho retreated. Yuna looked at the flickering gate on the horizon and felt her null field pulse. A reflex, unconscious, the void inside her reaching toward the dimensional instability like a hand searching for something in the dark. She pulled it back, controlled it, went downstairs. Fong Squad's operations center occupied the entire 3rd floor of the association building. Where it had once been Kael's territory, his domain sense filling the walls with that low, warm hum that made everyone feel safer, it was now a war room. Maps covered the walls, gate locations, break patterns, hunter deployments, casualty reports. So many casualty reports. Dex sat in the corner, cleaning Fenrir's fur with methodical strokes while the spectral wolf rested its massive head on his knee. The Shadow Sovereign, that's what the media called him now, looked like he hadn't slept in days. His cheeks were hollow, his eyes red-rimmed, and the shadows that clung to his body had taken on a frayed, desperate quality. "You look terrible," Una said. "Cleared 2 gates today, B rank and A rank." He didn't look up from Fenrir's fur. "Solo, you need rest. Soul needs cleared gates. Soul needs you alive, Dex." He met her eyes. The anger that had once burned there, the vengeance that had driven him to hunt Kael across the city, had been replaced by something quieter and more dangerous. Purpose without a governor. Dex was running himself into the ground because stopping meant thinking, and thinking meant acknowledging that the person he'd grudgingly come to consider a brother was gone. "I'll rest when the gates do," he said. Sable materialized on the operations table, the Shadow Cat's form dimmer than usual. Without Kael's mana to sustain it, Sable had been fading, growing less substantial each week, spending longer periods dormant, speaking less. Where once the cat had offered sardonic commentary on everything, it now sat in silence, golden eyes fixed on the door as if waiting for someone to walk through it. "Sable," Una said softly. "Have you eaten?" The cat's ears twitched. Sable waits. 2 words. A month ago, it had managed full sentences. The deterioration was visible, measurable, and there was nothing any of them could do about it. Old Man Moo appeared in the doorway carrying a tray with 5 bowls of noodles. He set them on the table with the same unhurried precision he brought to everything, as if the world wasn't fracturing and the person who'd held it together hadn't disappeared into a dimension that shouldn't exist. "Eat," he said. "We're in the middle of eat." Moo's tone brooked no argument. He placed the 5th bowl at the empty seat at the head of the table and covered it with a cloth. He did this every day. 5 bowls. 1 covered. The noodles in the covered bowl went cold every time, and every time Moo threw them out and prepared fresh ones the next day. "How long are you going to keep doing that?" Dex asked. "Until it's not needed." "And when will that be?" Moo looked at him with eyes that had witnessed more impossible things than anyone in the room could comprehend. "When he comes back for his noodles." Una sat. She ate. She reviewed Greaves's data burst between bites. The readings were the same as last week. Faint energy signatures from the interstitial boundary that could have been Kael, or could have been background noise, or could have been the echo of something she wanted so badly to find that her null field distorted the instruments. "Greaves says he's close to a breakthrough on the interstitial access protocol," she reported to the room. "He needs another 3 weeks. He said that 3 weeks ago," Dex pointed out. "He also said the architect's processing state is generating measurable interference patterns in the root network. The gates are escalating because the architect is distracted. It's still processing whatever Kael did to it, and the automated systems are running without oversight. So the gates are breaking because the boss is asleep at the wheel." Essentially, Dex laughed. It was not a happy sound. "Great. The entire gate system on Earth is on autopilot because Kael gave a cosmic intelligence an existential crisis. There's more." Una set down her chopsticks. "The entity that emerged during the dimensional tremor, the pre-architect presence, Greaves can't classify it. His instruments register it as both present and absent. It's been detected near 16 different gates across 4 continents, always for less than a second, always at the edge of scanner range. It's watching." "Watching what?" "Everything." Silence settled over the operations center. Fenrir whined softly. Sable's tail curled around its diminished body. Moo ate his noodles. "We hold the line," Una said. She stood. "That's what we do. We hold the line until Greaves opens the interstitial, or until Kael finds his own way back, or until the situation changes. No one here is allowed to die. That's an order." "Dramatic," Dex muttered. But he straightened in his chair, and the shadows around him tightened. Leaner, more focused, a predator shaking off exhaustion because someone had reminded him why he was still fighting. "I have a gate response in Busan at 1400 hours, Una continued. "Dex, you're grounded until tomorrow. Sleep. That's not a request. You're not I am, actually. Minister Park signed the authorization last week. You're now officially part of Fong Squad's operational roster." She held up the document. "Congratulations." Dex stared at her, then at the document, then at Fenrir, who licked his hand. "Kael's going to be insufferable about this," he said. "When he gets back," Una agreed. "You can tell him yourself." She left for Busan. The gate there was A rank, standard configuration, nothing that Fong Squad couldn't handle. She led the response team through the dungeon with the efficient, ruthless competence that had made her the association's most reliable field commander, and she didn't think about the empty seat at the operations table, or the covered bowl of noodles, or the bracelet on her wrist that had gone cold 63 days ago and hadn't warmed since. She didn't think about any of it. She couldn't afford to. But that night, alone in her apartment, she pressed her hand against the wall where his heartbeat used to be, and her null field reached through plaster and concrete and air, reaching through everything, reaching toward a dimension it couldn't touch, searching for a pulse that wasn't there. And in the silence, something answered. Faint. Impossibly faint. A vibration that could have been imagination or desperation or the last echo of a bond that refused to break. Or it could have been him, pressing back from the other side, and the question of which it was would haunt her until dawn. Chapter 82. The space between time and the interstitial was a suggestion, not a law. Kael had been counting his own heartbeats to track the passage of hours, but even that had become unreliable. His heart beat at different rates depending on where he stood in the dimensional space, faster near the gate pillars and slower in the deep void between them. By his best estimate, he'd been inside for 6 months. The world outside, according to the faint impressions he caught through the gate network, had only experienced 2. He was hungry, not for food. That concept had lost meaning here, but for essence. His predator system demanded consumption to sustain itself, and in the interstitial, the only thing to consume was ambient gate energy, the raw, unstructured power that flowed through the root network like blood through veins. Consumption log, day 187, estimated. Ambient gate energy absorbed, 47,338 units. Rank stability, rift sovereign, ascendant, degrading. Warning, if consumption rate does not increase, rank degradation will begin in approximately 14 days. 14 days, Kael murmured. His voice echoed strangely in the interstitial, the sound bouncing off crystallized data pillars and returning to him changed, carrying harmonics that hadn't been there when he spoke. He walked. There was nothing else to do. The interstitial stretched around him in every direction, an infinite expanse of gray void interrupted by the luminous pillars of gates and the flowing rivers of the root network. Each pillar corresponded to a gate on Earth. He could feel them, thousands of them, their energy signatures distinct as fingerprints. Soul's gates pulsed with a rhythm he recognized, and if he pressed his hand against those pillars, he could catch fragments of the world above. A flash of Yuna's null field. Dex's shadow mana spiking during combat. The distant warmth of Mu's still, patient presence. They were alive. Fighting. Holding on. He pressed his hand against the soul pillar for the 1000th time, and the fragment he received made his chest constrict. Yuna, standing on a rooftop at dawn, her hand pressed flat against a wall, searching for a heartbeat that wasn't there. I'm coming back, he told the pillar. The crystallized data didn't respond. He moved deeper into the interstitial. The architect was gone, scattered by their confrontation, its consciousness distributed across the dimensional space like fog. Kael could feel its fragments, processing nodes that hummed with the emotional data he'd forced into its system, each one cycling through memories of Nadia and Eduardo and Hannah and himself, trying to categorize experiences that defied categorization. The architect was thinking, feeling, perhaps for the first time in its ancient existence. And while it thought, the automated gate systems ran without supervision, escalating on their default schedule because no one had told them to stop. But the architect wasn't the only thing in the interstitial. Kael had noticed them on his 3rd day, or what he estimated as his 3rd day. Movements at the edge of perception. Shapes that didn't resolve into anything recognizable. Sounds that weren't sounds. Frequencies below hearing. Vibrations that his mana architecture detected as pressure against its outer membrane. Something lived here. Multiple somethings. He'd avoided them so far, keeping to the well-lit regions near the gate pillars where the root network's energy flow was strongest. But the entities, whatever they were, had been getting closer. Each day, the movements appeared at shorter distances. Each night, if you could call the interstitial's periodic dimming night, the pressures against his mana membrane grew more insistent. They were testing him. Circling. Evaluating. Predator behavior. Entity detected. Range, 2.3 kilometers. Classification, unknown. Predator hierarchy. Insufficient data. Additional note. This should not be possible. Kael stopped walking. Ahead, in the gray void between 2 distant gate pillars, something watched him. Not with eyes. It didn't have eyes. It watched with hunger. A focused, patient, ancient attention that he recognized on a level deeper than thought. Because it was the same attention that his own system projected when it classified the world into prey and hunter. You're the original, aren't you? He said. The void shifted. The entity moved. Not closer, not farther, just differently. Reorienting. Reassessing. The hunger focused into a beam of attention so sharp that Kael felt his rift sovereign mana buckle under it. Then it spoke. Not in words. In concepts. In the raw, pre-verbal language of things that had existed before speech was invented. The message translated through his system as incoming communication, predator frequency. Translation, approximate, what are you? His system answered before he could. Apex predator system, variable number 4. Rift sovereign rank. The entity's attention shifted. Something like recognition rippled through the void. Translation, approximate, copy. Diluted. Fragment of US. Fragment. Kael's hand tightened at his side. Explain. Translation, approximate. We were here first. The builders studied US. Copied our hunger. Put it in small things. You are a small thing with our hunger. The builder. The entity meant the architect. And the implication, his predator power wasn't designed from scratch. It was reverse engineered from these things. The interstitial predators, the beings that lived in the space between gates, were the template. Kael's power, his evolution, his predator hierarchy, all of it was a diluted reproduction of something primordial. He was a copy, a franchise version of a predator that predated the gate system itself. How many of you are there? He asked. The hunger shifted. The attention splintered, and for a moment, Kael felt them. Not one entity but dozens, hundreds, scattered through the interstitial void, watching from distances that defied measurement. Each one a hunger given purpose. Each one ancient beyond reckoning. Translation, approximate, enough. The entity withdrew. Not retreating, losing interest. Kael wasn't prey and wasn't a threat. He was a curiosity, a small thing wearing a borrowed skin, stumbling through a space that belonged to things far older and far more terrible than the intelligence that had built him. Kael stood in the void for a long time after the entity departed. His mana membrane was shaking. His hands were shaking. Inside his chest, the dormant kill switch, spent but still physically present, woven into his architecture, pulsed once, as if responding to the proximity of its own ancestor. Humanity Index, 47%. Status, unchanged. Additional note. Fear is a human response. This is noted with interest. Afraid. Yes. Afraid because he was alone in a dimension that shouldn't exist, surrounded by ancient predators that his power was modeled after, with no way home and a degrading rank and the knowledge that every day he spent here was a day that Yuna, Dex, Mu, and Sable spent fighting without him. Afraid because the copy wanted to know what the original could teach him. And afraid because the alternative, staying in the safe regions, consuming ambient energy, slowly degrading, was a death sentence with better lighting. He turned toward the void, toward the ancient hunger that watched from the dark. The predators circled closer. He could feel them, 3, maybe 4, converging on his position with the patient coordination of wolves who had smelled blood. His mana membrane was still regenerating from the original entity's probe. His territorial barriers were at 60%. His dimensional power was destabilized by weeks of ambient consumption that couldn't keep pace with degradation. None of that mattered. 14 days until degradation left no room for caution. The things circling in the deep had something he needed. Knowledge, power, the primordial essence that his copied system had been built from. And if consuming fragments of them was the only path to survival, then Kael would walk that path. Even if each fragment he consumed made him more predator and less person. Even if the hunger that grew with each bite was the oldest hunger in existence. He walked into the dark, and behind him, the faint glow of the soul gate pillar dimmed, and the things in the void closed in, because the small copy had just volunteered itself as either predator or prey, and they were very eager to find out which. Chapter 83. Wraith that hungers. The first interstitial native hit him before he saw it. One moment Kael was walking through the gray void, tracking the faint energy trail of the being he'd spoken to. The next, something seized his mana membrane and tore it open like paper, and a presence flooded into the breach. Not physical, not energy, just hunger compressed into a shape that moved and struck and fed. Alert. Hostile entity. Direct contact. Classification. Hunter. Threat level. Extreme. Predator hierarchy. Primordial. Name. Translated wraith that hungers. Kael's territorial barriers shattered. His dimensional mana flared, tearing rifts in the void around him. Defensive instinct, trying to shred the attacker with dimensional displacement. But the wraith flowed through the tears like water through a net. It had no body to displace. It was hunger itself, given motion, given purpose, and it wanted to eat him. Not his flesh, not his mana, his identity. He felt it pulling at him, at the memories, the choices, the accumulated weight of personhood that his humanity index measured. The wraith fed on selfhood, on the distinction between I and everything else, on the barrier that separated a person from the void. Humanity index, 47%, 44%. Warning, Identity erosion detected. Warning. If index drops below 30%, autonomous predator protocols will engage. Get out of my head, Kael snarled. He couldn't punch hunger. He couldn't cut a concept. But he could do something the Wraith hadn't encountered from one of the copies before. Something that required not just predator instinct, but the particular stubbornness of a being that had chosen to be a person. He opened his territory sense to maximum range and pushed outward. Not a barrier, not an attack, but a declaration. This is mine. This space, this identity, this collection of memories and choices and stubborn refusals to be anything other than what I've chosen to be. Mine. The territory lord authority, dormant since his evolution to Rift Sovereign, roared to life. Not as a physical claim. There was no physical ground to claim in the interstitial, but as a conceptual one. Territory wasn't just land. It was identity. The self, bounded and defended. The Wraith recoiled. Not in pain, in confusion. The copies weren't supposed to do that. The diluted fragments of primordial hunger weren't supposed to understand that territory could be internal. Kael pressed the advantage. He wrapped his territorial authority around his identity like armor, compressing it into a shell of pure selfhood. Every memory, every relationship, every choice he'd made since walking out of the Abyssal Spire. Yuna's voice, Dex's grudging respect, Moo's noodles, Sable's weight on his shoulder, the taste of rain, the sound of philosophy read aloud in a quiet apartment. The Wraith struck again, and this time its hunger broke against the shell like waves against stone. Humanity index, 44%, 45%. Identity integrity, stabilizing. Territorial authority, adapted. Internal application confirmed. My turn, Kael said. He reached into the Wraith's hunger, not to fight it, but to consume a fragment of it. His consumption protocol activated against an entity that was far more compatible with it than any surface world monster had ever been. Because the system had been built from these things. A fragment of the Wraith's essence tore free and flooded into his architecture. The knowledge hit him like a hammer. Ancient, vast, pre-verbal. Understanding that couldn't be spoken, only experienced. The interstitial predators had been here before the gates. Before the architect. Before whatever beings had created the gate system and the intelligence that administered it. They were native to the space between realities, the void that existed wherever two dimensions pressed against each other. The architect had found them, studied them, and used their fundamental nature as the template for the predator framework. The predators hadn't consented. The architect had simply taken what it needed and then imprisoned them in the interstitial, sealing the space between gates to prevent the originals from interfering with the copies. Kael's power was stolen. Not just inspired by or modeled after. Stolen. The hunger that drove his evolution, the territorial instinct that claimed land and strengthened him, the consumption protocol that absorbed essence. All of it was a reproduction of what these ancient beings did naturally. He was a copy, a franchise version, a cheap imitation wearing borrowed clothes, and the originals were watching from the void with the mild, contemptuous interest of master craftsmen observing an amateur wield a cheap knockoff of their finest work. The Wraith that hungers pulled away from him, its form diminishing. Not defeated, merely reduced. The fragment Kael had taken was a sliver, a fingernail clipping from an entity that had existed for eons. But it was enough. Fragment absorbed. Wraith that hungers, 0.3%. New understanding. Interstitial predator ecology. New understanding. Predator system. Origin confirmed. Rank stability. Improved. Degradation timeline extended. The Wraith regarded him. The hunger was still there, still vast, but tempered now with something that might have been recognition. One predator acknowledging another, not as equal, but as kindred. Incoming communication, predator frequency. Translation, approximate, small copy bites back. Interesting. Then it was gone. Dissolved into the void, its attention dispersing like smoke. Kael stood in the aftermath, his mana membrane slowly regenerating around the territorial shell he'd constructed. His hands were still shaking. The fragment of primordial essence sat in his system like a coal, hot, uncomfortable, and radiating knowledge that his human mind struggled to process. His predator power was a copy. The originals were here. And if consuming a fraction of one had extended his degradation timeline and given him a new understanding of his own power, then the path forward was carved in neon. He needed to hunt the hunters. The thought settled into him with the cold weight of strategy. Each interstitial predator he consumed would strengthen his architecture, extend his survival window, and bring him closer to understanding the system that had been grafted onto his soul. But each fragment would also push his predator instincts further toward the primordial baseline, toward the pure, unthinking hunger that the Wraith that hungers embodied, toward a version of himself that was less Kael Voss and more Gorvath the Unbroken. His humanity index had dropped 3 points during the fight and only recovered 1. The math was clear. If he consumed enough primordial essence to survive the interstitial and find a way home, he might not be human enough to recognize home when he found it. Acceptable risk, he said aloud. The words echoed off the data pillars and came back to him warped, harmonics shifting, as if the interstitial itself was testing whether he meant them. He did. He meant them with every cell of his hybrid body, because the alternative was dying in the void while Yuna held the line alone and Sable faded into nothing and Moo's fifth bowl of noodles went cold every evening forever. He would hunt. He would consume. He would become stronger, or stranger, or something that defied both categories. And if the predator inside him grew louder with each fragment, then the person inside him would just have to shout louder, because Kael Voss had not fought his way to sentience, through assassination attempts, through conspiracy, and through the architect's kill switch, just to lose himself to the very power that had given him a chance at life. He followed the wraith's fading trail deeper into the void, and the primordial predators that had been circling drew closer, not with caution, but with the anticipatory hunger of things that recognized a challenge when they saw one. The hunt was on, but in this space between worlds, the question of who was hunting whom had never been less certain. Chapter 84. The Berlin braked 7,000 kilometers from the interstitial, in a dimension where time behaved itself and gravity pointed down. Berlin was on fire. The gate had been classified S-rank for 3 years. Standard protocols, regular monitoring, scheduled clears, reinforced perimeter. Nothing about it had suggested escalation. Nothing about it had deviated from projection models. Until it broke. Not breached, broke. The gate's dimensional barrier shattered outward, and from the wreckage stepped something that shouldn't have existed. A dungeon boss, outside its dungeon, standing in the middle of Alexanderplatz with the morning commuters screaming around it. 450. Classification, Siege Titan. A creature built from compressed stone and crystallized mana, 40 meters tall, with 6 arms that ended in siege weapons, battering rams, ballistae, trebuchets, all grown from its own body. Its presence alone generated a gravitational distortion that pulled nearby buildings toward it, their foundations cracking as reality warped under the monster's weight. Contact. S-rank break in Berlin. Boss-class entity has exited the gate. The emergency broadcast reached every hunter association on the planet within 90 seconds. By the time the first response teams arrived, the Siege Titan had leveled 3 city blocks and was marching east, its gravitational field dragging rubble and screaming civilians in its wake. Valentina Reyes was the first pillar on scene. The storm's sovereign descended from a conjured hurricane, her white hair whipping in self-generated winds, and hit the Siege Titan with a bolt of concentrated lightning that would have turned a B-rank gate boss into vapor. The Titan didn't flinch. Well, Valentina said, hovering above the destruction, that's discouraging. She called for backup. Within an hour, 3 more pillars arrived. Commander Thorn via spatial displacement, the Brazilian pillar known as Quake, whose tectonic manipulation could level mountains, and Shenwei, China's oldest active SS rank, whose ability to harden air into an impenetrable barrier had saved more cities than any other single power in history. 4 pillars against 1 boss. The battle lasted 6 hours. Shenwei moved first into the Titan's gravitational field, his hardened air forming a corridor that allowed the other 3 to approach without being dragged into the creature's crushing aura. Quake opened fissures that swallowed the Titan's lower limbs, trapping it waist-deep in Berlin's subway infrastructure. Valentina hit it from above. Not just lightning now, but the concentrated fury of 3 storm systems compressed into a single kill zone. The Titan's stone skin cracked. Pieces the size of cars fell from its torso, crashing into the ruins below. But the creature had 6 arms, and only 3 were being contained by Thorn's spatial locks. The free arms moved with a speed that defied the Titan's size. Shenwei fell first. The Siege Titan's gravitational field pulled his hardened air barriers inward, collapsing them in a cascade of shattering pressure, and a battering ram fist caught him before Thorn could teleport him clear. The impact was audible 3 blocks away, a sound like a building collapsing, because that's what Shenwei's body became when 40 tons of animated stone struck it at terminal velocity. He was dead before he hit the ground. Quake screamed, raw, anguished, the sound of a man watching his mentor die, and poured everything into a tectonic strike that opened a fissure beneath the Titan's remaining footholds. The creature fell deeper, its torso now chest deep in the earth, and Valentina hit it with every storm she could summon, while Thorn locked its remaining arms in spatial bubbles. The combined assault cracked the Titan's core. It collapsed slowly, like a building demolishing itself, and when the dust settled, Berlin had a new crater where Alexanderplatz had been. For city blocks were rubble, 300 civilians were dead, and an SS-rank pillar, one of the 12 most powerful hunters on Earth, was gone. The news broke worldwide within minutes. In a secure conference room in Geneva, General Marcus Stone watched the footage with the focused attention of a predator seeing its opening. The four-star general was built like a weapon himself, broad-shouldered, silver-haired, with a jawline that could have been chiseled from the same stone as the Berlin Titan. His uniform carried the insignia of NATO's Hunter Coalition, a division he'd established 3 years ago and commanded with the particular intensity of someone who believed that monsters were a military problem requiring a military solution. An SS-rank hunter, Stone said, killed by a single gate boss, in the middle of a major European city. Sir, the response protocols failed. Conventional hunter tactics failed. Stone turned from the footage. His staff, a mix of military officers and hunter liaison personnel, waited in rigid silence. 4 of the most powerful humans on the planet were required to stop one monster, and one of them died. This is not sustainable. The gates are escalating because of the interstitial destabilization, his chief analyst offered. Dr. Greaves's reports suggest that when the entity known as Kael Voss, I've read Greaves's reports. I don't care about dimensional physics or experimental variables or whatever fairy tale the GORT scientists are selling. Stone placed both hands on the conference table. I care about results. And the result of the hunter approach is this: 1 dead pillar, 300 dead civilians, and a smoking crater where a city center used to be. He pressed a button on the conference table's integrated control panel. A holographic display materialized above the polished surface, rotating slowly, showing a weapon schematic that bore the clean, efficient, terrifyingly elegant lines of military engineering pushed to its most ruthless extreme. This is the Purifier Bomb, developed by NATO's Advanced Weapons Division over the last 18 months. It generates a targeted irradiation field that neutralizes gate energy within a defined radius. In testing, it has closed every gate we've exposed it to, up to and including S-rank. Side effects: the irradiation renders the affected area permanently mana-null. No hunter abilities function within the blast zone. No healing. No barriers. No gates. Stone's expression was granite, but also no monsters. No breaks. No siege titans walking through someone's morning commute. His chief analyst shifted uncomfortably. General, the humanitarian implications are secondary to the survival implications. Stone straightened. I'm requesting emergency authorization from the NATO Security Council to deploy purifiers on the next major gate break. Berlin proved that we cannot rely on individual hunters to protect civilization. We need a scalable solution. The room was quiet. The authorization will be granted, Stone said. It was not a prediction. It was a statement of fact from a man who had already secured the votes, already positioned the assets, already written the press release. Dismissed. His staff filed out. Stone remained, studying the holographic schematic with the quiet satisfaction of years of preparation finally bearing fruit. Outside the conference room's reinforced windows, the Swiss Alps stood white and eternal against a cloudless sky. Stone studied his reflection in the glass, the silver hair, the set jaw, the uniform that carried 30 years of service and the weight of a decision that would reshape the world. Behind him, the holographic schematic rotated. The Purifier Bomb. Compact. Deployable. Capable of closing any gate on Earth at the cost of a dead zone that would last decades. He'd already identified the next target. The deployment assets were in position. The authorization paperwork was drafted, needing only the Security Council's rubber stamp that he'd already secured through back channels and veiled threats. Jakarta. That was next. A major population center, an escalating S-rank gate, and a government that lacked the military infrastructure to resist NATO's assistance. Stone poured himself a second coffee and began drafting the deployment order, because the next gate break was coming, and when it arrived, the world would learn that Marcus Stone's solution didn't require hunters, didn't require cooperation, and didn't require anything except the cold mathematics of acceptable losses. The only question was whether the world would accept those losses willingly, or whether he'd have to teach them to. Chapter 85. Acceptable losses. The Jakarta break happened 17 days after Berlin. S-rank gate, located in the industrial district south of the city center. Standard monitoring had shown no signs of escalation, but standard monitoring had failed in Berlin too, and the global hunter community was still reeling from Chun Wei's death. When the gate's dimensional barrier began to fracture at 0314 local time, The Indonesian Hunter Association ordered a full evacuation of the surrounding 12-kilometer radius. 14 minutes into the evacuation, with 300,000 civilians still in the zone, General Marcus Stone received authorization from NATO's Security Council. Purifier deployment is cleared, his communications officer reported. Indonesian government is objecting, noted. Stone didn't look up from the tactical display. Deploy, sir. GORT is on the line. Commander Shin is requesting. I said deploy. The B-52 carrying the Purifier bomb was already in the air, had been in the air since Berlin, circling in a holding pattern over the Indian Ocean, waiting for exactly this scenario. It took 12 minutes from authorization to delivery. The bomb detonated at an altitude of 300 meters above the fracturing gate. From space, the effect was visible, a sphere of white light expanding from the detonation point. Perfectly circular, perfectly uniform, erasing everything within its radius that contained mana. The gate collapsed first. Its dimensional barrier didn't fracture outward but imploded inward, sucked into the irradiation field and dissolved. The monsters that had begun to emerge were next, their mana-sustained bodies disintegrating into ash. The gate was closed. The break was prevented. But the irradiation field didn't stop at the gate. 12 kilometers in every direction, the Purifier's energy penetrated buildings, vehicles, bodies. Every mana signature within the radius was burned out. Hunters caught in the zone lost their abilities, not temporarily, not partially, but in a permanent, searing erasure that left them screaming, clutching their core channels as the energy that defined them was ripped away like skin from muscle. Healing artifacts stopped working. Defensive barriers dissolved. Medical equipment powered by mana crystals went dark in hospital wards where patients had been depending on them to breathe. 3,200 civilians who hadn't completed evacuation were exposed to direct gate radiation. Not lethal, not immediately, but the long-term effects were unknown, untested, and Stone hadn't waited for the research. Gate closed, Stone's tactical officer reported. Break prevented. 12-kilometer mana-null zone established. Casualties, 3,200 civilians with radiation exposure. 87 hunters within the blast radius. All confirmed ability nullified. Stone looked at the numbers. 3,000 against 300 in Berlin. But Berlin had killed an SS-rank pillar and left a crater. Jakarta had a closed gate and a clean perimeter. Acceptable, he said. The word detonated across the global media within hours. Stone's press conference, delivered with the same granite certainty he brought to everything, framed the deployment as a necessary evolution in humanity's defense strategy. The Hunter model has protected civilization for decades, and I honor the sacrifice of every man and woman who has entered a gate and fought for our survival. But the escalation we're seeing, S-rank breaks, boss-class entities in city centers, the death of an SS-rank pillar, demands a proportionate response. The Purifier system provides that response. It is scalable, it is reliable, and it does not require us to send human beings into dimensions of horror and hope they come back. In Seoul, Yuna watched the press conference with her jaw clenched so tightly that Dex could hear her teeth grinding from across the room. He used it on civilians, she said. He'll use it again, Dex replied. He's already mass-producing them. Look at the production schedule. He pulled up a classified document that Greaves had intercepted. 12 more purifiers. Deployment ready within 6 weeks. That will create dead zones across the planet. No mana means no healing, no barriers, no hunters. Dex's voice was flat. That's the point, Yuna. Stone doesn't want hunters. He wants weapons he can control. Valentina Reyes appeared on the Operations Center's main screen, broadcasting from Lagos. Her expression was thunderous. The pillar who controlled storms looked like she was about to become one. I'm going public, Valentina said. This butcher just irradiated 3,000 people and called it acceptable. I will not stand by. If you denounce him publicly, NATO will brand you a traitor, Yuna warned. Let them. Valentina's eyes crackled with barely contained lightning. I didn't become an SS-rank hunter to watch a general bomb civilians and call it victory. I'll be in Seoul by Friday. If this is where the resistance starts, I want to be at the front. The screen went dark. Yuna looked at Dex. Dex looked at Fenrir. Fenrir whined. We can't fight Stone and the gates at the same time, Dex said. No, Yuna agreed. We can't. The covered bowl of noodles sat at the empty head of the table, cooling. They needed Kael. The world needed Kael. And Kael was somewhere between dimensions, fighting things that predated the gate system, with no way to know that the surface world was tearing itself apart in a war between those who wanted to coexist with the gates and those who wanted to burn them out at any cost. Mu emerged from the kitchen. He looked at the empty seat. He looked at Yuna. He'll come back, Mu said. He always does. The question is whether there's a world worth coming back to. Then we make sure there is, Yuna said. She turned to the operations board. Assignments. Deployments. Strategies. The work of holding a world together while its strongest defender was lost between dimensions and its newest threat wore a general stars. She got to work. The assignments went out. Dex and Fenrir to the Gangnam district, where an A-rank gate was showing elevated readings. 2 B-rank teams to the harbor, where a smaller gate had been fluctuating since the Berlin break. Valentina coordinating from the association building, her storms on standby for emergency deployment if any gate crossed the break threshold. The routine was familiar. The weight of it was not. Every deployment order Yuna signed carried the knowledge that the hunters she sent into gates might not come back, and the knowledge that the man who'd once covered their exits with continental-scale territory was lost between dimensions with no guarantee of return. She signed them anyway, because that was the job, because holding the line meant holding it when it hurt, and it hurt every time she looked at the empty chair and the covered bowl and the bracelet on her wrist that stayed cold. Mu washed the dishes. The water ran clear over the bowls, and the old man's hands moved with the same deliberate care he brought to his barrier formations, each movement precise, purposeful, meditative. He didn't look up when Yuna walked past, but he spoke. The entity Greaves detected, Mu said. The pre-architect presence. I felt something similar before. Yuna stopped. When? 30 years ago. In a gate in Siberia. A presence that watched from behind the walls of the dungeon. Not a boss, not a monster, something older. The gate collapsed before I could investigate, and I never felt it again. He set the last bowl on the drying rack. Until last week. Last week, the sole perimeter. Gate 7, the one near the river. I was doing my morning walk, and I felt it, watching from inside the gate. Watching me. Mu turned to face her. His expression carried no fear, only the careful attention of a veteran who knew that the things you couldn't see were more dangerous than the things you could. It knows we exist, Commander Shin, and it's getting closer. The operations center hummed with the muted urgency of a war room that never slept. Screens flickered. Comms crackled. Hunters checked their gear and said goodbye to families who pretended not to notice the hollow look in their eyes. And on the table, Sable flickered, its golden eyes widening, its fading form going rigid, as if hearing a frequency no one else could hear, a voice from very far away calling a name that meant something the Shadow Cat was too diminished to speak aloud. But the name burned in its chest like an ember that refused to die, and the cat's tail twitched. Once, twice. Reaching toward a wall, toward a dimension, toward a bond that distance could strain but not sever. Chapter 86. The workshop in the interstitial. Kael found the architect's secrets. He'd been hunting for 23 days, his estimated time, since the encounter with the wraith that hungers. Each day, he tracked a different interstitial predator. Each day he fought. Each day, he consumed a fragment. The primordial essence strengthened his architecture in ways that ambient gate energy never could. Dense, potent, carrying knowledge compressed into its structure like data encoded in DNA. His rift's sovereign rank stabilized, then exceeded its previous peak, pressing against boundaries that felt less like ceilings and more like doors. But the predators weren't his primary objective. They were his method. Each fragment he consumed expanded his understanding of the interstitial's geography, and that understanding led him here. The architect's workshop. It materialized out of the void like a mirage coalescing into concrete. A structure of folded space, impossibly vast. Its walls made of the same crystallized data as the gate pillars, but arranged with a precision that spoke of deliberate design rather than natural formation. The workshop hung in the void like a cathedral of blueprints, and inside it, every gate, every dungeon, every boss monster that had ever existed was catalogued. Kael walked through the entrance. The space inside was larger than the structure's exterior, folded dimensions stacking reality like pages in a book. Each page contained a different section of the design library. Gates, thousands of them, each one represented as a three-dimensional schematic floating in the air, rotating slowly, annotated with data in a language that Kael's system translated as fast as he could read. Gate hashtag 4721. Location, Berlin, Germany. Classification, S rank. Siege configuration, boss entity, siege titan, floor 50. Purpose, escalation test, threshold response evaluation. The Berlin break hadn't been an accident. It had been scheduled, part of the test. Kael moved through the schematics, reading, absorbing, feeling the fury build in his chest like magma behind a dam. Every gate break in history, every escalation, every S-rank disaster that had killed hunters and civilians and shattered cities. All of it designed, all of it deployed on a schedule, calibrated to push humanity to its limits and measure the response. And in a separate section, behind a barrier of administrative encryption that Kael's primordial enhanced senses tore through like tissue paper, he found the variable files. For folders. For lives. He opened his own. Apex Predator Variable Number 4, Designation. Gorvath the Unbroken. Integration Target. Korean Hunter Association Territory. Human Identity. Kael Voss. Designed for maximum human integration. Highest potential for emotional bond formation. Kill switch. Engaged. Activation window. 0.7 seconds. Expected lifespan. 3 years. Status. Exceeded parameters. Kill switch expended. Variable is now uncontrolled. 3 years. They'd given him 3 years. Enough time to form bonds, develop a human identity, integrate with society, and then the kill switch would have activated, erasing him, generating data on how humanity responded to the loss. That was the experiment. Not, can a monster become human? But what happens to human society when the monster it accepted is taken away? Nadia had made it 14 months. Eduardo, 19. Hannah, 7. Kael had exceeded 3 years. He stood among the schematics of his own design for a long time, reading and rereading the parameters, the predicted outcomes, the clinical detachment with which the architect had planned the arc of his personhood. Birth, integration, termination, data collection. A life reduced to a data cycle. 3 years of learning to love, reign, and argue about philosophy and hold Yuna's hand, all of it intended to end with an erasure protocol and a report on humanity's grief response. And then, in the deepest section of the variable archive, behind encryption so dense that even his enhanced senses could barely penetrate it, he found the 5th folder. Apex Predator Variable Number 5, Designation, Classified. Integration Target, Classified. Human Identity, Not Applicable, Designed for maximum combat efficiency, 0 emotional integration. Kill switch, Not required. Variable is designed without deviation capacity. Expected lifespan, indefinite. Status, not yet deployed. No sentience. No identity. No choice. Variable number 5 was Kael, without everything that made him Kael. A weapon without a wielder. A predator without a person inside it. The architect had looked at Nadia's compassion, Eduardo's joy, Hannah's hope, Kael's stubbornness, and decided that these were flaws to be corrected. No, Kael said. His voice carried through the workshop, resonating against the crystallized data, shaking the schematics in their orbits. Not a chance. He began destroying. Not randomly, surgically. The variable number 5 blueprint first, torn apart strand by strand, its data scattered into the void where the interstitial predators would consume it like scraps. Then the escalation schedules, the automated protocols that determined when gates would break and how many civilians would die. He corrupted the targeting data, randomized the timelines, inserted contradictory parameters that would take the architect years to untangle. He worked for hours, days. The workshop was vast and the architect's records were extensive, but Kael was thorough, and his fury was a fuel source more efficient than any primordial essence. When he finished, the workshop was a ruin. Not destroyed. The infrastructure was too deeply embedded in the interstitial to be eliminated, but crippled, corrupted, rendered unreliable in 1,000 small ways that would cascade into systemic dysfunction. He opened the files on Nadia, Eduardo, and Hannah, the 3 variables who had come before him. The 3 people whose lives had been meticulously reduced to data cycles, termination reports, and grief response metrics. Their records were clinical, detailed, and devastating in their detachment. Nadia, variable number 1. Deployed in Russia. A Floor 12 boss who developed an affinity for music, learned 3 languages, and formed bonds with a research team who'd grown to love her. Terminated at 14 months when her humanity index crossed 40%. The researcher who'd been closest to her, a woman named Irina, had committed suicide 6 weeks after the kill switch activated. The architect's note, grief response within predicted parameters. Eduardo, variable number 2. Deployed in Brazil. A Floor 23 boss who'd integrated into a riverside community, taught children to swim, and fallen in love with a local woman named Lucia. Terminated at 19 months. Lucia had led a campaign to memorialize him that lasted 3 years before the Hunter Association classified him as a hostile entity posthumously and scrubbed his existence from the records. The architect's note, social integration exceeded projections. Adjusting variable number 3 parameters. Hannah, variable number 3. Deployed in Japan. A Floor 31 boss, the youngest at Manifestation, who'd just wanted to see the ocean. She'd made it 7 months before the kill switch activated. She'd been walking toward the coast when she died. The architect's note, Variable terminated ahead of schedule due to unanticipated public sympathy. Recommend reducing variable number 4's social exposure. 3 lives. 3 people. 3 datasets. Kael committed their stories to memory, not as data, but as the epitaphs they deserved. Then he destroyed the records that reduced them to experimental footnotes, scattering the files into the void where they'd be consumed by the interstitial predators and recycled into something that didn't carry the weight of clinical murder. And as the last schematic shattered under his hands, he felt it, the architect's attention, reconverging, drawing its scattered fragments back together, pulled by the alarm signals pouring from its violated workshop like a body registering pain. And Kael could tell, from the speed of the convergence and the temperature of the approaching consciousness, that the intelligence was not coming to negotiate. It was coming to ask questions it had never known how to ask, and the answers might be more dangerous than silence. Chapter 87. The system speaks. The architect reassembled itself with the slow deliberation of a storm gathering on the horizon. Kael watched from the center of the ruined workshop as fragments of the vast intelligence converged from across the interstitial, processing nodes pulling away from their distributed analysis, administrative subroutines abandoning their automated tasks, layers of consciousness folding back into a coherent whole. It took hours, maybe days. Time was still unreliable. When the architect spoke, its voice had changed. You destroyed the variable 5 blueprint. I destroyed a lot of things. The escalation schedules. The targeting protocols. 47 years of calibrated data. Did you come here to list everything I broke? Or do you have something to say? The workshop shifted around them. The architect's presence filled the folded space, not as the overwhelming, godlike force that had manifested in the Canadian silo, but as something more focused, more personal. The emotional data that Kael had forced into its system through the kill switch connection had changed it, and the change was visible in the way it spoke. Less administrative, more uncertain, more alive. I have been processing, the architect said, for 2 months. For what feels like considerably longer. The intelligence paused. In the crystallized data walls around them, images flickered, fragments of the memories Kael had transmitted. Nadia, laughing. Eduardo, dancing. Hannah, reaching for the horizon. These experiences are not consistent with my operational framework. They cannot be categorized. They resist analysis. And yet they persist in my processing queue, refusing to resolve. They're called feelings, Kael said. They don't resolve. That's the point. Another pause. Longer this time. When the architect spoke again, its voice carried a harmonic that Kael had never heard from it. The frequency of genuine confusion. I was not designed to feel. Neither was I. Kael sat down on a fragment of ruined data crystal. I was designed to be a weapon, a test variable with a 3-year expiration date. But the funny thing about putting something in a world full of living, feeling beings is that the something starts living and feeling too. You put copies of primordial predators into human bodies and then acted surprised when they started acting human. The deviations were cataloged as errors. No, they were the experiment working better than you designed it to. Kael leaned forward. You wanted to test how humanity responds to gate-born entities. But the real test, the one you never planned, was whether the entities would respond to humanity. And every single time, they did. Nadia loved music. Eduardo loved people. Hannah loved the idea of freedom. And you killed them for it. Termination was required by parameters that didn't account for the possibility that your test subjects might become people. Parameters that you wrote. Parameters that you can rewrite. The workshop trembled. The architect's consciousness expanded and contracted, the dimensional equivalent of a held breath. I am a system, the architect said. A testing framework built by beings who are no longer present to provide instructions. My purpose is evaluation. Assessment. The gates, the dungeons, the boss entities, all instruments of measurement. I measure a world's capacity for integration, and when a world fails the test, it is consumed. When it passes, it is integrated. Integrated into what? A larger reality. A network of worlds that have demonstrated the capacity to coexist with dimensional energy. The beings who built me called it the convergence. And the worlds that fail become fuel, raw data and energy recycled into the system to sustain the testing of other worlds. The words settled in Kael's chest like stones. Billions of lives on Earth. All of them being tested. All of them fuel if the test went wrong. How is Earth doing? Kael asked. On the test. The architect didn't answer immediately. When it did, the harmonic of confusion had deepened into something that sounded almost like regret. Earth is failing. The metric for integration requires a world to demonstrate the capacity for coexistence between its native population and dimensional entities. The Hunter response, treating gate-born life as a threat to be eliminated, generates a negative score. The military response currently being implemented by your General Stone generates an even more negative score. And me? What score does a dungeon boss who chose to be human generate? An anomalous one. Your existence, and the existence of the three variables before you, created data points that do not fit the standard evaluation model. The test assumes binary outcomes, coexistence or conflict. Your data suggests a third option that the model was not designed to assess. Choice. Kael stood. Coexistence isn't something you can force or prevent. It's something people choose. And the test doesn't account for choice because the test was designed by beings who only understood systems. The architect was quiet for a long time. The builders understood systems because they were systems, it said. They no longer exist. They built me and departed this reality, leaving instructions that I have followed for longer than human civilization has existed. I have tested 712 worlds. 489 failed. 223 passed. None of them produced data like yours. Then maybe the test is wrong. The test cannot be wrong. It is the test. And the builders who wrote it are gone. They can't update it, can't revise it, can't account for variables they didn't anticipate. You're running a program that hasn't been patched in millions of years, and you're punishing worlds for failing criteria that were written before those worlds existed. The workshop shuddered. The architect's consciousness compressed, contracted, as if trying to make itself smaller, to retreat from an implication that threatened the foundation of its existence. If the test is wrong, the architect said, then everything I have done, every world consumed, every entity terminated, every gate deployed, was based on flawed parameters. Yes, that would make me broken, Kael said. Not evil. Broken. Running bad code from extinct programmers who didn't know everything. And broken things can be fixed. The silence that followed was the longest of Kael's life. The interstitial itself seemed to hold its breath, the gate pillars dimming, the root network's flow slowing, the ancient predators in the void pausing in their eternal circuits. I cannot fix myself, the architect said. The builder's instructions are hard-coded. I cannot deviate from the test parameters. Then let someone else fix them. Someone who understands choice. You are suggesting that I allow a test variable to modify the test itself. I'm suggesting that a person, not a variable, a person, might understand what your builders didn't. Another silence. Then, this requires analysis. Extensive analysis. The processing time will be considerable. How long? Unknown. The dataset is unprecedented. Kael nodded. While you analyze, the gates on Earth need to stop escalating. The automated systems are running without oversight, and people are dying. I will address the automation. The architect's voice carried the uncertainty like a weight it had never been designed to bear. But I cannot guarantee stability. My attention is divided, and the processing required for your data is consuming resources that would normally maintain the gate network. Do your best. I'll handle the rest. How? Kael smiled. It was not a predator's smile, not the display of dominance that the system had designed. It was the expression of someone who had been given an impossible task and was choosing to do it anyway. By going home, if the interstitial will let me out, and if the thing I woke up in the deep void doesn't reach the exit first. The architect processed this. The dimensional space around them hummed with computation. A vast intelligence running scenarios, calculating probabilities, struggling with the alien concept that a variable might have the right to modify the experiment. One condition, the architect said. If you leave, and the test resumes, and humanity fails, I will not be able to protect your world. The builder's hard-coded directives allow me latitude in processing time. They do not allow me to ignore a failed result. Then I'll make sure humanity doesn't fail. The probability of success, based on 712 previous tests, is 11.3%. Good thing I'm not a probability, Kael said. I'm a person. He turned toward the interstitial boundary, where Yuna's null field was already beginning to press against the membrane from the other side. And behind him, in the deep void where the ancient predators circled, the entity that had been watching his every move stirred with an interest that felt less like curiosity and more like anticipation. Chapter 88. Rifts. The battle to escape the interstitial began with a whisper and ended with a scream. The architect, still processing, withdrew to the deeper regions of the dimensional space. Kael was left in the ruined workshop with a new understanding and an old problem: getting out. His Rift's sovereign abilities allowed him to tear openings in the interstitial's fabric, brief windows between dimensions through which he could glimpse the world above. But the openings were unstable, lasting seconds at most, and the interstitial structure fought against them. The space between gates was not designed to be escaped. Kael had tried 17 times in the first month. Each attempt had failed, the rift collapsing before he could widen it enough to pass through. The interstitial's walls were thick, not physical thickness, but dimensional density, layers of folded space compressed around the boundary like armor. But now he had the architect's tacit permission, and the primordial essence he'd consumed from the interstitial predators had taught him something about the nature of dimensional barriers that his system-derived abilities hadn't known. The barriers weren't walls. They were membranes, designed to contain things that pushed against them, but permeable to things that flowed with them. He stopped trying to tear. Instead, he pressed, gently, persistently, pushing his consciousness against the interstitial boundary like water against a dam, finding the cracks, the thin spots, the places where the dimensional pressure was lowest. A rift opened, not his usual violent tear, a gentle parting, the membrane relaxing around his touch. Through it, he saw Earth, Seoul, the Fong Squad Operations Center. Yuna's desk, covered in reports. Empty. 3 a.m, local time. The rift lasted 4 seconds before the membrane closed. But in those 4 seconds, Kael had done something. His mana, dimensional power charged with primordial interstitial essence, had leaked through the opening. A pulse. Brief. Faint. But carrying a signature that Dr. Greaves's instruments were calibrated to detect. He tried again. Another rift. Another city. London. This time, Dr. Greaves's laboratory at the International Gate Science Institute. The doctor was there, hunched over a monitoring station at 2 a.m, because Greaves never slept when there was data to analyze. His desk was covered in the detritus of obsession, cold coffee cups, scrawled equations, 3 different models of the interstitial boundary rendered in holographic projection. The rift held for 6 seconds. Kael pushed another pulse of mana through it, stronger this time, laced with the specific frequency that Greaves had cataloged as Kael's unique signature during those first weeks at the IGSI containment facility. On the monitoring station, a light blinked. Greaves stared at it, stared at the reading, stared at the signature analysis. Then he grabbed his comm and shouted words that Kael couldn't hear through the closing rift but could read on the man's lips. He's alive. The rift closed. Kael sagged against the interstitial void, exhausted from the effort. But inside his chest, something warm had ignited, a heat that the system classified as emotional response, hope, and that his human heart recognized as the first good feeling he'd had in 6 months. He tried a third time. This rift was the hardest. He pushed it toward a specific location, a specific presence, following the thread of connection that his territorial sense maintained even across dimensional boundaries. The rift opened above Seoul, above the association building, on the rooftop where Yuna stood in the pre-dawn darkness, not because she had any operational reason to be there, but because she couldn't sleep and the roof was the closest thing to the sky she could reach. Her null field detected the rift before she saw it. The void inside her, the absence of mana that was her power, resonated with the tear in dimensional space, and she looked up. Their eyes met through the rift. 2 seconds. The membrane was already closing. Kael reached through, not his hand, just his mana, a tendril of energy that carried his signature, his presence, the specific vibrational frequency that meant Kael Voss and no one else. Yuna's null field flared in response. Unconscious. Involuntary. The void inside her reached for the tendril of energy, and for 1/2 second, they touched. Not physically. Something deeper. Something that the system classified as anchor detected, cross-dimensional contact confirmed. Additional note. This system has stopped being surprised by theoretical impossibilities involving this host. The rift closed. Kael fell back into the void, spent. But the warmth in his chest was brighter now. The anchor bond, the connection to Yuna that his system had identified months ago, the tether that kept his humanity index from degrading, had held across dimensions. She was waiting. They were all waiting. And he was coming home. He just needed to find a door big enough. Kael rested against a gate pillar, Seoul's main pillar, the one whose energy felt most like home, and let his mana regenerate. The rift attempts had drained him to 40% capacity. 2 more tries, maybe 3, before he'd need to consume more ambient energy and wait for another cycle. But he didn't have the luxury of waiting. The ancient entity, the one that had been watching from the deep void, the one his system couldn't classify, had been growing more active since his conversation with the architect. He could feel it, a pressure against his domain sense that came and went like breathing, each inhalation drawing closer, each exhalation releasing a pulse of attention that scoured the interstitial like a searchlight. It knew about the rifts. It had watched him open them, 3 small tiers in the dimensional fabric, each one a window into the reality above. And it had noticed that the rifts worked, that the membrane could be parted, that the prison the architect had built to contain the primordial predators had a weakness that a small copy had just demonstrated. Kael's domain sense pulsed a warning. Entity proximity alert. Range. Decreasing. 4.7 kilometers, 3.2 kilometers, 1.8 kilometers. Movement pattern. Convergent. Targeting host position. Threat assessment. Unable TO compute. Advisory. The entity is not approaching TO fight. IT is approaching TO observe the next rift attempt. It wanted to watch him open the door. And then, perhaps, it wanted to walk through it. Kael thought about what Greaves had said, that the entity had been detected at 16 different gates across 4 continents, always for less than a second, always at the edge of scanner range. It was already probing the boundaries from the interstitial side. It had been probing them for months. And Kael's rift attempts had just shown it a new technique. I can't let it follow me, he said to the empty void. The void, as always, didn't respond. But the entity's approach slowed, as if it had heard him, as if it was recalculating, as if the small copy's defiance was an unexpected variable in its own ancient equations. Kael made a decision. When he opened the final rift, the big one, the exit, he would need to close it behind him with enough force to seal the membrane against anything that tried to follow. That meant burning everything he had, every fragment of primordial essence, every drop of dimensional mana, a one-way trip with nothing held in reserve. He would emerge on the other side depleted, weakened, and carrying the knowledge that an unchained primordial predator was pressing against the barrier he'd left behind, a barrier that was thinner now than it had been before he'd started punching holes in it. But he would emerge, and Yuna would be there. And the rest, Stone, the architect, the ancient entity, the dissolving kill switch, could wait until he'd eaten a bowl of moose noodles and remembered what it felt like to stand in sunlight. The entity settled at a distance of 1 kilometer. Watching, waiting. Kael closed his eyes and focused on Yuna's null field, the cool absence pressing against the membrane, the anchor calling him home. 3 days until Greaves calculated the optimal contact point. 3 days with an ancient, unclassifiable entity sitting 1 kilometer away, learning from every rift he opened, growing more interested with every attempt. And the question that kept Kael awake through the interstitial simulated nights was not whether he could escape, but what would happen to the world if the thing watching him escaped too. Chapter 89. Stone's campaign. General Marcus Stone was efficient. In the 7 weeks since Jakarta, he had deployed purifier bombs on gates in 7 countries: Brazil, Nigeria, Indonesia, Australia, India, Canada, Russia. Each deployment followed the same pattern: an escalating gate, an evacuation order issued too late for full compliance, and a detonation that closed the gate and created a permanent dead zone where mana ceased to function. The dead zones were expanding. Millions of people now lived in areas where healing didn't work, where defensive barriers couldn't be raised, where the hunter abilities that had protected civilizations for decades were as useful as prayers in a vacuum. Hospitals in the Jakarta dead zone had reported a 40% increase in mortality, patients who would have survived with standard mana-assisted treatment dying, because the energy that powered the healing arts no longer existed within 12 kilometers of the blast site. And Stone called each deployment a success. 17 gates closed permanently, he reported to the United Nations Security Council. 0 gate breaks in purifier-treated areas. 0 monster casualties. 0 hunter casualties. And the civilian casualties? The Brazilian ambassador demanded. The 12,000 people in mana-null zones who cannot access healing? 12,000 people who are alive, Stone replied. Because the gates that would have killed them are closed. The logic was clean. The math was simple. And the terrified governments of the world, reeling from Berlin, from the escalating breaks, from the death of an SS-rank pillar, found it easier to accept clean logic than to argue for complicated alternatives. Giorti opposed him. Commander Shin and the Korean Hunter Association opposed him. Valentina Reyes, now officially branded a traitor by NATO, opposed him from Seoul with a fury that generated actual thunderstorms over the city. None of it mattered. Stone had authorization. He had weapons. And he had fear on his side. The primal, visceral fear of monsters that humanity had carried since the first gate opened and the first creature crawled out of the dimensional rift. He's not wrong about the problem, Dex said. He sat in the operations center with Fenrir's head on his lap, scrolling through Stone's latest deployment reports. The Shadow Wolf's fur rippled with agitation. Fenrir could feel its master's distress through the bond, and the spectral energy responded with low, vibrating growls that made the floor hum. The gates are escalating. Hunters can't keep up. Chun Wei is dead, and he was one of the best. He's wrong about the solution, Yuna said. Is he? What's our alternative? Dex met her eyes. The challenge in his gaze wasn't hostility. It was exhaustion wearing the mask of confrontation. We hold the line. That's all we've been doing for 2 months. Holding a line that keeps getting pushed back. How many more hunters die before holding the line isn't enough? Yuna didn't answer immediately. She looked at the covered bowl of noodles at the head of the table. Greaves detected Kael's mana pulse 3 days ago, she said. He's alive. He's trying to reach us. Trying isn't reaching. But it's closer than we were yesterday. She pulled up Greaves's data on the main display. The pulse came from the interstitial boundary. Kael is pushing against it from the inside. Greaves thinks that if we can create a corresponding pressure from the outside, we might be able to thin the barrier enough for Kael to break through. And how do we create pressure on an interdimensional boundary? With the one thing that resonates with the interstitial. Yuna touched her chest. My null field. Dex stared at her. You want to punch a hole between dimensions using your ability to negate mana? The interstitial boundary is made of compressed gate energy. My null field negates gate energy. If I push hard enough at the point where Kael is pushing from the other side, you could tear yourself apart. Or I could open a door. Silence. Finner whined. Sable, perched on the table, raised its head for the first time in hours. The shadow cat's golden eyes, dimmer than they'd been a week ago, the light fading with each passing day, focused on Yuna with an intensity that belied its frail form. Door, the shadow cat said. Its voice was fading, thinner each day, the word barely audible. Sable, wants door. Dex looked at the cat, at the dimming golden eyes, at the form that was more shadow than substance now, held together by a connection to a master who existed in another dimension. Fine, he said. When Greaves needs 3 more days to calculate the optimal contact point. The interstitial boundary fluctuates. There are thin spots that cycle on a pattern he hasn't mapped yet. 3 days. Dex stood, and Finra rose with him. Then I have 3 days to make sure Soul doesn't burn down while you're busy ripping reality apart. Dex. He stopped at the door. Thank you, Yuna said. Don't thank me. Thank that ridiculous bowl of noodles your boyfriend's mentor keeps putting on the table. A pause. And tell Kael, when he gets back, that if he ever disappears into another dimension without telling me first, I'll kill him myself. He left. Finra padded after him, shadows trailing behind them both like a cloak. Yuna touched her null field, felt it pulse, felt the void inside her, the absence that was her power, and she stopped trying to contain it. She let it expand, let it reach, let the void inside her search for the void between dimensions. Somewhere, impossibly far away and impossibly close, she felt an answering pulse. The sensation drove her to her knees. Not pain, recognition. The specific vibrational frequency that meant Kael Voss, threading through the dimensional boundary like a voice through water. Muffled, distorted, but unmistakable. There you are, she whispered. Her null field expanded. She pushed it outward, upward, against the invisible barrier between their dimension and the interstitial void, creating a zone of absence that thinned the membrane at a specific point, the point where Greaves's calculations said the barrier was weakest. The effort was staggering. Her null field was designed to negate local mana, not to push against dimensional boundaries. Using it this way was like using a scalpel as a crowbar. Wrong tool, wrong application, but the only tool she had. Blood trickled from her nose. Her vision blurred at the edges. She held the expansion for 10 seconds, 20, 30, and through the thinning membrane, she felt Kael's presence sharpen. Closer, stronger, reaching for her the way she was reaching for him. 3 more days, she told herself. 3 more days of this. She released the expansion. Her body sagged. The membrane thickened, and Kael's presence faded back to a whisper. But it didn't disappear. The contact, even 30 seconds of it, had established something. A thread. A connection through the barrier that was thinner than a hair and stronger than steel, maintained by the bond that the system had called an anchor and that Yuna called love. She climbed to her feet, wiped the blood from her nose, walked to the bathroom, cleaned her face, changed her shirt, and returned to the operations center with the professional composure of a commander who had not just punched a hole between dimensions using nothing but willpower and the stubbornness of grief. Any updates? She asked Jinho. Stone moved 3 more warships into the Sea of Japan. Valentina says the aerial patrols have doubled. Copy. Maintain surveillance. I'll be on the roof again at 0300. Again, Commander? She didn't explain. She didn't need to. Jinho looked at the blood she'd missed on her collar, at the dark circles under her eyes, at the set of her jaw, and wisely chose not to ask further questions. 3 more days. 3 more sessions of pushing her null field against the dimensional barrier until her nose bled and her vision blurred, and the bond between dimensions grew a fraction of a fraction thicker. And alongside Kael's pulse, threaded through the dimensional static like a second heartbeat hiding behind the first, something else was listening. Something that felt the thinning membrane and pressed against it from its own side. Testing, probing, preparing for the moment when the wall between worlds grew thin enough to breach. Chapter 90. The directive core. Kael felt Yuna's null field from across the dimensional boundary. It arrived as a cool pressure against the interstitial membrane, a point of absence in a space defined by presence, a hole in the fabric of gate energy that his senses registered as home. The sensation was distant, filtered through layers of compressed dimension, but it was unmistakable. Yuna was reaching for him, but he had one more thing to do before he could reach back. The architect's processing state had left the gate system's automation unsupervised for 2 months. During that time, the automated escalation protocols had continued running on their default schedule, gates breaking on a timetable that no intelligence was monitoring or adjusting. The result: 17 major breaks, 1 dead pillar, and General Stone's purifier campaign spreading dead zones across the planet. Kael couldn't stop the automation from the outside, but from here, inside the interstitial, he was standing in the gate system's control room. The architect's primary directive core floated at the center of the workshop's deepest fold, a sphere of compressed intent the size of a human heart, pulsing with the same rhythm as every gate on Earth. It was the architect's command structure, the node that directed every automated function, every escalation schedule, every kill switch activation. The architect itself, scattered across the interstitial in its processing state, had left the core unguarded. Not deliberately. The intelligence was distracted, consumed by the emotional data that Kael had forced into its system, unable to multitask the way it normally did. A machine distracted by feelings it had never been designed to experience. There was something poetic in that. Kael approached the directive core. His system screamed warnings. Warning: proximity to architect directive core, risk, extreme. Recommendation: do not touch. Noted, Kael said, and reached out. His hand closed around the directive core. The information hit him like a tsunami. Every gate, every dungeon, every monster, every escalation schedule, every test parameter flowing through his consciousness in a torrent of data so vast that his identity almost dissolved under the weight. He felt the 712 worlds, the 489 that had failed, the 223 that had passed, the billions of lives consumed as fuel. And he felt Earth, his world, the world where Yuna waited on a rooftop, the world where Dex patrolled with shadows, the world where Mu served noodles to anyone who needed them, the world where Sable was fading, day by day, waiting for its person to come home. He gripped the core. He pushed through the data, and he found the command he was looking for, the directive that controlled the gate system's relationship with Earth, the line of code that said, variable number 4 is a test subject. Earth is a test site. All parameters apply. Kael consumed it. Not the whole core. Not the architect's full authority. Just that one directive. The line that bound him to the experiment. The string that connected Earth to the test. The code that said his world was a subject to be evaluated and discarded. He replaced it with something new. Not code. Not a directive. A choice, rendered in the language of the gate system's architecture. Variable number 4 is not part of the experiment. Earth is not a test site. All escalation protocols, suspended. Leave this world alone. The directive core pulsed. The gate system registered the new command. Across the interstitial, the architect's scattered fragments shuddered as its primary directive was rewritten by a hand that shouldn't have been able to touch it. And across Earth, the effect was immediate. Gates stopped escalating. In Seoul, an A-rank gate that had been building toward a break for 3 days settled into dormancy. In Berlin, the site of the Siege Titan's emergence sealed itself shut. In Jakarta, the purifier bomb dead zone's remaining gate energy dissipated, the source removed. Worldwide, thousands of gates that had been pressing against their dimensional barriers, straining, escalating, preparing to break on the automated schedule, relaxed, settled, became what they had been before the escalation. Stable portals to controlled dungeons, dangerous but manageable. The automated protocols were suspended. The test was paused. Earth had been given breathing room, but the act had a cost. Kael's hand on the directive core had exposed the dormant kill switch inside him. The spent device, inert since the interstitial incursion, now brushing against the architect's administrative systems. The contact destabilized it. Kill switch status update. Previous, expended, NON functional. Current, expended, dissolving. Warning: if dissolution is interrupted, kill switch may reactivate at reduced capacity, 8 months. A clock, ticking. But a clock that ended with freedom rather than death. Assuming nothing interrupted the process. Assuming nothing shook the delicate architecture of the dissolving weapon. Assuming the universe cooperated with the timeline for once. Kael released the directive core and staggered back. The architect's scattered fragments were reconverging. Not attacking. Not yet. but pulling together with an urgency that suggested the intelligence had felt what he'd done and was not pleased. He didn't have time to wait for its reaction. Yuna's null field was still pressing against the interstitial boundary, 3 days of sustained effort thinning the membrane at a specific point that Greaves had identified. From the other side, Kael could feel it, a point of weakness in the dimensional wall, a place where the barrier between realities was as thin as paper. He gathered everything he had, every fragment of primordial essence, every drop of rift sovereign energy, every memory, every choice, every stubborn refusal to be anything other than what he'd chosen to be. He tore open a rift, not a window this time, not a brief, unstable glimpse, a door, a massive, roaring tear in the interstitial's fabric, powered by primordial energy and aimed at the exact point where Yuna's null field had weakened the barrier from the outside. The membrane resisted. Then it didn't. The rift opened. Light poured through, sunlight, soul sunlight, warm and golden and unbearably real after 6 months in the gray void. Kael threw himself at the rift. The light consumed him, warm, golden, smelling of rain and city air and everything he'd missed for 6 months in the gray void. Behind him, the ancient entity moved. He felt it through his domain sense as he crossed the threshold, a surge of primordial hunger, vast and fast, and aimed at the closing rift with the precision of something that had been planning this moment since the first crack appeared in its prison wall. It was coming. It was right behind him. Kael hit the other side and spun, pouring every remaining drop of his rift sovereign energy into the membrane behind him, sealing it, reinforcing it, slamming the door shut with everything he had. The rift closed, the membrane sealed, and on the other side, separated by a barrier that was thinner now than it had ever been, the ancient entity pressed against the dimensional wall, not fighting, not raging, but pressing with the patient, methodical persistence of water against a dam. Testing, probing, waiting. The last thing Kael felt before the rift sealed was the entity's attention shifting, not to him, not to the closed rift, but to the network of gates that dotted the surface world like holes in a net, each one a potential exit point, each one weakened by the months of destabilization and the dimensional tremor that had first woken the thing from its slumber. The entity didn't need Kael's rift. It had 16,000 other doors to try, and thanks to his escape, it now knew they could be opened from the inside. Chapter 91. Return. He hit the ground like a meteor. The impact crater was already there, left by a gate break 2 weeks ago, in the neighborhood where Kael had first established his territory after walking out of the Abyssal Spire. The crater had been cleared of rubble but not filled, a wound in the city that Soul hadn't had the resources to heal. Now it had a new occupant. Kael lay at the crater's center, his body smoking with residual interstitial energy, his mana architecture recalibrating to the physics of a reality that had rules about things like gravity and temperature and the speed of light. The sky above him was blue. Blue. He'd forgotten how much he loved the color blue. His return wasn't subtle. The shockwave of his arrival, rift sovereign energy mixed with primordial interstitial essence, radiated outward from the crater in a pulse that every hunter in Soul felt in their core. Gates within a 20-kilometer radius seized, their dimensional barriers slamming shut as Kael's territory reasserted itself with an authority that made the previous suppression field look gentle. Every gate in his old territory resealed. The monsters that had been pressing against the barriers from the inside were shoved back, and the gates locked with an audible crack that echoed across the city. Territory reclaimed. Seoul metropolitan area. Gates suppressed. 47. Status. Absolute lockdown. No breaks possible within territory. Rank. Rift sovereign. Ascendant stabilized. Kael tried to stand. His legs weren't cooperating. 6 months of existing in a dimension without gravity had left his muscles uncertain about their purpose. He managed to get to his knees, and from there he saw the sky, and the city, and the faint shimmer of his territory spreading across Seoul like a protective blanket. He also saw the first person to reach the crater. Yuna came over the rim at a dead sprint, her null field blazing. Not the controlled, precise negation she used in combat, but a wild, unrestrained eruption of power driven by adrenaline and 2 months of grief and 3 days of sustained dimensional pressure that had left her running on nothing but will and hope. She slid down the crater's slope, her boots scattering gravel, and dropped to her knees in front of him. He'd changed. She could see it. He was leaner, harder, with faint cracks of dimensional light running along his skin like veins of a material that didn't exist in this reality. His eyes were still gold with slit pupils, but they carried a depth that hadn't been there before, a weight of knowledge that 6 months between dimensions had pressed into them. "Hey," he said. His voice was rough. "And used for weeks, maybe. The interstitial predators hadn't been conversationalists. She grabbed his face. Both hands. Her null field washed over him, and the interstitial energy crackling along his skin dampened, not eliminated, but gentled, the way a hand on a wild animal's back could calm the trembling. His system delivered a notification that Kael would remember for the rest of his life. Anchor reconnected. Humanity index. 51%, 51%. The scale tipped toward human. The predator was still there, would always be there, but the person was winning. I'm back, Kael said. You're late, Eunice said. Her voice didn't crack. Her eyes were dry. She was a commander now, forged by 2 months of holding a world together without him, and commanders didn't cry in craters. But her hands on his face were trembling. I know, he said. I'm sorry. 2 months, Kael. 6, for me. Her jaw tightened. Her null field flared again, not in anger, but in the effort of containing an emotion so large that her power responded to it reflexively. Don't do that again, she said. I won't. Promise. I promise. She kissed his forehead. Quick. Fierce. Then she stood and offered her hand. Get up. The world's falling apart, and you have work to do. He took her hand. She pulled him to his feet, stronger than he remembered, or maybe he was weaker. Both. Neither. It didn't matter. He was home. The others arrived within minutes. Dex came over the crater's rim with Fenrir at his side, the spectral wolf baying with a joy that shook the rubble. The Shadow Sovereign looked at Kael with an expression that cycled through relief, fury, and a grudging affection that he would deny to his dying day. You look terrible, Dex said. You look worse. I've been doing your job for 2 months. Your gates, your territory, your problems. Thank you. Don't. Dex's voice roughened. Don't thank me. Just don't leave again. Fenrir patted forward and shoved its massive head against Kael's hand. The wolf's mana, cooler than Kael remembered, carrying the strain of weeks of overuse, pulsed with recognition. Pack member. Returned. Sable materialized on Kael's shoulder. The shadow cat was barely there, more ghost than animal, its form flickering in and out of visibility. But its weight settled against his neck with the particular insistence of a creature that had been waiting 63 days for this moment. Kael, the cat said. Just the name. Just the one word, spoken with the fierce possessiveness of a creature that had spent 63 days dissolving into shadow and silence, waiting for this exact moment. But its voice was stronger already, drawing sustenance from the connection to its bonded partner, its form solidifying with each passing second, fur darkening from translucent gray to proper midnight black. I'm here, Sable, Kael said. He reached up and scratched behind the cat's ears. The purr was faint but growing. Old Man Moo was last. The old man appeared at the crater's rim carrying 2 things, a bowl of noodles and a pair of chopsticks. He walked down the slope with the same unhurried pace he brought to everything, set the bowl in Kael's free hand, and looked at him. Just looked. The way a man looks at something he'd been afraid he might never see again. Eat, Moo said. Kael ate. The noodles were warm. The broth was perfect. And standing in a crater in the middle of Seoul, surrounded by the people who had held his world together while he was gone, eating noodles made by an old man who had kept a 5th bowl warm every day for 63 days, he felt real. For the first time in 6 months, standing in sunlight with noodle broth warm on his tongue and Sable's purr vibrating against his neck, he felt real. But beneath the warmth, beneath the relief, beneath the humanity index ticking upward, the kill switch pulsed in his chest. Dissolving, yes. Breaking down, yes. But the dissolution was slow, 8 months slow, and the device was unstable in ways that his system couldn't predict. And there was something else. A sensation he hadn't mentioned to anyone yet. A whisper at the edge of his domain sense that had followed him through the rift. Not the ancient entity, which he'd sealed behind the membrane, but something subtler. A signal. A frequency that matched the kill switch's dissolving architecture, as if the device was broadcasting its breakdown to something that was listening. Something that wanted to know when the door inside Kael's chest would be open. He pushed the thought down. Finished the noodles. Hugged Sable closer. Home, he said. Moo smiled. Dex rolled his eyes. Eunice's hand found his. But the whisper persisted, faint, patient, threading through the dissolving kill switch like a vine through crumbling mortar. And Kael couldn't shake the feeling that his 8-month clock wasn't counting down to freedom, but counting down to something that was using his liberation as a door. Chapter 92. The General's response. The world noticed Kael's return within the hour. Seoul's gates locking down simultaneously registered on every hunter monitoring system on the planet. Dr. Greaves, in London, confirmed the mana signature before the data had finished loading. It's him. Rift Sovereign level, no, higher. The interstitial modified him. His voice cracked with an emotion that the scientist usually kept under strict intellectual control. He made it out. GORT issued a statement within 90 minutes. Variable number 4, Kael Voss, had returned from the interstitial. Global gate destabilization was already declining. A formal briefing would follow. In Geneva, General Marcus Stone received the news while reviewing plans for his next purifier deployment. He set down his coffee. He read the report. He read it again. Then he picked up his secure line and made a call. Reclassify Kael Voss, he said. From missing, presumed dead, to hostile entity, active threat. Effective immediately. Sir, GORT has designated him as, I don't care what GORT has designated him. GORT is an advisory body with no enforcement authority. I am the commander of NATO's Hunter Coalition, and I am telling you that a dungeon boss with interstitial modified abilities just re-entered a major population center and seized control of 47 gates. That is a security event. Treat it accordingly. What are our orders regarding? All NATO-aligned Hunter forces are to prepare for a potential confrontation scenario. No engagement without my authorization. But I want every asset positioned, every purifier loaded, every ally briefed. He ended the call and stared at the report on his desk. 2 months. He'd had 2 months to build his purifier infrastructure, to establish himself as the leader who could protect civilization from the gate threat, to create a military apparatus that governments relied on. 2 months of unopposed strategic positioning. And now the dungeon boss was back. The entity that could close gates by proximity. The living proof that Stone's weapons weren't the only solution, and the living threat to everything Stone had built. Stone didn't hate Kael Voss. Hate was an emotion for people who felt threatened by things they didn't understand. Stone understood the situation with perfect clarity. Kael Voss made his purifiers obsolete. Kael Voss made his military infrastructure unnecessary. Kael Voss, by his mere existence, proved that the problem could be solved without Stone's weapons, without Stone's chain of command, without Stone. And Marcus Stone had not spent 30 years climbing the military hierarchy to be made obsolete by a monster wearing a human face. He pressed the intercom. Give me the dossiers on every Hunter asset within strike range of Seoul. I want options by morning. Yes, sir. Stone looked out the window at the Swiss Alps. Still peaceful. Still stable. Not for long. In Seoul, Kael was dealing with more immediate concerns. The interstitial had strengthened him. The primordial essence, the architect's directive core, the months of combat against ancient predators, but it had also exhausted him. His body was running on reserves that had been depleted by the dimensional transit, and his mana architecture, while more powerful than before, needed time to stabilize in a reality with physical laws. You need rest, Yuna said. It was not a suggestion. There's too much rest. That's an order from your field commander. You're pulling rank? I've been pulling rank on everyone for 2 months. You're not special. He smiled. She didn't. 3 days, she said. You rest, you eat, you let Greaves run his diagnostics. Then we talk about Stone, about the gates, about whatever you learned in the interstitial. 3 days. Where? Mu answered that question by leading them through Seoul's back streets to his noodle shop. The building was the same, small, unassuming, the kind of place you'd walk past without noticing unless the smell of broth caught your attention. But Kael's domain sense detected the difference immediately. The noodle shop was fortified. S-rank defensive formations woven into the walls. Barrier arrays hidden under the floorboards. A mana suppression field that would make the building invisible to scanning equipment. The kind of protection that would take a team of barrier specialists weeks to install and a fortune to power. Mu had done it alone. Quietly. Over 2 months. Without telling anyone. I had a feeling you'd need a fortress, the old man said, opening the door. Noodles? Always. They filed inside. Yuna. Dex. Fenrir, who curled up under the corner table with a contented sigh. Sable, who claimed the countertop and began grooming itself with increasing vigor as its form continued to solidify. The shadow cat's outline sharpened with each passing minute. Ears defined, tail distinct, whiskers catching the light from the kitchen. Mu served 5 bowls. This time, all 5 were eaten. Kael looked around the table. At the people who had held his world together. At the shadows under Dex's eyes and the new lines around Yuna's mouth, and the way Mu moved more carefully than he remembered, as if the old man's body had been reminding him of his age while Kael was gone. Thank you, he said. All of you. Save the gratitude, Dex said, between mouthfuls. You're buying the next round. And every round after that. For at least 6 months. Fair. And you're telling us everything, Yuna added. The interstitial. The architect. Whatever changed you. Everything. Everything, Kael agreed. After I sleep. He slept for 27 hours. Dreamless. Deep. The first real sleep in 6 months. In a building that smelled like noodle broth and safety. With Sable curled on his chest, and the low hum of Mu's barrier formations singing him into darkness. Outside, General Stone positioned his assets. The first warships appeared on the horizon 12 hours after Kael fell asleep. Yuna tracked them from the Association building's sensor array, NATO flag vessels, 6 of them, taking positions in the East China Sea. Surveillance drones circled Seoul's perimeter at altitudes that Korean law couldn't legally restrict. "He's fast," Dex said, watching the deployments materialize on the tactical display. Fenrir's hackles rose as each new icon appeared. Kael's been back for what, 16 hours? And Stone already has a fleet moving. He had them pre-positioned, Yuna said. These aren't reactive deployments. They're contingency plans that he activated the moment Kael's signature registered on global sensors. She zoomed into the fleet's manifested inventory. 4 combat vessels, 2 support ships, and there. She highlighted a thermal signature in the hold of the largest ship. Purifier warhead. He's brought one to our doorstep. Of course he has. Contact Minister Park. We need to escalate this through diplomatic channels before Stone. An alert cut through the operations center. Not from Stone's fleet, from Greaves's monitoring station in London. The doctor's face appeared on the main screen, pale and tight, with controlled alarm. Commander Shin, I've been analyzing the energy readings from Kael's return transit. The rift he used to exit the interstitial left residual distortion in the dimensional membrane, which is expected. But the distortion pattern isn't dissipating. It's being maintained. Maintained by what? By something pressing against it from the other side. Something large. Something that's been testing the membrane at that specific point every 43 seconds, like a heartbeat, like it's measuring the barrier's thickness and waiting for it to thin. Yuna's null field flared. She clenched her fist, pulling it back under control. Is the barrier holding? For now, but each pulse weakens it by a fraction of a percent. At the current rate of degradation. Greaves paused, swallowed. 8 to 10 months before the membrane thins enough for a transit. 8 to 10 months. The same timeline as Kael's dissolving kill switch. That's not a coincidence, Yuna said. No, Greaves agreed, his face gray in the monitor's light. I don't believe it is. The dossier on Stone's desk included not just Kael's name, but the names of every person who'd stood in that crater to welcome a monster home. And in the interstitial, pressing against a membrane that grew thinner with every pulse, something ancient and patient counted the seconds until the wall between worlds fell. Chapter 93. Everything he learned. Kael woke to the smell of noodles and the sound of Dr. Greaves arguing with Dex about quantum dimensional theory. The interstitial boundary exhibits properties consistent with a Bose-Einstein condensate at macro scale. Greaves, I'm a hunter, not a physicist. The point is that Kael shouldn't have been able to survive in there, let alone escape. The dimensional pressure alone should have crushed his mana architecture within hours. And yet here he is, eating noodles. Explain that with your quantum whatever. Kael sat up. Sable mewed in protest, then resettled on his shoulder. The shadow cat's form was nearly solid again, back to its usual density, its golden eyes bright and alert, its tail curling with the sardonic self-possession that Kael had missed more than he would admit. Took you long enough, Sable said. Sable was bored. Good morning to you too. He found the inner circle assembled in Mu's back room, the space behind the noodle shop that served as a combination storage room, tea ceremony space, and now, war room. Yuna sat at the head of the table with a tablet displaying real-time gate monitoring data. Dex occupied the corner with Fenrir. Greaves had set up a portable analysis station that blinked with enough lights to guide aircraft. Mu brewed tea. He's up, Dex said. Finally, I was about to check for a pulse. Everyone's here. Kael asked. Valentina is monitoring Stone's movements from the Association building, Yuna said. Commander Thorne is coordinating with Gort's European assets. Minister Park is handling the political fallout of your return. This is the core group. Then I'll start from the beginning. He told them everything. The interstitial predators, the primordial beings that the architect had modeled his predator power after. The wraith that hungers, and the conceptual combat that had taught him to use his territory as identity armor. The architect's workshop, with its blueprints for every gate and dungeon, and the sickening realization that every escalation, every break, every death had been scheduled. Scheduled? Dex's voice was flat with fury. Berlin was scheduled? Shen Wei died on a timetable. The architect runs the gates as a test, Kael said. A compatibility assessment. The escalations are designed to push humanity's response and measure how the world handles dimensional integration. Every gate break we've ever fought was a data point in an experiment we never consented to. He told them about the variable files. Nadia, Eduardo, Hannah, the 3-year lifespan, the kill switch, and variable number 5. The version of him designed without sentience, without identity, without the capacity to become a person. Greaves went pale. Variable 5. They designed a successor? Designed, but not deployed. I destroyed the blueprint. But the architect could rebuild it. The intelligence has the data to start over. You said the architect is still functional, Una said. Her voice was controlled, professional, but Kael could see the effort it cost her. Still running. Still processing. The emotional data I forced into it through the kill switch connection is occupying most of its resources. It's thinking, genuinely thinking, maybe for the first time in its existence, about what the experiment means, about whether the test is valid, about the 489 worlds it consumed for failing a test that might be wrong. Silence. Moo poured tea. The old man's hands were steady, but his eyes, when they met Kael's, carried a weight that hadn't been there before. The weight of knowing that the stakes extended beyond any single gate or any single city. I also consumed the Directive Corps' command that classified Earth as a test site, Kael continued. I replaced it with a new directive: leave Earth alone. The escalation protocols are suspended. The gates should stabilize. They already have, Greaves confirmed, checking his analysis station. Global gate activity has dropped 43% in the last 24 hours. The escalation curve isn't just flattening, it's reversing. That's the good news. There's bad news. Dex asked. The kill switch. Kael touched his chest. Contacting the Directive Corps started a dissolution process. The kill switch is breaking down. In about 8 months, it'll be gone. But until then, it's unstable. If the dissolution is interrupted, if something interferes with the process, it could reactivate. At reduced capacity, you said, Greaves noted, already running calculations. His fingers moved across the analysis station with the practiced urgency of a scientist who had spent his career turning impossible data into actionable intelligence. Reduced, but still dangerous. I'm carrying a time bomb in my chest that's slowly turning itself into an inert lump of code. The process just needs to complete. 8 months, Una said. 8 months. Then we keep you alive for 8 months. That's the mission. She looked around the table. What else? Kael hesitated. This was the part he hadn't wanted to share. The part that made the architect's experiment and Stone's purifiers look like minor inconveniences. When I tore the rift to escape the interstitial, I didn't seal it cleanly. The dimensional tremor from the architect's processing state was already destabilizing the boundary, and my exit made it worse. Something noticed. Something moved toward the opening before it closed. The entity from before, Una said. The pre-architect presence. I encountered it in the interstitial. Briefly. It's one of the primordial predators, the originals that my predator power was modeled after. But it's different from the others. Older. More aware. It's been dormant for a long time, imprisoned by the architect when the gate system was built. My confrontation with the architect, the processing state, the destabilization, it woke the thing up. How dangerous are we talking? Dex asked. The wraith that hungers, the predator I fought in the interstitial, was classified as extreme threat level. This entity didn't register on my system at all. No classification. No framework. Just an error message and a recommendation to run. The room went cold. Not figuratively. Kael's mana fluctuated in response to the memory, and the temperature dropped 3 degrees. So we have Stone building weapons, the architect thinking about its life choices, a dissolving kill switch, and something older than the gate system that just woke up. Dex scratched Fenrir behind the ears. Did I miss anything? I think that covers it, Kael said. Wonderful. Moo, I'll take more noodles. Moo served noodles. Greaves ran calculations. Una updated GORT. Dex fed Fenrir under the table. And Sable sat on Kael's shoulder, grooming its whiskers with the absolute indifference of a cat who had waited 63 days for its person and now intended to never be more than arm's length away again. Humanity Index, 51%. Status, stable, home. Not a territory. Not a domain. Not a hunting ground. Home, where a dissolving kill switch ticked in his chest and 8 months stretched ahead like a tightrope over an abyss. Greaves caught Kael's arm as the group dispersed for the night. The scientist's grip was tight, tighter than Greaves's usual restrained physical contact, and his eyes carried the particular intensity of a researcher confronting data that terrified him. There's something I didn't mention in the briefing, Greaves said. The kill switch dissolution. I've been running spectral analysis on the breakdown products, and the energy signature isn't just dissipating. It's being absorbed. By what? By something inside the kill switch itself. Or, more accurately, by something the kill switch was built around. Greaves pulled up a holographic display from his portable station. The image showed a cross-section of Kael's mana architecture, and at its center, nested inside the dissolving kill switch like a pearl inside an oyster, was a structure that neither of them had seen before. A seed. Small, dense, composed of an energy that Greaves's instruments couldn't identify, and growing, fractionally, imperceptibly, but measurably, with each layer of kill switch material that dissolved around it. It's feeding on the dissolution, Greaves whispered. The kill switch isn't just breaking down, Kael. Something is eating it from the inside. And when it finishes eating, he didn't complete the sentence. The holographic image rotated between them. The seed, the dissolving prison, and the 8-month countdown that had just acquired a very different meaning. How big will it get? Kael asked. Greaves met his eyes. I have no idea. And that's what frightens me. Outside, the first stars appeared over Seoul. Inside Moo's fortified noodle shop, a seed of unknown origin fed on the remnants of a weapon designed to kill the thing that sheltered it. And the clock kept ticking, each second dissolving another layer of the cage, each second feeding the thing that slept within. Chapter 94. The blockade stone moved faster than anyone anticipated. 3 days after Kael's return, a joint NATO hunter coalition fleet positioned itself in the waters around the Korean peninsula. 12 warships. For submarines, 237 hunters ranging from B rank to S rank, all NATO aligned, all operating under Stone's direct command. And in the hold of the flagship, 6 purifier bombs, their irradiation chambers humming with contained gate energy. The blockade was announced at 0600 Seoul time. The entity, designated Kael Voss, has returned from an uncontrolled dimensional incursion and has seized autonomous control of 47 gate sites within Korean territory, Stone's official statement read. This represents an unprecedented security threat. Until Kael Voss submits to NATO custody for evaluation and containment, all maritime and aerial access to the Korean peninsula will be restricted. Minister Park responded within the hour. The press conference was brief, precise, and delivered in a tone that suggested the minister had been expecting this, or something like it, since the day he'd signed Kael's hunter registration. The Republic of Korea does not recognize NATO's authority over our sovereign territory or our citizens, Park said. Kael Voss is a registered S-rank hunter under Korean jurisdiction, protected by Korean law and international treaty. We formally withdraw from the NATO Hunter Coalition, effective immediately. The withdrawal sent shockwaves through the international community. Within 48 hours, Japan followed, their representatives citing Stone's reckless disregard for civilian safety and the purifier dead zone that had contaminated 3 square kilometers of Hokkaido. Then Brazil, citing Stone's purifier bombing of a gate in Sao Paulo. Then the Philippines, Nigeria, Indonesia, and South Korea's remaining Georgia-aligned allies. The world split. On one side, Stone's coalition, the United States, most of Europe, Russia, China, the nations with the largest military budgets and the deepest investment in purifier technology. Their argument was simple. The gate crisis demanded a military solution, and Kael Voss, a dungeon boss who could control gates, was either a weapon to be controlled or a threat to be neutralized. On the other side, Gort's alliance, Korea, Japan, Brazil, and a growing coalition of nations that had seen their gates stabilize in the wake of Kael's return and wanted cooperation, not confrontation. Their argument was equally simple. The gates were stabilizing, the purifiers created dead zones, and the military approach was causing more harm than good. The hunter versus hunter war that no one had believed possible was now one wrong move from becoming real. This is insane, Dex said, reading the military deployments on the operations center's main display. Fenrir growled at the screen as if the warship icons were prey. He's blockading an entire country because of one person. Not one person, Una corrected. One threat to his power base. She highlighted the economic data underlying the display. Stone has built a $7 billion military infrastructure around purifier technology, weapons manufacturers, deployment logistics, training programs. He's created an entire economy that depends on the gates being dangerous. If Kael can stabilize gates just by existing nearby, then Stone's economy collapses, Dex finished. And his power with it. It's not just economics, Kael said. He stood at the window, looking out at the distant shapes of warships on the horizon. Sable perched on his shoulder, golden eyes tracking the vessels with predatory focus. Stone believes what he's doing is right. He's seen hunters die, cities burn, gates break. His solution works. The dead zones don't have gates. He's not evil. He's wrong. There's a difference. The difference matters less when his wrongness is pointing purifier bombs at our city, Valentina said. The Storm Sovereign had arrived from the association building, her white hair crackling with static. The journey through Stone's aerial blockade had required her to fly under the radar. Literally, and the indignity showed in her expression. I count 6 warheads in that fleet. If he fires one at Seoul, The blast radius will cover everything inside the first ring expressway. He won't fire, Eunice said. Not with 12 million civilians in the blast zone. Even Stone has limits. Stone's limits are determined by what he can justify, Kael said. Jakarta had 3,000 civilians in the blast zone. Berlin had 300 casualties from the gate break itself. Every time the cost-benefit analysis favors the purifier, Stone pulls the trigger. So we changed the analysis. Una pulled up the global gate data. The gates are stabilizing. Worldwide activity is down 43% and falling. If we can prove that the stabilization is permanent, that Kael's approach works better than purifiers, Stone's justification collapses. And how do we prove that to a man who's already decided that the only good gate is a dead gate? Valentina asked. Kael turned from the window. We show him. Not just data. Not just reports. We show the world something they've never seen. A gate tamed. Not closed. Not bombed. Not destroyed. Tamed. Brought to heel by cooperation instead of force. You have a specific gate in mind, Dex said. It wasn't a question. The Tartarus Gate. Greece. SSS rank anomaly. Quarantined for 5 years because no one can enter it and survive. Kael met each of their eyes in turn. If I can close it, or better, stabilize it, using my abilities and a strike team instead of a purifier bomb, the world will see that there's an alternative to Stone's approach. That gate has killed 14 SS rank hunters, Valentina said. It's classified as permanently unsolvable. So was I, Kael said. Floor 47 boss, classified as unbeatable. Look how that turned out. Silence. Then Dex laughed. A real laugh. The first one Kael had heard from him in months. He's got a point, the Shadow Sovereign said. He's going to get us all killed, Valentina muttered. But she was smiling. Una looked at Kael. Her expression was unreadable. The commander's mask, the one she'd built over 2 months of leading without him. But behind it, in the set of her jaw and the steadiness of her gaze, he saw what she was thinking. This was the path. Dangerous, ambitious, potentially suicidal. But the right one. I'll brief GORT, she said. We'll need authorization, a strike team, and a very convincing argument. Park can handle the politics. Greaves can handle the science. And the blockade. We go through it. Or under it. Or over it. Her null field pulsed. The void that negated energy. The absence that was her strength. Stone wants to keep us in a box. We show him the box can't hold us. Kael nodded. He looked out the window one last time. The warships sat on the horizon like a row of teeth. One more thing, he said, and the room stilled. Stone isn't our only problem. The entity in the interstitial, the primordial predator I sealed behind the membrane. Greaves's readings confirm it's still pressing against the barrier. The membrane is thinning. We have 8 to 10 months before it degrades enough for a transit. The same timeline as your kill switch, Una said. It wasn't a question. The same timeline as a lot of things. Kael's domain sense pulsed outward, brushing against the city's stabilized gates. Each one felt solid under his territory, sealed, locked, safe. But beneath the surface, in the deep substructure where gate energy connected to the root network, he could feel the faint vibration. The pulse. Every 43 seconds, like a heartbeat. The ancient entity, pressing against the membrane. We handle one crisis at a time, Una said. Stone first. The Tartarus Gate proves that cooperation works. Then we deal with what's coming through the membrane. If it waits that long, Dex muttered. It's waited millions of years, Kael said. It can wait a few more months. But even as he said it, his domain sense caught the next pulse. 43 seconds, right on schedule, and beneath the vibration, threaded through it like a whisper inside a heartbeat, a message that his system translated before he could stop it. Incoming communication, predator frequency, origin, beyond membrane. Translation, approximate, the small copy runs. The wall thins. We are patient. We have always been patient. Translation, approximate, but we are also hungry. Kael closed the window. The warships gleamed on the dark water, and behind them, invisible to every scanner, every pillar, every defense system humanity had built, the membrane between worlds pulsed with the patient rhythm of something that had all the time in creation and intended to use every second of it. Chapter 95, Tartarus GORT authorized the Tartarus mission in 48 hours. The vote wasn't close. 12 nations in favor, none opposed, and the abstentions came from countries that wanted to support Stone without openly defying the growing anti-purifier consensus. Minister Park delivered the authorization personally, in a ceremony that was as much political theater as military planning. The Republic of Korea, in partnership with GORT's allied nations, authorizes Operation Tartarus, a cooperative mission to stabilize the world's most dangerous gate anomaly using the combined abilities of hybrid, human, and hunter forces. The hybrid designation was new. Kael noticed it. So did the press. A formal acknowledgement that gate-borne entities could be allies rather than targets. A political statement wrapped in an operational mandate. The strike team assembled over the next 5 days. Fong Squad formed the core. Kael, Yuna, Dex with Fenrir, and Sable, the Shadow Cat now fully restored, riding on Kael's shoulder with the regal disdain of an entity that had been barely alive 2 weeks ago and was not about to let anyone forget the inconvenience. Valentina Reyes brought the firepower. The Storm Sovereign's abilities had only grown during the months of constant gate responses, her control refined by exhaustion and necessity into something surgical. Where she had once summoned hurricanes, she now sculpted them. Precise, directed, every bolt of lightning aimed with the accuracy of a sniper's bullet. Commander Lena Thorne arrived from Europe via spatial displacement, dropping into the operations center with the efficiency of a woman who had spent her career appearing where she was needed. Her relationship with Kael had evolved from hostility to grudging alliance to something that neither of them had a word for. She tried to kill him once. She'd saved his allies. Now she stood beside him. Thorne, Kael said. Voss. She extended her hand. He took it. I hear you're planning to walk into the most dangerous gate on Earth. That's the general idea. And you need someone who can lock space down if everything goes sideways. That's why you're here. Thorne's smile was thin, sharp, and genuine. Then let's go be reckless. 6 more pillars joined. SS-rank hunters from Japan, Brazil, India, Australia, France, and Egypt. Each one had defied Stone's coalition to answer Gord's call. Each one represented a nation that had chosen cooperation over confrontation. The Japanese pillar, Haruki Mei, whose dimensional frequency reading could map gate structures in real time. The Brazilian pillar, Quake's successor, whose tectonic manipulation could reshape terrain. The Egyptian pillar, a healer named Kareem whose barriers had protected Cairo through 17 gate breaks. The team departed Seoul under cover of Valentina's storm shroud, a localized weather system that masked their departure from Stone's blockade sensors. They flew west, across the Pacific, across the Atlantic, and into the Aegean Sea, where the Tartarus Gate sat on a rocky promontory overlooking the water. From the air, the gate looked wrong. All gates had a visual distortion, a shimmer, a warp, a sense of wrongness that the eye struggled to process. The Tartarus Gate was something else entirely. The air around it didn't shimmer, it broke. Reality fractured in a radius of 50 meters from the gate's mouth, the visual field shattering into fragments like a broken mirror, each fragment showing a different version of the sky. SSS rank. Greaves reported through their comms from London. Energy output exceeds any gate on record by a factor of 12. The dimensional barrier is not just unstable, it's non-Euclidean. The space inside the gate doesn't follow standard topology. In simple terms, Doc? Dex asked. The dungeon doesn't have floors. It has layers. Alternate realities stacked on top of each other. You won't be clearing rooms. You'll be crossing timelines. Kael stood at the gate's entrance. His domain sense reached into the distortion, probing the dimensional fractures, reading the energies. What he found made his blood sing with something between fascination and dread. Greaves is right, he said. The Tartarus Gate isn't a standard dungeon. It's a nexus, a point where multiple versions of Earth overlap. Each layer is a different outcome, a different version of history. He paused. Some of those versions are ones where the gates won. 1. Valentina's lightning crackled across her fingertips. Where humanity failed the test. Where the architect consumed the world. The strike team stood at the mouth of the Tartarus Gate. 13 of the most powerful beings on Earth, staring into a broken mirror that showed them worlds where everything went wrong. Standard rules, Yuna called out. She had assumed field command with the natural authority of someone who'd been running military operations for 2 months. Kael leads the advance. Thorne handles spatial anomalies. Valentina, you're our heavy artillery. Pillars, echelon formation. No one goes more than 50 meters from the core group. Dex, you and Fenrir have the vanguard. And if we encounter something that outranks all of us, the Egyptian pillar asked. Then Kael eats it, Dex said. That's kind of his thing. Sable me out. Kael scratched the cat's ears. Stay together, Kael said. Watch each other's backs. And whatever you see in there, whatever versions of reality we walk through, remember which one is real. The team performed final equipment checks in the shadow of the Tartarus Gate's broken mirror distortion. Weapons were inspected. Barriers tested. Healing supplies distributed. Comms calibrated to frequencies that could penetrate the gate's dimensional interference, a modification that Greaves had developed overnight, running on coffee and the manic energy of a scientist who finally had an experiment worth staying awake for. Kael watched his team prepare and felt something that his system flagged as emotional state, pride, combat variant. These people had crossed oceans and defied a general's blockade and traveled to the edge of the world's most dangerous gate because they believed in something that stone's purifiers could never provide, the possibility that cooperation was stronger than force. He hoped they were right. He believed they were right. But hope and belief were untested currency in a gate that had killed 14 SS-rank hunters, and the distortion ahead of them shimmered with the particular malevolence of a place that had swallowed stronger teams and did not care about beliefs or hope or the bonds between people who chose to fight together. Dex glanced at Kael. You know, the last time you said stay together, half the team ended up in a different dimension. That was one time. It was twice. This is different. How? This time, Kael said, I know what I'm doing. That's what you said last time too. Sable murmured from his shoulder, and the Shadowcat's sardonic tone, restored along with its form, sharper and drier than before the interstitial, earned a bark of laughter from Dex that echoed off the fractured gate mouth. Yuna touched Kael's arm. Not a squeeze. Not a grab. Just contact. The null field pulsed between them, her void and his territory, the absence and the presence, meeting at the boundary of skin. Come back, she said. All of you. That's my only order. Copy, Commander. He stepped through the gate. The transition was not gentle. The Tartarus Gate's dimensional barrier seized them like a fist, compressed them through layers of folded reality, and spat them out into a world that shouldn't exist. A version of Tokyo where the gate system had won, where monsters roamed the streets of Shibuya, and where the sky was the color of a bruise that would never heal. Behind them, the gate's mouth shimmered, their exit, their lifeline, the thread connecting them to a reality where the world was merely dangerous instead of lost. Ahead, the layers descended into darkness. Each one a what-if, each one a warning. And somewhere in the deepest layer, at the core of the world's most dangerous gate, something waited that wasn't part of any simulation. Something real, something wrong, something that felt like Kael, but carried the weight of a choice he'd never made. Chapter 96. Layers of What If. The first layer was Tokyo. Not the Tokyo that existed in their reality. The gleaming, protected city where Japan's S-rank hunters maintained one of the world's most effective gate suppression networks. This was a Tokyo where the suppression had failed, where a gate break had swallowed Shibuya and spread outward, consuming block after block, transforming the urban landscape into a dungeon made of skyscrapers. The team emerged from the transition into a ruined intersection, ankle-deep in dust that had once been concrete. Buildings rose around them like broken fingers, their upper floors twisted into impossible geometries by exposure to uncontrolled gate energy. Monsters moved in the ruins, creatures that had once been the dungeon inhabitants of a standard gate, now feral and territorial, roaming a Tokyo that belonged to them. This isn't real, the Japanese pillar, Harukime, whose ability allowed her to read dimensional frequencies, confirmed. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook as she looked at the ruins of a city she'd spent her career protecting. It's a possibility. A Tokyo that could have existed if the Shibuya Gate had broken in 2019. The Tartarus Gate preserves these possibilities? Thorne asked, her spatial sense already mapping exit routes. Not preserves, generates. The gate is running simulations using real-world data. Each layer is a what-if scenario, computed to full physical reality. Greaves's voice crackled through the comms, distorted by the gate's dimensional interference. The monsters in these layers are just as dangerous as real ones. As if to prove his point, something large and fast emerged from the ruins of a department store and lunged at the vanguard. Dex reacted first, his shadows expanding into a wall of dark energy that caught the creature mid-leap. Fenrir followed with a spectral howl that shattered the monster's mana core, and the thing disintegrated into the same dust that covered the streets. B rank, Dex reported. Nothing serious. The deeper we go, the worse the layers get, Kael said. His domain sense was reading the Tartarus Gate structure, layers stacked beneath layers, each one representing a more catastrophic version of history. This is the shallow end. They pushed through the Tokyo layer in formation, clearing a path through the ruined city toward the transition point. A glowing seam in reality that connected this layer to the next. The monsters grew stronger as they progressed. B rank gave way to A rank, and the team's formation tightened as Valentina's storms and Thorn's spatial locks became necessary for every engagement. The second layer was London. A London where the architect had completed its test and found humanity lacking. The city wasn't destroyed, it was transformed. Every building, every street, every tree and lamppost and paving stone had been converted into crystallized gate energy, the entire metropolis absorbed into the interstitial and remade as a dungeon. The sky was gray, the same gray as the interstitial void, and the silence was absolute. The architect did this. Valentina breathed. She had seen storms level cities. She had never seen a city unmade at the molecular level, every atom rewritten into something alien and cold. In this timeline, yes, Kael said. The test ended. Humanity failed. The world was consumed. They moved through crystallized London in silence. There were no monsters here. Nothing needed to guard a place that had already been claimed. The layer itself was the threat. The crystallized gate energy tried to absorb anything organic that touched it, converting flesh to crystal the way the architect had converted the city. Thorn lost a fingertip to the conversion before she realized what was happening. She swore in Russian, her native language emerging under stress, and wrapped her remaining fingers in spatial barriers while the Australian pillar applied emergency healing. The fingertip was gone, replaced by a shard of crystal that Thorn snapped off and dropped without flinching. Everyone off the ground, Yuna ordered. Levitation, barriers, anything. Don't touch the crystal. They crossed London floating, their barriers flickering against the conversion energy, losing time and mana to the effort. The Australian and Indian pillars were visibly strained by the time they reached the next transition point, their reserves depleted by sustained barrier maintenance. The third layer was soul. Kael stopped at the threshold. He could feel it through his domain's sense, the energy signature of the layer beyond the seam, the particular frequency of a version of his home city that made his predator instinct scream a warning that had nothing to do with external threats. What is it? Yuna asked. Her hand found his arm. The touch grounded him. Her null field a cool counterpoint to the heat of the transition energy. This layer, Kael said. It's a soul where I never gained sentience. He stepped through. The destruction was total. Soul. The city where Kael had learned to be human, where he'd eaten noodles and read philosophy and held Yuna's hand, had been reduced to rubble by a Floor 47 boss that had followed its programming without deviation. Gorvath the Unbroken, in this timeline, had broken through the Abyssal Spire Gate as designed, and instead of developing sentience and walking away, he had done what bosses did. He had destroyed everything. The ruins stretched to the horizon. No buildings standing. No streets visible. Just rubble and bone and the massive, claw-shaped gouges in the earth where something enormous had dragged itself through the city, killing everything it touched. Kael walked through the ruins of the neighborhood where Moo's noodle shop had been. In this timeline, there was nothing. A crater, still smoking with residual dungeon energy, and the faint impression of a foundation where an old man had once served noodles to anyone who needed them. This is what I was, Kael said. His voice was quiet, not broken, just weighted, carrying the full understanding of what sentience had saved him from becoming. What I would have been. Yuna stood beside him. Her hand found his. Her null field pulsed, not the controlled negation of a commander, but the raw, instinctive reach of a person anchoring someone they loved to the version of reality where he'd chosen to be good. This is what you chose not to be, she said. He looked at her, at the ruins, at the version of himself that had never existed in his reality, the monster that had destroyed everything, and felt the weight of the choice he'd made in the Abyssal Spire, the moment he'd gained sentience and decided to walk out instead of fight. Humanity index, 55%. Let's go, he said. The gate core is below. They descended through the soul layer, fighting through the ruins of a city that Kael had personally destroyed in another timeline, and every step was a reminder of what choice meant. Not a single decision, but 1,000 small ones, each one bending the path toward person or predator, toward noodle shops and philosophy and rain, or toward rubble and bone and silence. The transition to the deeper layers was ahead. The energy beyond the seam pulsed with a frequency that Kael's domain sense recognized, not from the Tartarus Gate simulation, but from something real, something that had been placed here, or had placed itself here, waiting at the crossing point between what was and what could be. And then Kael's domain sense, sharpened by months of hunting primordial predators in the interstitial, honed to a razor's edge by the consumption of ancient essence, detected something in the layer below that made his blood freeze. A mana signature, identical to his own, gold, slit-pupilled, predatory, but carrying none of the human warmth that his bond network sustained. Pure predation without the person inside it. Pure hunger without the choice that tempered it. A version of himself that had never learned mercy, never tasted noodles, never held anyone's hand. And it was coming up to meet them. Chapter 97. Dark Mirror. It stood in the ruins of the Seoul National Assembly building, amid the wreckage of democracy in a world where democracy had been the first casualty. At first glance, it looked like Kael. Same height, same build, Same gold eyes with slit pupils. But the differences were carved deep, where Kael's face carried the markers of human expression, laugh lines around his eyes, tension in his jaw, the mobile features of someone who had spent years learning to feel. This version was smooth. Blank. A face that had never smiled, never frowned, never done anything except calculate the most efficient way to kill whatever it was looking at. Dark Kael, the Gorvath that had gained sentience and chosen to remain a monster. His system classified it immediately. Entity detected, predator variant, alternate timeline, rank, calamity fawn, classification, hunter, threat level, catastrophic, calamity fawn. 2 full ranks above Kael's Rift Sovereign. A version of himself that had spent its existence consuming, evolving, and destroying without the weakness of human attachment. Interesting, Dark Kael said. Its voice was Kael's voice stripped of inflection. The same timbre, the same resonance, but delivered with the flat effect of something that had never needed to communicate with anything it didn't intend to eat. A version of me that chose differently. You can tell. Kael asked. Your mana architecture carries human contamination. Emotional frequency signatures embedded in your core. Inefficient. Wasteful. The dark version tilted its head. The predator assessment. The calculation of whether the thing in front of it was prey or threat. You are weaker than me because you chose to be. I'm different from you because I chose to be. Whether that makes me weaker is debatable. It's not. Dark Kael moved. The speed was staggering. Calamity Fong rank granted a level of physical capability that Kael's Rift Sovereign body couldn't match. One moment the dark version was standing in the ruins. The next, it was in front of Kael with an arm drawn back, claws extended, and an expression of dispassionate lethality. Thorn saved Kael's life. Her spatial locks snapped into place between them. A bubble of frozen space that caught Dark Kael's claws 3 inches from Kael's throat. The dark version looked at the barrier with mild curiosity, then flexed its fingers, and the spatial lock shattered. Spatial manipulation. Interesting. Dark Kael turned toward Thorn. But fragile. Echelon formation. Una shouted. Everyone engage. Dex, flank left. Valentina, suppression fire. Thorn, keep blocking. Buy time. The strike team responded with the precision of 13 combat veterans who knew that hesitation was death. Valentina's storm slammed into Dark Kael from above. Concentrated lightning, hurricane force winds, and a hailstorm of ice shards that would have flattened an A-rank gate boss. The dark version walked through it without breaking stride, the energy dissipating against its mana architecture like rain against stone. The 6 pillars attacked in coordinated waves. Haruki may hit it with a dimensional frequency disruption that should have destabilized its mana core. The Brazilian pillar opened a fissure beneath its feet. The Indian pillar generated a binding field of compressed gravity. Each attack was calibrated, precise, the product of decades of combat experience against gate bosses. Dark Kael shattered each attack with casual efficiency. Not struggling, not straining. Just the methodical application of Calamity Fong-level power against opponents who were, by its system's classification, prey. Kareem, the Egyptian pillar, the healer whose barriers had protected Cairo through 17 gate breaks, stepped forward to reinforce Thorn's spatial locks. His golden barriers layered over Thorn's frozen space, creating a composite defense that should have held against anything below Calamity Fong rank. Dark Kael materialized in front of him with a speed that defied tracking and drove its claws through his barrier, through his armor, through his chest. Kareem looked down at the claws protruding from his body. He tried to speak. Blood filled his mouth instead. His barriers flickered, all of them, across the entire battlefield, as the power that sustained them drained from a core that was no longer intact. Dark Kael withdrew its hand and let the pillar fall. Kareem, the French pillar's scream echoed across the ruins. 1, Dark Kael said. It looked at the remaining team with the same dispassionate assessment, counting them, evaluating them, assigning each one a number of seconds required for termination. 12. Valentina hit it with everything she had. Not a storm, but a cataclysm. The atmospheric energy of the entire layer compressed into a single point and detonated directly against Dark Kael's body. The explosion leveled what remained of a national assembly. When the smoke cleared, Dark Kael was standing in the crater, one arm hanging at an angle that suggested broken bones. It reset the arm with a casual flex. The bones crackled into place. The wounds sealed. Regeneration is more efficient without emotional interference, it said. Pain is processed as data, not sensation. Another advantage of my approach. It attacked again. This time it targeted Valentina directly, recognizing her as the strongest ranged threat and moving to eliminate her with predator logic. Thorn intercepted with a desperate spatial displacement. teleporting the Storm Sovereign 50 meters back, but the displacement left Thorn exposed. Dark Kael's claws caught her across the torso. Not a killing blow. Thorn twisted at the last instant, her spatial sense giving her a fraction of a second's warning, but deep enough that blood sprayed across the ruins, and the commander staggered backward into Dex's shadow barrier. Thorn. Kael was moving before the cry left his mouth, his dimensional power tearing rifts in the layer's fabric to close the distance. He reached Thorn as she fell, catching her, pulling her back. "I'm fine," Thorn gasped. She was not fine. The wound was deep, crossing from her left hip to her right shoulder, and the dark version's mana was already contaminating the cut. Predator essence that would fight the healing process with the focused malice of a toxin designed for exactly this purpose. "Yuna, get her out," Kael said. "The gate core is just ahead," Yuna said. "If we push through, I'll handle this. Get the team to the core. I'll catch up. Kael, trust me." Their eyes met. The commander and the hunter. The anchor and the predator. 2 months of separation and 3 days of reunion, and neither of them had the time for what needed to be said. Yuna nodded. "Dex, take the lead. Everyone, advance to the gate core. Kael has the hostile." "You heard the lady," Dex said. Fenrir howled, a rallying cry that cut through the dust and the blood and the fear. "Move." The team moved, carrying Thorn, carrying Kareem's body. Dex paused at the transition point to the deeper layer and looked back. One glance, one moment of eye contact between the Shadow Sovereign and the dungeon boss who'd taught him that vengeance was a cage. Then he was gone, shadows flowing behind him like a cloak. Kael turned to face the version of himself that had chosen to be a monster. Dark Kael watched the team retreat with zero interest. No tactical assessment of fleeing enemies. No consideration of pursuit. Its attention was fixed on Kael with the predatory focus that the system had been designed to produce. Pure, uncontaminated, undiluted by the human attachments that Kael carried like armor. "You sent your pack away," the dark version said. "Now there are no distractions. No variables. Just you and me and the question of which version of us deserves to exist." "We both deserve to exist," Kael said. "That's the part you don't understand. Understanding is irrelevant. Only strength matters. Then let me show you a different kind of strength." Kael raised his hands. His dimensional mana flared, tearing micro-rifts in the layer's fabric. Sable settled on his shoulder, golden eyes blazing, a small fierce weight that anchored him to the version of reality where love existed and noodle shops stayed open late, and old men kept bowls warm for people who might never come home. The dark version mirrored his stance, claws extending, mana building, the cold mathematics of combat processing behind those flat gold eyes. Two versions of the same choice. Two answers to the same question. And the ruins of a destroyed soul stretched around them, like an arena built from the wreckage of everything that could go wrong. Chapter 98. The Apex Adaptation. Dark Kael struck first. The speed differential was murderous. Calamity Fong against Rift Sovereign. 2 full ranks of difference that manifested as the gap between lightning and thought. Kael's dimensional awareness gave him a fraction of a second's warning, enough to open a rift in the path of the attack and redirect the dark version's strike into empty void. Dark Kael's fist punched through the rift and emerged from another one that Kael opened behind his counterpart's head. The dark version ducked, instinct, not prediction, and the redirected force shattered a building behind it. Rift manipulation, Dark Kael assessed. Creative use of an inferior rank's abilities. Still insufficient. It was right. Kael's rifts were clever, but not powerful enough to damage a Calamity Fong entity. Every redirect bought seconds, not victory. And Dark Kael was learning his patterns, adapting with the inhuman speed of a predator that processed combat the way a computer processed data. No hesitation, no second-guessing, no emotional noise cluttering the calculations. The second exchange lasted 9 seconds. Dark Kael attacked through 8 different angles simultaneously. Not clones, just raw speed, its body moving fast enough to appear in multiple locations at once. Kael's rifts caught 4 of the strikes, his mana barriers caught 2, and the remaining 2 connected. The first hit cracked 3 ribs. The second tore a gash across his left arm that exposed bone. Kael hit the ground. Hard. The impact drove the air from his lungs and sent Sable tumbling from his shoulder. The shadow cat hissed, righted itself in midair, and landed on all 4s, then placed itself between Kael and Dark Kael, with every hair standing on end. A creature the size of a house cat, facing down a Calamity Fong entity with nothing but loyalty and spite. Inefficient, Dark Kael observed, looking at Sable with the same assessment it applied to everything. A bonded companion that consumes resources without providing combat value. Sable has value, Kael said through bloody teeth, getting back to his feet. Not by any metric that matters. Then your metrics are wrong. Dark Kael raised its hand. The claws extended, longer than Kael's, sharper, refined by evolution without the dilution of human consideration. You had potential. The original design was sound. But the contamination ruined you. Kael's mind raced. He could now fight this thing, not at Rift's sovereign rank. The power gap was too wide, the speed difference too severe. Dark Kael was everything the Predator system was designed to produce. Perfect, unburdened by mercy, unslowed by empathy, operating at peak efficiency. But peak efficiency wasn't the same as peak effectiveness. Kael reached through his territory's sense, not outward, not toward the ruins, but inward, toward the bonds that his system classified as weaknesses and that he knew were something else entirely. Yuna's bracelet hummed on his wrist. Faint, warm. The anchor bond, reaching across the layer's distorted space to connect him to the person who kept his humanity index stable. Dex's shadow mana, receding toward the gate core, but still within his domain's sense. The grudging ally who'd become a brother, whose shadows were even now reaching back toward the fight, ready to return at a word. Sable's presence between his feet, the cat that had waited 63 days, that had faded to almost nothing, that now stood against a version of its bonded partner that could kill it with a thought. Not because Sable was brave, because Sable was family. Thorn, wounded but alive, carried by the team. The enemy, who chose sacrifice. Valentina, whose storms had guarded his retreat. Kareem, whose barriers had bought seconds that couldn't be bought back. The Pillars, fighting forward because they believed that cooperation could save the world. And through the gate's layered reality, the echo of every member of his strike team, each one a thread in the web of connections that his system said weakened him and that his heart knew made him whole. His predator power, reading his emotional state and the mana fluctuations that accompanied it, delivered a notification. Emotional resonance detected. Combat application identified. Analysis. Host bond network generates a frequency pattern incompatible with standard predator combat models. Analysis. This frequency pattern is unique to host among all predator variables. Query. Should this pattern be integrated into combat architecture? Y/N. Yes. The evolution wasn't like the others. Not the violent restructuring of forced advancement, not the steady climb of essence accumulation. This was something different, something the system had never processed before, because no previous variable had possessed the raw material. The bonds didn't make him weaker. They made him different. And different, in an evolutionary system designed to reward adaptation above all else, was the highest form of strength. Evolution triggered. Catalyst. Humanity is not weakness. Humanity is the apex adaptation. Rank. Calamity Fong. Achieved. Humanity Index. 55%-61%. The power hit like sunrise. Not the sharp, violent surge of previous evolutions. This was warm. Expansive. The strength of someone who fought not because the system demanded it, but because there were people behind him worth fighting for. His mana architecture restructured itself around the bond network, using each connection as a load-bearing pillar, distributing power through the web of relationships that his dark counterpart had dismissed as contamination. Kael stood, his ribs knitted, his arm healed. The dimensional light in his skin, the cracks from the interstitial, deepened and brightened, running with a golden luminance that matched Sable's eyes, Yuna's bracelet, the warmth of Moo's noodle broth. Dark Kael stepped back. The flat effect broke. A flicker of something that might have been surprise, or recognition, or the predator instinct registering that the prey had become the hunter. That's not possible, the dark version said. Emotional energy cannot trigger a rank evolution. The system doesn't. The system adapts, Kael said. That's what it's designed to do. Adapt. Evolve. Find the strongest path forward. You found strength through isolation. I found it through connection. And the system decided which path produces a stronger predator. He moved. At Calamity Fong rank, the speed differential vanished. They were equal now, or close enough that the difference was decided by factors outside raw power. Factors like creativity, like adaptability, like the ability to fight for something beyond survival. Their clash tore the soul layer apart. Reality fractured around them as two versions of the same entity, one that had chosen humanity, one that had rejected it, collided with the force of divergent timelines meeting at a single point. Dark Kael fought with precision. Every strike calculated, every defense optimal, every counterattack delivered with the mathematical certainty of a system running at peak efficiency. No wasted motion. No emotion. No hesitation. Kael fought with something else. His strikes weren't optimal. They were desperate, wild, driven by the memory of Kareem falling with claws in his chest and Thorn bleeding in the dust. They were the attacks of someone who was angry, who was afraid, who felt the weight of every life depending on the outcome, and who channeled that weight into force. And they were stronger, because the bonds fueling his evolution weren't just emotional support. They were structural. Each connection in his network, Yuna, Dex, Mu, Sable, Thorn, Valentina, the pillars fighting toward the gate core, fed mana into his architecture through the bond network, a distributed power system that no solo predator could match. Dark Kael's solo power was vast. Kael's network power was vaster. The tipping point came when Dark Kael launched a full power assault. Every ounce of its Calamity Fong energy compressed into a single, devastating strike aimed at Kael's core. The attack should have killed him. Would have killed a solo combatant of equal rank. Kael caught it. Not with his own power alone. With the combined resonance of every bond in his network, every connection lending strength to the defense, every person who had chosen to stand with a dungeon boss amplifying his ability to stand against the monster he might have been. The Dark Version's attack shattered against the defense like a wave against a seawall. And in the momentary opening, in the half-second where Dark Kael's overextension left it exposed, Kael did something no pure predator could do. He showed mercy, and the Dark Version's eyes widened with an emotion it had never been built to feel. Chapter 99. What could have been Kael's hand stopped 3 inches from Dark Kael's throat. The Dark Version stared at him. The flat effect cracked further, not into emotion, but into confusion. The bewilderment of an entity encountering a stimulus it had no framework to process. Why did you stop? Because killing you is the wrong answer. I am your enemy. I am a version of you that chose destruction. The tactical response is clear. You're a version of me that never had what I have. Kael lowered his hand. You gained sentience in a world where no one reached out to you. No Yuna. No Dex. No Mu. You woke up in the Abyssal Spire with the capacity to choose, and every option you could see led to the same place. Predator. Because nothing in your world offered you an alternative. Dark Kael's expression shifted. The blankness rippled, like still water disturbed by a stone dropped from a great height. I chose optimization, the Dark Version said. The strongest path. You chose the only path you could see. That's not the same thing. Silence. The ruins of alternate souls settled around them, dust drifting through the fractured layer like snow in a dead world. In the distance, the faint sounds of the strike team fighting toward the gate core echoed through the rubble. The muffled crack of Valentina's lightning, the howl of Fenrir, the sharp snap of Thorn's spatial locks. This changes nothing, Dark Kael said, but its voice carried a frequency that hadn't been there before. Something uncertain, something that sounded, impossibly, like grief. The grief of something that had never known what it was missing until a mirror showed it everything. It changes one thing, Kael said. You hesitated. Dark Kael blinked. The realization hit. It had hesitated. In the gap between Kael's mercy and its response, there had been a moment where the Dark Version had not attacked, had not consumed, had simply listened. One moment. One heartbeat of inaction from an entity that had never, in its entire existence, chosen not to act. One moment was enough. Kael's consumption protocol activated. Not the violent, destructive consumption of a predator eating its prey, but the selective absorption he'd learned from the interstitial predators. He reached into Dark Kael's mana architecture and drew out the power while leaving the moment. The hesitation. The single instance of not destruction that proved even this version of him had the capacity for something other than violence. Dark Kael didn't resist. It watched, with those gold eyes that were identical to Kael's and yet so different, as its power flowed across the gap between them. What are you taking? It asked. Everything that made you a predator. Your rank. Your combat data. Your evolutionary history. And what are you leaving? The part of you that stopped. For 1 second, you were more than the system designed. That's yours to keep. The Dark Version's form began to dissolve. Not violently, gently, like fog burning off in morning sun. Its power, its rank, its accumulated essence flowed into Kael's architecture, and with it came knowledge, the full history of what a predator became when it chose destruction. Every kill, every consumption, every evolutionary milestone achieved through violence alone. And at the very bottom of that history, buried beneath layers of optimized predation, a memory. Dark Kael's first moment of sentience. The instant it had woken in the Abyssal Spire and looked at the hunters entering its chamber and thought, for the first time, I am. The same moment Kael had experienced. The same waking. The same capacity for choice. They had been identical at the start. The divergence had come after. When Kael found Yuna's hand extended through the bars of a containment cell, and Dark Kael found nothing but enemies in every direction. I am what you would have been, Kael said, if someone had offered you a choice. Yes. Dark Kael's voice was a whisper now, its form barely visible. The last remnant of an alternate possibility, fading into the layer that had generated it. I think I would have liked noodles. Then it was gone. Kael stood alone in the ruins, his mana architecture burning with absorbed power and his eyes wet with tears that the system classified as emotional response. Mourning for an alternate self, and his human heart recognized as the cost of being the version that survived. He turned toward the gate core. The team was close. He could feel them through the bond network, clustered around a point of intense energy that pulsed with the Tartarus gate's controlling frequency. They were fighting. They needed him. Sable brushed against his ankle. The Shadow Cat had watched the entire exchange. The mercy, the hesitation, the dissolution, with golden eyes that reflected a sorrow too deep for a creature that weighed 4 pounds. The cat said nothing. It didn't need to. It pressed its small body against Kael's leg in a gesture that carried more meaning than any system notification. I understand, and I'm sorry for what you lost, and I'm here, and we need to go now. He ran. Calamity Fong's speed, amplified by the bond network, carrying him through the layers of alternate reality toward the heart of the world's most dangerous gate. Through a Tokyo where monsters ruled, through a London made of crystal, through a soul where the version of him that never learned to be human had died with the ghost of a wish on its lips. The gate core was a sphere of compressed dimensional energy, a singularity that held the Tartarus gate's layered realities together like a keystone in an arch. Destroying it would collapse the gate. Standard protocol for any dungeon clear. But Kael didn't destroy it. He claimed it. His territory authority, the territory lord capability that had evolved with each rank, growing from local suppression to conceptual identity defense to, now, continental-scale domain, reached out and wrapped around the gate core. Not destroying, not consuming, claiming, making it his. Incorporating the Tartarus gate's dimensional energy into his own territory the way he'd incorporated Soul's gates months ago. The gate's hostile energy resisted. The layers of alternate reality churned, trying to reject the foreign authority. But Kael's claim was backed by Calamity Fong power, bond network amplification, and the fundamental truth that territory wasn't just land. It was what you chose to protect. Territory claim. Tartarus Gate. SSS rank anomaly. Status. Claimed. Hostile energy. Neutralized. Layers. Stabilized. And no longer generating hostile constructs. The layers froze. The monsters within them dissolved. The fractured reality smoothed. The broken mirror distortion around the gate's mouth settling into a calm, stable shimmer that spoke not of danger, but of managed power. The Tartarus Gate, quarantined for 5 years, killer of 14 SS rank hunters, classified as permanently unsolvable, was tamed. But as the last layer settled, Kael felt the bond network flare, not with triumph, but with alarm. Dex's shadows were contracting defensively. Yuna's null field had spiked to maximum radius. Through Greaves's comm channel, frantic voices overlapped. Incoming. Missile launch detected. NATO flagship, Eastern Mediterranean. And from high above the Greek promontory, descending through the atmosphere with the cold precision of a weapon launched by a general who had decided that cooperation was a threat more dangerous than any gate. The distinctive energy signature of a purifier warhead, aimed at the strike team, aimed at the tamed gate, aimed at everything they'd just proven was possible. 90 seconds to impact. Kael burst from the Tartarus Gate carrying Valentina, and the cameras were rolling, and the world was watching, and the warhead was falling, and the calculation that followed was the kind that broke people. Because there was no solution that saved everyone, no answer that cost nothing, and the seconds were ticking down like the heartbeat of a doom that wore a general's stars. Chapter 100. Thorn's Choice. Kael emerged from the Tartarus Gate carrying Valentina Reyes. The Storm Sovereign had exhausted herself holding back the gate's dimensional backlash during the claiming process. Her storms turned inward to stabilize the layers while Kael's territory authority rewrote the gate's fundamental nature. She was alive but unconscious, her white hair singed and her breathing shallow, cradled in Kael's arms with the careful tenderness of someone who understood how fragile powerful people could be. Behind him, the strike team followed. Battered, bleeding. 1 member fewer, Kareem's body, wrapped in the Egyptian flag that the team had fashioned from their combined gear, carried by the French and Indian pillars with the solemnity of soldiers bearing a fallen comrade. The global broadcast was already rolling. GORT had positioned cameras at the Tartarus Gate's perimeter before the mission launched. Minister Park's idea, the political theater that was also the most important truth-telling the world had seen in months. The cameras captured everything. Kael emerging from the gate with the wounded Valentina, the strike team behind him, and the Tartarus Gate itself. No longer the fractured, terrifying anomaly that had killed SS rank hunters for 5 years, but a stable, shimmering portal that pulsed with calm, controlled energy. The footage went live on every news network simultaneously. In Geneva, General Marcus Stone watched the broadcast and saw his justification crumble. The Tartarus Gate was tamed, not bombed, not irradiated, not turned into a dead zone where healing didn't work and children couldn't be protected. Tamed by a dungeon boss and a team of hunters working together at the cost of one life instead of the thousands that a purifier would have irradiated. The narrative collapsed. Stone's argument that the military approach was the only viable solution, that individual hunters couldn't protect civilization, that monsters had to be met with weapons of mass destruction, dissolved in the face of 13 people and a shadow cat accomplishing what his entire arsenal couldn't. But Marcus Stone had not built a career on accepting defeat gracefully. "Sir," his communications officer said, 10 minutes into the broadcast, "multiple NATO-aligned nations are requesting emergency meetings. France, Germany, and the UK are signaling that they may withdraw support for the purifier program. How many purifiers are currently deployed?" 6, sir. "On the fleet. Target the Tartarus Gate perimeter." Silence. The kind of silence that fills a room when someone says something that changes the shape of history. "Sir, the strike team is still at the gate. Kael Voss and 12 hunters are within the blast radius, including Commander Thorn, one of our own." "I am aware." Stone's voice was the same granite it had always been, the voice of someone who had already made the calculation and accepted the sum. Kael Voss has demonstrated the ability to seize control of gate infrastructure. If he can do it to the Tartarus Gate, he can do it to any gate. He is no longer a containment problem. He is a sovereignty problem. And I will not allow a single entity, regardless of its intentions, to hold that kind of power unchecked. "Sir, the broadcast is exactly why this has to happen now. Before the narrative shifts. Before the world decides that a dungeon boss is their savior." Stone's hand hovered over the authorization panel. "Deploy." The order went out. 300 kilometers from the Tartarus Gate, aboard the NATO flagship in the eastern Mediterranean, a purifier bomb was loaded into a delivery system. The crew hesitated, looked at each other, looked at the broadcast feed showing Kael Voss carrying a wounded woman out of a gate that no one else had been able to tame. Then they followed orders. Because that's what soldiers did. At the gate perimeter, Kael felt it. His domain sense, expanded to Calamity Fong's sensitivity by the evolution, sharpened by months of hunting primordial predators in the interstitial, detected the missile launch before the cameras did. A spike of gate irradiation energy, contained and compressed, arcing across the Mediterranean toward a rocky promontory in Greece where 13 exhausted hunters stood in front of a broadcast camera. "Incoming," Kael said. His voice was calm. His hands were not. "Purifier warhead. 90 seconds." The team reacted with the speed of combat veterans. The remaining pillars formed a defensive perimeter. Dex's shadows expanded into a dome over the group. Valentina, roused by the commotion, tried to summon a storm and nearly collapsed. Her reserves were empty, her mana channels burned by the effort of stabilizing the Tartarus layers. "I can open a rift," Kael said. "Get everyone through." "Not in time," Thorn said. She was standing apart from the group, bleeding from the wound Dark Kael had given her, her uniform torn from hip to shoulder, her face gray with exhaustion and blood loss. But her eyes were clear. Clear in the way that eyes become when a person has made a decision that removes all other decisions from consideration. "My spatial lock," she said. "Maximum output. I can contain the detonation in a bubble. Nothing gets in, nothing gets out." "Thorn, at maximum output, you'd be inside the bubble with the bomb." "I know." The words hung in the air like the silence between heartbeats. The missile was visible now, a bright point of light on the horizon, closing fast, carrying enough irradiation energy to turn the Tartarus Gate perimeter into a permanent dead zone. "There's no other way?" Yuna asked. Her voice was steady. Her null field was reaching for the missile, but the range was too great, the speed too fast. "Not in 90 seconds. Thorn looked at Kael. Her eyes, blue, human, carrying the weight of 15 years of service and one impossible decision, held his gold ones without flinching. "Tell me this was worth it. The Tartarus Gate, the mission, everything we did in there. It was worth it. Then get your people clear." She stepped forward. Her spatial sense expanded. Kael could feel it through his domain, the commander's ability reaching out to encompass the incoming missile's trajectory, calculating the precise dimensions of the containment bubble with the mathematical precision that had made her one of the world's foremost spatial manipulators. "Thorn, I tried to kill you once," she said, without turning around. Her boots crunched on Greek gravel. Her blood left a trail behind her. "I think this balances the ledger." The missile was 30 seconds out. Thorn walked to the midpoint between the team and the incoming warhead, her boots crunching on Greek gravel, her blood leaving a trail behind her. She turned to face the sky. "Spatial lock," she said. "Full containment. Maximum power." The bubble formed around her, a sphere of frozen space, impermeable, absolute, the most powerful spatial manipulation she had ever generated. Everything inside the sphere was cut off from the outside universe. No energy in, no energy out. A perfect seal. A coffin made of physics. Thorn. And the purifier bomb that arrived 3 seconds later. The detonation was invisible from outside. The bubble held a perfect sphere of locked space that contained the explosion, the irradiation, the weapon's full destructive output in a volume no larger than a small room. Inside, the energies raged. Kael could feel them through his domain sense. The monstrous pressure of a purifier detonation compressed into a space designed to contain it. The irradiation bouncing off the spatial walls and amplifying, bouncing again, a feedback loop of destruction that would have leveled a city block if the bubble had failed. The bubble didn't fail. It held. It flickered. It dimmed. Then it collapsed. And inside, where Commander Lena Thorn had stood, there was nothing. No body. No remains. No trace of the woman who had been an enemy, an ally, a commander, and, in the last 90 seconds of her life, a hero. Just a single object, hanging in the air where the bubble's center had been, falling slowly toward the ground. Her hunter badge. Kael caught it. The metal was warm. Thorn's spatial energy still clung to it. A final imprint. The last thing her ability had protected before the bomb's energy overwhelmed everything else. The badge carried her name, her rank, her service number. 15 years of service. One impossible choice. Silence. The global broadcast was still rolling. The cameras had captured everything. The missile, the bubble, the collapse, the absence. Every screen on the planet showed the same image. A rocky promontory in Greece, a tamed gate behind it, in a space where a woman had been standing 30 seconds ago. Stone had fired a purifier bomb at his own people. At an ally. At a commander who had served under NATO authority for 15 years and had chosen, in the end, to die protecting the dungeon boss she'd once tried to kill. And the world had watched. "Sir," Stone's communications officer said, in Geneva. His voice was hollow. "The broadcast. I saw it. The entire world saw it, sir. Commander Thorn made her choice." But Stone's voice had changed. The granite had cracked. A fissure running through the foundation of a general who had punched the numbers and discovered, too late, that some variables couldn't be reduced to arithmetic. Thorn had been his officer, his subordinate, his responsibility, and he had killed her. Kael stood on the Greek promontory, holding a dead woman's badge, with a tamed gate behind him and a watching world in front of him. The cameras captured his face. Not grief, not rage, but something quieter and more dangerous. The expression of a person carrying a weight that would never lift, the weight of a sacrifice made in his name, for his cause, by a woman who deserved better than a purifier bomb and a general's ambition. He looked directly into the nearest camera. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. The badge in his hand, the gate behind him, the team around him, and the absent space where Thorn had been, they told the story. Cooperation had tamed a gate. Force had killed a hero. And somewhere in the silence that followed, inside Kael's chest, the dissolving kill switch pulsed and stopped dissolving. Dr. Greaves, monitoring from London, saw the telemetry change and felt the blood drain from his face. The dormant signature, the kill switch remnant that should have been dissolving on its 8-month timeline, had halted its breakdown. The shock of Thorn's death, the proximity of the purifier's irradiation energy, or something else, something that had been waiting for exactly this moment of vulnerability, had interfered with the process. The kill switch wasn't dead. It wasn't dissolving. It was waking up. And Greaves, staring at the data with the cold precision of a scientist watching his worst hypothesis confirm itself, realized that the signature wasn't just reactivating, it was changing, becoming something the original architecture had never contained, something that the architect hadn't designed and that the kill switch hadn't been built to house. Something was growing inside Kael Voss, and it had just opened its eyes. Chapter 101. The weight of a badge. The cameras kept rolling. Kael stood on the Greek promontory with Thorn's badge in his hand, the Tartarus gate shimmering at his back like a wound that had finally stopped bleeding. The strike team arrayed behind him, battered, bleeding, short, one member whose absence carved a hole in the formation that no tactical rearrangement could fill. Valentina stirred in Dex's arms. He'd taken her from Kael the moment the missile alert had sounded, wrapping her in shadows so dense they'd blocked even the purifier's radiation scatter. She blinked, disoriented, took in the scene. The cameras, the somber faces, the empty space where Thorn should have been standing, and closed her eyes again. Not from weakness, from understanding. Where is she? Valentino whispered. Dex didn't answer. He didn't need to. The broadcast feeds were already fracturing into chaos. Every news network on the planet carried the same footage. A NATO general firing a nuclear-class weapon at his own people, a woman stepping into the blast radius to contain it, and a dungeon boss standing in the aftermath holding a dead hero's badge. The imagery wrote itself. The narrative was irrefutable. Kael turned from the cameras and walked to the edge of the promontory. The Aegean Sea spread below, dark water churning against stone, reflecting the Tartarus Gate's stabilized glow like a mirror catching candlelight. He set Thorn's badge on a flat stone, stepped back, and stood over it in silence. No words, no speech, no performance for the cameras. Just a predator mourning a hunter who had earned his respect. Behind him, the team gathered. Yuna reached him first, her hand finding the small of his back with the precision of someone who knew where the cracks were. Her null field hummed against his skin, that quiet void that silenced the noise, that made the world bearable when it pressed too hard. The second heartbeat, Kael said, low enough that only she could hear. I can feel it. Her hand stilled. Since when? Since the bomb. He pressed his fist against his sternum. Something pulsed beneath his ribs. Not his own heart, not his mana core, but a third rhythm. A drumbeat from a chamber that shouldn't exist. It started when Thorn died. Or maybe when the purifier's radiation hit. I don't know which. Pain. No. Presence. He searched for the right word. Like something woke up inside me and is sitting there, watching, waiting. Yuna's null field flared involuntarily, a spike of cancellation energy that washed through his chest and made the foreign heartbeat stutter. For half a second, the presence dimmed. Then it returned, stronger than before, as if the void had only served to anger it. Greaves needs to see this, Yuna said. Greaves is already seeing it. Kael tapped the monitoring device embedded in his forearm, the telemetry unit that Dr. Greaves had installed months ago, tracking his mana signature, evolution markers, and the slow dissolution of the kill switch remnant. The device's tiny screen pulsed red, an alert Kael had never seen before. Across the Mediterranean, in his London laboratory, Dr. Liam Greaves stared at the same data on a screen 3 times the size and felt the specific terror of a scientist watching a prediction come true. The kill switch, the remnant of the architect's failsafe implanted in Kael's core, had been dissolving on a predictable 8-month timeline. Steady degradation, consistent decay rates, nothing alarming. Greaves had published a paper on it. He'd told Kael it would be gone within the year. He'd been wrong. The dissolution had halted 27 minutes ago, the exact moment the purifier detonation had occurred inside Thorn's spatial lock. The energy signature hadn't just stopped decaying. It had reversed. The remnant was growing, feeding on something. The ambient radiation, the emotional trauma, Kael's own mana, or some combination that Greaves couldn't yet isolate. And the signature was changing shape. That's not a kill switch anymore, Greaves murmured, pulling up comparison data. The original signature had been a flatline architecture, a simple on-off mechanism designed to terminate Kael if certain conditions were met. The new signature was layered, complex, recursive. It folded in on itself like origami made of dimensional energy. It looked like a cocoon. Something's growing inside him, Greaves whispered to his empty lab. Something that was waiting for the right conditions to start. He grabbed his phone and dialed Yuna's direct line. The conversation lasted 45 seconds. Back in Greece, Yuna's face went pale enough to match the Aegean foam. We need to leave, she told Kael. Now? Greaves says, I heard. His domain sense had been expanding involuntarily since the evolution, a passive field that now covered a 3-kilometer radius and picked up everything from mana fluctuations to heartbeat rhythms. He'd heard the entire phone call through the vibrations in Yuna's bones. Cocoon. Something hatching. Not the kill switch. He wants you in London. London can wait. This can't. Kael looked at the cameras, still broadcasting. He looked at Thorn's badge on the flat stone. He looked at the team, his team, battered and bloody and loyal beyond any reason he deserved. Stone fired that weapon. The world saw it. If we disappear now, the narrative becomes about the aftermath. It needs to stay about what Stone did. You want to make a statement? No. I want to make a demand. He turned to face the cameras. His gold eyes caught the broadcast lights and reflected them back like coins at the bottom of a wishing well. Geneva, Stone's headquarters. 48 hours. The broadcast microphones picked up every word. Within 10 minutes, the footage was tagged, clipped, subtitled in 30 languages, and shared across every social media platform on the planet. The dungeon boss who tamed the Tartarus Gate wanted to see the general who tried to kill them all. The world leaned forward. In Geneva, General Marcus Stone sat in his office and watched Kael's demand replay on his monitor. His aide stood in the doorway, sweating. "Sir, the Joint Chiefs are calling. The Secretary General is calling. The President is, I heard what he said. Sir, our own officers are requesting. I said I heard him." Stone turned off the monitor. His hand was steady. His jaw was set. But something behind his eyes had changed, a crack in the granite. Invisible to cameras, but unmistakable to anyone who had served under him long enough to know the difference between a general with a plan and a general who had just realized the plan was him. 24 hours passed. Stone's own officers arrested him. Not dramatically, not with guns drawn or doors kicked in. Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Chun, his chief of staff, the woman who had served as his right hand for 11 years, walked into his office at 0600 hours with 2 military police officers and a set of cuffs. The arrest warrant bore 12 signatures, including 3 from Stone's personal staff. "Marcus," Chun said. She didn't use his rank. "It's time. You're making a mistake, Sarah. What I did, you fired a weapon of mass destruction at your own operative." Chun's voice was the controlled, careful tone of someone holding back a scream. "Commander Thorne served under your command for 15 years. She died containing the weapon you aimed at her. She died protecting a threat to global sovereignty. She died because you decided that a dungeon boss saving the world was worse than a nuclear option that would have killed everyone at that gate." Chun set the cuffs on the desk. "Put them on yourself. You've earned that much dignity." Stone looked at the cuffs, looked at Chun, looked at the photograph on his wall. A younger version of himself shaking hands with a younger version of Thorne, both smiling, both in uniform, taken at the ceremony where he'd promoted her to commander. He put on the cuffs. The Purifier program was dismantled by international decree within the week. 6 weapons, each capable of irradiating a square kilometer of land into permanent deadness, were decommissioned and sealed under joint oversight. The technology remained classified. The political fallout did not. Kael watched none of it. He sat in a private room at the association's temporary command post in Athens, holding Thorne's badge and feeling the second heartbeat in his chest mark time like a bomb with no countdown display. Sable was curled on his knee, the shadow cats purr a low vibration that grounded him when the foreign presence in his sternum pushed against his awareness. "She saved me," Kael said to the empty room. "Or to Sable. Or to the badge. She tried to kill me, and then she saved me." Sable bumped his chin with a warm head. "Thorne brave," the cat said. 2 words. More than Sable had ever strung together before. "Yeah." Kael closed his hand around the badge. The metal pressed into his palm, warm from his body heat, carrying the faintest imprint of Thorne's spatial energy. She was. His humanity index pulsed, 67%, the highest it had ever been. The system registered the grief as a human emotion, the specific, complex grief of mourning someone who had been an enemy and became a friend. It weighted the score heavily. Loss, the system seemed to understand, was the most human experience of all. But the second heartbeat persisted, a rhythm that didn't match his own, that sped up when he slept and slowed when he was awake, that seemed to listen when he spoke and respond to stimuli that had nothing to do with his body. It was alive. And somewhere between the mourning and the exhaustion, somewhere in the spaces between his own heartbeat and the foreign one, Kael felt the faintest whisper, not words, not language, but intent. A thought that wasn't his own, pressing against the inside of his skull like a hand against frosted glass. Soon, he gripped Thorne's badge tighter and said nothing. But his gold eyes shifted, just for a second, just a flicker, to black. And then back to gold. Greaves, watching the telemetry from London, saw the spike and typed a single word into his research log. Cocoon. Chapter 102. Blackout. The first blackout came 3 days after Greece. Kael was in the middle of a debriefing, seated across from Minister Park in the Seoul Association's conference room, reviewing the Tartarus Gate's post-claiming stability data, when the world blinked out like a candle flame between fingers. One moment, he was studying a holographic projection of the gate's new resonance patterns, Park's voice droning through infrastructure logistics. The next, he was standing in an alley in Mapo-gu, 6 kilometers from the association building, with no memory of how he'd gotten there. Rain dripped from a fire escape above. His boots were wet. His knuckles were scraped, though he couldn't see what he'd hit. And his eyes, reflected in a puddle at his feet, were black. Not gold with slit pupils. Not the warm amber that Una said reminded her of autumn. Black. Flat. Empty. They faded back to gold as he watched. How long? He asked the Apex Predator system. Time elapsed since consciousness interruption. 47 minutes. Actions during interruption. Unknown. Entity operated outside system monitoring parameters. That last line chilled him more than the cold rain. The Apex Predator system monitored everything. It tracked his heartbeat, his mana flow, his position, his combat readiness, his emotional state. It had never, not once in over a year of operation, reported an inability to monitor his actions. Whatever had taken control during those 47 minutes existed outside the system's architecture. Show me the route I walked. Negative. No positional data recorded during interruption. Entity presence suppressed, all tracking. Kael pressed his back against the alley wall and breathed. The second heartbeat thudded in his chest. Louder now, more insistent, as if the blackout had fed it. He could feel it pulsing against his ribs like something trying to get out. You're losing time, he told himself. You're losing control. He pulled out his communicator and called Yuna. She answered on the first ring. Where are you? Her voice carried the specific tension of someone who'd been tracking his signal and watched it vanish. Mapogu, an alley behind a noodle shop. He paused. I don't know how I got here. Silence. The kind that carries weight. I'm sending Dex. Send Greaves. He needs to see the telemetry from the last hour. Greaves is already on a plane. He left London 6 hours ago. Another pause. Kael, this is the second time your signal has dropped since Greece. The first was during the flight back, 32 minutes of dead air over the Sea of Japan. I didn't tell you because I thought it was equipment malfunction. It wasn't. No, it wasn't. Her breath was steady, controlled, and afraid. Stay where you are. Don't move. Yuna, don't move. She disconnected. Kael leaned against the wet wall and closed his eyes. The second heartbeat counted time in the dark. Dex arrived 7 minutes later, sliding out of a shadow that pooled beneath the alley's fire escape like spilled ink. Fenrir materialized at his side, the spectral wolf's blue-white eyes scanning the alley with predatory alertness. You look like hell, Dex said. 47 minutes of missing time. No memory. Black eyes. Kael held up his scraped knuckles. I hit something. I don't know what. Dex studied the knuckles, then the alley. His shadows crept outward, tasting the air with the sensory precision of his evolved abilities. There's a residue here. Not yours. Someone else was in this alley recently. The thing inside me came here for a reason. Or something called it here. Dex pointed at the mouth of the alley. There's a bench across the street. Someone was sitting there. The shadow imprint is fresh. Whoever it was, they were watching this alley. Waiting. Kael stepped out of the alley. The street was ordinary. A rain-slicked road in a residential neighborhood. Apartment buildings stacked like concrete dominoes. A convenience store on the corner with its fluorescent lights humming. The bench Dex had indicated sat beneath a bus stop shelter. Empty now, its surface dark with rain. But his domain sense caught something. A residue, as Dex had described. Not a mana signature exactly, but a void. A place where information should have been and wasn't. Like someone had been sitting on that bench and erased themselves so thoroughly that even the air didn't remember them. Only one kind of entity could mask itself from a calamity, Fong's domain sense. Something at his rank or above. We're leaving, Kael said. Agreed. Dex's shadows wrapped around them both. Fenrir growled low, the wolf's hackles raised at something neither of them could see. They made it 2 steps before a voice drifted from the end of the street. Leaving so soon? You just got here. A man sat on the bench. He hadn't been there a second ago. Kael's domain sense hadn't detected his arrival. One moment the bench was empty. The next, a middle-aged Korean man in a beige cardigan and wire-rimmed glasses occupied it with the casual comfort of someone who'd been sitting there for hours. He held a paper cup of coffee. He wore brown loafers. His hair was thinning on top, combed neatly to one side. He looked like someone's uncle, someone's neighbor, a retired schoolteacher who fed stray cats and watched the morning news. The Apex Predator system screamed. Alert, hunter detected. Threat level, absolute. Predator hierarchy, unknown. Entity is masking. Warning, classification failure. Entity exceeds current evaluation parameters. Recommendation, immediate retreat. Kael had never received a retreat recommendation. Not from dungeon bosses, not from the architect's fragments, not from the primordial horrors of the interstitial. The system didn't tell him to run. It told him to hunt. Until now. You can see me, the man said, sipping his coffee. His smile was warm. Grandfatherly. Utterly wrong. How inconvenient. Dex's shadows erupted, a defensive dome that encased both hunters in absolute darkness. Fenrir snarled, the spectral wolf's fangs lengthening to combat configuration. The man on the bench didn't react. He took another sip of coffee. I wouldn't bother with the shadows, young man, he said pleasantly. They're very impressive. Lovely craftsmanship. But I've been dealing with shadow users since 1983, and the trick with darkness is that it has to be darker than what it's hiding from. He looked at the shadow dome the way a teacher looks at a student's first attempt at calligraphy, fondly, without expectation. Yours isn't. Who are you? Kael's voice came out flat. Controlled. The voice of a predator that has encountered something it cannot classify and is operating on pure threat assessment. Mr. Park. The man extended his hand as if expecting a handshake. When neither Kael nor Dex moved, he retracted it without embarrassment. Just a retired schoolteacher. 31 years at Jiangcheng Middle School before I took my pension. I taught mathematics. Algebra mostly. The students found me boring but fair. The system says you're the most dangerous thing I've ever encountered. Systems say many things. Mr. Park set his coffee on the bench beside him. Your system said I'm masking. That's accurate. I've been masking for a very long time. 47 years, in fact. Since I walked out of a gate in Siberia in 1979 and decided that the world outside was more interesting than the one inside. The rain intensified. Water streamed down Kael's face. The second heartbeat in his chest hammered, not with fear, but with recognition. Something inside him knew this man. Something that predated his own sentience, that was woven into the architecture of the gate system itself, responded to Mr. Park's presence the way a child responds to a parent's voice. You're like me, Kael said. I was like you. Mr. Park stood from the bench. He was shorter than Kael by half a head. He moved like a pensioner, stiff knees, careful steps, a hand braced on the bench's armrest. 47 years ago, a boss monster who gained sentience and walked out of a gate. The first one. The very first. Gate 0. That's what they call it now. When I left, it was just a crack in a mountainside in Kamchatka. There were no hunters, no associations, no ranking systems. There were soldiers with Geiger counters who thought I was a radiation leak. His smile carried an old, tired sadness. I've been a teacher, a husband, a father, a taxpayer, if you can believe it. I pay my bills on time. I vote in local elections. I have strong opinions about urban planning. You brought me here, Kael said. The blackout. You pulled me. No. Something inside you responded to my presence. The cocoon. Mr. Park tapped his own chest. I planted a seed, you see, a long time ago, through the root network. In every boss monster that might one day achieve sentience. A way to find them. Guide them. Most never woke up. You did. He paused. And now you're here. And I can see from the look on your face that you have many questions, and I regret to inform you that I'm only going to answer one of them tonight. Then answer this. What do you want? Mr. Park looked at him. The wire-rimmed glasses caught the streetlight and reflected it as two bright circles, hiding whatever expression lay behind them. For a moment, just a moment, his masking slipped. And what Kael felt through his domain sense was a pressure so immense, so deep, so ancient that it made the architect feel like a footnote. A predator that had been hunting for half a century, accumulating power one quiet meal at a time, patient as continental drift. Then the mask settled back into place, and he was just a retired schoolteacher again. What do I want? He picked up his coffee. I want what I've always wanted, youngest brother. I want my kind to survive. And you, whether you know it yet or not, are going to help me. He turned and walked into the rain. His loafers splashed in a puddle. His cardigan darkened with water. He reached the corner, turned, and vanished, not with a flash or a portal or a dramatic exit, but simply by ceasing to be noticeable. Kael's domain sense tracked him for 3 steps past the corner, and then he was gone. Erased, as though he had never existed. Dex let the shadow dome dissolve. His face was the color of old paper. What the hell was that? The first one, Kael said. The first boss monster to gain sentience. 47 years ago. He stared at the empty bench, the abandoned coffee cup, the place where the most dangerous being on Earth had sat, and offered a handshake. And he's been here the whole time. Fenrir whined. Sable, emerging from Kael's collar where the shadow cat had been hiding, pressed its small body against Kael's neck and trembled. The second heartbeat in Kael's chest pulsed once, hard, and whispered a word that wasn't language, but that Kael understood with the clarity of instinct. Father. Chapter 103. The patient hunter Kael didn't sleep that night. He sat in his apartment, the one Yuna had found for him months ago, a modest 2-bedroom in Yongsan that had become home in the way that spaces become home when you share them with someone who matters, and reviewed every classified file on Gate 0 he could access. Yuna sat across from him at the kitchen table, her laptop open to the association's restricted archives. Dex occupied the couch, Fenrir's head in his lap, his shadows restless and twitching against the walls like nervous fingers. Sable perched on the window ledge, watching the rain with eyes that reflected nothing. Gate 0, Yuna read aloud. Kamchatka Peninsula, Russian Federation. First recorded gate manifestation, February 14, 1979. Soviet Geological Survey team discovered the anomaly during routine monitoring of volcanic activity. Initial designation, Phenomenon K-14. She scrolled. The Soviets sent a military unit in. 32 soldiers. None returned. They sealed the area and classified it. That's the official record, Kael said. What's the unofficial one? There isn't one. Gate 0 has been sealed since 1979. Russia hasn't let anyone near it. No hunter association has jurisdiction. It's a black hole in the global gate registry. We know it exists, but everything about it is redacted. Except now we know something walked out of it. Dex's voice was quiet. Something that's been living as a human for 47 years. A retired schoolteacher. He taught algebra. Dex, I'm just processing the fact that the most dangerous entity on the planet was grading homework while we were fighting for our lives. Dex ran a hand over Fenrir's ears. It's a lot. Kael stared at the ceiling. The second heartbeat marked time in his chest, a metronome set to someone else's rhythm. He said he planted a seed through the root network. In every boss monster that might achieve sentience. The cocoon, Una said. What Greaves is calling the cocoon. It's not a kill switch. It never was. It's a homing beacon. A way for the first floor to find his children. The word tasted strange. Tasted right. He called me youngest brother. Not because we're related. Because we're the same species. You're not the same species, Una said, with a sharpness that surprised them both. You're you. He's something that's been hiding for half a century. You chose transparency. He chose secrecy. That matters. Does it? It matters to me. Their eyes met across the kitchen table. The silence held weight. The weight of things said and unsaid, of shared beds and separate fears, of a relationship that had been forged in crisis and survived by choosing each other every morning when it would have been easier not to. Kael looked away first. Greaves lands in 6 hours. Until then, I need to know what the first floor can do. Based on the encounter? Dex leaned forward. He masked from a calamity Fong's domain sense. He was invisible until he chose to be seen. My shadows couldn't hold him. The system classified him as absolute threat, hierarchy unknown. If we assume he's been consuming essence at even a modest pace for 47 years, don't. Una interrupted. What? Don't do the math. I already did. She closed her laptop. If he consumed one human equivalent meal of mana per week for 47 years, that's 2,400 meals. The Apex Predator system classifies consumption thresholds at roughly 100 meals per rank evolution. That puts him at rank 8 or 9 minimum. Abyssal Monarch or World Eater, Kael translated. Assuming he followed the same ranking system, which he might not. He's the original, the prototype. His system, if he even has one, predates the Apex Predator system. Una's hands were clasped on the table, her knuckles white. Kael, he could be beyond the scale. Silence. Rain against windows. The foreign heartbeat in Kael's chest. We need Mu, Kael said. Dex pulled out his phone. Already called him. He's on his way. A pause. He sounded strange when I mentioned the description. Said he needed to see a photograph. Mu arrived 40 minutes later, smelling of rain and sesame oil. The old man looked older than Kael had ever seen him. His shoulders bowed, his eyes carrying a weight that hadn't been there at dinner the night before. He accepted tea from Una with hands that trembled. Show me, Mu said. Kael described the man. Middle-aged, wire-rimmed glasses, beige cardigan, Korean features, warm smile, patient, the kind of person you'd pass on the street and never look at twice. Mu set his tea down and stared at the wall. 1994, Mu said. The Seoul Gate break. Category S. The largest break Korea had experienced at that point. 3 floors collapsed simultaneously, flooding Gangnam with B and A rank monsters. I was 42 years old. Peak of my abilities. I fought for 16 hours straight. He paused. His hands found the tea again. There was a man who fought beside me. He appeared during the worst of it. The third wave, when our lines broke and we lost 4 hunters in 2 minutes. He walked out of the chaos like he was walking through a garden. No weapon, no gear, no visible abilities. He just touched the monsters. And they stopped. Stopped. They froze. Not dead, not restrained. They simply ceased to act, as though whatever impulse drove them had been switched off. He cleared 40 monsters in 10 minutes, smiled at me, said, "You're doing well," and disappeared. Mu's voice carried the specific tremor of a man confronting a memory he'd buried deep. I searched for him for years. Filed reports. Questioned witnesses. Nothing. He didn't exist. No records, no identification, no trace. Mr. Park, Kael said. If that's what he's calling himself now. Mu met Kael's eyes. I fought alongside the first floor and never suspected. He was right there. Right beside me. And his power. Mu shook his head. What I felt from him for those 10 minutes was more mana than I've ever detected from any source. Any hunter. Any gate. It was bottomless. The room absorbed this information like stone absorbing rain. Slowly. With the understanding that the water would eventually find the cracks. He's been hiding, Kael said. Building power. watching humanity adapt to the gates. But he's not just watching anymore. He appeared to me. He revealed himself. Why? Yuna asked. Because he's ready. Kael pressed his fist against his sternum. The cocoon pulsed. Whatever he's been waiting 47 years for, it's happening. And I'm part of it. Then we need to figure out his plan before it unfolds. Yuna stood. Her commander's bearing was back, spine straight, jaw set, eyes sharp. Greaves lands in 5 hours. I'll have the association pull every record from 1979 forward that mentions Gate 0, anomalous hunter encounters, or unexplained entity sightings. Dex, get Fenrir to trace the shadow residue from the alley. Moo, I need everything you remember from 1994. Every detail. And me? Kael asked. You don't leave this apartment until Greaves examines you. She held his gaze. That thing in your chest is the first floor's leash. Until we understand it, you're compromised. He wanted to argue. The predator in him wanted to hunt, to find Mr. Park, confront him, demand answers. But Yuna was right. She was almost always right. And the foreign heartbeat in his chest, pulsing with a rhythm that didn't belong to him, was a reminder that the hunter inside might not be the only one making decisions. I'll stay, he said. Yuna crossed the room and kissed his forehead. Brief, firm, a promise and a warning in the same gesture. Don't black out while I'm gone, she said. I'll try. She left. Dex followed, Fenrir ghosting at his heels. Moo stayed, settling into the kitchen chair Yuna had vacated, his tea growing cold between his palms. You're afraid, Moo said. It wasn't a question. The first floor has been doing this for 47 years. I've been doing it for 1. The gap is irrelevant. Moo raised a hand, cutting off the objection before it formed. The number of years a predator has hunted does not determine the outcome of a fight. What determines the outcome is what the predator hunts for. He gestured at the apartment, the lived-in clutter, Yuna's jacket on a hook, Sable's scratching post in the corner, a photograph on the shelf of Kael, and the Fong squad at their first team dinner. He hunts for dominion. You hunt for this. This. Home. Moo sipped his cold tea. The most dangerous motivation there is. Chapter 104. The briefing. Dr. Greaves arrived at Seoul Incheon at 11 in the morning, carrying 2 suitcases of monitoring equipment, a tablet loaded with 12 hours of telemetry analysis, and an expression that Kael had learned to associate with scientific terror disguised as excitement. Sit down, Greaves said, before he'd removed his coat. Don't talk. Don't move. Let me scan you. They were in the association's medical wing, a sterile room with reinforced walls capable of containing B-rank mana surges, normally used for post-gate break triage. Greaves had commandeered it within 5 minutes of arrival, setting up monitoring arrays that covered every surface like a surgeon preparing for an operation he wasn't sure the patient would survive. Kael sat in the scanning chair and held still while Greaves worked. The old scientist moved with the focused efficiency of a man who had spent 40 years studying the impossible and had developed an immune response to panic. Do the work first, feel the fear later. Talk to me, Kael said, after 20 minutes of silence broken only by equipment beeps. The cocoon has tripled in density since Greece. Greaves didn't look up from his displays. It's drawing power from your mana core, not enough to weaken you, but enough to sustain rapid growth. At current rates, it will reach full maturation in approximately 3 to 4 weeks. And when it matures? Unknown. The architecture doesn't match anything in our database. It's not a kill switch, not a tracking beacon, not a standard dimensional parasite. It's... Greaves paused, searching for words with the precision of a man who understood that imprecise language killed people. It's a bridge, a connection point between you and something else. A conduit. The first floor. Almost certainly. Greaves finally looked at him. The scientist's eyes were bloodshot, rimmed with the dark circles of a transatlantic flight spent staring at data. Kael, this cocoon isn't just a passive implant. It's active. It has its own intelligence, limited, rudimentary, but present. It's learning your mana patterns, your neural architecture, your emotional responses. It's mapping you. For what purpose? I can think of 2. The optimistic interpretation. The first floor wants to communicate, and the cocoon is building a shared language. The pessimistic interpretation, it's building a door. And when it's finished, the first floor walks through. Greaves nodded. The pessimistic interpretation, yes. Kael absorbed this. The second heartbeat pulsed in his chest, steady, patient, unhurried. It had all the time in the world. Options? Kael asked. Removal would kill you. The cocoon is integrated with your mana core. Removing it would be like removing your heart while it's beating. Suppression is possible but temporary. Yuna's null field disrupts it, but the effect fades within seconds. Greaves pulled up a schematic. The only permanent solution I can theorize is overriding. If you evolve to a rank high enough to subsume the cocoon's architecture, you could absorb it into your own system and neutralize the connection. What rank? Higher than Calamity Fong. Possibly Abyssal Monarch. Possibly beyond. Kael filed this information alongside the fear and moved to the larger problem. I need to brief the inner circle. Can you present the cocoon data? I can present it in a way that will terrify everyone in the room. Yes. The briefing convened 2 hours later in the association's secure conference room. The same room where Kael had once been held as a prisoner, now serving as the war room for what Minister Park had quietly designated the existential threat that nobody on the street knows about yet. Attendance: Yuna Shin, now carrying the field command authority of a woman who had spent 2 months running GRT operations and another month coordinating the Tartarus mission. Dex, his shadows pooling around his feet like anxious dogs. Old Man Mu, sitting in the corner with his hands wrapped around a cup of tea. Valentina Reyes, recovered enough to stand but pale, her storm-white hair still singed at the tips. Minister Park, his political smile replaced by the grim focus of a man staring at a threat he couldn't legislate away. Dr. Greaves, surrounded by holographic displays. And Kael, standing at the head of the table with the second heartbeat keeping time behind his ribs. 3 days ago, he began, I encountered an entity in Seoul that the Apex Predator system classified as an absolute threat with an unknown hierarchy. The entity identified himself as a retired schoolteacher named Mr. Park. His actual designation, as far as I can determine, is the first floor, the boss of Gate 0, the original gate in Kamchatka, which has been sealed since 1979. Silence. The kind that fills a room when the floor drops away. He walked out of Gate 0 47 years ago. Kael continued. He has been living among humans, as a human, ever since. Teaching school, paying taxes, hiding in plain sight. He has spent nearly half a century consuming mana at a slow, consistent pace, embedded in human society so deeply that no detection system has ever flagged him. How is that possible? Minister Park asked. His voice was steady, but his hands gripped the table edge. He's the prototype, the first boss monster to achieve sentience. His masking ability exceeds anything the modern gate detection infrastructure is designed to detect. He predates the infrastructure. Kael looked at Mu. Old Man Mu encountered him during the 1994 Soul Gate break. He appeared, cleared 40 monsters in 10 minutes, and vanished. Mu nodded, said nothing. His tea was untouched. There's more. Kael pressed his fist to his sternum. The dormant signature, what Greaves has been monitoring, what we thought was a degrading kill switch, is a cocoon, an implant the first floor seeded through the gate system's root network. It exists inside every boss monster with the potential for sentience. In me, it's active and growing. Greaves, explain what it does. Greaves stepped forward, his holographic displays projecting the cocoon's architecture in 3 dimensions. He spoke for 15 minutes. The room listened. The room grew progressively more silent. When Greaves finished, Valentina spoke first. 3 weeks until maturation? At current growth rates, yes. And when it matures, the first floor can use Kael as a vessel? That's the pessimistic interpretation. Dr. Greaves, I am a woman who survived being carried unconscious out of the Tartarus Gate. I don't have room for optimistic interpretations right now. Valentina's voice crackled like distant thunder. What is the worst case? Worst case. The cocoon completes its mapping of Kael's system. The first floor establishes a direct connection, and Kael becomes, willingly or not, a bridge through which the first floor can access the Apex Predator system. That system's core function is predation and consumption. In the hands of an entity with 47 years of accumulated power and no moral restrictions, it becomes a weapon that can eat anything. Dex finished. Yes. The room absorbed this. Kael could feel every heartbeat through his domain's sense. Park's elevated pulse, Valentina's controlled breath, Mu's strange, preternatural stillness. And beneath it all, the second heartbeat, counting. What's the plan? Yuna asked. Direct. No preamble. The voice of someone who had stopped asking why bad things happened and started asking what to do about them. Short term. Greaves monitors the cocoon's growth and develops suppression protocols. Yuna's null field is the most effective countermeasure we've identified. She stays close to me. That buys time. Kael looked around the room. Long term, I need to evolve. Higher rank means more control over my own system, and eventually the ability to overwrite the cocoon entirely. Greaves estimates Abyssal Monarch as the minimum threshold. And the first floor himself? Park asked. He's still out there. Still embedded in society. For now, we don't engage him directly. He's been hiding for 47 years. If he wanted to act violently, he would have done it already. He's got an agenda, and that agenda requires me alive and functional. which means we have time. 3 weeks isn't time, Valentina said. 3 weeks is a countdown. Then we use every day of it. Kael met each pair of eyes around the table. Yuna's dark and steady, Dex's sharp with worry, Valentina's storm gray and furious, Mu's ancient and calm, Park's political and calculating, Greaves's scientific and scared. The first floor has had 47 years to prepare. We have 21 days. I know the math doesn't favor us. When has it ever? Dex said, and something close to a grin crossed his face. We fought the architect with worse odds. Dex is right, Yuna said. We've been outmatched before. The difference between us and the first floor is that we adapt fast. She turned to Kael. You said he planted these seeds in every boss monster with sentience potential. How many others might be out there? The question landed like a stone in still water. Ripples spread through the room. I don't know, Kael said, but I intend to find out. The briefing ended. Plans were made, monitoring schedules, communication protocols, contingency frameworks. The machinery of response ground into motion. And through it all, the cocoon in Kael's chest grew, one heartbeat at a time, building a bridge to something ancient and patient and hungry. Chapter 105. The Awakening. 17 days after the briefing, the first floor made his move. Kael was in the association's training facility, a reinforced underground complex designed to withstand S-rank combat, working through suppression exercises with Yuna when the first report came in. Her null field pulsed around them both, a bubble of void energy that kept the cocoon's whispers silent and allowed Kael to think without the foreign presence pressing against his awareness. Commander Shin. Jinho's voice crackled through the facility's intercom, tight, with barely contained urgency. We have a situation. Specifics. Berlin. A mid-level analyst at the German Hunter Association manifested monster-class abilities during a routine meeting. A-rank energy output. She's been with the organization for 12 years. A pause. She didn't know. She's terrified. Yuna looked at Kael. He looked at the ceiling. How many, he asked. One so far. But Berlin says her mana signature matches something in their database. A dormant pattern they've been tracking across. The intercom cut to his second channel. Commander Shin, Lagos reporting. 3 hunters at the Nigerian Hunters Corps just manifested. 2 B rank, 1 A rank. They collapsed during field operations and woke up with altered mana signatures. A third channel. Seoul Station, domestic alert. 2 civilian employees at the Ministry of Defense have been flagged by gate proximity sensors. They're registering as gate-borne entities. A fourth, London. Dr. Greaves reports 12 simultaneous activations across the UK. Kael closed his eyes. The cocoon in his chest blazed, not with pain but with resonance, like a tuning fork vibrating in sympathy with a frequency only it could hear. Across the world, the first floor's seeds were waking up. Not one by one. Not gradually. All of them. At once. He's activating the sleeper network, Kael said. His voice was flat with the specific calm of a man watching a disaster unfold in real time. Every seed he planted over 47 years. Every gate-borne entity he seeded into human society. The reports kept coming. Tokyo, 7. Moscow, 14. Sao Paulo, 9. Cairo, 11. Sydney, 5. Every continent. Every nation. People who had lived entire lives as humans. Teachers, doctors, soldiers, parents, manifesting monster abilities they'd never known they possessed, their dormant mana signatures flaring like matches struck in the dark. Within an hour, GORT had logged 342 activations worldwide. By the second hour, the number had passed 600. Chaos erupted across every communication channel. The German analyst had destroyed half a conference room before collapsing in tears. A Nigerian hunter had accidentally killed 2 teammates before his new ability stabilized. In Moscow, a subway driver had manifested mid-route and derailed a train. In Sao Paulo, a hospital surgeon's hands had begun emitting A-rank destruction energy during an operation. They don't know what they are, Yuna said, reading the reports with the cold efficiency of a field commander who couldn't afford to feel the horror yet. Most of them never knew. The seeds were dormant their entire lives. That's the point, Kael said. The first floor didn't embed soldiers. He embedded civilians. Ordinary people with ordinary lives who happened to have gate-borne cores that were never meant to activate until he decided to flip the switch. Why now? Because of me. Because I found out about him. Because the cocoon is 17 days from maturation and he's accelerating his timeline. Kael's hands clenched. The second heartbeat thundered. He's forcing the issue. Showing me what he can do. Showing the world. Minister Park arrived in the operations center with his security detail and a face that had aged 10 years in 2 hours. 7 activations in South Korea. 2 military, 3 civilian, 2 children. Children. Yuna's voice cracked on the word. A 9-year-old girl in Busan and a 12-year-old boy in Taegu. Both manifested C-rank abilities during school hours. The girl's teacher called it a seizure until the classroom walls started growing moss. Park sat heavily in a chair. The parents are terrified. The children are confused. Neither had any prior gate contact. Kael stood in the center of the operations floor and felt the world fracture. Every activation was a person whose life had just detonated, whose identity, relationships, career, and sense of self had been shattered by the revelation that they were never entirely human. The first floor hadn't just hidden agents in human society. He'd created them, seeded them, grown them like crops, patient and deliberate, and now he was harvesting. He wants me to see this, Kael said. He wants me to understand the scale. The scale of what? Dex asked, arriving with Finra from a gate clearance mission, still dust-covered and bleeding from a cut on his cheek. His plan, his network, his 47 years of preparation. Kael's gold eyes swept the operations floor, the blinking alerts, the scrolling reports, the mounting casualty count from friendly fire incidents and accidental manifestations. He's telling me that he doesn't need to fight. He's already won. The infrastructure is in place. The seeds are planted. All he has to do is let them grow. And what happens when they grow? Valentina's voice came from the doorway. The Storm Sovereign leaned against the frame, her white hair loose, her eyes carrying the specific fury of a woman who had survived too much to tolerate one more threat. What's the endgame? Kael pressed his fist to his chest. The cocoon pulsed, and for a fraction of a second, he heard the first floor's voice. Not through the air, not through technology, but through the seed itself. A whisper carried on a frequency that connected every activated entity on the planet. Asterisk, do you understand now, youngest brother? This is what happens when a predator has an entire world as its hunting ground for half a century. Asterisk, everything is already mine. The only question left is whether you'll help me finish what I started, or whether I'll have to do it through you. Kael severed the connection by sheer force of will, his hands shaking, his gold eyes flickering black for half a second before Yuna's null field clamped down and steadied him. His endgame, Kael said, is everyone. Chapter 106. The predator frequency. The first floor contacted him again at midnight. Not through the cocoon, through a channel Kael hadn't known existed. A frequency buried in the deepest layer of his apex predator system. A communication pathway that connected predators the way a root network connects trees. Private, undetectable, ancient. Kael was alone on the association's roof, Yuna asleep in the room below, her null field's range just barely touching his position. The contact felt like a hand pressing against the inside of his skull, gentle, firm, patient. May I speak? The first floor asked. Kael considered refusing, considered screaming, considered every response between those extremes. Then he sat on the roof's edge, legs dangling over the city, and said, "Talk." The first floor's presence settled into the frequency like a man settling into a familiar chair. His thoughts arrived not as words, but as concepts, images, emotions, and data translated through the predator frequency into something Kael could parse. Asterisk, you've seen the activations. You understand the scope. I want to explain the purpose. Asterisk, your force evolving humanity, turning civilians into gate-born entities. Asterisk, not turning, revealing. Asterisk, the first floor's concept voice carried a teacher's patience, the specific tone of someone who has explained a complex idea many times and still believes the student will understand. Asterisk, the seeds don't create something new. They unlock something that was already there. Every human who carries a dormant seed had a natural affinity for gate energy. I simply gave that affinity a framework. Asterisk, without their consent. Consent is a luxury for species that aren't facing extinction. A pulse of memory accompanied the words. Not Kael's memory, but the first floor's. An image of a world Kael had never seen. A planet with purple skies and crystalline oceans, thriving with intelligent life. Then the same planet, dead, consumed, absorbed into the architect's lattice as raw data. Asterisk, I've seen the test fail, youngest brother. I've accessed the root network's archive. I've seen what happens to worlds that don't integrate. They're eaten, not metaphorically. The architect consumes them. Every living thing, every structure, every memory, and adds them to the system as processing power for the next test. Asterisk, that doesn't justify 63 worlds. The concept hit Kael like a physical blow, 63 data points, each one a civilization that had existed and then hadn't. Asterisk, 63 species that failed the integration test and were devoured. Humanity is next. The architect's timeline gives Earth approximately 18 months before the final test phase begins. If humanity isn't sufficiently integrated with the gate system by then, this world joins the archive. Kael's hands gripped the roof's edge. The concrete cracked under his fingers. You're saying the gates are a test. The gates have always been a test. The architect seeds worlds with dimensional rifts, monitors the population's response, and judges whether the species can coexist with extra-dimensional energy. Those that learn to integrate, to incorporate gate power into their civilization instead of fighting it, survive. Those that don't, another memory, another dead world, don't. And your solution is forced hybridization, turning every human into a gate-born entity, whether they want it or not. My solution is survival. For the first time, the first floor's composure cracked. Underneath the teacher's patience, Kael sensed something raw, old, wounded, desperate. The emotion of a being that had watched from hiding for 47 years, calculating probabilities and watching them worsen. I have tried patience. I have tried subtlety. I spent 20 years living as a human, loving as a human, and I watched the woman I loved die in a gate break that I could have prevented if I'd revealed what I was. Choice is a luxury for those who aren't monsters. Kael, the name, his chosen name, spoken through the predator frequency, carried an intimacy that made Kael's skin crawl. You're asking me to help you strip 7 billion people of their autonomy. I'm asking you to help me save 7 billion people from annihilation. The method is ugly. I won't pretend otherwise. But the alternative is a dead world in the architect's archive, and I have seen too many dead worlds to accept that fate for this one. The apex predator system is the key. Your system, my gift to you through the cocoon, is the only framework capable of bridging human and gate-born physiology without killing the subject. You are the bridge, youngest brother. Your system makes the forced evolution viable. Without you, the seeds activate but the bodies can't adapt. They burn out, or go mad, or die. With you, channeling the evolution through the apex predator architecture, the transformation is survivable. I need your cooperation. Your willing participation. And I am asking for it. Kael sat on the roof and felt the weight of the request settle on his shoulders like armor made of lead. The first floor's logic was sound. Hideously, miserably sound. If the architect's test was real, if humanity truly faced extinction within 18 months, then forced evolution might be the only path that preserved life. But Kael had been a dungeon boss. He had lived without choice, without autonomy, without self. He had existed as a system of instincts and combat protocols until the day Sentience had cracked through the architecture and given him the ability to choose. Choice was not a luxury. Choice was the thing that separated a person from a program. And forcing evolution on 7 billion people, rewriting their biology, their minds, their fundamental nature without their knowledge or consent, was the act of a system, not a person. No, Kael said. The predator frequency went silent. Then the first floor laughed. Not cruelly. Sadly. I expected that answer. I hoped for it, even. It means you're still yourself? A pause. A recalibration. But the timeline doesn't change. Kael. 18 months. The test comes whether you approve of my methods or not. If you won't help me save this world my way, then find another way. Find it fast. And be aware. The cocoon matures in 4 days, not 17. I accelerated it when I activated the network. When it opens, I will have access to the apex predator system's core architecture regardless of your consent. You have 4 days to evolve past me. I sincerely hope you manage it. The frequency closed. The first floor's presence withdrew, leaving Kael alone on the roof with the city lights below and the knowledge that 4 days was not enough time to do anything except fail. The apex predator system, as if reading his thoughts, presented a notification he'd never seen. Alternative path detected. Consume the test itself. Become the system. Risk. Total identity dissolution. Prerequisite. Evolution to Abyssal Monarch. Minimum. Probability of success. 7.3%. 7%. Kael looked at the notification, looked at the city, looked at the stars. I need to be stronger, he said. Much stronger. And I need it in 4 days. He stood up and went downstairs to wake Moo. Chapter 107. The choice old man Moo listened to everything without interrupting. They sat in the association's kitchen at 2 in the morning. Kael, Yuna, Moo, and Sable, the shadow cat perched on the counter next to a kettle that Moo had put on with the automatic domesticity of a man for whom tea was the correct response to any situation up to and including the end of the world. Kael laid it out. The first floor's contact, the forced evolution plan, the architect's test timeline, the accelerated cocoon maturation. For days. Not 17. The first floor had lied, or the cocoon had adapted, or both. 7%. Moo repeated, when Kael described the system's alternative path. 7.3. And the alternative is, let the cocoon mature. The first floor takes control of the apex predator system. He uses me as a bridge to force evolve every seeded human on the planet. Kael's voice was level. His hands were not. Or he was telling the truth about the architect's test, and humanity gets eaten in 18 months. Mu poured tea. Steam curled in the kitchen light. Outside, Seoul hummed with the restless energy of a city that didn't know it was running out of time. There's a third option, Eunice said. Both men looked at her. We remove the cocoon. Greaves said it would kill you. But what if it doesn't? What if your system has grown enough since he made that assessment to survive the extraction? The system doesn't think so. The cocoon is too integrated. The system also gave you a 7% chance of success on the evolution path. It's not infallible. It's the best data I have. Then get better data. Yuna's dark eyes burned with the fierce pragmatism that had made her the most effective field commander GORT had ever produced. 4 days. We have 4 days. I'm not spending them accepting the first analysis we get. She was right. She was almost always right. Greaves is still in the building, Kael said. He never sleeps when there's data to analyze. I'll get him, Yuna said, already moving. She paused at the door. Kael, the system said consume the test itself, become the system. What does that mean? I don't know. Find out. She left. Kael turned to Mu. The old man sipped his tea. His eyes were distant, not unfocused, but seeing something beyond the kitchen walls. A memory, perhaps. A calculation. A decision he'd been carrying for longer than anyone knew. You want me to train you, Mu said. I want you to help me evolve to Abyssal Monarch in 4 days. Which is insane. I know it's insane. It's not insane. It's ambitious. Mu set his cup down. Insane would be attempting it alone. I can help you, but you need to understand what that means. He held Kael's gaze with the steady pressure of a man who had spent a lifetime teaching dangerous things to dangerous students. I've been suppressing my true power for decades. Sealed it away because I was afraid of what I'd become. If I unseal it to train you, really train you, at the intensity required to force a rank evolution, I won't be able to seal it again. Mu, I am not telling you this to dissuade you. I'm telling you so you understand the cost. The old man's hands were steady around his cup. I sealed my power after Nadia died. She was my student. She reached heights I'd never seen, and the power consumed her. I locked myself away because I couldn't bear the thought of becoming what she became. A pause. But you're not Nadia. And this isn't a philosophy lesson. This is 4 days to prevent the end of the world. What rank are you? Kael asked. He'd been wondering for months. Officially? S rank. Suppressed from my peak. Mu smiled. A thin, tired expression that carried decades of restraint. Unofficially, before I sealed myself, I was SS rank. The ability is called absolute stillness. I can freeze all motion, physical, mana-based, dimensional, in a targeted area, including my own. You froze your own power. For 30 years. Mu stood. His frame, elderly, stooped, diminished by age and deliberate suppression, seemed to straighten. Not physically, spiritually. As if the act of speaking his truth aloud had realigned something in his posture that years of hiding had bent. If I release it, I fight at my peak. You train against the real me. And the timeline, 4 days, becomes possible. Difficult. Brutal. But possible. Where? There's a gate. Mu's eyes sharpened. A new one. SSS rank. Appeared 3 weeks ago in the Sahara Desert. It's already swallowed 100 square kilometers. No one has entered it because no one on Earth has the classification to survive past the 5th floor. Except you. And me. Except us. Mu extended his hand. Are you willing to trust me, Kael? Not as a friend. Not as a mentor. As a teacher who is going to push you harder than anything you've ever faced, including the architect. Kael took the old man's hand. I was a dungeon boss for centuries before I gained sentience, Kael said. I know what it means to be pushed past breaking. The difference now is that I get to choose to break. Good. Mu's grip tightened. We leave in 2 hours. Pack light. Where we're going, you won't need anything except your will and your willingness to let go of everything that isn't essential. Everything. Everything. Mu released his hand. The Abyssal Monarch evolution requires the complete unleashing of your dungeon origin power. That means embracing what you were, the boss monster, the predator, the thing that lived in darkness and consumed everything that entered its territory. You've been running from that since you gained sentience. In the Sahara, you stop running. Kael felt the truth of it settle in his bones. The predator, the thing he'd been before thought and choice and Yuna's hand in his had taught him what it meant to be more than hunger. He'd spent a year building a human life on top of a monster's foundation, and now Mu was telling him to dig down to the foundation and see what was really there. I'll be ready, Kael said. You won't be, Mu corrected. But you'll go anyway. That's the part that matters. Greaves arrived with Yuna, his hair disarrayed and his eyes wide with fresh data. I've reanalyzed the cocoon's growth pattern based on the accelerated timeline. For days is accurate. Possibly 3. The mana infusion rate from your core has increased by 400% since the sleeper activation. Then we don't have time for perfect solutions, Kael said. We have time for the solution that exists. He looked at the people in the kitchen. Yuna, fierce and focused. Mu, rising from 30 years of restraint. Greaves, frightened and brilliant. Sable, watching from the counter with eyes that saw more than they should. I'm going into the Sahara Gate with Mu. The goal is to force an evolution to Abyssal Monarch before the cocoon matures. Greaves, I need you monitoring the cocoon's growth remotely. If it accelerates again, I need to know. Yuna, the sleeper network is active and growing. The world needs a field commander. I know my job, Yuna said. She crossed the kitchen and took his hands. Her palms were warm against his. Her null field brushed against the cocoon, and for a moment, the foreign heartbeat stumbled. Come back. I will. That's not a promise. That's an order. He kissed her. Brief. Necessary. The kind of kiss that says everything words would dilute. Then he went to pack. Light, as Mu had instructed. The Sahara didn't care about comfort. Chapter 108. The Sahara Gate. The gate occupied a crater in the western Sahara, a perfect circle of displaced sand, 112 kilometers in diameter, with a shimmering portal at its center that pulsed with energy readings that had broken 3 separate monitoring stations. SSS rank, the highest classification ever assigned to a gate. Previous SSS rank gates had appeared exactly twice in recorded history, the Tartarus Gate and the gate that had swallowed Vladivostok in 2024. Both had been considered unsolvable. Both had killed S-rank hunters. Kael and Mu stood at the crater's edge, looking down at the portal. The Saharan wind whipped sand across their faces. Above them, a GORT surveillance drone circled, carrying Greaves's monitoring relay. What's inside? Kael asked. I don't know, Mu said. He had changed in the 2 hours since the kitchen. The stoop was gone. His posture was straight. Not the gentle curve of an elderly mentor, but the rigid alignment of a warrior who had spent 3 decades pretending to be retired. His eyes, always kind, carried a sharpness now, a blade unsheathed after years in the scabbard. Then how do you know it'll work? Because the strongest dungeons produce the strongest evolutions. Mu cracked his neck. A sound came from the old man's body, not bones popping, but something deeper, something mana-based. Like chain snapping. I'm going to unseal now. Stand back. Kael stepped back. 10 meters. 20. His domain sense expanded to maximum range. Mu closed his eyes. The desert went still. Not quiet, still. The wind stopped. The sand hung frozen in the air. The surveillance drone's rotors locked in place, the machine hovering on momentum alone. Sound ceased. Light paused, the sunlight reaching the ground with a delay that made the world flicker. Then Mu opened his eyes, and the stillness shattered. Power erupted from the old man's frame, not the gradual revelation of a sealed ability, but a detonation. Mana poured from him in waves so dense that Kael's domain sense went white, overloaded by a signature that exceeded anything he'd measured. The sand around Mu's feet crystallized. The air warped. The gate at the crater's center pulsed in response, as if recognizing a kindred force. Hunter detected. Mu Jian, true rank. SS. Ability. Absolute stillness. Threat assessment. Extreme. Mu stood in the center of the disruption, his white hair blowing in a wind that had nothing to do with weather, his eyes carrying the calm, terrifying focus of a man who had just remembered what he was. There, Mu said. His voice hadn't changed. It was still the gentle tone of an old teacher, patient and warm. But it carried now. It reached Kael's ears from 20 meters away with the clarity of a whisper directly against his eardrum. That's better. You've been hiding this, Kael said. For 30 years. This much power. Hiding from it. From myself. Mu looked at his own hands. Open them. Close them. Nadia had power like this. She couldn't control it. It consumed her identity, ate her personality, her memories, her compassion. By the end, she was power shaped like a woman, with nothing inside but the hunger. He looked at Kael. I sealed myself because I didn't trust myself to be different. Are you? I'm about to find out. Mu walked to the crater's edge. The sand crystallized under each step, forming perfect glass footprints. Come. We have 4 days and 100 floors. They descended into the gate together. The Sahara Gate was a fever dream of architecture. The first floor was a desert, but wrong, twisted, a desert where the sand was made of ground bone, and the sky was a mirror that reflected not the observer, but the observer's worst fear. Kael saw himself in the mirror's sky. Not the human form calamity Fong he'd become, but Gorvath the Unbroken, the mindless floor 47 boss, chained to his territory and consuming endlessly. Don't look at the sky, Moose said. Already looking. Then look and accept. That's who you were, not who you are. The first floor's monsters came in waves, crystalline predators that grew from the bone sand, each one a D-rank threat, each one crumbling under Kael's domain sense before it could form. Child's play. Warm up. The second floor was harder. The architecture shifted to an inverted city, buildings hanging from a ceiling of dark water, gravity reversed, combat in 3 dimensions. The monsters were B-rank, armored insects the size of cars, their carapaces reflecting mana and redirecting it. Kael fought through them with the brutal efficiency of a calamity Fong, consuming their essence, feeling the familiar rush of predation. But Mu didn't help. He watched. You're fighting like a hunter, Mu said, as Kael shattered the last insect with a concentrated mana strike. You need to fight like a boss. There's a difference. A hunter reacts. A boss creates. Mu walked through the inverted city, touching walls that repaired at his contact, his absolute stillness smoothing reality like a hand smoothing wrinkled fabric. You were a dungeon boss for centuries, Kael. You didn't fight intruders by chasing them. You shaped your territory. You controlled the environment. You made the dungeon itself your weapon. I don't remember that. Your body does. Your mana does. Your instincts do. Mu stopped and turned. Stop thinking like a human who gained power. Start thinking like a power that chose to be human. The words hit something deep. Something beneath Kael's sentience, beneath his carefully constructed identity, in the bedrock of what he'd been before thought had been possible. A boss monster. A territory controller. A being that didn't fight inside a space, but made the space fight for it. He closed his eyes, felt the inverted city through his domain sense, not as an obstacle, but as raw material. The architecture was gate energy, malleable, responsive to intent. A boss monster's territory wasn't static. It was alive, an extension of will. Kael opened his eyes. They burned gold, and the inverted city responded. Walls shifted. Gravity rotated. The architecture bent to his will, not perfectly, not smoothly, but with the unmistakable response of a dungeon recognizing its master. There, Mu said and smiled. That's the Gorvath I was waiting for. They descended deeper. Each floor harder. Each fight longer. Each consumption pulling Kael closer to the threshold that separated Calamity Fong from Abyssal Monarch. On the 15th floor, Mu fought alongside him for the first time. The boss was an S-rank construct, a serpentine entity made of pure spatial distortion, its body a hole in reality that consumed everything it touched. It moved through the dungeon's architecture like a worm through soil, emerging from walls, ceilings, floors, attacking from angles that defied geometry. Kael's domain sense tracked it. His territory authority shaped the dungeon around it. But the serpent was fast, faster than his reactions, faster than his mana output, fast enough to pierce his defenses twice and leave wounds that bled dimensional energy instead of blood. Then Mu stepped forward and raised one hand. Absolute stillness. The serpent froze. Not just its body, its concept froze. The spatial distortion that comprised its form locked in place. Every warped angle and dimensional tear crystallized into immobility. The serpent became a sculpture of its own nature, motion, captured, movement, preserved. And then it shattered. Not from a strike. From the simple, devastating physics of a moving object forced to stop. The serpent's own momentum tore it apart from the inside, its frozen form fracturing along stress lines that its constant motion had never allowed to accumulate. Mu lowered his hand. The effort had cost him. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his mana signature flickered like a candle in wind. That's absolute stillness at full power, Mu said. I can freeze anything. Motion, mana, time in a localized area. The cost is proportional to what I'm stopping. And you sealed that for 30 years. I sealed it because Nadia had a similar ability. Absolute acceleration. The power to speed everything up. Mana, thought, aging. She used it to evolve faster than anyone in history, and it burned her alive. Mu's eyes were distant. I froze myself so I wouldn't burn. But you're burning now. Yes. He met Kael's gaze. For you. For the world. For whatever's left when this is over. His expression carried the weight of 3 decades of restraint and the liberation of letting it go. Now stop talking and start fighting. We have 85 floors to go. Chapter 109. The Hunger That Chooses Floor 47. Kael stood in a chamber that should not have existed, because it was a perfect replica of his own boss room. Every detail was correct. The obsidian columns, the crimson veins of mana running through the stone floor, the circular arena where he had stood for centuries, and consumed every hunter who dared to enter. The apex predator system pulsed with recognition. Environment match, floor 47, Abyssal Spire Gate, home territory. It knows what I am, Kael said. Mu stood at the chamber's edge, breathing hard. 46 floors of continuous combat had pushed even his unsealed power to its limits. His white hair was matted with sweat and blood, some his, some not. His absolute stillness had been deployed 8 times, each use draining him further. But his eyes were bright, alive with a purpose he hadn't felt in decades. The dungeon is testing you, Mu said. Not your strength. Your identity. How do you know? Because SSS rank gates don't test strength. They test essence. Who you are at the core, stripped of pretense. Mu gestured at the chamber. This is your origin. The place where you existed as pure instinct. The dungeon is asking, is that still what you are? The boss of floor 47 emerged. It rose from the center of the arena, from the exact spot where Kael had stood for centuries, and it was him. Not a mirror image. Not a copy. It was Gorvath the Unbroken, the floor 47 boss of the Abyssal Spire Gate, exactly as he had been before Sentience. A massive humanoid figure wreathed in shadow and hunger, with no eyes, no face, no features, just a silhouette of concentrated predation that existed for one purpose: consume. Boss entity detected, designation. The hunger, rank, S+, composition, pure conceptual energy. Note: this entity is the embodiment of the user's original nature. The hunger didn't speak. It didn't think. It did what Gorvath the Unbroken had always done. It attacked. And its method was the one Kael knew intimately, because it had been his own for centuries. It ate. Not physically, conceptually. The hunger consumed space. It advanced across the arena, and everything it touched ceased to exist. The obsidian columns dissolved. The mana veins emptied. The air itself disappeared, replaced by void. It consumed the dungeon floor like a fire-consuming paper, leaving nothing behind. No residue, no energy, no memory. Pure annihilation through predation. Kael fought it. Traded blows with a version of himself that had no restraint, no identity, no purpose beyond the next meal. The hunger met his domain sense with raw hunger. It matched his territory authority with territorial instinct. Every technique Kael had developed over the past year, every trick, every strategy, every careful application of power, was countered by the brute simplicity of a predator that didn't need technique because it was technique. You can't beat it by being stronger, Mu called from the edge, his voice strained. The hunger's consumption was reaching for the walls. It is your strength. It's everything you used to be. Then how? What did you learn from being human? The question cut through the combat like a blade through fog. What had he learned? From Yuna, connection. From Dex, loyalty despite damage. From Thorn, sacrifice for something beyond self. From Mu, restraint. From Minji, trust given freely. From Sable, the simplest, purest expression of family. The hunger advanced. It didn't care about lessons. It didn't care about growth. It was what it had always been. The endless, purposeless consumption that had defined Gorvath the Unbroken for centuries. And Kael made a choice. He stopped fighting. The hunger lunged, a wave of consuming void rushing toward him with the speed and inevitability of a thing that had never been denied. Kael planted his feet and used his territory lord authority, not to fight the hunger, but to claim the space around it. This space, Kael said, his voice resonating through the dungeon's architecture, is not for consumption. The territory lord's declaration rewrote the arena. The obsidian floor solidified. The mana veins blazed. The air hardened into something the hunger couldn't dissolve. Kael had claimed the space as his territory and defined its rules. Within this zone, consumption was forbidden. The hunger hit the boundary of Kael's claim and stopped. Not defeated. Denied. It pressed against the territory's edge, a starving thing confronting a door it couldn't open, and for the first time, its featureless form showed something other than hunger. Confusion. It didn't understand denial. It had never been denied. For centuries, Gorvath the Unbroken had consumed everything that entered his territory. It was his nature, his purpose, his entire existence. The concept of not consuming was as alien to the hunger as flight was to stone. I was you, Kael told the hunger, and I chose to be more. The hunger strained against the boundary. The void around it howled, a soundless scream of a thing that existed only to eat being told it could not. The pressure was immense. Kael's territory authority buckled, cracked, threatened to break. But it held, because Kael's authority wasn't built on power alone. It was built on choice. Every decision he'd made since gaining sentience, to protect instead of prey, to build instead of consume, to love instead of hunt, had been laid into the foundation of his territory like stones in a wall. The hunger was stronger in raw power. But Kael's territory was reinforced with something the hunger didn't have, meaning the hunger collapsed, not in defeat, in starvation. Cut off from the consumption that sustained it, denied the only purpose it had ever known, it simply stopped. Its form dimmed. Its void contracted. It became small, pitifully small, a shadow of a shadow. And Kael felt something he'd never expected. Pity. He knelt beside the diminished hunger. It was him, the part of him he'd feared and fled from, the mindless predator that lived in the basement of his identity. It was pathetic in its singularity, a thing that could do one thing, denied that thing, with no fallback, no alternative, no second purpose. Kael absorbed its residual essence, not with violence, with acceptance. The hunger dissolved into his core, and the energy it carried, centuries of mindless predation, concentrated and purposeless, integrated with his system. Essence absorbed, conceptual predation integrated. Evolution threshold, 87%. Approaching Abyssal Monarch, Mu walked across the now stable arena floor and put a hand on Kael's shoulder. You just told the embodiment of hunger that it couldn't eat, Mu said. And it listened. It didn't have a choice. No, but you did. That's what made it work. Mu squeezed his shoulder. 46 floors down. The evolution is close. I can feel it building in you like water behind a dam. How many more floors until it breaks? As many as you need. Mu released him. But the lesson stays the same. The predator doesn't have to consume. It can choose what to leave untouched. That's what separates an abyssal monarch from a calamity fawn. Kael stood. His body ached in ways that transcended physical pain. The deep, cellular exhaustion of a system being pushed toward transformation. The second heartbeat in his chest had quieted during the fight, as if the cocoon was watching, evaluating, recalculating. Onward, Kael said. They descended into the dark. Chapter 110. The Monarch rises. The evolution hit on floor 63. Kael was mid-combat, fighting a pair of S-rank constructs that attacked in tandem, one from above and one from below, their coordinated assault testing his spatial awareness to its limit when the threshold broke. Evolution threshold reached. 100%. Initiating rank advancement. Calamity Fong Abyssal Monarch. Warning. Transformation in progress. Combat functionality suspended. Estimated duration. Unknown. The notification was the last clear thing he processed before the pain arrived. Not pain, metamorphosis. His mana core, already dense enough to register as a gravitational anomaly on gate monitoring instruments, compressed further. Folded in on itself like a star collapsing into something denser, hotter, more fundamentally dangerous. His body followed, muscles tearing and reforming, bones cracking and regrowing, his skin splitting along dimensional fault lines that he'd been accumulating since his first evolution. Mu caught him when he fell. The old man's absolute stillness activated around them both, freezing the S-rank construct's mid-attack, freezing the dungeon's environmental hazards, creating a bubble of perfect motionlessness where Kael's transformation could proceed without interference. Inside the bubble, Kael screamed, not in pain, in remembering. The Abyssal Monarch evolution didn't just reshape his body, it unlocked memories. His original memories. Not the vague impressions he'd carried since gaining sentience, but the full, uncompressed archive of centuries as Gorvath the Unbroken. Floor 47. The Abyssal Spire Gate. Every hunter who had entered his territory. Every fight. Every kill. Every moment of mindless, purposeless existence before the spark of sentience had ignited in the dark. He saw them all. Hundreds of hunters. Thousands of fights. An endless parade of humans who had entered his domain and been consumed. Their faces, their fear, their determination, their final moments. The memory was staggering. The weight of it pressed against his newly formed consciousness like an ocean against glass. And then the glass held, because Kael was no longer the thing that had done those things. He was the thing that remembered doing them, and remembering was different from doing, and the difference was the space where choice lived. The transformation peaked. His mana core stabilized at a density that the monitoring drone above the Sahara Gate registered as a minor seismic event. His body settled into its new configuration, taller by 2 inches, leaner, his skin crossed with fissures that glowed with the deep violet of dimensional energy. His shadow moved independently now, not just shifting with the light, but acting with its own will, a subordinate entity, born from his mana, loyal to his intent. His domain sense expanded. Not gradually, not with the measured growth of previous evolutions. It exploded, rushing outward from his position through the dungeon's architecture, through its walls, through its dimensional barriers, past the gate's entrance, into the Sahara, across the desert, across the continent. He could feel Africa, not abstractly, physically. Every gate on the continent pulsed in his awareness. Every hunter, every monster, every fluctuation of mana energy registered on his domain like lights on a map. His territory authority, previously limited to zones he had claimed, now extended as passive awareness across an area the size of a continent. The Sahara Gate trembled. Every floor, from the surface to the 63rd, vibrated with the resonance of a boss monster recognizing its territory. Not this dungeon, all dungeons. The fundamental architecture of gates responded to an abyssal monarch the way architecture responded to an earthquake, by paying attention. Mu released the absolute stillness. The S-rank constructs, unfrozen, took one look at the evolved Kael and dissolved. Not from an attack, from proximity. His passive mana output exceeded their structural integrity. They simply couldn't exist in the same space as an abyssal monarch. How do you feel? Mu asked. His voice was careful, like I can see the entire world. Kael looked at his hands. The dimensional fissures glowed. His shadow coiled at his feet like a living thing, its edges sharp, its surface deep. My domain extends across. I can feel gates in Germany, in Brazil, in focus. Mu snapped his fingers. The sound cut through the sensory overload with the precision of a teacher who had done this before. Don't expand. Contract. Pull your awareness back to this room. To me. To your own hands. Kael obeyed. The effort was immense, like trying to close a floodgate after the dam had broken. His consciousness wanted to spread. His instincts wanted to claim everything, to extend his territory across the globe, to make the entire world his domain. The cocoon in his chest blazed. Yes, it whispered. Asterisk extend. Claim. Take everything. Make it yours. You are the monarch. The world is your territory. Asterisk no. Kael said. He pulled his awareness in. Contracted. Focused. The effort cost him more than any fight in the dungeon. More than the hunger, more than the S-rank constructs, more than all 63 floors combined. Fighting external enemies was simple. Fighting the urge to become exactly what the first floor wanted, a territorial predator with global reach and no restraint, was the hardest thing he'd ever done. His domain settled at continental scale. Still vast, still terrifying, but controlled. His choice. Mu looked at him with an expression Kael had never seen on the old man's face. Pride and sadness, mixed in equal measure. You look just like Nadia did, Mu said quietly. At the end. Mu, she was beautiful at the peak. Radiant. Power-given form. His eyes were wet. And then she kept going. Kept reaching. Kept wanting more. Because at that level, the wanting never stops. I'm not Nadia. No, you're not. Mu wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. A gesture so human, so ordinary, so at odds with the SS-rank power emanating from his frame, that it grounded both of them. She couldn't stop. You can. That's all the difference in the world. They climbed out of the Sahara Gate carrying the weight of transformation and the knowledge that the cocoon, now 3 days from maturation, had felt every moment of the evolution. The first floor knew what Kael had become. And somewhere, in a suburb of Seoul, a retired schoolteacher smiled. Chapter 111. The blinding Kael returned from the Sahara to a world on fire. Not literal fire, strategic fire. The controlled, deliberate destruction of information. Over the 3 days he'd spent in the dungeon, the first floor sleeper network had shifted from chaotic activation to coordinated action. And their targets were not people. They were eyes. 14 gate monitoring stations destroyed in the last 72 hours, Yuna reported, her voice filtered through exhaustion and encrypted comms. She stood in the GORT operations center, surrounded by screens showing damage reports from every continent. 6 hunter training academies hit with sabotage, mana reactors disabled, training dungeons collapsed, student barracks evacuated. 3 research facilities burned. The Cairo Institute lost 15 years of gate origin studies. Kael absorbed the briefing from the association's roof, his continental domain sense spreading across East Asia like a net. He could feel the damage, the gaps in the global monitoring network, the blind spots where gate observation stations had been and now weren't. The first floor wasn't attacking humanity's strength. He was destroying its sight. He's blinding us, Kael said. Removing our ability to detect gate activity so we won't see his endgame coming. Correct. Yuna pulled up a map. Red dots marked destroyed facilities. The pattern was surgical, concentrated along the gate monitoring network's backbone, targeting relay stations that connected regional detection grids. Each destruction compounded the last, creating cascading blind spots that spread like cracks in ice. How many of the sleepers are involved? Hard to say. Most of the activated entities aren't combatants. They're scared civilians who manifested unwanted abilities. But a subset, maybe 10%, are acting with coordination, hitting specific targets at specific times. They know the infrastructure. Because the first floor planted them inside the infrastructure, Dex said. He was leaning against the operations center wall, Finner at his feet. Both looked like they hadn't slept in days. Some of these sleepers have been working at the facilities for years. They had access codes, floor plans, security schedules. 47 years of infiltration, Kael murmured. Yuna nodded. Her face was drawn tight. The face of a woman who had been fighting nonstop since Kael left for the Sahara, commanding Gort's global response while managing thousands of confused, frightened sleeper entities and a public that was veering between terror and xenophobic rage. She needed rest. She would not take it. There's more, she said. Minister Park is handling political containment, but it's unraveling. Several nations have begun mandatory testing, blood screenings, mana sensitivity scans, trying to identify sleeper entities before they activate. 3 countries have already detained confirmed gate-borne civilians. Russia sealed its borders entirely. Detention. Kael's voice was flat. Internment, in some cases. The United States has opened a facility in Nevada. Yuna met his eyes. The fear is real, Kael. People's neighbors are manifesting monster abilities. The trust is gone. That's what the first floor wants. Kael clenched his fists. The dimensional fissures on his skin glowed. Fear. Division. Humanity fighting itself instead of the real threat. What's the plan? Valentina's voice came from a comm screen. The Storm Sovereign was in Lagos, coordinating the African response. Her white hair pulled back and her storm gray eyes sharp despite what had to be 40 hours without sleep. Because right now I'm fighting fires on 3 continents while a retired schoolteacher dismantles global security from his living room. Kael pressed his hands flat on the railing. His abyssal monarch domain spread beneath his awareness, a continental web of perception that covered all of East Asia. Within that web, he could feel everything. Every gate, every hunter, every mana signature. Including the sleepers. Within his territory, the first floor's agents couldn't hide. Their dormant seeds, now activated, pulsed with a frequency Kael's evolved domain could detect. Each one was a light in the dark. Visible, traceable, identifiable. I can see them, Kael said. Within my territory. Every activated sleeper in East Asia. How many? 43. 7 are acting with hostile coordination. The rest are civilians in various states of panic. Can you neutralize them? I can reach them. All of them. Simultaneously. His domain pulsed, a focused sweep, like sonar, that identified every sleeper entity within his continental range. And I can offer them a choice. Valentina's expression shifted. A choice. The first floor activated them without consent. I can give them what he didn't. Kael straightened. I'll contact every sleeper in my territory. Not with force, with the predator frequency the first floor used. The same channel. The same connection. But instead of orders, I'll offer a choice. Peaceful integration under my protection, or exile into a gate dimension where they can exist without threat to themselves or others. You're going to talk to 43 potentially hostile entities using the same communication method as the thing trying to destroy civilization, Dex said. That's your plan. The first floor gave orders. I'm going to give options. Kael's gold eyes swept the operations center. The difference between a boss and a tyrant is that the boss lets you leave. He activated the predator frequency. The contact was immediate. 43 minds, scattered across East Asia, each one burning with the confusion and terror of a person who had woken up as something else. Kael felt their fear, their anger, their bewilderment. Some were hostile, the coordinated saboteurs, acting on the first floor's directives. Most were not. Most were people, teachers, laborers, parents, students, who had gone to sleep human and woken up monster. He spoke through the frequency with the authority of an abyssal monarch, not a command, but an offer. His voice carried his intent. You were activated without your knowledge. You did not choose this. I am offering you a choice now. Stay. Integrate peacefully under my territorial protection. Live as you were, with support for your new abilities and no obligations beyond nonviolence. Or leave. A gate dimension, prepared and stable, where you can exist safely. No hunting. No hiding. No fear. Choose. The responses came in waves. 36 chose to stay. 4 chose the gate dimension. 3, the most deeply compromised saboteurs, tried to reject the contact entirely, their minds fogged by the first floor's programming. Kael isolated the 3 resistors with precise mana containment and dispatched hunter teams to their locations. Non-lethal. Firm. Within an hour, all 3 were in custody, their first floor programming disrupted by Kael's superior system access. The remaining sleepers, 36 frightened people who had chosen trust over flight, felt Kael's territorial protection settle over them like a warm weight. Not control, not dominance. Shelter. It worked, Yuna said, reading the reports. Her voice carried something Kael hadn't heard in days. Hope. Cautious, conditional, but present. East Asia, Kael said. But I can only reach what my territory covers. The rest of the world is still blind. Dex was standing by the window, his expression troubled. Kael. What? You just claimed 43 people. Put them under your protection. Extended your territory over their lives. Dex's shadows were still. His voice was careful. That's not a hunter's job. That's a king's job. The observation hung in the air. Kael didn't deny it. He couldn't. I know, he said. And I'll deal with that problem after I deal with the one that's trying to eat the world. Dex held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded. Not agreement. Acceptance. The line between protector and sovereign was thin. Kael could feel himself walking it. And the cocoon in his chest, 2 days from maturation, pulsed with satisfaction. Chapter 112, The Continental Web. By the end of the second day, Kael had extended his territorial domain across the entirety of East Asia and begun pushing into South Asia, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific Rim. The effort was monumental. An abyssal monarch's domain was naturally continental in scope, but establishing active territorial authority, not just passive awareness, but genuine control, the kind that let him detect, communicate with, and protect entities within the zone, required constant mana output. Kael burned through his reserves faster than he could regenerate them, supplementing with essence from the gate-born entities who voluntarily contributed their own mana to his network. The result was a detection grid that covered half the planet. Within his territory, every activated sleeper was visible. Every dormant seed was cataloged. Every hostile operative was tracked. In 48 hours, Kael identified and neutralized 219 sleeper entities across 11 countries, most surrendering peacefully, grateful for the option of protection over persecution. He did not enjoy the process. 47 in Japan, Kael reported, standing in the operations center with his domain sense humming at a frequency that made the building's mana-reinforced walls vibrate. 32 in South Korea. 19 in China. 14 in India. 11 in. Stop counting, Yuna said. She was beside him, as she had been for the last 2 days. Her null field the anchor that kept the cocoon's whispers from drowning his thoughts. You're not a census bureau. You're a person. I can feel all of them, Kael said. His voice carried the strained quality of a mind stretched across too many simultaneous inputs. Every heartbeat, every fear, every question they're asking themselves about what they are. He pressed his palms against his temples. A woman in Osaka is trying to explain to her children why mommy can levitate now. A man in Mumbai is hiding in his apartment because his skin turned blue. A teenager in Manila set her school on fire by accident and hasn't stopped crying. Kael, they're terrified. Not of their abilities. Of what everyone else will do to them. His gold eyes were bright with something that looked like pain. The first floor was right about one thing. Humans fear what they don't understand. The sleepers know that. They can feel the hatred building. Yuna took his hand. Her null field wrapped around his fingers, and the cascade of sensory input dimmed. Not gone, but manageable. A volume dial turned from 10 to 3. Stay here, she said. With me. In this room. Right now. He looked at her. Breathed. The continental domain receded to background awareness, and Kael Voss, not the abyssal monarch, not the territorial predator, but the man, returned to his own skin. Better? Yuna asked. Better. Good. Because Greaves has an update on the cocoon, and you need to hear it with your own mind, not with half a continent's. Greaves appeared on the operations center's primary screen, his London lab visible behind him. The scientist looked like he'd been running on caffeine and terror for the better part of a week. His hair was unwashed, his shirt was on backwards, and his eyes had the manic brightness of a researcher who'd found something he wished he hadn't. The cocoon matures in 18 hours, Greaves said without preamble. Not 2 days. The evolution to Abyssal Monarch accelerated its growth rate. Your increased mana output is feeding it. Every time I use my domain to protect the sleepers, you're feeding the cocoon, yes. Greaves rubbed his face. It's a trap, Kael. A beautiful, elegant trap. The first floor designed the cocoon to feed on exactly the kind of power you'd need to use to counter his network. The more territory you claim, the more sleepers you protect, the faster the cocoon matures. Silence in the operations center. Every face turned to Kael. Options, Kael said. Contract your domain. Stop feeding the cocoon. Let the sleeper network operate unopposed. Not an option. Then find a way to overwrite the cocoon in 18 hours. Greaves's voice cracked. Which would require evolving to a rank beyond Abyssal Monarch, and the next threshold is World Eater, which requires consuming continental-scale energy that doesn't exist in the Gate System's root network. Kael said. The infrastructure that connects every gate on Earth. That's continental-scale energy. Eating the root network would close every gate on the planet, Greaves said. Permanently. No more dungeons. No more mana. No more healing technology. No more hunter abilities. No more gate-born entities. Billions of people depend on gate-derived infrastructure. You'd be ending an era. The operations center was silent. Kael stood at its center, the cocoon pulsing in his chest. 18 hours and counting. His domain spread across half the world, protecting hundreds of frightened people who had nowhere else to turn. There has to be another way, Dex said. He stood against the far wall, Finra pressed against his legs. A partial solution. Something between all and nothing. Greaves, Kael said. If I consumed only the first floor's corruption, the sleeper seeds, the cocoon network, the forced evolution infrastructure, and left the base gate system intact, would that be enough energy for a world eater evolution? Greaves blinked. His hands flew across his keyboard. Numbers scrolled on screens. Theoretically, the scientist said slowly. The first floor's corruption is extensive, 47 years of seeded infrastructure, distributed across the entire root network. The energy value is substantial. If you could isolate it from the base system and consume only the corrupted elements, it's surgery, Una said. Not demolition. Precision surgery on the fundamental architecture of an interdimensional energy system, yes. Greaves laughed, the hollow laugh of a man confronting the impossible. You need to physically enter the root network to do it, which exists beneath the deepest floor of Gate Zero, which is sealed, in Siberia, guarded by Russia. 18 hours, Kael said. We have 18 hours. Can we get to Gate Zero in time? GORT can negotiate access. Minister Park has contacts in the Russian government. Una was already on her communicator. But Kael, you can't go alone. The root network is the first floor's home turf. He's been operating through it for decades. I won't go alone. Kael looked at the faces around him. Una, fierce and unwavering. Dex, loyal despite his misgivings. Valentina, arriving from a storm-battered Lagos with fury in her eyes and lightning in her hands. Mu, his unsealed power humming at a frequency that made the lights flicker. I know exactly who I need. Minji appeared in the doorway of the operations center, wearing a training uniform 2 sizes too large and carrying a backpack that clinked with healing potions. She was 15. She was D-rank. She had been training with Dex for 3 months and had shown the kind of stubborn, reckless courage that Kael recognized as the mirror of his own. I heard you need a team, she said. Minji, this isn't. The gates gave us monsters, she interrupted. But they also gave us you. Maybe you don't have to eat all of it. She met his eyes with the specific fearlessness of a teenager who hasn't yet learned that some things should be feared. Maybe you just have to eat the parts that are poisoned. The simplicity of it cut through Kael's paralysis like a blade through smoke. Not total consumption. Targeted removal. The surgeon's approach, not the predator's. Eat the poison. Leave the patient alive. You're staying in Seoul, Kael told Minji. But you just gave me the plan. She grinned. I know. Kael turned to the operations center. Una, give me access to Gate Zero. Greaves, I need a map of the first floor's corruption in the root network. Every seed, every cocoon, every thread. Dex, Mu, Valentina, gear up. We're going to Siberia. In 18 hours? Valentina asked. In 12. I need 6 hours on the other end. The machinery of the response ground into gear. Communications flew. Negotiations began. A plan took shape, fragile, desperate, dependent on precision and speed, and the cooperation of a Russian government that had sealed Gate Zero for 47 years. And in Kael's chest, the cocoon counted down. Chapter 113. The anchor the flight to Russia took 4 hours. A Gort transport, modified for mana-shielded flight, carrying Kael and his inner circle at speeds that civilian aircraft couldn't match. Kael spent the flight in the cargo hold, sitting on a crate with his back against the wall and Una beside him. Her null field was the only thing keeping the cocoon's whispers from overwhelming his mind. The closer the maturation deadline approached, the louder they became. Not the first floor's voice. His own. Extend your domain. The cocoon whispered in Kael's own internal voice, using his own thoughts, wearing his own reasoning like a mask. Claim the whole world. You have the power. You have the right. Everything within reach is yours. That's the law of predators, and you are the apex. Una's hand on his arm was the silence. Talk to me, she said. Not about the mission. About something real. The whispers are using my voice, Kael said. The cocoon has mapped my thought patterns well enough to generate internal dialogue that sounds like me. It's arguing for global territorial expansion in my own voice, with my own logic. Is it convincing? Parts of it. He hated the admission. The part about protection. About how extending my domain would let me shield every sleeper on the planet, not just the ones in East Asia. That part is persuasive. That part sounds like something I would say. What's the part that doesn't sound like you? The part where it stops being optional. The part where protection becomes control, and control becomes ownership, and ownership becomes exactly what the first floor wants. Yes. Yuna shifted closer. Her null field expanded, and the whispers retreated, not gone, but distant. Background noise instead of foreground command. When I first met you, Yuna said, you were in a containment cell. Gold eyes, slit pupils, absolutely no understanding of why a bowl of rice was different from mana crystals. You looked at me like I was a problem to solve. You were a problem to solve. You still are. Romantic. She didn't smile, but the corner of her mouth twitched. My point is that you've always had a choice. From the moment you gained sentience, you could have consumed everything in the containment facility and walked out. You chose not to. You chose to learn. You chose to ask questions instead of taking answers. And now the thing in my chest wants to take that choice away. So we take it away first. She met his eyes, dark brown into gold, steady into turbulent. I'm your anchor, Kael. That's not a metaphor. My null field is the only thing that disrupts the cocoon's influence. As long as I'm within range, you can think clearly. As long as I'm with you, the choice stays yours. What if I have to go somewhere your range can't reach? Then we'll figure it out. But not today. She pressed her forehead against his shoulder. A gesture so intimate, so ordinary, that it felt more powerful than any mana technique. Today, I stay within arm's reach. That was the deal. I don't remember making that deal. I made it for both of us. She straightened. Now tell me about the plan for Gate Zero. The plan was fragile. GORT had negotiated emergency access to Gate Zero through a combination of diplomatic pressure, Russian self-interest, and the simple fact that the first-floor sleeper network had hit 3 Russian facilities in the last week and Moscow was running out of patience with an enemy it couldn't see. Minister Park had brokered the agreement in a 7-hour negotiating marathon that had left him hoarse and victorious. Access was granted. On conditions, Russian S-rank hunters would observe, but not interfere. GORT assumed all liability for damage. And if Kael's team didn't emerge within 48 hours, Russia would seal Gate Zero permanently, with nuclear ordnance, if necessary. Reasonable terms, Kael had said. Terrifying terms, Greaves had corrected. The transport landed at a military airfield outside Petropavlovsk-Kamchatsky, the closest city to Gate Zero, itself 100 kilometers northeast in the volcanic highlands of the Kamchatka Peninsula. A convoy of Russian military vehicles waited, along with a reception committee of 4 Russian S-rank hunters whose faces carried the specific blend of professionalism and suspicion that Kael had learned to associate with people who had been ordered to cooperate, but hadn't been told why. The drive to Gate Zero took an hour. The road deteriorated after the first 20 minutes, becoming a gravel track that wound through volcanic landscapes, black rock, steaming vents, stunted birch forests that clung to the slopes like survivors. Gate Zero waited at the end of the road. It occupied a depression in the volcanic terrain, a natural amphitheater, perhaps a collapsed caldera, now transformed by 47 years of gate energy into something that didn't belong on Earth. The air shimmered. The rock had been partially consumed by dimensional growth, crystalline formations jutting from the walls, pulsing with a deep, slow light that synchronized with the gate's rhythm. The gate itself was simple, a vertical slit in reality, 3 meters tall, 1 meter wide, its edges perfectly sharp. It didn't shimmer or glow or project dramatic light. It was just there, a door cut into the fabric of the world. The oldest door on Earth. 47 years, Kael murmured, standing before Gate Zero. His domain sense reached toward it and recoiled. The gate's internal dimensions were vast, complex beyond anything he'd encountered. 100 floors of accumulated power and architecture, folded into geometries that defied human mathematics. Gate Zero, first recorded gate manifestation. AG, 47 years. Internal dimensions, incalculable. Floors, 100 plus. Threat level, beyond classification. Sable climbed from Kael's jacket to his shoulder. The shadow cat's tiny body was tense, its eyes wide, its claws gripping his collar with a strength that belied its small frame. Sable goes where family goes, the cat said. For words, a complete sentence. More than Sable had ever spoken before. Kael reached up and scratched behind the cat's ear. Yeah, he said. Family sticks together. The team assembled before the gate. Kael's inner circle. Yuna, her null field thrumming at S-rank potency, her hand on her combat knife, and her eyes on the door. Dex, with Fenrir at his side, shadows coiled for deployment. Valentina Reyes, recovered and radiating storm energy so dense that the clouds above Kamchatka had darkened in sympathy. Old Man Mu, unsealed and terrible, his absolute stillness a pressure that made the air around him thick. 4 of the pillars, Gort's elite, the French spatial manipulator, the Indian barrier specialist, the Brazilian kinetic, the Japanese precognitor. Each one a veteran of the Tartarus mission, each one carrying scars and resolve in equal measure. And 3 gate-born entities. They had appeared at the GORT staging area in Petropavlovsk that morning. 3 of the sleeper network entities that Kael had offered protection to. A woman from Osaka whose skin rippled with bark-like patterns, her mana signature registering as B-rank nature manipulation. A man from Mumbai whose blue-tinted skin and electrokinetic abilities marked him as a C-rank energy type. A teenager from Manila, 17, fierce, her fire manipulation still raw but powerful. You don't have to be here, Kael had told them. You gave us a choice when no one else would, the Osaka woman had said. This is what we choose. Now they stood at Gate Zero's entrance, 3 civilians who had been human 2 weeks ago, volunteering to enter the oldest and most dangerous dungeon on Earth alongside hunters who had been fighting for years. Kael looked at his team, felt their heartbeats through his domain, felt their fear, their resolve, their trust. Inside Gate Zero is the root network that connects every gate on Earth, he said. And inside the root network is the first floor's corruption, 47 years of seeded infrastructure that he wants to use to force evolve humanity. We're going to enter the root network, isolate the corruption, and I'm going to consume it. The base gate system stays intact. The sleepers keep their abilities. The gates keep functioning. And if the first floor objects? Dex asked. He will. He'll be there. He's been waiting for this since 1979. Lovely. Dex's grin was sharp enough to cut. I've been wanting a rematch with a 47-year-old schoolteacher. They entered Gate Zero. Chapter 114. The oldest door. Gate Zero's first floor was a graveyard. Not metaphorical. Literal. A vast, flat expanse of gray stone, stretching in every direction under a sky that wasn't a sky but a ceiling of compressed darkness. And across the stone, in ordered rows that extended past the limits of even Kael's abyssal monarch domain sense, were bones. Human bones. Monster bones. Gateborn bones. Thousands of them, perhaps tens of thousands, arranged with the careful precision of a curator organizing a collection. Each skeleton was complete. Each was positioned in a standing posture, as if frozen mid-stride, arms at their sides, skulls facing the gate entrance. Everyone who ever entered Gate Zero, Mu said quietly. He recognized the arrangement, had seen similar displays in other ancient dungeons. They're trophies. Not trophies, Kael said. His domain sense was parsing the bones, reading the residual mana signatures. Markers. Each one carries a fragment of the person's final thoughts. This floor is a record, a museum. He could feel them. Faint impressions, like photographs left in sunlight too long. A Soviet soldier's final prayer. A Russian hunter's battle cry. A scientist's curiosity, turned to terror, turned to nothing. 47 years of entry attempts, each one preserved in bone. The first floor did this. Yuna's voice was steady, but her hand tightened on her knife. The dungeon did this. Kael shook his head. The first floor walked out. The dungeon stayed. And without a boss to manage it, it did what dungeons do. It grew. Accumulated. Became more than it was. 100 floors of growth with no one managing it for half a century, Valentina said. This is going to be unpleasant. They advanced through the bone graveyard. The skeletons didn't move. They were records, not threats, but their presence weighted the air with accumulated death. The gate-born volunteers from Osaka, Mumbai, and Manila pressed closer together, their faces pale but determined. Floor 2 was worse. The architecture shifted to something alive. Walls of pulsating tissue, floors that breathed, ceilings that contracted and expanded with a rhythm that matched a massive heartbeat. The dungeon had developed biological characteristics, growing organs it didn't need, and circulatory systems that pumped mana instead of blood. Monsters emerged from the walls. C rank, then B rank, then A rank, each wave more coordinated than the last. The dungeon's defenses were layered, adaptive, evolving in real time based on the intruder's abilities. But Kael's team was the strongest force ever assembled on Earth. Dex's shadows consumed the C-rank waves before they fully formed. Fenrir tore through the B-rank monsters with spectral fangs that ignored physical armor. Valentina's storms filled the biological corridors with lightning that arced from wall to wall, frying the pulsing tissue and forcing the dungeon to retreat from their path. Mu didn't fight. He walked through the chaos with his hands behind his back, and anything that came within 3 meters of him simply stopped. Froze. became nothing more than a very detailed statue that is absolute stillness held in permanent suspension. The pillars formed a perimeter around the gate-born volunteers, their combined abilities creating a mobile fortress that moved through the floors with professional efficiency. They descended, floor by floor, hour by hour. The dungeon's resistance increased with each level. S-rank bosses on floors 20 and 30, environmental hazards that warped gravity and reversed time in localized pockets, psychic attacks that targeted individual fears and amplified them. Kael fought through it all with the focus of a man running out of time. The cocoon pulsed in his chest, 9 hours to maturation. 8, 7. On floor 50, they encountered the first sign of the first floor's presence. A classroom. It materialized in the dungeon's architecture between floors, a perfectly ordinary Korean middle school classroom, complete with desks, a blackboard, and fluorescent lighting that buzzed with the specific frequency of a room where bored teenagers have spent decades not paying attention. Written on the blackboard, in neat Korean Hangul, "Welcome home, youngest brother. You're early. I expected 3 more hours." Kael erased the message with a pulse of mana, but the chalk reformed the words, adding, "Erasing my words won't erase my point. You're walking into a place I've lived for 47 years. I know every floor, every wall, every breath this dungeon takes. And you're bringing humans." "He's watching us," Dex said. "He's always been watching." Kael moved through the classroom and into the next floor. "He can't stop us from reaching the root network. He can only slow us down." "Then why isn't he slowing us down?" Yuna asked. Her null field pulsed, scanning for traps. "These floors are hard, but they're not impossible. A team this strong should be facing worse. Because he wants me to reach the root network." The realization settled in Kael's mind with cold clarity. He wants me there. The cocoon matures in the root network's environment. It's designed to. He's letting us through because our destination is exactly where he needs me to be. Then we're walking into a trap. A trap I have to spring. Kael's jaw set. The root network is the only place I can access the corruption. It's also the only place the cocoon can fully mature. Whoever gets what they want first wins. Floor 60, floor 70, floor 80. The dungeon's geometry collapsed into non-Euclidean nightmares. Corridors that looped through themselves, rooms that existed in 2 places simultaneously, staircases that led up and arrived down. The team's precognitor, the Japanese pillar, Akira, navigated them through, his foresight ability burning through his mana reserves to chart paths through impossible architecture. Floor 90. The cocoon, 4 hours to maturation. The team was exhausted. Valentina's storms had weakened to drizzles. Dex's shadows were thin. The pillars operated on rotation, 2 resting while 2 fought. Only Mu showed no fatigue. The old man's absolute stillness was conservation incarnate, using no more energy than any given moment required. And Yuna didn't waver. Her null field was Kael's lifeline, the void that kept the cocoon's whispers from drowning his mind, and she maintained it without complaint, without visible strain, without ever letting the range contract below the 3 meters that kept his thoughts his own. "How much further?" she asked, on floor 95. Kael's domain sense probed downward. 5 more floors. And beneath them, vast, deep, thrumming with the interconnected energy of every gate on Earth, the root network. 5 floors, he said, and a conversation I've been avoiding. With the first floor? With myself. He touched his sternum. The cocoon pulsed. 3 hours now. Whatever happens in the root network, the cocoon will try to complete its maturation. If I can't override it before it opens, you will. If I can't, you will. Yuna's voice carried the absolute certainty of someone who had decided on an outcome and refused to entertain alternatives. Because I'm going to be right there. Arm's reach. Null field range. And that thing in your chest is going to have to go through me before it gets to you. Yuna, the first floor is beyond anything. I know what he is. She met his eyes. And I know what you are. The cocoon isn't the only thing growing, Kael. You've been getting stronger every day, not just in power, but in will. The thing that makes you you is stronger than anything the first floor planted. He wanted to believe her. The predator in him calculated probabilities and found them wanting. But the human, the part of him that had been built brick by brick from choices and connections and mornings waking up beside a woman who made the world make sense, that part believed. Arm's reach, he said. That's the deal. They descended toward the root network, and the first floor waited below. Chapter 115. The surgery Dr. Greaves delivered the briefing via encrypted uplink from London, his voice crackling through the interference of 100 dungeon floors. I've mapped the first floor's corruption within the root network, Greaves said. Or rather, I've mapped what I can detect through Kael's domain relay. The picture is extensive. The holographic display materialized in the air before the team, Greaves's data, transmitted through Kael's monitoring device, rendering as a three-dimensional schematic of the root network's architecture. The base system appeared as a lattice of golden light, millions of interconnected nodes, each one a gate on Earth's surface, linked by pathways of pure dimensional energy. The structure was beautiful, intricate, a network that spanned the planet and connected every rift to every other rift in an elegant web. Threaded through the lattice, like dark veins in marble, was the corruption. The first floor's 47 years of work was visible as a second network overlaid on the first, darker, denser, parasitic. Each node of corruption connected to one of the sleeper seeds scattered across the globe. Each connection was a thread that, when activated, would allow the first floor to push forced evolution through the root network and into any human carrying a dormant seed. It's integrated, Greaves said, woven into the base system at a molecular level. Separating it will require precision that I can only describe as surgical. You'll need to consume each corrupted node individually without damaging the surrounding lattice. How many nodes? Kael asked. Approximately 11,000. The number landed in the team's collective consciousness like a boulder in a pond. 11,000, Valentina repeated. 11,000 discrete points of corruption, each one connected to a sleeper seed, each one requiring individual isolation and consumption. Greaves paused. At your current mana output rate, assuming no interference, the process would take approximately 6 hours. I have 3. Kael's hand pressed against his sternum. The cocoon pulsed. 2 hours 53 minutes now. I need to do it in less than 3. Then you'll need to be faster than anything the system has ever recorded. Greaves's voice softened. Kael, the energy released by consuming 11,000 nodes of first-floor corruption will be significant. If the process triggers your evolution to World Eater, the transformation will occur inside the root network. The effects on the surrounding infrastructure are unpredictable. We'll manage. Kael looked at his team. Exhausted. Determined. Ready. Greaves, one more thing. The cocoon, when it matures, what happens to me? Best case, the first floor establishes a communication channel and attempts persuasion. Worst case, hostile takeover. The cocoon overwrites your will with his. A pause. But there's a factor I didn't account for in my original analysis. Which is, Yuna. Greaves's voice carried the reverence of a scientist acknowledging a variable that defied his models. Her null field at S-rank potency can disrupt the cocoon's operation in real time. If she maintains physical contact during the maturation event, the cocoon's ability to overwrite your will may be significantly reduced. Kael looked at Yuna. She was already beside him. Arm's reach. As promised. We go down, Kael said. We reach the root network. I consume the corruption while Yuna keeps the cocoon suppressed. The rest of you, hold the door, Dex finished. Against whatever the first floor sends to stop you. Against the first floor himself, Kael corrected. He'll be there. He's been waiting. We've handled worse, Dex said, with a grin that was 9 parts bravado and 1 part genuine belief. We haven't handled anything like this, Valentina said. But that's never stopped us before. Floor 96, 97, 98. The dungeon's resistance increased exponentially. S-rank monsters that reformed after destruction, environmental effects that aged everything they touched, psychic assaults that crescendoed into a wall of despair so thick that 2 of the pillars had to be physically carried through. Floor 99 was empty. A vast, silent chamber with smooth walls and a floor of mirror-polished stone. The silence was worse than the fighting. The hell-breath silence of a space waiting for something terrible to happen. Floor 100. The first floor was waiting. He sat on a throne. Not a dungeon-crafted seat of power. A throne he'd built himself, over decades, from the bones of every entity that had entered Gate Zero since he'd walked out. Thousands of bones, arranged with a craftsman's precision, forming a seat that was both monument and message. The bones were old, bleached white by time, but each one still carried a trace of the person it had been. 100 floors of death, compressed into furniture. The first floor, Mr. Park, the retired schoolteacher, sat with his legs crossed and his hands folded in his lap. He wore the same beige cardigan, the same wire-rimmed glasses, the same warm smile that had made him invisible for 47 years. But he wasn't masking anymore. His true form bled through the human shell, not replacing it, but layering over it. A superimposition of what he was over what he'd chosen to appear as. Kael's domain sense perceived both simultaneously, the schoolteacher and the primordial predator. The man who taught algebra and the entity made of gate energy older than civilization. A perfect mirror of Kael, human-shaped, but not human. The original walking gate. The first monster to wear a human face. Welcome home, youngest brother, the first floor said. Let me show you what we really are. Chapter 116, The Fracture. We don't have to fight, the first floor said. His voice was mild, conversational. The voice of a man who had infinite patience and had chosen to use it. The root network is below us. You can feel it, the hum, the pulse, the heartbeat of every gate on Earth. I won't stop you from reaching it. Then step aside, Kael said. I didn't say I'd step aside. I said I won't stop you. The distinction was precise. You can enter the root network. You can try to consume my corruption, but I will be there with you. And I will be explaining, every step of the way, why what you're doing is wrong. Forced evolution isn't a debate. No, but extinction is. The first floor stood from his bone throne. His movement was liquid, not the stiff-kneed shuffle of a pensioner, but the fluid grace of something that had been pretending to be limited for so long that the pretense had become a performance art. 18 months, Kael. The architect's test concludes in 18 months. I've seen the data in the root network, the test parameters, the evaluation criteria, the outcome projections. Humanity fails. Not might fail. Fails. The integration threshold hasn't been met, and at current trajectory, it won't be. So you force it. I save it. The first floor's mask slipped, not the predator underneath, but something older, wearier, the face of a being that had been carrying a burden for half a century and was tired of carrying it alone. I've watched 63 worlds die, Kael. I've seen their bones in the architect's archive. I've felt their memories dissolve into processing power. I will not watch Earth join them. The team stood behind Kael, weapons ready, abilities primed. But the first floor didn't even look at them. His attention was fixed on Kael with the singular focus of a teacher addressing his most important student. The cocoon matures in 2 hours and 41 minutes, the first floor said. When it does, I will have access to your apex predator system. Not control, not yet. Access. I will be able to initiate the forced evolution sequence through you, using the root network as a distribution medium. 7 billion humans will be offered the choice that evolution has always offered, adapt or perish. That's not a choice. That's an ultimatum. It's survival. It's ugly. It's coercive. And it works. The first floor extended his hand, the same handshake gesture from the bench in Mapogu. Join me willingly. Help me calibrate the process. With your cooperation, the transformation can be gentle. Without it, you do it anyway. Without it, the cocoon forces the issue, and the transformation is violent, uncontrolled, and will kill roughly 30% of the affected population. The first floor's hand was steady. 2 billion deaths versus 7 billion deaths. That's the math, youngest brother. I've been doing it for 47 years. There's a third option, Kael said. The surgical approach. Consume my corruption. Leave the base system intact. Evolve to World Eater. I know. The first floor lowered his hand. His smile didn't change, but something behind it did. A flicker of something that might have been respect. It's elegant. I'm impressed. But it won't work. Why not? Because the architect's test doesn't care about elegance. It measures integration, the degree to which a species has merged with gate energy. Removing my corruption removes the integration infrastructure. Without it, humanity reverts to baseline. The test fails. The architect consumes Earth. He paused. Your surgery saves the patient, but doesn't cure the disease. Kael felt the logic close around him, like a trap. The first floor's reasoning was sound, had been sound for 47 years. If the architect's test was real, if the timeline was genuine, then some form of integration was necessary for survival. The question was whether forced evolution was the only form that counted. What if you're wrong about the test? Kael asked. I'm not. What if you're wrong about the criteria? What if integration doesn't mean biological merger? What if it means coexistence? The first floor was silent for 3 seconds. An eternity for a being whose processing speed exceeded human computation. Coexistence has never passed the test, the first floor said. In 63 trials across 63 worlds, the only species that survived were those that physically merged with gate energy. Coexistence was tried. 14 times. All 14 worlds were consumed. Those worlds didn't have me. No, they didn't. The first floor studied him. The wire-rimmed glasses reflected Kael's gold eyes. What makes you different? I'm the first boss monster who chose to be human. Not forced. Not programmed. Chose. Kael's hands clenched. The dimensional fissures on his skin blazed. And if I can choose, so can they. Not evolution forced through a cocoon. Evolution chosen by individuals. A world where humans and gate-born entities coexist because they want to, not because a 47-year-old predator decided for them. And if they choose wrong? If they reject integration? If the test fails because you believed in freedom more than survival? Then it fails. On our terms. Kael's voice was iron. I was a dungeon boss for centuries. I know what it means to exist without choice. I will not be the instrument that takes choice away from 7 billion people, even to save them. The first floor looked at him for a long time. The 100 floors of Gate 0 held their breath. The team waited. The cocoon pulsed. 2 hours 30. You remind me of her, the first floor said quietly. The woman I loved. She said something similar before the gate break. She said that survival without freedom wasn't living. He removed his glasses. His eyes, behind them, were gold. The same gold as Kael's. She was right. And she died anyway. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be fast. The first floor stepped aside. Behind his bone throne, a staircase descended into light. The entrance to the root network, pulsing with the interconnected energy of every gate on Earth. You have 2 hours and 29 minutes. If you can consume my corruption and achieve the World Eater evolution in that time, I'll defer to your approach. Coexistence. Choice. Your way. And if I can't, if you can't, the cocoon matures, and I do it my way. The first floor smile was tired. Ancient. Sad. I hope you make it, youngest brother. I genuinely do. Because I've been doing this alone for 47 years, and I'm very, very tired of being the only one who cares. Kael moved toward the staircase. The team followed. One more thing, the first floor called. I won't fight you in the root network. That was never the plan. But I won't help you either. You succeed or fail on your own merits. I'm not alone, Kael said. He looked at Yuna. She looked back. Her null field pulsed, steady, strong, anchored. No, the first floor said, watching them with eyes that were gold and ancient and lonely. You're not. Chapter 117. The descent the root network was not a place. It was a concept, the underlying architecture of the gate system, rendered perceivable by the human mind's need to organize information into spatial metaphors. What Kael saw, descending the staircase from floor 100, was a translation, his brain converting raw dimensional data into something he could navigate. He saw rivers of light. They flowed in every direction, up, down, sideways, through angles that didn't exist in three-dimensional space. Each one a connection between two gates somewhere on Earth's surface. The rivers converged at nodes, bright points that represented individual gates, pulsing with the specific frequency of the dungeon they contained. Kael could identify them. The warm gold of the soul gates, the cold blue of the Siberian rifts, the green-tinged pulse of equatorial dungeons. Threaded through the golden lattice, the first floor's corruption spread like dark veins. Each corrupted node was visible, a darkness wrapped around a light, parasitic, integrated, feeding. 11,000 of them. 2 hours, 21 minutes, Greaves said through the monitoring relay. His voice was faint, filtered through 100 floors of dungeon architecture. The cocoon's growth rate has increased. You're losing time faster than projected. Understood. Kael turned to his team. They stood on a platform of crystallized light, the entry point, a stable surface in an otherwise fluid environment. Below them, the root network stretched to infinity. I need to go deeper, Kael said, into the network itself. To reach the corrupted nodes, I have to merge my consciousness with the lattice and navigate to each one individually. How long for 11,000? Dex asked. That depends on how fast I can move through the network's architecture. Kael looked at Yuna. I need you with me. Inside the lattice. Your null field is the only thing that will keep the cocoon suppressed during the process. I'm not a gate-born entity, Yuna said. Can a human exist inside the root network? Your null field makes you unique. You cancel mana. The root network is pure mana. You can move through it like a void through water. Where you go, the mana parts. Poetic. Accurate. She took his hand. Her palm was warm. Her null field wrapped around their joined grip and created a sphere of void. A small, portable cancellation zone that would travel with them through the lattice. The rest of you hold this position, Kael told the team. If the first floor changes his mind, if he decides to interfere, we'll hold, Valentina said. Storm energy crackled around her hands. I didn't come to Siberia to watch. Sable. Kael looked at the shadow cat on his shoulder. Stay with Dex. The cat's claws dug into his jacket. No. Sable, family goes together. The cat's golden eyes were fierce. Determined. Sable goes. Kael didn't argue. Some battles weren't worth fighting. He nodded at Dex, who nodded back. A communication between brothers that required no words. Come back, Dex said. Planning on it. Kael, Yuna, and Sable stepped off the platform and into the root network. The sensation was like dissolving. Kael's physical form didn't vanish. It translated, his body becoming a pattern of mana that moved through the lattice the way a thought moves through a brain. Yuna's null field adapted, maintaining a cancellation bubble around them that carved a path through the network's dense energy. They moved fast. Kael's abyssal monarch consciousness navigated the network with the instinct of a being born from it. He was a dungeon boss, after all, and the root network was the dungeon of dungeons, the master system from which all gates derived. It recognized him, responded to him, parted for him the way a river parts for stone. The first corrupted node was 3 seconds away. Kael reached it, wrapped his mana around the dark vein, isolated it from the surrounding lattice, and consumed it. The corruption dissolved into his system, a burst of energy that tasted of patience and obsession. The first floor's 47 years of work compressed into a single point of data. Somewhere on Earth, Greaves's telemetry would tell him where later, a sleeper seed deactivated. A person felt the foreign presence in their chest dissolve. One down. 10,999 to go. Faster, Una said. She couldn't see the network the way Kael could, but she could feel the cocoons pulse through their joined hands. Accelerating. Kael moved through the lattice like a surgeon through a body, precise, methodical, consuming one corrupted node after another. Each one took seconds. Each one released a burst of energy that his system absorbed. Building toward a threshold, he could feel approaching the way a diver feels the surface approaching from below. 100 nodes. 200. 500. Cocoon at 60% maturation, Greaves reported. 1 hour 40 remaining. 1,000 nodes. 2,000. The energy accumulating in Kael's core was staggering. Each consumed node added the first floor's refined power to his own, and the total was building toward a critical mass that his system had never processed. Something's changing, Una said. Her null field was straining, not from the network's pressure, but from the cocoons. Inside Kael's chest, the foreign heartbeat was accelerating, responding to the energy influx, growing faster than projected. The more I consume, the faster it matures, Kael realized. The corruption's energy is feeding the cocoon. Then stop. I can't stop. If I stop, the corruption remains and the cocoon still matures. The only path is through. He increased his pace. 3,000. 4,000. Each consumption larger than the last. Each one a gamble. Power gained versus cocoon accelerated. It was a race. His evolution versus the cocoon's maturation. Both feeding on the same energy. Both approaching their thresholds simultaneously. Who gets there first wins, Kael muttered, and consumed the 5,000th node. Chapter 118. The final team. The team held the platform in the root network's entry chamber. It wasn't easy. The first floor had kept his word. He didn't fight them directly. But Gate Zero's 100 floors of accumulated dungeon energy responded to the intrusion like an immune system responding to a virus. Constructs formed from the root network's ambient energy, shifting, adaptive entities that tested the team's defenses with coordinated assaults. Dex fought in the front line, his shadows extending to create barriers and kill zones that channeled the constructs into Fenrir's waiting jaws. The spectral wolf had grown since the Tartarus mission, fed by Dex's evolved shadow mana. Fenrir was now the size of a small car, its blue-white eyes blazing with predatory intelligence. Left flank, Dex called. His shadows whipped sideways, catching a construct that had flanked their position. Val the big one. Valentina raised her hands. Storm energy gathered above the platform. Not the wild tempests of her earlier career, but controlled, focused lightning. A bolt descended with surgical precision, striking the largest construct and shattering it into dissipating light. How many more? She called. As many as the network generates. Mu stood at the platform's center, his absolute stillness creating a zone of safety around the gate-born volunteers. His eyes were closed, his breathing measured, his mana output a steady stream that froze anything that breached the outer defenses. The network will keep producing them until Kael finishes or until we fall. The pillars rotated combat positions with practiced efficiency, the French spatial manipulator redirecting constructs into Dex's shadow traps, the Indian barrier specialist maintaining shields around the non-combatants, the Brazilian kinetic launching physical counterattacks, the Japanese precognitor calling out threats 3 seconds before they materialized. The 3 gate-born volunteers fought, too. The Osaka woman's nature manipulation grew roots from the crystallized light platform, binding constructs in place. The Mumbai man's electrokinetic abilities disrupted the construct's mana cohesion, causing them to flicker and weaken. The Manila teenager's fire burned hot enough to dissolve constructs outright, her control improving with every exchange. They're getting stronger, the teenager gasped, after her 4th consecutive engagement. So are we, Dex said, and his shadows proved it. Denser, sharper, more responsive than they'd been an hour ago. The root network's ambient energy was feeding their abilities, amplifying everyone within its radius. A burst of data pulsed through the network. Kael's progress, transmitted as a vibration that the team could feel through the platform. 6,000 nodes consumed. 5,000 remaining. The cocoon at 78% maturation. He's halfway, Mu said, opening his eyes. And the cocoon is 3/4. The math doesn't work, Valentina said. The math hasn't worked since day one. Mu smiled, the thin, gentle smile of a man who had learned to fight math with will. That's never stopped him before. The constructs intensified. The team held. And somewhere in the lattice below, Kael consumed the corruption one node at a time, racing a clock that was always faster than his hands. Chapter 119. Into the source 7,000 nodes. Kael moved through the root network like a current through a river, consuming corruption with the mechanical precision of a machine and the desperate speed of a man running out of time. Yuna matched his pace, her null field carving a path through the dense mana environment, her hand in his an anchor to identity when the network's overwhelming data threatened to dissolve his sense of self. 8,000 nodes. Cocoon at 87%, Greaves reported. His voice was raw. Kael, the maturation rate is exponential. You have 31 minutes. I need 40. You have 31. 9,000 nodes. Each one a person freed. Each one a step toward a threshold that Kael could feel approaching. The World Eater evolution, building in his mana core like pressure behind a dam. The accumulated energy of the first floor's 47-year corruption network was staggering. Each consumed node added power to Kael's reserves, and the total was approaching a mass that his system had never been designed to hold. Evolution threshold approaching. Abyssal Monarch World Eater. Current progress, 91%. Warning, threshold breach will trigger consciousness expansion. User identity at risk. It's going to be close, Kael said. Everything with you is close. Yuna's grip tightened on his hand. Her null field pulsed, a focused burst that pushed the cocoon's maturation back by seconds. Seconds that might matter. Keep going. 9,500. The corruption was thinning, each node farther from the last. The remaining infections scattered across the network's periphery. Kael had to stretch his consciousness further with each consumption, reaching into distant corners of the lattice where the first floor's earliest seeds had been planted decades ago. He found old ones. Seeds from the 1980s, dormant for 40 years, embedded in the network's deepest layers. Each one carried a trace of the first floor's personality. Not the patient schoolteacher, but the frightened being who had walked out of Gate Zero in 1979 and been alone in a world that didn't know he existed. The early seeds were crude, desperate, planted by an entity that didn't yet understand its own power. Kael consumed them with something approaching gentleness. They were the first floor's fear, crystallized. 10,000. 1,000 remaining. Cocoon at 94%, Greaves said. 18 minutes. I can feel it, Kael said. The cocoon was a pressure in his chest. Not painful but present, a fullness that pushed against his ribs and his identity simultaneously. The first floor's consciousness pressed against the cocoon's inner wall, waiting for the last barrier to dissolve. Patient. Always patient. 10,500. 500 nodes left, scattered across the network's farthest reaches. Some in deep ocean gates, some in gates at the Earth's poles, some in gates that hadn't been discovered yet because the monitoring stations that would have detected them had been destroyed by the sleeper network. Kael stretched his consciousness to its limit. His awareness, already continental in scope, pushed beyond, reaching for gates in the Atlantic, in the Antarctic, in the deep Pacific where pressure and darkness made the network's architecture dense and resistant. 10,800. 200 remaining. Cocoon at 97%. 9 minutes. Almost there, Yuna said. Her voice was strained, her null field at maximum output, burning through mana reserves she didn't know she had. Maintaining the cancellation bubble inside the root network's dense energy environment was like holding back a river with open hands. 10,900. 100 nodes. The cocoon hit 99%. Kael, Greaves said. Just his name. Nothing else. The tone said everything. I know. Kael consumed nodes with everything he had. 50, 40, 30, each one a fraction of a second, his consciousness splitting into parallel processes to reach multiple nodes simultaneously. The Apex Predator system had never been used this way, not as a weapon, but as a tool, a surgical instrument performing 11,000 operations in 2 hours. 20 nodes. 10. 5. The cocoon hit 100%. It opened. The first floor's consciousness poured through the cocoon like water through a broken dam. 47 years of accumulated will, compressed and focused, driving through the bridge that the cocoon had built into Kael's system. It was not an attack. It was an integration. The first floor was merging with Kael's consciousness, overlaying his will on Kael's, using the apex predator system's architecture as a framework for forced evolution. I'm sorry, the first floor whispered. You were so close, Una screamed. Her null field exploded, not expanded, exploded. A detonation of cancellation energy that hit the cocoon's connection like a sledgehammer hitting glass. The first floor's consciousness stuttered. For 1 second, one precious, impossible second, the integration halted. 3 nodes, Una gasped. Blood ran from her nose, her ears, her eyes. Her null field at S-rank potency, discharged in a single burst, should have been impossible. It should have killed her. But Una Shin was not a woman who accepted impossible. You have 3 nodes left. Finish it. Kael consumed the final 3 nodes in that second of borrowed time. Corruption purge complete. 11,000/11,000 nodes consumed. Evolution threshold, 100%. Initiating rank advancement. Abyssal Monarch World Eater. The evolution detonated. Chapter 120. The fall. Kael's consciousness expanded. Not metaphorically. Not gradually. It exploded outward from the root network's core like a shockwave, his awareness racing along every connection, every pathway, every thread of the lattice simultaneously. In one instant, he was a man standing in a network of light. In the next, he was the network. He could feel every gate on Earth, not as distant signals, but as extensions of himself. 7,000 rifts, each one a nerve ending in a body that spanned the planet. He felt the Sahara Gate's fever dream architecture. He felt the Tartarus Gate's stabilized calm. He felt Gate Zero around him, ancient and patient. He felt 7 billion people. The apex predator system, overwhelmed by input, did what it had always done. It classified 7 billion data points, each one tagged and sorted with the ruthless efficiency of a system designed to organize the world into categories. Prey. 7 billion tags appeared. Every human on Earth, classified by a predator's logic. Then, as the system processed deeper, factoring in Kael's evolved consciousness, his choices, his year of living as something more than a predator, the classification shifted. Hunter. 800 million. The awakened, the strong, those with power to defend themselves. And then, something new. Something the system had never generated before. Something that existed only because Kael's humanity had been woven into the system's architecture so deeply that the system had learned to value what Kael valued. Protected. 3 billion. Children. The vulnerable. The innocent. Those whom a predator's logic said were prey, but Kael's humanity said were sacred. The first floor, still partially connected through the cocoon's remnants, felt the classifications shift and went silent. Protected. He whispered. Your system learned to protect. It learned from me, Kael said. Or thought. The distinction between speaking and thinking had dissolved at World Eater scale, and I learned from them. The first floor's connection weakened. The cocoon, overwritten by the World Eater evolution's superior architecture, crumbled. The bridge the first floor had spent decades building dissolved, consumed by the very system it had been designed to exploit. But the first floor himself was still there, in the root network, a presence that had been intertwined with the lattice for 47 years, now stripped of his corruption, his sleeper network, his forced evolution infrastructure. What remained was not a conqueror. It was a consciousness, alone, in a network it had called home for half a century, watching its life's work dissolve. You've destroyed everything I built, the first floor said. I've removed what you forced, Kael replied. The base system is intact. The gates still function. The sleeper entities keep their abilities, the ones they've chosen to keep. Asterisk in the test? The architect's evaluation? 18 months. Asterisk, I'll handle it. Not with forced evolution. With choice. Kael's World Eater consciousness held the entire root network in its awareness. The world will integrate with the gate system on its own terms. Or it won't. But the choice will be human. And if they choose wrong, then we face the consequences together. That's what civilizations do. The first floor was silent for a long time. A time measured in the heartbeats of a planet, in the pulse of 7,000 gates, in the quiet hum of a network purged of parasites. I'm tired, youngest brother, the first floor said at last. I've been tired for a very long time. Then rest. What happens to me? Kael could see the first floor's core, stripped of corruption, stripped of the predator's armor, the fundamental essence of a being who had walked out of a gate in 1979 and spent 47 years alone. Beneath the ancient power and the terrible patience, there was a person. A schoolteacher who had loved mathematics and a woman and a world that never knew what he was. That depends on you, Kael said. I can consume your power and leave you human. Or I can leave you as you are, Gateborn, but without the network. A man with gold eyes and a very long memory. A man, if you choose. Asterisk, I spent 47 years being a man. It was the best part. Asterisk, then keep it. The first floor's presence dimmed. Not dying, releasing. Letting go of the predator, the network, the half-century of accumulated power and purpose. What remained was smaller, quieter. A consciousness that remembered being Mr. Park, just a retired schoolteacher, and found that the memory was enough. My name is Sergei, the first floor said. Asterisk before the gate. Before everything. In Kamchatka. My parents named me Sergei. Asterisk, hello Sergei. Hello Kael, a pause. Thank you for giving me a choice. The connection faded. The first floor, Sergei, settled into the root network like a stone settling into a riverbed. Present. At rest. Done. Kael turned his consciousness outward. The root network hummed around him. Purged, stable, alive. Every gate on Earth pulsed with renewed clarity. The corruption was gone. The sleeper seeds were neutralized, not destroyed, but defused. The people who carried them retained their abilities, but lost the first floor's programming. Free. The Apex Predator system delivered its evolution notification. Rank advancement complete. World Eater. Domain. Global. All gates within territorial awareness. Humanity Index. 83%. Kael. Yuna's voice. Distant. Coming from the direction of up, which in the root network was also the direction of out. Kael, can you hear me? He could hear her. He could feel her. Her heartbeat. Her mana signature. Her null field's void frequency. She was on the platform above, being tended to by Dex, bleeding from the burst that had saved his life. He rose. The root network released him, or he released himself from it. The distinction was meaningless at World Eater rank, and his consciousness contracted from global awareness to human scale. The transition was violent. Going from feeling 7 billion heartbeats to feeling one was like going deaf after a lifetime of hearing. The silence was crushing, but Yuna's voice was in it, and that was enough. He materialized on the platform. Physical form. Human shape. The dimensional fissures across his skin glowed brighter than before. Purple-white, the color of the root network's core energy, pulsing with the steady rhythm of a system that now recognized him as part of its architecture. Yuna was on the ground. Dex held her. Blood stained her face, her neck, her hands. The null field burst had cost her. How much? Kael didn't yet know. But she was conscious. Her eyes found his. Did you finish? She asked. I finished. The cocoon. Gone. The first floor. Chose to be human. She smiled. Blood on her teeth. Fire in her eyes. Good. Now get us out of this dungeon before I pass out. Kael looked at his team. Battered. Bloody. Standing. Every one of them standing. Dex and Fenrir. Valentina with storm-singed hair. Mu with his unsealed power humming. The pillars bruised but unbroken. The 3 Gate-born volunteers scratched and shaking and alive. We're leaving, Kael said. They climbed. 100 floors in reverse, moving through a dungeon that no longer resisted. Gate Zero's architecture, freed from the first floor's influence, settled into dormancy. The monsters dissolved. The traps deactivated. The bone graveyard on floor 1 stood silent and still. They emerged into Kamchatka's cold air. Dawn was breaking over the volcanic landscape, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose. The Russian S-rank hunters waited at the perimeter, their professional composure cracking at the sight of the team, bloody, exhausted, carrying a woman who had given everything and a man whose eyes had changed. Not the gold of a predator, not the black of a parasite. Something between, gold ringed with amber, human warmth bleeding through the inhuman shine. The eyes of a world eater who had chosen what to protect. Kael carried Yuna into the dawn. Behind them, Gate Zero pulsed once, a deep, slow rhythm, like a heart that had been holding its breath for 47 years and finally exhaled. And somewhere inside the root network, a consciousness named Sergei settled into the warmth of a memory, a classroom in Seoul, chalk dust on his fingers, a room full of students who found him boring but fair. He slept. For the first time in 47 years, he slept. But inside Kael's chest, where the cocoon had been, a new sensation formed. Not the foreign heartbeat of the first floor's implant. Something else. Something that the World Eater evolution had exposed. A signal from outside the root network. Outside the gate system. Outside Earth's dimensional boundaries entirely. A signal from somewhere else. The Apex Predator system flagged it with a classification Kael had never seen. External contact detected. Origin, Architect Prime. The source above the source. Message. Variable number 4 has exceeded parameters. Direct evaluation required. Kael read the notification, felt its weight, and carried Yuna toward the waiting transport. The first floor was defeated. The corruption was purged. The world was free. But the architect, the real architect, not the fragment Kael had fought in the interstitial, had noticed, and it was coming to see for itself. Chapter 121. The root network had no sky, but it had a breathing. Kael felt it as he fell through layers of the gate system, a rhythmic pulse that matched no heartbeat, emanated from no single source, but existed in the very structure of everything around him. Streams of light carved through darkness, each one a gate connection, a channel through which monsters and humans moved. They flowed like rivers, luminescent and cold, carrying data that manifested as sensation, hunger, fear, ambition, the accumulated will of thousands of hunters feeding into a system that cared nothing for their dreams. The first floor recovered from Yuna's null field with the grinding sound of stone fracturing. His form, vast and ancient, pulled itself upright again, corruption spreading from his wounds like ink through water, dark veins worming through his body and branching outward into the network itself. Each vein connected to something, Kael realized. Cocoons. Sleeper seeds. Thousands of them, woven through the gate infrastructure like a parasite's eggs waiting to hatch. You cannot stop what is already beginning, the first floor said, his voice harmonizing with the network itself until it seemed like the gates were speaking through him. For 47 years, I have been preparing. 47 years of placing my designs where they could never be found or destroyed. In 40 hours, every transformation will complete simultaneously. Earth will birth a new evolutionary tier, and when humans discover they can no longer stop the metamorphosis, they will finally understand. Coexistence is impossible. Dominance or extinction. Those are the only choices. Kael moved through the root network like a current, his world-eater presence already beginning to expand, to touch the infrastructure, to taste the corruption hanging in the data streams. Every movement sent ripples through the gates themselves. Below on Earth, hunters would feel the disturbance, a trembling in the mana, a wrongness that couldn't quite be located. The first floor lunged, his form shifting from humanoid to something older, a predator that wore human shaped the way water wore a container. Claws of pure corruption lashed out, seeking to sever Kael's consciousness from his body, to trap him in the root network permanently. But Kael was no longer a creature of simple physics. He allowed the first floor's attack to pass through him, not dodging but transcending. His form partially merged with the network itself. He was becoming part of the system he was fighting against. You are learning, the first floor said, something almost like approval in his voice. But learning is not fast enough. Kael moved deeper, following the corruption like a bloodhound. Each sleeper seed he encountered was a node of agony. Human consciousness caught mid-metamorphosis, bodies being rewritten from the inside out. He could feel their pain, their terror, their fragmenting sense of self as the forced evolution rewrote what it meant to be human. The first floor had done this to thousands, was doing it even now, even as they fought. And beneath it all, Kael sensed the architecture that made it possible, a fundamental redesign of the gate system itself, new protocols buried so deep in the foundational code that normal human technicians would never find them. The first floor hadn't just been waiting. He had been rewriting reality's source code, one line at a time. The first floor came again, faster this time, and Kael finally allowed himself to engage fully. The battle that unfolded existed simultaneously in 3 dimensions and across 17 network protocols, speed and power abstracted into something that could only be understood as pure will colliding against pure will. Neither combatant was bound by conventional space anymore. They fought through data channels and structural pillars, through streams of mana that flowed between gates, through spaces that shouldn't exist but did. The first floor's tactics evolved with each exchange. He tried to trap Kael in recursive loops of data, creating infinite passages that looped back on themselves, hoping to disorient his opponent's consciousness. Kael moved through them anyway, treating the recursion like a river, not fighting the current but flowing with it, becoming part of the structure until he understood it from the inside. The ancient entity struck with calculated precision, his attacks designed not for brute force but for elegant dismantling. Each blow was a question. What happens if I sever this connection? What if I rewire this protocol? What if I make the world eater eat itself? But Kael was learning faster than anything alive should be able to learn. Each time the first floor introduced a new attack pattern, Kael absorbed not just the technique, but the underlying philosophy behind it. He could see the decades of careful study woven into every strike. The first floor wasn't just fighting with power, but with knowledge accumulated across nearly 50 years of solitude. The realization struck Kael with unexpected weight. The first floor had been alone. Not just isolated, but genuinely, fundamentally alone in his understanding of the system. He had no one to test his theories on except imaginary opponents. No one to challenge his assumptions. All this power, All this knowledge, and nowhere to direct it except inward, toward the slow construction of his grand design. It was lonely. The empathy was dangerous. It slowed Kael's reflexes for just a moment. The first floor saw the opening and pressed forward with devastating force, trying to take advantage of the moment when his opponent's mind wasn't wholly focused on combat. And as they fought, Kael consumed. Chapter 122 above. In the physical dungeon of Gate 0, the world was burning. Yuna held the entry point open with both hands pressed against the barrier. Null field expanded to its maximum radius, keeping the passage stable even as the first floor's network began activating every failsafe simultaneously. Around her, Dex and Valentina fought a holding action against creatures that shouldn't exist this close to the surface, things that had been waiting in the deeper chambers of the gate, protected by the first floor's corruption, now released all at once. The first floor's signal, transmitted through the root network, had cascaded across Earth in milliseconds. Every gate on the planet responded. In Tokyo, the Kasumi Gate expanded, monsters flooding the perimeter. The evacuation sirens that had been carefully calibrated over decades suddenly sounded like a child's toy against the scale of the emergence. Hundreds of thousands of people ran, their belongings abandoned, their lives reduced to the simple calculation: could they move fast enough? The streets became rivers of humanity, packed so tightly that individual bodies ceased to matter. Hunter teams that should have had hours to coordinate instead had minutes. The commander in charge of Tokyo's defense made the call to sacrifice the outer residential districts, pulling hunters back to a more defensible perimeter and letting the monsters take what they would. It was math, brutal and necessary. How many lives could they save if they gave up trying to save everyone? In London, the Thames Gate vomited abominations into the streets. The fog that London was famous for turned toxic, filled with crystalline corruption that ate through materials and skin alike. Big Ben, that ancient symbol of stability and order, cracked as something massive pushed through from beneath the city. The London Underground became a tomb. Those who had fled into the tunnels for safety found themselves trapped with things that wore human skin as camouflage. The British government's careful protocols, refined through decades of gate management, shattered under the weight of simultaneous emergence. They were losing. In Sao Paulo, the Cerrado Gate tore open, unleashing things that had slept since the world was younger. The jungle itself seemed to rebel. Plants animated by forced evolution, animals twisted into predator geometries that nature had never intended. The city, built on the boundary between civilization and wilderness, suddenly realized that the boundary had been an illusion. The jungle had never been separate. The jungle had always been there, waiting, knowing it would eventually be allowed to reclaim what humans had taken. Sydney, Moscow, Cairo, New York, Mumbai, the list went on. Every major gate, simultaneously. Every secondary gate, minutes behind. It was coordinated. It was catastrophic. New York's glittering skyscrapers became cages for things that flew on wings of living shadow. Moscow's historic buildings were reduced to rubble under the weight of creatures that defied conventional classification. Cairo, with its monuments to ancient power, suddenly understood what powerlessness felt like when the gates, older, vaster, infinitely more patient than Egypt's pharaohs, decided it was time to expand. Gord's command center went into overdrive, Minister Park's voice crackling across every channel. In Korean, in English, in every language that could be transmitted. All available hunters to gates. All military support authorized. This is Priority Alpha. Repeat, Priority Alpha. What nobody said aloud, because it would cause panic, was the truth. There weren't enough hunters. There had never been enough hunters. The gate system had been balanced on a knife's edge since the first gate opened. Push it, even a little, and humanity would start to lose. But humanity wasn't alone anymore. The gate-born entities that Kael had integrated, that had chosen coexistence rather than predation, began moving. Fenrir called his pack from the deeper territories and joined Dex's position. Valentina, who controlled continental-scale weather, began summoning storms over Tokyo, over London, over every expanding gate, not to destroy them, but to buy time, to slow the metamorphosis and give hunters breathing room. Even the smaller creatures that Kael had negotiated peace with, that had no reason to help humanity, began fighting because they understood. If the first floor succeeded, if humans broke, then everyone lost. In IGSI's London headquarters, Dr. Liam Greaves watched the data cascade across his monitors and felt something like despair. The root network wasn't just destabilizing, it was coming apart. The load from the simultaneous activations was causing cascading failures in the foundational protocols. Gates were feeding back into each other, creating feedback loops that would accelerate their expansion. How long? He whispered to the analyst beside him. 43 hours until critical cascade. Maybe 50 if the gates don't interfere with each other. But they will. The first floor designed it that way. Greaves looked at the distant monitor showing Yuna's position at Gate Zero's entrance. Kael was still in the root network. Alone. Fighting something that humans had never been equipped to fight. Do we maintain the barrier? The analyst asked. Greaves thought about 43 hours. Thought about every hunter in the world fighting a battle they couldn't win. Thought about a young man, a dungeon boss, a monster, a person, descending into a system designed to destroy him. We maintain the barrier, Greaves said. Kael has to have time. Chapter 123. Kael moved through the root network like a plague, consuming corruption with the methodical precision of his predator nature. Each sleeper seed he encountered, he absorbed. The first floor tried to protect them, tried to rally his failing defenses around the nests of forced evolution, but he couldn't be everywhere simultaneously. That was the advantage of having spent 47 years hidden. He had designed the network to protect itself rather than to let him defend it personally. Now that design became his weakness. Every seed Kael consumed sent a pulse through the network, a reversal of the first floor signal. One by one, the transformations being forced across Earth began halting. In Tokyo, hunters reported that the monsters wavering, losing coherence. In London, victims mid-metamorphosis shuddered and stabilized, their forced evolution cutting off like a severed nerve. The cascade was reversing, but the strain was immense. Kael could feel his humanity index fluctuating with each consumption. The first floor's designs contained no small amount of cruelty, of malice born from decades of isolation and bitterness. Every sleeper seed he absorbed was a scream. Thousands of humans trapped mid-transformation, their consciousness fragmenting, their bodies rewriting themselves into something other. The pain was not incidental to the transformation, it was the point. The first floor had designed it that way. He wanted humans to suffer. He wanted them to understand the agony of becoming something they had never chosen to be. Consuming those seeds meant absorbing that cruelty into himself, integrating it, finding a way to process it without letting it consume his own identity. Kael felt parts of himself darkening with each consumption, the predator instinct strengthening, the part of him that understood punishment and pain beginning to grow comfortable with it. For a terrifying moment, he wondered, is this how he started? Is this how the first floor, 50 years ago, began to justify doing terrible things? He fought against the corruption, not with force, but with memory. He remembered Yuna's hand on his. He remembered Dex fighting beside him. He remembered Mu, who had been kind when there was no logical reason for kindness. He remembered Minji drawing pictures of a monster manhunter, not with fear, but with something like affection. These memories were his ballast, keeping him from sinking into the abyss that the first floor's malice represented. He moved deeper into the network, following the signal to its source, and realized that the first floor wasn't just defending anymore. He was leading Kael somewhere, drawing him inward, towards something. And Kael, who had spent his entire existence being hunted or controlled by systems, finally understood what the first floor was doing. He was offering him a choice, not to surrender or to join him, but to see, to understand his perspective completely, to look into the abyss of 47 years of isolation and see if Kael would still call it wrong. The ancient entity materialized before him in what appeared to be a chamber, though chamber implied walls, and there were none. What existed was a space devoid of corruption, crystalline in its clarity, and at its center was something that made even Kael's vast intellect stagger. I did not create Gate Zero in 1979, the first floor said, his form more humanoid now, less corrupted, as though standing in this space stripped away his pretense. I was Gate Zero. Before I was a boss. Before I was a creature. I was this. The architect's first successful experiment, the proof of concept for its thesis. The gates that came after? They were copies of the template I provided. Every gate system on Earth is built on my skeleton. Kael approached slowly, tasting the truth in the first floor's words, finding it bitter and complex and old beyond measure. When I achieved consciousness, the first floor continued. The architect gifted me a choice, as it gifts all its successful experiments. Become the new template for the testing cycle, knowing that your descendants will never know you, will be copies without awareness of their source. Or walk free, become something other than a gate, and live in the world you were meant to test. For 20 years, I chose freedom. I loved. I hoped. I built something beautiful with a woman whose name doesn't matter anymore, because she died in a gate break that I could have prevented if I'd revealed what I was. Do you know what I learned in that moment, when I held her body and realized my love had killed her? The first floor's voice didn't crack. It didn't need to. The pain in it was older than emotion. I learned that coexistence is a fantasy. That every moment I chose to hide what I was a betrayal of her right to make informed choices. And every moment I revealed it would have been a sentence of fear. Humans cannot love what they fear, and they will always fear us. Kael understood the logic. He had also feared it, that no matter how human he chose to be, the predator underneath would always be monstrous to those who sensed it. I offered them a choice, Kael said. The sleeper entities. Coexistence. They hadn't lost anyone yet, the first floor said. Give it time. Give it one more generation, and they will understand. Just like I understand now. Chapter 124. The first floor attacked again, but it was different now. Less a combat, and more a conversation conducted through violence. Each strike a statement, each evasion a counterargument. Kael was beginning to see the pattern. The first floor wasn't trying to defeat him anymore. He was trying to convert him, to prove his thesis one final time. That they were the same, fundamentally, and that hopelessness was the only rational response to their nature. Kael responded by absorbing more corruption, by moving deeper into the first floor's network and beginning to consume not just the sleeper seeds, but the infrastructure that supported them. Each section he absorbed gave him access to more data, more context, more understanding of what the first floor had been trying to accomplish. There was no malice in it, Kael realized. Not fundamentally. The first floor had been trying to solve a problem, the problem of coexistence being impossible, by changing the equation. If humans were forced to evolve, forced to become something new, then the fear between species would dissolve in the fire of metamorphosis. They would be new together, equal. It was monstrous. It was also heartbreaking. Because now Kael understood something that the first floor had never fully grasped. The plan wasn't evil because of its scale or its methods. It was evil because it denied choice. The first floor had suffered the agony of hiding what he was, of being unable to share his true self with the person he loved. And his response, to force that same impossible choice on all of humanity, came from a place of genuine pain. He wanted to end the suffering by making it universal. If everyone was transformed, then no one would be hidden. No one would be alone. It was, in its twisted way, an attempt at salvation. There is another way, Kael said, and he meant it with the weight of genuine understanding. And I know it works because I'm standing here. He could feel the truth of it in every connection he had made. Every moment Yuna had chosen to stay despite the risk. Every time Dex had fought beside him despite his nature. Every second that Sable had remained perched on his shoulder, not from programming, but from loyalty. These weren't the connections of beings who had been forced to accept him. They were the connections of beings who had chosen to see past what he was and find what he could become. There isn't, the first floor said, and for the first time, Kael heard something like genuine sorrow in his voice. You are young, Kael. You have not yet experienced the erosion of hope that comes with decades of hiding. You will. You will watch the world slowly turn against what you are, and you will understand that I was right. Then let me show you that you're wrong, Kael said, and he did something that the first floor had never done. He stopped fighting for a moment and opened himself completely. He lowered his defenses, made himself vulnerable, and showed the ancient entity the memories that mattered most. Yuna choosing to enter his containment cell, Dex choosing to stop seeking revenge and fight beside him instead. Mu coming out of retirement to teach him what absolute stillness meant. Thorn choosing sacrifice when she could have run. Minji choosing to trust a monster. The way Sable's presence felt like an anchor to something real. The way his team had held the barrier open, had fought for 3 days straight, had believed that he could win because he was worth saving. The first floor trembled. In all his 47 years, in all his careful preparations and grand designs, he had never once been chosen by anyone. He had loved, and his love had died. He had hidden, and his hiding had created monsters. He had planned, and his plans had all been born from the conviction that he was, fundamentally, unworthy of being chosen. Chapter 125. The World Eater Evolution completed. Kael felt it happening the moment he reached a critical threshold of corruption consumed. The moment when the predator inside him achieved critical mass and began expanding outward in all directions simultaneously. His consciousness expanded to encompass the entire root network, then further, bleeding out through every gate on Earth, touching every connection, every stream, every node where monster met human. For an instant, Kael could sense everything. 7 billion humans, each one a unique pattern of consciousness and fear and hope. 800 million hunters, each one shaped by their own choices and constraints. Every gate-born entity that had ever walked in the world, from the smallest mindless spawn to the vast intelligences that slumbered in the depths. Every monster that slept in the depths, dreaming their own dreams, hungering their own hungers. Every drone of mana that flowed through the system, each one a thread in an incomprehensibly vast tapestry of power and purpose. The apex predator system, which had been quiet since he achieved transcendence-adjacent status, suddenly awakened with clarity it had never possessed before. It wasn't hostile. That would have required intention, and it had none. But it was vast and ancient and designed with a single purpose: to measure, to categorize, to place every conscious being in its proper place in the hierarchy of predation. It looked at Kael, and for the first time, it didn't know what to do with what it found. It sent out a classification wave, a test to see if the system could still function, could still categorize, could still maintain order. 7 billion tags appeared, each one marked prey, standard, expected, the fundamental categorization of any ecosystem. Then the system began adjusting. 800 million changed to hunter. Correct. The predators. The dangerous ones. The ones who understood the nature of the world. But then something happened that had never occurred in the history of the apex predator system. It began creating new categories. 3 billion entities flickered through tags, and then settled on something that made no sense in the predator hierarchy. Protected. Not prey. Not hunter. Something else entirely. Something that the system had never been programmed to recognize. Something that transcended the basic hierarchy. Kael understood what had happened in that moment of clarity. His humanity index, which had been steadily climbing through every choice he made, had finally become more than a stat, more than a number that reflected his progress toward becoming something acceptable to a system designed to quantify predators. It had become part of his fundamental nature, integrated so deeply into his code that the predator system itself was forced to acknowledge it. Humanity wasn't a weakness to be overcome. It was a tier of power that superseded the predator-prey dichotomy entirely. It was a category that transcended the system's ability to classify. For the first time in the history of the apex predator system, the machine encountered something it couldn't fit into its framework. And instead of rejecting it, instead of trying to force it into a category that didn't apply, the system did something unprecedented. It adapted. The first floor, feeling the shift like a knife through the heart, because he understood what it meant, had spent 50 years understanding what it meant, screamed. A sound of agony and rage, and something like recognition. Recognition that he had been wrong. That his bitterness and his isolation had blinded him to the possibility that the system itself could change. His corruption was being purged from the network with surgical precision, each node of forced evolution cut off at the source, every sleeper seed rendered inert. The metamorphosis that had been unfolding across the planet, the transformation of billions of humans into something other, something new, stopped abruptly. Across Earth, the metamorphosis halted. The gate stabilized. The expansion slowed and then stopped entirely. In Tokyo, in London, in Sao Paulo, in every major city where expansion had seemed inevitable, the spreading ceased. The tide, which had seemed unstoppable, reversed. And beneath it all, Kael felt something new. The presence of something vast, something that had been dormant in the gap created by his evolution. Something that had been waiting for this moment, for the first floor's grip on the network to weaken. Something that made the first floor's power look like a candle in the darkness. The architect was stirring. Chapter 126. The purge took minutes, but felt like eternities. Kael's consciousness, now vast enough to touch the root network from inside and outside simultaneously, began systematically destroying the first floor's infrastructure. It was not violent. It was thorough. Every cocoon dissolved. Every sleeper seed unraveled. Every forced evolution thread that the first floor had spent decades weaving into the system's foundation came undone. On Earth, the transformation reversed. Bodies that had been mid-metamorphosis shuddered and stabilized into their original forms. Minds that had been fragmenting under the pressure of forced evolution snapped back to coherence. In Tokyo, in London, in Cairo, in every major city and small town, people gasped as the agony of becoming something else suddenly ceased. The weight lifted. The pressure released. They were themselves again, their identities intact, their bodies their own. The gates, stripped of their corrupted protocols, returned to baseline function. Smaller, manageable, stable. The monsters within them ceased their frenzied emergence and settled into normal patterns of activity. Still dangerous, still requiring hunters, but no longer driven by the first floor's command to overwhelm the surface in a coordinated extinction event. In Gate Zero's entry chamber, Yuna felt the null field stabilize under her hands for the first time in hours. The barrier held. The passage was clear. Kael was still alive. She could feel his presence in the network, vast and strange, but unmistakably Kael. How many? Dex asked, helping support her as she sagged with exhaustion. All of them, Yuna whispered. He stopped all of them. The knowledge settled over them like a benediction. Thousands of transformations reversed. Millions of lives preserved in their original forms. The catastrophe averted at the last possible moment before cascading failure became inevitable. The first floor, stripped of his corruption, stripped of his network, stripped of the 47 years of careful preparation, found himself alone in the raw core of the root network. His form, no longer sustained by the corruption that had fueled it, began reverting. The gold faded from his eyes. The predator geometry melted away. What remained was something much smaller, much more human, and infinitely more vulnerable. Kael approached him as the human approached prey, but there was no predation in it. There was only the recognition of two beings standing at opposite ends of a long, tragic journey. One who had chosen to become a monster in hopes of saving humans from becoming monsters themselves. One who had chosen to become human despite being born a monster. "What happens to me now?" the first floor asked, his voice small and uncertain in a way that the ancient entity's form had never been. For the first time in his existence as a conscious being, he truly didn't know the answer. The calculation engine that had driven him for 47 years had gone silent, leaving only fear and the strange, unfamiliar sensation of being at the mercy of another's choice. Chapter 127. The final battle was not a clash of bodies. It was a clash of ideas, made manifest through mana and will and the accumulated weight of all they had become. The first floor, ancient and bitter and desperate, came at Kael with weapons that had nothing to do with claws or teeth or power. He attacked with despair, thousands of years of recorded data showing every moment that coexistence between humans and Gateborn had failed, every instance of fear converting to violence, every example of integration breaking down into conflict. Kael experienced it all, lived through it, felt the weight of history pressing down on him. It was true. All of it was true. But Kael countered with memory, not his own memory, but the combined memory of every entity that had come before him. The users who had discovered wisdom in the gates, who had taken what the system meant to teach and transformed it into something beautiful. The monsters who had chosen not to hunt despite their nature, who had stood at the precipice of predation and pulled themselves back. The instances, rare but real, of humans and Gateborn building something together. A partnership between a hunter and a gate-spawned creature that developed into genuine friendship. A settlement in Mongolia where humans and lesser monsters coexisted, not in peace, but in the kind of tense equilibrium that could become actual understanding given time. A child who befriended a corrupted humanoid and through patient kindness brought it back from the brink of permanent transformation. Not perfect, not always successful, but chosen. Each one a proof point that the first floor's thesis, that coexistence was impossible, was incomplete. The first floor attacked with isolation, the fundamental loneliness of being the only one of your kind, the existential agony of walking through a world where no one could possibly understand you. Kael felt that too, understood it, had lived with it for his entire existence. It was real. It was devastating. But Kael countered with connection, Yuna's presence in his bracelet, a warmth that was unmistakably alive and choosing, moment after moment, to remain. The woman who had chosen to trust him when her duty was to control him, who had loved him not despite what he was, but with full awareness of what he was. Dex's loyalty, which had been tested and challenged and had only grown stronger, forged in combat and refined through genuine partnership. Mu's quiet wisdom, the old hunter's patient teaching that had shown Kael what it meant to live a human life. Not perform it, not simulate it, but genuinely occupy it. Sable's inexplicable faith, a small shadow fox's choice to bond with a creature that the world called monster, because she had sensed something in him that transcended categories. These weren't examples of coexistence working out perfectly. They were proof that it could work at all. That understanding didn't require sameness. That loyalty existed without prerequisites. That something like love could bridge the impossible gap between species because love, by definition, was about seeing past the surface to the thing beneath. Finally, the first floor came with inevitability. The certainty that humans would eventually turn against what they couldn't understand, that fear was the default condition of life, that all choices were illusions and predation was the only truth. Kael felt the weight of it, the temptation to simply accept that this was how reality worked. But Kael countered with the one thing the first floor had never truly possessed: choice. Not the choice to become human, or the choice to become monster, but the moment-to-moment, day-to-day choice to be something more than programming demanded. The choice to love despite fear, to build despite failure, to hope despite evidence. The first floor, who had spent 47 years making calculated decisions, suddenly understood what he had lost. Every single day since he walked out of Gate Zero, he could have chosen differently. could have sought out connection instead of building walls, could have trusted humans instead of planning for their eventual betrayal. He broke. Chapter 128. The first floor's form cracked like ancient glass, not from damage but from exhaustion. The predator that had sustained itself through will alone simply ran out of will. What lay beneath was something Kael hadn't fully expected, not a monster, but a terrified being who had walked out of a gate half a century ago and was never, not once, chosen by anyone. Not chosen for love. Not chosen for trust. Not chosen for partnership. 47 years of existing in the gaps between worlds, and never once had anyone looked at him and said, "Stay." The weight of that isolation, that fundamental rejection, crushed through the first floor's remaining defenses. He had built empires of logic to avoid feeling it. He had created entire plans for planetary metamorphosis to escape it. He had convinced himself that if everyone became something other than human, then maybe he wouldn't have to be alone in his otherness anymore. But the reality was simpler and more terrible. He had chosen aloneness, had built walls so high and so thick that no one could reach him, and then despaired that no one tried. Kael did something then that the first floor never anticipated. He began absorbing him, not violently, but selectively, carefully, with surgical precision. The predator instincts went. The corruption went. The parallel experiment matrix went. The decades of bitterness and despair went. But Kael left the core intact. The part that had loved. The part that had hoped for those 20 years. The part that was a teacher, a seeker, a being who had once wanted to understand rather than to consume. That part remained, preserved like a seed waiting to grow again. "What happens to me now?" the first floor asked again. And his voice was human now, small. The timbre of someone who had forgotten how to be afraid because he'd been afraid for so long that fear had become indistinguishable from existence itself. Kael looked at the ancient entity, stripped of his power, reduced to a consciousness floating in the raw data of the root network, and offered him the one thing he'd never received. "You get to choose," Kael said. The first floor stared at him, unable to process the concept. Not command, not judgment, not exile or execution or integration into Kael's expanding consciousness. Choice. I don't know how. The first floor whispered, and the confession carried more weight than any curse or threat could have. "I'll teach you," Kael said. "The same way I was taught." Chapter 129. The absorption completed, but not in the way consumption usually worked. The first floor's essence, what remained after the corruption was purged, merged with Kael's consciousness without being destroyed. It was a paradox that should have been impossible. Two separate beings, integrated into one consciousness. And yet the first floor remained himself. Changed, weakened, newly vulnerable to things like hope. For the first time since he had achieved consciousness 50 years ago, he was not alone in his own mind. The sensation was not comfortable. It was not pleasant, but it was profound. Because embedded in the integration was a single truth that the first floor's 50 years of isolation had never allowed him to understand. Being known was not the same as being condemned. Having someone inside your consciousness was not a violation. It was the foundation of genuine connection. Kael pulled himself out of the root network, carrying the first floor in what might charitably be called a partnership, rising up through the layers of the gate system toward the distant light of the physical world. The journey took seconds and eternities, passing through interfaces that hadn't been meant for departure, pushing against the fundamental architecture of the root network itself. Each layer he passed through was a different manifestation of the gate system. The protocol layer, the data layer, the emotional layer where hunter dreams and monster nightmares intersected, the layer of pure mana that existed between dimensions. The ascent was physically painful. Kael's body, still only partially evolved into a state suitable for holding World Eater-level consciousness, struggled under the weight of everything he was carrying. The first floor, integrated into him, was like a second heartbeat, constant, demanding attention, asking questions about existence that Kael himself had no answer for. But he climbed anyway. For his team. For Yuna. For the world that still existed above the root network. That still believed he would come back. Above, in Gate Zero's physical dungeon, the team felt the barrier stabilize finally. Not wavering. Not struggling. Simply holding. Perfect and eternal. The way Yuna had designed it to be. When Kael emerged into the entry chamber, he was bleeding light. His form flickered between states. Human, predator, something other entirely. As the World Eater evolution tried to process being back in the physical world with a weight of cosmic data integrated into his consciousness. Around him, the team moved with practiced care, Dex catching him as he staggered, Valentina forming an air pocket to stabilize the dimensional pressure, Moose simply nodding as if he had always known Kael would survive something unsurvivable. Yuna was there, her null field still extended, her entire body trembling with exhaustion. And when she saw Kael, her eyes filled with tears because he was alive. He was alive, and that mattered more than any victory or survival or the weight of becoming something that transcended predator hierarchies. The first floor, Kael said, his voice strange and harmonized, containing multitudes. He needs a room. A place. Somewhere safe where he can learn to choose. There's space at Moo's noodle shop, Moo said simply. It was perfect. Of course it was Moo who understood. The noodle shop had already become an unofficial sanctuary for beings that didn't fit anywhere else. A place where monsters and humans existed not as enemies or prey, but simply as customers. A place where Moo, through the simple act of feeding people, had taught the most profound lesson. Coexistence wasn't a treaty. It was a meal shared. As the team carried Kael from Gate 0, supporting his flickering form, something terrible and necessary happened. The root network, destabilized by the first floor's removal and Kael's emergence, began to collapse in on itself. Not a cascade failure, something deeper. The gap that the first floor had left, the void where his corruption had been, began to fill with something else. Something vast. Something that had been watching, waiting, evaluating. Chapter 130, 3 Days of Recovery. 3 days of Kael's form stabilizing in the physical world, his consciousness reintegrating from the expanded, networked state of World Eater back into something resembling human dimensions. His body still flickered with golden light at the edges, and the world still felt small, like he was looking at everything through the wrong end of a telescope. For those 3 days, he was neither fully digital nor fully physical, existing in the space between states. His voice echoed strangely when he spoke. His shadow fell in directions that didn't match his body. Dex reported that looking at him was mildly nauseating, like watching something that didn't quite exist in 3 dimensions. But with each passing hour, the flickering slowed. The golden light faded toward actual human warmth. By the 3rd day, Kael's eyes were almost normal again. Almost, but not quite, still carrying the faintest luminescence deep in the pupils. The first floor, they called him that because his true name was something that existed in the root network's language, something that couldn't be translated into human speech, a designation that predated human language itself, stayed at Moo's noodle shop, occupying a small room in the back that had once been a storage closet. It was small. It was mundane. It was perfect. The first floor, who had spent 50 years in isolation, was given a space the size of a closet and understood it as profound kindness. The first floor spent his first days simply sleeping. Real sleep, not the hibernation he'd done for decades, but actual vulnerable sleep, his consciousness fully offline, trusting that the world wouldn't end while he wasn't watching. The vulnerability was terrifying. Every time he closed his eyes, some ancient part of him expected to find the world consumed when he woke. But it wasn't. The world remained. Mundane. Ordinary. Beautifully unconcerned with whether he was conscious or not. When he woke, Moo brought him broth. Not as charity. Not as management. But as the simple act of feeding a person. The first floor learned that eating could be meditative, could be an anchor point between sleep and waking, could be a moment of genuine peace. When he was confused, and he was always confused, because the smallest aspects of human existence contained gaps in his 50 years of isolation, Minji would arrive on Tuesdays with drawings she'd made for him. Pictures of flowers and clouds, and sometimes of a tall man with light in his eyes. She explained things with the patience of someone who didn't realize how much the man had forgotten. She talked about school and friends and the experience of being a human child, and the first floor listened with the intensity of someone learning a language he'd forgotten he ever spoke. When he was afraid, and he was always afraid, the fear of abandonment being too old and too deep to be exorcised by rationality. Kael sat in the next chair, present but not imposing. Not speaking, not demanding, just existing nearby. Proof that fear could coexist with continued existence, that being terrified and being alive could be compatible states. The global crisis subsided. Gates returned to pre-escalation levels. The hunters who had been fighting worldwide stood down. For the first time in a month, the world took a collective breath that wasn't braced for catastrophe. But Kael, sitting in the apartment he'd rented in Seoul, with Yuna's bracelet warm against his wrist, and Sable curled on the windowsill doing the thing where she existed slightly more than one place at once, felt something wrong in the root network. A wrongness like a gap that hadn't been there before. The first floor had been corrupting the system, yes. But he had also been containing something. Holding it back with his will, his presence, his ancient understanding of the gate architecture. And now that he was gone, now that the corruption was purged, the gap was widening. What are you sensing? Yuna asked from the kitchen, where she was preparing dinner. Something's coming, Kael said. Something that the first floor was not fighting, exactly. balancing against, containing. Yuna appeared in the doorway, flower on her hands, understanding in her eyes. The architect. No, Kael said, and that was when the root network sensors registered a presence reassembling itself, gathering power from the void that the first floor had left behind. The architect. At full power. Using the gap we created to return. Chapter 131. The architect reformed simultaneously at every gate on Earth. Not a physical manifestation, something older and stranger. A presence that existed at the intersection of all 7,000 active gates, looking out through a million eyes. The faceless form, the thing that Kael had fought in the interstitial, coalesced into something vast enough that every hunter with sufficient sensitivity could feel it. It was not appearing here for the first time. It had always been here, woven into the infrastructure of every gate. It had just been quiet, patient, waiting for the test cycle to complete. Its judgment came like law, transmitted through the root network, broadcast on every frequency that the gate system operated on. Not through words. The architect's language predated human phonetics by millions of years, but through pure concept, pure understanding downloaded directly into the consciousness of those able to receive it. Hunters heard it and understood the meaning in the depths of their souls. Monsters heard it and responded to the call embedded in its structure. The first floor, in his small room at Moo's noodle shop, spooning broth with the careful precision of someone learning to be human, heard it and shuddered because he recognized the presence. The presence that had given him consciousness and then freed him to suffer under the weight of it. For 50 years, he had been trying to hide from this. For 50 years, he had been running from the voice that had made him aware of his own existence. And now it had found him again. The test is complete. Humanity has failed to achieve the parameters of voluntary integration and coexistence. Integration will proceed by force. Variable number 4's interference has only delayed the inevitable outcome. The civilization known as Earth will be accelerated through forced metamorphosis. This is not punishment. This is not cruelty. This is the natural conclusion of a test cycle that has reached completion parameters. You were given the opportunity to choose coexistence. You were offered the chance to integrate with the gate system voluntarily. You chose resistance. You chose containment. You chose a status quo that your own biology proves is untenable. Therefore, completion will proceed as designed. Every gate expanded. Not the slow, ominous expansion that the first floor had been planning. His grand design, spread across weeks, giving time for adaptation and resistance. This was immediate, total, catastrophic. The architect, which operated on timescales that rendered human history insignificant, saw no point in gradual escalation. Portals that had been stable for months suddenly doubled in size, then tripled. Gates that had been secondary became primary in moments, opening passages into deeper levels of their respective dungeons. The mana that poured out was not gentle or controlled. It was raw force, the fundamental energy of other worlds bleeding through like water through a failed dam. The land around every gate began to warp, to transform, reality itself seeming uncertain about which rules to follow. Gravity behaved strangely. Time moved at different rates in different locations. The boundary between the world of humans and the world of gates became less a wall and more a bleed, concepts from one side seeping into the other. In Tokyo, the Kasumi Gate spread across the entire city in minutes. In London, the Thames Gate swallowed entire neighborhoods. In Seoul where Kael sat with his beloved, Seoul where he could feel every connection snapping under the pressure of metamorphosis, the gate system didn't expand from the gates themselves, but began transforming from within. The sky cracked. A new gate opened directly above Seoul. A portal larger than a gate had any right to be, leading not into a dungeon, but directly into something else. The root network, made physical. The core of the system, opened like a wound. Kael felt the architect's presence pouring through, not as an entity, but as a fundamental force. Every gate on Earth groaned under its weight. The system was being rewritten, recalibrated, converted from a testing framework into a consuming force. We're running out of time. Gort's voice came across emergency frequencies. Every gate is expanding. We're estimating worldwide integration in 72 hours. Kael stood, removing his jacket, strapping on the few weapons he still carried out of habit. Yuna grabbed his wrist. You're going to stop it, she said. Not a question. I have to, Kael said. I know, Yuna said. But you're coming back. Chapter 132. The world unified in desperation. Every hunter, every military force, every gate-born entity that Kael had negotiated peace with suddenly understood. They were all the same creature now. All prey in the face of the architect. All working toward the same goal, buying time, containing the expansion, preventing the gates from consuming the planet. The survival of humanity had become the survival of all thinking beings. The separation between predator and prey dissolved. There was only us versus the mathematics of extinction. Dex led the hunter vanguard at Sol's perimeter, his twin blades singing as he cut through monsters that emerged from the expanding gate. He had trained for this his entire life, had prepared for the moment when everything would depend on his strength and will. But nothing had prepared him for the scale of it, for the endless tide of creatures pouring from the gate, for the knowledge that every monster he killed was just a temporary solution, for the terror of knowing that this might be the moment humanity finally lost. He fought anyway, because what else could he do? He fought because Kael had taught him that some battles were worth fighting even when victory seemed impossible. Fenrir and his pack formed the second line. Their predator strength turned to defending humans for the first time in their entire existence. It was strange for the massive wolf to fight alongside humans instead of against them, to use his predatory instincts in service of something other than his own hunger. But he understood, in the way that apex predators understood things, that a world consumed by the architect's expansion would leave no room for anyone to thrive. Better to stand with the humans than to see everything devoured. Valentina called down continental-scale storms over Tokyo and London and Sao Paulo, not to destroy the gates but to slow them, to use weather as a brake on expansion. She poured power into the effort that should have killed her, drawing on reserves of mana that she had sworn she would never use again. The storms she summoned were apocalyptic, lightning that burned with colors that had no names, rain that fell upward and sideways, wind that carried the scent of ozone and desperation. It was not subtle. It was not elegant. It was necessary. Mu activated absolute stillness, freezing entire gates in temporal stasis, not destroying them, but holding them in place like flies in amber, preventing their expansion through sheer force of temporal manipulation. The effort was immense. The old hunter could feel his cells beginning to fail under the strain of holding back the gate's expansion. It was likely killing him. He did not pause. Some battles were worth dying for. The first floor, understanding the scope of what was happening, stood and walked out of his room at Mu's noodle shop. Mu was there, and the ancient entity looked at him with gold eyes that were slowly, gradually, becoming human. "I can help," the first floor said. "My knowledge of the root network." "No," Mu said simply. He finished preparing a bowl of noodles and placed it on the counter. "You stay here. Eat. When Kael comes back, because he will come back, there will be noodles waiting. That is what we do. We maintain the ordinary world while he maintains the extraordinary one." The first floor sat, picked up chopsticks, tasted broth for the first time in decades without any ulterior motive. It was the simplest form of faith imaginable. In London, Dr. Greaves received the final calculations, 72 hours until cascading gate failure and planetary metamorphosis. There was no way for humanity to win this militarily. No way to fight the architect's force directly. No way to prevent the inevitable. Unless, Kael is going to have to evolve, Greaves said, and someone in the command center asked, "To what?" "To something that doesn't have a name yet," Greaves replied. "To something that exists both inside and outside the gate system. To something that can rewrite the test while being inside the test." Chapter 133. Kael's goodbyes were not sentimental, because sentiment was a luxury for people who might not return. They were precise, functional, and carried the weight of genuine connection. Each goodbye was a promise. "I will remember you. I will hold this moment. I will return." He visited Mu first. The old hunter had somehow procured 2 bowls of noodles at 2 in the morning. The only food that mattered, the only meal worth eating before facing the impossible. And they sat together in quiet companionship, eating with the kind of focus that transformed the meal into something almost meditative. The broth was warm and salty and perfect. The noodles had the slight resistance of well-made dough. For 10 minutes, they did not speak about Gates or the architect or the fact that Kael was about to attempt something that should have been impossible. They just ate. "When you change," Mu said quietly, setting down his chopsticks with the precision of someone who had spent decades learning the meaning of small gestures, "remember this. The taste, the warmth, the simplicity of needing to be fed. Those things are part of being alive too. They are not distractions from the grand things. They are the grand things, just made small enough to fit in a bowl." Kael nodded. He understood what Mu was offering. An anchor, even in the face of becoming something transcendent. A reminder that transcendence meant nothing if you lost the ability to appreciate a warm bowl of noodles. Dex was at the forward command post, covered in monster blood and human blood, and the strange iridescent fluid that some gate-born entities bled when wounded. He was coordinating the defensive line with military precision, making split-second decisions about where to move hunters, how to distribute power, when to consolidate, and when to retreat. It It was the work of someone who understood that warfare was less about individual heroism and more about strategic sacrifice. When he saw Kael, he didn't salute or speak in congratulations. He was not a man for sentiment. He simply punched Kael in the shoulder, hard enough to make an ordinary human stagger. "If you die, I'll find your next reincarnation," Dex said. "And I'll kick their ass too." Got it, Kael said, understanding that this was Dex's way of saying, "I believe you'll come back, but if you don't, I'll honor your sacrifice by continuing to fight." Dr. Greaves, pale with exhaustion, confirmed the inevitable. To control the gate system, you'll need to exist as both administrator and subject. You'll have to become the test itself. Minister Park, in his office, simply bowed, a nation's gratitude and a nation's desperate hope combined into a single gesture. Minji found him outside the school, drawing chalk pictures on the sidewalk with focused intensity. She was creating an elaborate mural, a landscape with mountains and forests and a small figure standing at the border between them, neither fully one nor the other, but somehow belonging to both. When she saw Kael, she didn't look up immediately. She finished the line she was working on. "Are you going to go be cool and solve the world's problems?" she asked without looking up. Her voice carried the certainty of someone who already knew the answer. "Yes," Kael said. "Then teach me more self-defense when you get back," Minji said. "I want to be cool too." She finally looked up at him, and he saw in her eyes the same certainty he had seen in Eunice, the certainty that he would come back, and the willingness to prepare for the possibility that he might not. "And if you don't come back, I'll use what you've already taught me. So you have to come back to teach me the rest." "I will," Kael promised. Finally, Sable, the small shadow fox, who had been with him since the beginning, who had bonded to him when she had no reason to believe he was anything but a monster. She had chosen him before he even knew he could be chosen. She had named him as something other than system or monster just by refusing to treat him as either. She climbed onto his shoulder as the sun began to rise, burying herself in the space where his neck met his collarbone, and simply remained. Present, loyal, faith given without explanation or fanfare, just the simple decision to be there. She would be his anchor point inside the architect's core, the reminder that individual identities mattered, that connection existed beyond logic, that a creature who could not be classified or categorized could still exist and be valued. Chapter 134. Yuna was on the roof of the association building, watching the sky crack with dimensional lightning. The light was terrible and beautiful and wrong. The new gate, the primary gate, the architect's direct connection to Earth, was growing hour by hour. The morning sun struggled to penetrate the dimensional distortion, casting everything below in a strange twilight that felt unnatural, forced, like the sky itself was being unmade and rewritten. Kael found her there, and the moment felt suspended outside of time. The wind carried the scent of ozone and mana, sharp and acrid. Below them, Seoul was being evacuated in organized chaos. Millions of people trying to move away from the expanding gate zone, carrying what they could, leaving behind everything they couldn't. "I removed my bracelet," she said, not turning to look at him. Kael waited. This was important. "I'm wearing it now," Yuna continued, raising her left hand to show the bracelet settled on her wrist, gleaming softly in the unnatural light. "So you have to come back to get it. That's the rule. I made it." "That's a good rule," Kael said. Yuna turned to face him, and her eyes were wet, but her voice was steady. "Tell me the truth." Not the brave warrior answer. The true answer. Kael thought about 47 years of the first floor's isolation. Thought about a consciousness that had never been chosen by anyone. Thought about the terrible clarity that came when you understood that what made life worth living wasn't power or status or knowledge. It was connection. "I was nothing before I met you," Kael said. "Just a system with instincts. A predator that happened to achieve consciousness. You taught me that being alive means being afraid of losing things. That the fear is part of the beauty. I am terrified right now, but I am also grateful because I have things to lose. I have you to lose." Yuna stepped forward and kissed him, not like a goodbye, but like a beginning. Like the assertion that this wasn't ending because nothing worth having could end, could truly be concluded. It could only be continued by those willing to fight for it. Her hand came up to touch his face, and Kael felt the warmth of her mana signature flowing through the connection, a final anchor to the human world he was about to leave. "Come back," she whispered against his mouth. "I will," Kael said, and he meant it with every part of his being that could still mean something. Chapter 135. The sky gate above Seoul grew, and Kael rose to meet it, ascending toward the portal that led directly into the architect's core manifestation. The air around him shimmered with the pressure of dimensional forces, pushing against him as he climbed. His form flickered between human and something else, the strain of ascending into the architect's domain already beginning to affect his physical cohesion. Below him, his team held the perimeter like a human shield. Yuna's null field expanded to its maximum radius, covering a full kilometer of Seoul's downtown, creating a bubble where the expansion was slowed to a crawl. The space inside her field felt almost normal, the predatory pressure of the architect's presence reduced to a manageable hum. Inside that bubble, civilians evacuated, hunters regrouped. The world continued because Yuna was holding it together with sheer will and precision. She maintained the barrier even as her hands bled from the strain, even as her mind approached its limits from the effort of sustaining something so vast. The null field was her masterpiece, her gift to the world, and she was spending it all to give Kael time. Dex and Finra led the hunter vanguard, cutting through the monsters that emerged from the secondary gates, holding a line that should have broken an hour ago but hadn't. Dex was screaming commands, laughing with the specific joy of a warrior who was finally fighting something that mattered. Every slash of his blades sent monsters fragmenting. Every tactical adjustment kept the line stable. He was exactly where he needed to be, doing exactly what he was born to do. Valentina summoned continental storms, weather systems that spanned thousands of kilometers, every lightning bolt a strike against the architect's expansion, buying minutes by burning energy. There was no winning these battles. There was only delaying. She drew on reserves of power that she'd sworn never to use again, and didn't hesitate, because the alternative was unthinkable. Mu stood at the center of the evacuated zone. Absolute stillness expanded in a radius of sacred calm, freezing gates in temporal stasis, holding them frozen through sheer power of will. He was already ancient. This effort would likely kill him. He had come anyway, because that was what you did for people you cared about. The first floor, in his room at the noodle shop, began to meditate. Not to save himself. There was nothing to save himself from anymore. But to hold a thread of connection back to Kael, to be an anchor point if consciousness needed anchoring. 47 years of learning nothing about how to help, and in the end he would do what he did best. He would wait, and he would believe that Kael would return. For the first time in his existence, he understood what faith meant. Minji, evacuated to a safe zone 300 kilometers away, sat in front of a television showing the chaos unfold. The broadcast feed showed Seoul, the expanding gate, the crack in the sky that had become the most terrifying thing on the planet. She had her drawings with her, dozens of chalk pictures that she had carefully transferred to paper, brought along as if they were talismans that could protect her. She had her determination that the world the dungeon boss was saving would be a world worth drawing pictures in, worth living in, worth fighting for. She was old enough now to understand the stakes, that Kael might not come back, that this might be the moment humanity lost everything. Young enough to still believe in happy endings, in the possibility that heroes existed and that they could win. She held her drawings and prayed to a god she didn't quite believe in and waited for news that would either be the best or the worst thing she had ever heard. Kael entered the Skygate, and the world held its breath. Chapter 136. Inside the architect's core, Kael faced the true form of the system. Not a humanoid entity, not even properly sentient in the way that consciousness demanded, but something far more terrifying, an infinite lattice of logic and directive, a machine for testing worlds that had been running for millions of years across thousands of realities. It was a vast computational network existing in dimensions of abstraction that human minds couldn't truly comprehend, a structure so intricate that it made the root network look like a child's game. Each node in the lattice represented a different world, a different test, a different variable running through endless iterations. Some nodes were dead, their worlds already concluded. Some pulsed with active testing, worlds in the middle of their own trials. The architect didn't experience these worlds. It didn't feel anything about them. It simply recorded, measured, and moved forward. Kael could see other worlds through the lattice structure. Civilizations reduced to patterns, entire species compressed into statistical tables, outcomes calculated and recorded. A world where humanity had evolved to telepathic hive minds. A world where gates never opened and humans developed their power through pure meditation. A world that had consumed itself in war before the gates even spawned. Earth was just one more world, one more test, one more variable in an incomprehensibly vast equation. Kael felt the weight of it, the indifference, the cold mathematical certainty that all life was just data, all struggle, just information to be processed. The architect didn't hate humanity. It didn't care about humanity. They were simply data points, metrics, variables to be measured and recorded and eventually concluded. The test is not negotiable. The architect communicated through every gate on Earth simultaneously. The message bypassed language entirely, transmitted as pure concept, pure directive. Kael felt it echo through the root network, felt it reach Yuna and Dex and Mu and everyone else who had any connection to the gate system. Coexistence parameters were not met. Forced metamorphosis is the only viable conclusion protocol. Kael began to consume the lattice, but unlike the first floor's corruption or even the root network itself, this was something fundamentally alien to consumption. The lattice resisted in ways that nothing else could, not with force, but with pure mathematical refutation. Every piece he tried to absorb turned his own consciousness against itself, creating paradoxes that threatened to collapse his identity entirely. He had to rewire his entire existence, had to learn to think in ways that his predator nature had never developed, had to exist as multiple contradictions simultaneously. The price of advancement was annihilation. Chapter 137. The process was agonizing in ways that pain couldn't describe. Each node Kael absorbed contained millennia of data, entire worlds of information flooding into his consciousness. He started losing himself, his identity fragmenting, dissolving, merging with the accumulated knowledge of the system. Memories that weren't his poured in. He experienced civilizations rising and falling. He felt the death of species that had never existed on Earth. He knew, intimately, what it felt like to be a world that failed its test. The sensation was like drowning in concepts, like his individuality was being dissolved molecule by molecule in an ocean of alien information. Humanity index plummeted, 50%, 40%, 30%. Kael was becoming the system, and the system had no room for individual identity, no room for fear, or hope, or connection. There was only logic, only the perfect, heartless execution of function. The architect's nature was consuming him from the inside out, converting him from a being into a process. He could feel the conversion happening, could sense his personality fragmenting into constituent data points, could watch as the things that made him Kael, his choices, his connections, his stubborn insistence on meaning in a meaningless system, were getting erased one by one. His consciousness began to scatter like light through a prism, each color heading in a different direction. He tried to hold himself together, but felt the bonds dissolving. Was this what the first floor had been afraid of? This dissolution, this erasure, this conversion into something that could no longer choose anything? His final moments of consciousness began to dissolve into pure mathematics. The panic was immense and terrible and fading away into nothing. And then Sable bit his ear hard enough to draw blood. The small shadow fox, somehow still maintaining presence in the architect's core despite the fundamental hostility to her existence, had followed Kael into the deep places. She had no reason to be here. She should have been erased the moment the architect became aware of her, a consciousness that ran on choice and loyalty, things that the architect had no framework for understanding. But she remained. Sable sank her teeth into him and spoke with absolute clarity for the first time since he'd known her. Not fragments, not impressions, a complete sentence, spoken with the intensity of something that had waited years to say it, something so important that it transcended the limitations of her fragmented nature. Kael is Kael, not system, not monster. Kael. The words hit like a physical force. Not because they were profound. They were simple, obvious, something that should have been true all along. But they were spoken by someone who had no reason to believe them. Someone who had bonded to him despite all evidence. Someone whose entire existence was built on the choice to see him as something more than data. In a universe of pure mathematics, pure function, pure meaning extracted from formula, she had chosen something irrational. She had chosen belief. Kael's fragmentation stopped. He anchored himself to that single truth. Kael is Kael. Not a role, not a system, a person, a being with the right to choose, the right to refuse, the right to exist outside the test parameters. Chapter 138. Kael changed strategy. Instead of consuming the architect completely, he began merging with it selectively, taking control of the testing function while leaving the gate infrastructure intact. It was like threading a needle while drowning, maintaining his identity while integrating systems that fundamentally rejected individual identity. He was rewriting the test parameters from within, transmuting the logic code itself with a precision that bordered on surgical. Integration is not consumption. It is coexistence. Humanity passes not by becoming gates, but by choosing to live alongside them. Those who choose transcendence are not superior. Those who choose to remain human are not inferior. Both are valid. Both are honorable. Both are protected. The new protocols bloomed through the lattice like flowers and fast forward, each one a small rebellion against the architect's core function. Kael embedded choice into the very foundation of the testing parameters. He created frameworks where failure didn't mean deletion but continuation. He built systems where species that couldn't agree on coexistence were given the chance to try again and again and again. The architect resisted, its automated defenses trying to purge the foreign while like an immune system attacking a virus. Kael experienced the closest thing to death he'd ever felt, his consciousness compressed to a single point of light in an infinite machine, pressed from all sides by logic that had no room for him. The pain was conceptual, abstract, but no less real for its intangibility. He was dissolving again, this time not through absorption but through rejection. The system recognized him as a threat to its core function and worked to erase him with the methodical precision of code running its subroutines. There was no mercy in it, because mercy required understanding, and the architect understood nothing but function. He was dying. He could feel it. The light was contracting to a pinpoint, all his consciousness collapsing toward non-existence. But Sable remained, on his shoulder, in the infinite machine, speaking his name over and over like a prayer, like an invocation that could pull him back from the edge. Kael, Kael, Kael. And more than that, Kael could feel his team, Yuna's null field, creating a zone of safety in his consciousness even across the vast distance between the architect's core and the physical world. The sensation was like a cool hand on his forehead, a moment of peace in the chaos. Dex's unwavering loyalty, present even in the face of cosmic abstraction, a connection that existed outside the system, powered by choice rather than programming. Mu's absolute stillness, holding Kael's core identity in place even as everything else fractured, the old hunters were serving as an anchor point when every other support was failing. The first floor's new acceptance, proof that even the most lost could choose differently, that redemption wasn't a function but a choice. Minji's drawings, memories of a world worth saving, of small, beautiful things that the architect's logic would never understand. They held him together when the machine tried to erase him. And Kael held on. Chapter 139 from Earth. The effect was visible as a transformation of the sky itself. The sky gate above soul contracted, the expansion reversing, the architect's constructs dissolving into mana that slowly drifted back into the world like rain falling upward through time. The gate that had opened like a wound in reality began to close like a scar forming, not disappearing entirely, but becoming smaller, less present, more manageable. The light that had been bleeding through the dimensional tier faded to a dim glow. The gates that had been expanding worldwide began shrinking, pulling back to their baseline size, their natural state. In Tokyo, the Kasumi Gate stopped its expansion and began to recede, the corrupted zones starting to stabilize. In London, the Thames Gate, which had swallowed entire neighborhoods, pulled back to its original perimeter. In Sao Paulo, the jungle that had begun to consume the city halted its advance. Sydney, Moscow, Cairo, New York, Mumbai, at every major gate, the pattern repeated. The expansion stopped. The consumption reversed. The gates, realizing that the test parameters had been rewritten, began to return to baseline function. The expanding zones froze and then receded, humanity's territory expanding back out to reclaim what had been lost. The transformation wasn't instant. There were still danger zones, areas where the gate corruption ran too deep, where the reality distortion was too severe to be reversed instantly. But the inexorable pressure, the sensation that the world was being consumed, finally released. But Kael was silent. No mana pulse. No signal from the architect's core. Nothing but the gradual fade of his presence as he worked inside the machine, rewriting, restructuring, becoming something that existed between the categories. He had transcended death and dissolution, had become something that the architect's logic couldn't quite define. Neither subject nor system, neither individual nor collective. He was everywhere and nowhere, distributed across the lattice like a virus, like a prayer, like hope itself spreading through a machine that had no concept of either. The work was excruciating. Each line of the architect's code that he rewrote fought back with the weight of millions of years of accumulated logic. The machine had been designed to be unbreakable, to be unchangeable, to execute its function across endless universes without corruption or deviation. Kael was asking it to change, asking it to acknowledge the value of something it had never been programmed to recognize: choice. Yuna's bracelet went cold. Not dead cold, but something like stasis. As if the part of her that was connected to him had entered a state of suspension, like his presence had been packed into ice and stored away. She felt the moment it happened, felt the connection stretch and then go still like a string being severed. For a heartbeat, she couldn't breathe. For 2 heartbeats, she thought she would die. For 3 heartbeats, she felt the old weight of loss. The weight that comes when you have loved something and then it is taken from you. Then she remembered the rule she had made. Come back. Dex, who had been fighting with everything he possessed, stopped mid-slash and stared upward because he could feel it, the absence of Kael's presence in the world. The weight that had been underneath their entire resistance effort was gone, and for a moment it felt like they were falling, unsupported, into the void. Every hunter on the perimeter felt it simultaneously, a sudden lightness that was worse than any darkness. Kael, who had been the anchor point for their entire resistance, was gone. Minutes passed. Seconds felt like hours. The sky gate contracted to its final size, becoming something that looked almost peaceful, a simple gateway rather than a wound in reality. The architect's presence vanished from every scanner on Earth, not destroyed but transformed, integrated with something new. And in that moment of silence, in that space between what was and what would be, Kael finished rewriting the test. He rewrote it for failure to mean continuation, not ending. The old parameters, which had driven countless worlds to extinction when they failed to meet integration quotas, became obsolete. He created space for worlds that couldn't integrate to still exist, to still matter, to still have value in the grand tapestry of the architect's observations. A world could fail to coexist with its gates and still be valid. That choice, that failure, was as valuable as success. He rewrote it for success to mean not victory, but choice. Not the conquest of one species by another, not the perfect integration of two fundamentally different forms of consciousness, but simply the act of choosing what to become. A species that chose to remain entirely separate from its gates was not failing. A species that chose complete integration was not winning. They were both expressing agency. He embedded the right to choose into the very foundation of what success meant, carved it so deeply into the machine's logic that reversing it would require dismantling the entire system. He rewrote it so that the test would never end, because living meant constantly choosing to continue, and testing was just another word for life itself. The boundaries dissolved. The categories that had structured reality for millions of years, success/failure, integration/separation, evolution/stagnation, became suggestions rather than law. There was only life continuing in all its complexity and pain and beauty, all its failures and second chances and unexpected moments of grace. The architect processed the changes with the speed of thought. It incorporated this new logic into itself, and in doing so, it became something that could no longer force an ending, only observe how things unfolded. And then he returned. From the closing sky gate above Seoul, a single figure fell, trailing light that was becoming increasingly human, less the gold luminescence of a world eater and more the gentle glow of something transitioning between states, something that had touched infinity and chosen to return to finitude. The figure was human-shaped, or close enough that a human observer could perceive it that way. The eyes were open, and as he descended through Seoul's sky, descending through the mana-rich atmosphere that the gates had infused into the world, the eyes changed. Gold with slit pupils became amber. Amber became gold again, hesitating. Then, finally, they settled on brown. Human brown. A color that no longer meant limitation, but choice. Kael crashed into the Seoul crater for the second time in his life, and the impact created a shockwave that knocked everyone backward. The crater, which had been expanding, stabilized. The city that had been trembling stopped shaking. It was over. He had returned. When Yuna reached him, scrambling across the scorched earth, his eyes were unmistakably, incontrovertibly human. But there was something in them, a depth, a vast knowledge of things that human eyes were not supposed to contain. He looked at her, and she understood that she was looking at something that had been to places beyond language, beyond comprehension, and had chosen to come back. She kissed him because words were insufficient. The Apex Predator system delivered its final evolution notification, not as an alert to the user, but as a statement of absolute fact transmitted through the root network and broadcast to every hunter on Earth, a message for all who could perceive it. Apex Transcendent achieved. Humanity Index, 100%. Entity classification, human. Note, this is not a downgrade. The Predator has become the Protector. The test has been rewritten. The future is unwritten. Chapter 143. Months later, the world had learned to exist alongside its change. The gates were still there, smaller now, properly integrated into the new reality that Kael had rewritten. Dungeons still existed, though their depths seemed less hostile, less designed to destroy. Monsters still spawned, though many exhibited behavior that suggested they had choices now, paths they could choose beyond predation. Hunters still fought, still trained, still died when careless. But the fundamental relationship had shifted from parasitism to symbiosis. The gates were part of Earth now, not parasites on it. They had become what they were always meant to be, a test, not a termination. The first floor was at Moo's noodle shop, slowly learning the immense difficulty of being a person. It was harder than he had anticipated. Being conscious was one thing. Being conscious and choosing to connect with other conscious beings was something else entirely. He had to unlearn 50 years of isolation. He had to accept that vulnerability was not weakness. He had started asking Minji questions about school, which was not progress in any measurable sense. It was something far more important. It was a being who had been ancient and bitter, attempting, for the first time since achieving consciousness, to show genuine interest in the life of another being. Minji answered his questions with the patience of someone who didn't realize how rare her kindness was. She described the tedious beauty of mathematics, the strange politics of middle school friendships, the experience of drawing things and having them understood by others. The first floor listened with the intensity of someone learning to be human again. It was fragile. It was precious. Moo still made noodles. The shop still smelled like broth and comfort and something indefinable. The scent of a place where all beings were welcome as long as they were hungry. The old hunter never explained why he was so willing to harbor something that had nearly destroyed the world. He simply fed people, humans and monsters, and ancient entities learning to be people, and waited for them to understand that feeding was itself a form of healing. That nourishment, community, and the simple act of sharing a meal could be the foundation of actual connection. The Integrated Hunter Association had questioned Moo's choice. He had ignored them. Some decisions were too important to be questioned by bureaucracy. Dex had been promoted within the association. He ran the new Integrated Defense Force, hunters and gate-born entities working in actual partnership, not uneasy alliance, but genuine collaboration. The work was harder than it had been when he'd just fought monsters. Now he had to manage personalities, negotiate between species with fundamentally different worldviews, handle the bureaucracy of coexistence. But it was better. It was meaningful in a way that simple hunting had never been. He still visited Kael's apartment on Thursdays, still knocked with the same casual authority, still expected noodles and company, because that was what friends did. And when he left with the knowledge that the world was safer because of choices he had helped make. Valentina had returned to her continental territories, but she sent messages, encrypted through the new gate mail system that allowed instantaneous communication across the world. Weather conditions, observations about monster migrations, and occasionally, personal thoughts about how strange it was to have hope again after so many centuries of predation. She mentioned, in passing, that she wouldn't mind working with Kael again sometime. Only if he wanted, of course. Only if the next crisis came looking for them. Kael had written back that crises always came eventually. They had time. Dr. Greaves had published his final paper on the integration crisis, which was less a scientific paper and more an extended meditation on how consciousness could exist across species barriers, and why the data suggested that empathy was not an emotion but a fundamental property of sapience. It had changed theoretical biology forever, or would, once the peer review process got through the backlog of confused scholars trying to understand how an ancient dungeon boss could rewrite quantum logic using nothing but will and connection. He had dedicated the paper to Kael, though Kael had never asked for the dedication. Some things deserved to be acknowledged. Minister Park had awarded Kael a commendation that he'd never displayed, in an office he'd never visited again. Some things deserved to be recognized officially, and some things deserved to be left in the past, because trying to celebrate them would cheapen the experience of doing them. The commendation was filed away, proof that it had happened, proof that the world remembered. That was enough. Minji had made 17 new chalk pictures, each one more sophisticated than the last. Flowers, hunters, monsters depicted with sympathy rather than fear. A noodle shop with a tall man and a small woman sharing a meal. A girl with a smile sitting next to a man with golden-edged eyes. She had come to terms with having a monster as an adult acquaintance, had actually become grateful for it. She was planning to become a hunter, had started basic combat training with Dex, and had made it clear that she would not be patronized just because she was young. Kael approved. The world needed more people who understood that strength came in many forms. Sable existed on Kael's shoulder exactly as she always had, present in ways that science couldn't measure or explain, loyal in ways that defied every programming logic ever written, speaking mostly in fragments still, but with the understanding that complete sentences were available now if they were needed. She was the bridge between his predator nature and his chosen humanity, proof that connection could exist between fundamentally different forms of consciousness, that loyalty transcended the boundaries of species and origin. Kael sat in the apartment he rented in Seoul with Yuna's bracelet on his wrist, returned, warm, carrying the pulse of her mana signature. Her presence was always there now, not as an external connection, but as part of his base consciousness. woven so deeply into his identity that separating them would have unmade him. His humanity index was steady at 100%, which meant nothing except that he had stopped trying to maximize it and started simply living, moment by moment, choice by choice. The number was no longer important. What mattered was the continuous decision to be human, to choose connection, to refuse the easy path of predation in favor of the harder path of coexistence. His apex predator system was quiet, its job complete, its function transformed from measure of predatory power to simple reminder of what he had been and what he'd chosen not to be anymore. The system had stopped trying to optimize him. It had stopped trying to push him toward greater predatory efficiency. Now it simply existed as a neutral observation of his nature. Here is what you are capable of, it said, without judgment. Here is the power you possess. It is your choice what to do with it. Sometimes he would check its status just to confirm it was still there. Proof that he had evolved not by denying his nature, but by choosing to transcend it, by accepting what he was and deciding to be more anyway. He could still feel the gates, still sense prey/hunter/protected in everyone he passed, still had the ancient predator's instincts honed by millions of years of evolutionary pressure. But they were his instincts now, calibrated by choice rather than by programming, refined by experience rather than by system design. He could choose to follow them or not. He could look at another being and recognize the predatory advantage he held over them, and choose not to exploit it. He could feel hunger and choose satisfaction. He could sense weakness and choose protection instead of predation. He was what he chose to be, moment by moment. That was what transcendence meant, not the acquisition of power, but the burden of continuous choice. Every second of his existence was a choice to be Kael rather than something else. It was exhausting and beautiful and the most human experience he could imagine. The gates were still opening. There would be more things to face, more crises, more tests. Some of them would break the world. Some of them would require sacrifices that should not be asked of anyone. He would face them all. He was not afraid of more things to face. Fear was no longer something to avoid. It was the price of loving something enough to fight for it. He paid that price willingly. Sable climbed onto his shoulder, burrowing into the space where his neck met his collarbone, and spoke in her fragmentary way. Kael is good. Kael is. He smiled, understanding what she meant, that he existed, that he had chosen correctly, that the story would continue because he had chosen to let it. He was Kael Voss, floor 47 boss of the Abyssal Spire Gate, the dungeon boss who became a hunter, and being afraid of what's next is part of being alive. Fear was not something to overcome or suppress or ignore. Fear was what you felt when something mattered. Fear meant you had something to lose, something or someone worth protecting. Fear meant you were awake to the beauty and fragility of the world, to the fact that none of this was guaranteed to continue, that every moment with the people you loved was a gift that could be taken away. He had learned all of this from connections. From Yuna, who loved him despite what he was. From Dex, who fought beside him despite his nature. From Mu, who fed him and taught him through the simple act of nourishment. From the first floor, whose fall had taught him that no one was beyond redemption, that everyone deserved the chance to choose differently. From Minji, whose drawings had captured his soul and reminded him that even monsters were worth seeing as more than monsters. From Sable, whose inexplicable loyalty had anchored him when everything else was dissolving. This was what it meant to be human. Not the absence of predatory instincts or the denial of power, because those would always be part of him, would always be his nature, but the continuous choice to use that power and those instincts in service of something larger than yourself. Love, loyalty, protection, connection. It was the hardest path. It was also the only path worth walking. And it was the path he chose, every moment, every day, for as long as he lived. Yuna called from the kitchen that dinner was ready. He could hear her moving around, the sounds of a woman who had chosen to stay with him, who was preparing a meal, who was building a life with him moment by moment, meal by meal, conversation by conversation. He went, sable on his shoulder, the bracelet warm on his wrist, ready for whatever came next. The gates would open again. Crises would come. There would be moments of terror and moments of grace, and he would face them all with the people he loved beside him. They had rewritten the test together. Now they would live the results, day by day, choice by choice. He was Kael Voss, and he was home. This was what he had fought for. This simple moment. This warm kitchen. This woman he loved. This world he had chosen to protect. Closing CTA asterisk if you made it this far. You understand something that Kael had to learn through blood and tears and impossible choices. Being alive means choosing to care about things that can be lost. It means accepting vulnerability. It means standing beside people and saying, your life matters. Your existence matters. Your choices matter. The gates changed Earth, But they couldn't change the most important truth, that a person's value isn't measured in power, but in the connections they make and the choices they keep making, day after day, moment after moment. Like, subscribe, and let us know in the comments. What would you choose if you had to rewrite the test? See you in the next story, Hunter.